Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1642 to Chapter 1721. Zhang Yulong was the monstrous genius of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. His body contained the bloodline of an ancient creature. Of course, his bloodline was incomparable to that of Xianxia. Putting aside the fact that his bloodline wasn't as noble as Xianxia's, Zhang Yulong had only inherited a little bit of the bloodline. Even so, it was already very terrifying. What was truly terrifying was Zhang Yulong's cultivation base. His current cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm. Such a figure was incomparably terrifying. A late immortal emperor like Nanbei Jing couldn't be compared to him. Dong. Zhang Yulong was ready to strike. He took a step forward, creating a huge hole in the void. Immediately, he unleashed his powerful qi and appeared on the battlefield with a sway. Look, that's Zhang Yulong. I didn't expect him to join the battle. I heard that Zhang Yulong has a good relationship with the northern and southern dynasties. He's also very close to Nanbei family. It seems like he's going to help the northern and southern dynasties. This is only one of the reasons. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yulong still hasn't given up on the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. He isn't willing to let a woman who came out of nowhere get it. However, if he strikes now, Jiang Chen and the others will be in real danger. The Grand Formation is already on the verge of collapse. If Zhang Yulong attacks now, I'm afraid that it won't last until the woman reaches the 100-step fiery stairs. Many of them were shocked to see Zhang Yulong's attack. In any case, Zhang Yulong was a famous figure among the young generation. He was the pinnacle representative of this era. There were already two figures like him in front of them. One was him and the other was Xia Xiaotian of Radiant's immortal domain. Xia Xiaotian seemed to be watching the show and didn't seem to have any intention of joining the battle. More importantly, Zhang Yulong represented the immortal court. The immortal court was the supreme ruler of the entire ethereal immortal domain. No one had ever dared to disrespect the immortal court. Anyone who offended the immortal court would have nowhere to hide in the immortal world. Not good. A powerful bastard is going to strike. Great Master Howren said worriedly. For God's sake, this son of AB*TCH is as shameless as the northern and southern dynasties. Sister Ning will reach the fiery stairs in 3 minutes. If this guy makes a move, along with the attacks of the others, I wonder if the array will last for 3 minutes. De Huang Dog cursed rudely, but his words were filled with worry. He was trying his best to refine the great earth immortal milk, so he couldn't fully exert his combat strength. As a matter of fact, given his current strength, he could restrain Zhang Yulong, but he and Tyrant were the center of the 5 elemental Grand Formation, the main force. Neither of them could leave, or else the Grand Formation would crumble under the opponent's powerful attack. Jiang Chen and Xianxia were already engaged in a fierce battle and had no time to spare. Zhang Yulong's sudden attack was undoubtedly a disaster for the 5 elements Grand Formation. It was a very serious blow. Clad in martial attire, Zhang Yulong came to the sky above the battlefield with a single step. He glanced down at the Grand Formation with a contemptuous look, then formed a seal with both of his hands and slammed the Grand Formation with a loud bang. An incomparably huge energy that was enough to destroy the heaven and earth collided with the Grand Formation with a loud bang. Cassier, with the addition of this energy, the 5 elements Grand Formation shook even more violently. Not only did it shake, but countless cracks also appeared on the surface of the formation. The god-trembling monument buzzed. De Huang Dog was flustered. He wanted to repair the Grand Formation as soon as possible, but there were just too many cracks. It was impossible for him to repair it all at once. Yang Bufan, Hua Shaoqian and Great Master Howren were slightly weaker. Their faces turned pale after receiving the extremely strong shock. The Grand Formation seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. It seemed that as long as Zhang Yulong joined forces with the others to attack it again, the battle would be broken. Damn it. De Huang Dog's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to rush forward and fight Zhang Yulong, but he couldn't leave now. He needed to repair the Grand Formation. If they lost this battle, they would be overwhelmed by countless enemies in an instant. At that time, it would be difficult for them to protect Wu Ningzhu. No, this can't go on. Zhang Yulong is too strong. We can't resist his attacks at all. I'm afraid that the Grand Formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Yang Lang shouted. Today's situation was extremely dangerous. There were too many enemies and they were too powerful. Wu Ningzhu was only a small distance away from the fiery stairs, but this distance had almost become a heavenly moat. It would be extremely difficult to cross it. You have to hold on even if you can't. You have to hold on for me. De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. He knew too well how important this opportunity was to Wu Ningzhu, the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao. What kind of peerless luck did she have? Once it was destroyed, it would be almost impossible to get it again in the future. Everyone gritted their teeth. Just like what De Huang Dog said, they had to hold on no matter what. They had to help Wu Ningzhu successfully step onto the fiery stairs. This was an unimaginably great opportunity that they couldn't afford to lose. De Huang Dog was indeed a powerful figure who was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations. The cracks that appeared on the 5 elements grand formation were being repaired by De Huang Dog at the fastest speed possible. Although it was impossible to repair it completely in an instant, it was much better than before. You're repairing it very fast, but no matter how fast you are, you can't stop my attack. Zhang Yulong's face was filled with coldness and his tone was full of ridicule. In his point of view, what the opponent was doing was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wing. Powerful energy began to surge from Zhang Yulong's body again. He was ready to attack again. It was conceivable that the power of his second attack would be much stronger than the first. It was hard to say whether the 5 elements grand formation could be preserved or not. Zhang Yulong, if you dare to attack again, I, Jiang Chen, swear to kill you. Jiang Chen, who was fighting against the 5 great experts, shouted at Zhang Yulong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulong turned to look at the infuriated Jiang Chen and said, "How dare an ant talk to me like that? That sentence alone is enough for you to die 100 times." As a monstrous genius of the immortal court, Zhang Yulong was naturally arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone, but he did have the right to be so arrogant. Kong Long, just as Zhang Yulong was about to launch his second attack, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly rang out in the distance. Soon after, a black demonic wolf soared into the sky. Even though it was very far away, everyone could clearly feel the huge commotion over there. My God! What a powerful demonic wave! Is the immortal vault of a peerless ancient devil coming out? It's indeed the immortal vault of an ancient devil, but it seems to have been taken away by someone. Look, he's coming this way. Unparalleled demonic might. This is the arrival of a powerful demon emperor. It was hard not to attract the attention of the crowd. The terrifying aura of a devil emperor pervaded the world. Under countless horrified gazes, a silhouette arrived above the battlefield like a black stream of light in the blink of an eye. The black devil chi vanished very quickly, turning into a handsome young man. He had a head of white hair and a chiseled face. He stood there like a true devil emperor. His cultivation base was incomparably terrifying. It had already reached the late immortal emperor realm. There was a heavenly devil sword above his head, like a peerless devil dragon. No one dared to look at him directly. Ah Yan! Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Tyrant exclaimed almost at the same time. Their eyes glowed with blazing light, surprise, excitement and uncontrollable excitement. The brothers had reunited. They hadn't seen each other since they parted ways in One Line Sky. They hadn't seen each other since they ascended to the immortal world. Today, the brothers could finally fight side by side with each other. That kind of excitement was like returning to the time when they were in Saint Origin World. But now, they were already standing on the stage of the immortal world. Here, they could already look down on all the experts. What surprised Jiang Chen and the others was that Han Yan's cultivation base was too terrifying. Judging from the commotion just now, Han Yan must have entered the immortal vault of a peerless devil venerable and obtained endless benefits from it. That was the reason why his cultivation base could improve so much. The devil sword above his head was obviously a peerless devil sword, a venerable great immortal weapon. It's him. He's the holy son of profounding religion in North Xuanyu. I have never thought that he would improve so fast. He has already reached the late immortal emperor realm. That's right. He's the holy son of profounding religion in North Xuanyu. It hasn't been long since he went to North Xuanyu, but he has already made a name for himself. It seems like the master of profounding religion has a good eye in choosing the holy son. It's getting more and more lively. The holy son of profounding religion seems to know Jiang and the others. I heard that this man is the reincarnation of Gu Tianma. That's why he was chosen by profounding religion. Sounds of discussion rose and fell. Many people in North Xuanyu had recognized Han Yen. Profounding religion was a famous devil sect in North Xuanyu. Naturally, there wouldn't be anyone who didn't know their holy son. Leave this man to me, Han Yen said. With a stretch of his palm, the devil sword above his head immediately fell into his hand. With a sway of his body, he carried endless devil might. His speed was even faster, and he appeared in front of Zhang Yulong in the blink of an eye. Without any superfluous words, he struck out his sword. Feeling the terror of Han Yen, Zhang Yulong's facial expression changed slightly. He knew that his opponent was very strong and that the people of devil religion weren't easy to deal with. Immediately, he struck out his divine seal to resist. Kong Long, as soon as Han Yen spoke, a majestic black-robed man walked out from the crowd. His devil chi soared to the sky. Who else could it be if he wasn't Mo Wuqing? Mo Wuqing took a step forward and joined De Huang Dog's group, helping them maintain the grand formation. The addition of two great experts had turned the situation around in the blink of an eye, allowing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog to heave a sigh of relief. As the supreme genius of profounding cult, Mo Wuqing didn't accept Han Yen. He had been brooding over the fact that Han Yen had become the holy son, but Han Yan's bloodline was nobler than his, so he couldn't say anything about it. However, Han Yan's cultivation base wasn't as good as his, so Mo Wuqing had always ignored this new holy son. But now, after seeing Han Yan's rapid progress, obtaining the ancient devil immortal vault, advancing to the late immortal emperor realm, and having combat strength that surpassed him, reaching the level where he could fight Zhang Yulong, Mo Wuqing was instantly convinced. Mo Wuqing was a straightforward person. In his mind, the belief of the strong was incomparably firm. He only worshipped the strong. As for those who were weaker than him, he wouldn't give a damn even if that person was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Just like now, Han Yen had ordered him with the tone of the holy son, but Mo Wuqing didn't have the slightest complaint. Moreover, Mo Wuqing had once been defeated by the northern and southern dynasties, almost losing his life. There was a hidden resentment in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. In this battle, Jiang Chen and the others were full of courage, which made Mo Wuqing admire them very much, especially Jiang Chen and Long San, who were also hot-blooded people. Mo Wuqing had wanted to fight them just now. The appearance of Han Yen had given him a good excuse. 9 layers devil wave. Han Yen and Zhang Yulong directly opened up a huge battlefield. Han Yen put away his demon sword, and with the might of a supreme demon emperor, he unleashed the 9 layers devil wave that he was so proud of. A terrifying devil dragon wreaked havoc on the battlefield, rushing towards Zhang Yulong. When did such a powerful holy son appear in profounding cult? Zhang Yulong frowned. Even with his cultivation, he still felt pressured. However, Zhang Yulong wasn't afraid in the slightest. His methods were also incomparably terrifying. He grabbed at the ground with his bare hands, and a mountain was directly picked up by him. After imbuing it with terrifying energy, he smashed it towards Han Yen. The two of them fought fiercely as soon as the battle began, and the outcome was actually the same as the battle between Long San and the northern and southern dynasties, where it was difficult to determine the victor. Countless sighs resounded once again. There were simply too many monstrous geniuses. First, there was Long San. Now, there was Devil Emperor Han Yen. The monstrous geniuses of this era were truly overwhelming. Gu Tianma's bloodline is just too powerful. He has just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, but he can already fight Zhang Yulong without falling into a disadvantageous position. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Sure enough, the holy son chosen by profounding cult isn't an easy opponent. It seems like it's impossible for Zhang Yulong to intervene. That girl is about to step on the fiery stairs. Once she steps on it, no one will be able to stop her. After this battle, I wonder what kind of enmity will arise. I'm afraid that the immortal world won't be peaceful anymore. No one wasn't startled. Han Yan was just too powerful. He had already cast out his combat devil physique. Terrifying devil waves were constantly pressuring Zhang Yulong. Both of them fought fiercely. Judging from their momentum alone, they weren't any weaker than Long Shan and the northern and southern dynasties. The sky was turning dark and the earth was turning dark. The battle was getting more and more intense. Everywhere was white hot. Many people were moved. They had never seen such a battle before. It was worth it to experience such a battle in one's lifetime. The disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley had long been shocked speechless. They had always swaggered around in their own sects and thought highly of themselves. But now, they knew what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Many of them suddenly felt that they couldn't be considered as geniuses compared to them. They couldn't even touch the edge of geniuses. Dragon Shan and Nanbei Chao's battle was the most intense. Both of them wanted to defeat each other to establish their prestige. However, both of them were so powerful that it made people speechless. The Battle Saint technique and the Monarch technique had been fighting for a long time, but there was still no winner. It seemed like it was almost impossible to determine the winner of this battle. Kong Long, the spatial zone within 1,000 miles was destroyed. The cruel battle was still going on. Xia Xiaotian looked like a teenager and didn't attack from the beginning to the end. Buzz, all of a sudden, the Xiaoyao zither emitted a strong buzzing sound. The fiery stairway trembled violently, and the boundless fire of the sun spread out, causing the void to become incomparably hot. Finally, the remains of the great sovereign changed again. Wu Ningzhu walked with great difficulty and finally succeeded in setting foot on the first step. Success! Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with excitement. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu had finally stepped onto the fiery stairs, more than a dozen people actually disregarded everything and rushed towards her. It seemed like they had already lost their minds due to the killing and the battlefield. Just as Yang Lang was about to stop them, he was stopped by De Huang Dog. Don't do anything. They are courting death. Once they set foot on the fiery stairs, they will be in the range of Empress Xiaoyao. Whoever dares to attack will be blasphemy to Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang Dog said. Only then did they feel relieved. They looked at the dozen of people with pity. The consequences of blaspheming the dignity of the great sovereign were almost imaginable. Sure enough, before the dozen of people could get close to the fiery stairs, they were suddenly attacked by the fiery stairs. More than a dozen fire arrows rushed out and penetrated their bodies, turning them into ashes. Everyone, stop attacking. She has already set foot on the fiery stairs. Attacking is equivalent to attacking the dignity of Empress Xiaoyao. That's courting death. Someone shouted, waking the others up from their stupor. It was simply courting death to fight against the great sovereign. The power of the great sovereign was unfathomable. Even if it was a relic from tens of thousands of years ago, they couldn't be neglected. Any sudden change could take their lives. In front of the great sovereign, they were just ants that couldn't withstand a single blow. Walla, seeing that Wu Ningzhu had successfully set foot on the fiery stairs, many people stopped their attacks and fixed their eyes on the fiery stairs. Many of them only attacked for the sake of the great sovereign's remains. Now that there was no hope for the remains, they also lost the desire to attack. Besides, it seemed to be an extremely difficult thing to destroy the opponent's battle. The scene quieted down all of a sudden. The battle between Long Shan and the northern and southern dynasties had ended. Although the two of them were fighting fiercely, there was still no clear winner. It seemed that if it wasn't for the fear of affecting Wu Ningzhu, Long Shan wouldn't stop. When the northern and southern dynasties saw the power of the fiery stairs, they seemed to be a little fearful of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, so they stopped their actions temporarily. Furthermore, they knew very well that it was meaningless to continue their attacks. It was impossible for them to defeat Long Shan, let alone kill him. No matter how arrogant and domineering the northern and southern dynasties were, killing required great strength. The northern and southern dynasties didn't make a move for the time being, but they were secretly swearing in their hearts that the first thing they would do after advancing to the late immortal emperor realm was to kill this monkey and that heaven-defying Jiang Chen. The battle had stopped, but as a matter of fact, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were the most aggrieved ones, especially De Huang Dog. He couldn't stand the sight of anyone and couldn't wait to bite them. It wasn't just him. The same went for the others. They had no idea how long it had been since they had experienced such a useless battle. They could only defend passively during the whole process. Compared to them, Jiang Chen, Long Shersan and Han Yan were much happier. At least they had gone out to fight. To De Huang Dog, he never cared how powerful or how many enemies there were. He only cared if he could kill to his heart's content, but today, he was really unhappy. Right now, the faces of Jiang Chen, Big Yellow, Han Yan and Tyrant were filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of disturbing Wu Ningzhu, these four guys would have already started killing those people. They didn't care what kind of impact this would cause, and no matter what the consequences would be, they just wanted to kill to their heart's content. Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the first step of the fiery stairs. She stood there and didn't continue forward because the countless rays of light emitted from the Xiaoyao zither had completely enveloped her. Ancient musical notes hovered around her as if they were alive. They were the musical notes emitted from the Xiaoyao zither. Asterisk wing wing, asterisk the fiery stairs rippled violently. The number of musical notes increased. The intense sun fire spread around Wu Ningzhu, but it didn't cause her any harm. Why doesn't Miss Wu continue forward? Lan Lingji asked puzzledly. She's accepting the final test of Empress Xiaoyao. No, it's at most a test to see if she has the qualification to become the true master of the Xiaoyao Qin. If she passes the test, I'm afraid that there will be a real test. De Huang Dog spoke. It seems like it won't be easy to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. Yang Lang sighed, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If the inheritance of the great sovereign could be obtained so easily, wouldn't it mean that anyone could get it? The Xiaoyao Qin had been hiding here for tens of thousands of years. It wouldn't have come out to find its master until now. The fiery stairs buzzed. It seemed like the test would still take some time. Innumerable eyes fell upon Wu Ningzhu. Those who made a move earlier were hoping that Wu Ningzhu would fail. Of course, it was just a wish. No one dared to make another move. The power of the inheritance of the great sovereign was just too powerful. Countless people had died under the sun fire. No one wanted to be the next one. Ah Yan, I didn't think that you would go to northern Xuanyu and become the holy son of profounding cult. We were worried about you before, but it seems like we were worried for nothing. You've been living a good life. A rare smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face as he looked at Han Yan. There was nothing happier than a reunion between brothers, and it happened at such a critical moment. Jiang Chen was overjoyed to be able to see the brother he had been worrying about every day grow and improve so much. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. That's right. Ah Yan, why are you doing so much better than us? You even obtained the ancient devil's immortal treasure after coming to the Golden Horizon. For God's sake, comparisons are odious. Master Dog is jealous. De Huang Dog bared his teeth and said. Go to hell. You damn dog, you are so fat and strong, yet you still say that you're living a bad life. Han Yan kicked De Huang Dog's butt. The atmosphere between the brothers was still the same as before, joking, cheerful and warm. After that, Han Yan and Tyrant gave each other a big bear hug. Ever since they ascended from Saint Origin World, they had never met each other. They were always worried about each other. Now that they had finally met, the brotherly love between them was fully revealed. Brother. These two guys, one is a Buddha and the other is a devil. I can't believe they have such a close relationship. Long Shersan clicked his tongue. Buddha sect and devil sect had always been at odds with each other. This was the first time he saw someone like Tyrant and Han Yan. Where did you come from, monkey? How can you understand the affection between us brothers? Han Yan said to Long Shersan. These two guys really didn't know each other. Han Yan didn't know Long Shersan and Long Shersan didn't know Han Yan. Back then, when Jiang Chen obtained the wondrous stone in the ancient tomb, they had parted ways with Han Yan. Therefore, Long Shersan naturally hadn't seen Han Yan along the way. However, both of them had witnessed the battle just now and showed a certain amount of respect for each other, especially for Long Shersan, who was able to fight the northern and southern dynasties to a draw. Han Yan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You two haven't met each other yet. Han Yan and Longshan are my life and death brothers, Jiang Chen said. The words life and death brothers had pulled two unrelated people together. It was inevitable that they would be inextricably linked in the future. Whether it was Han Yan or Longshan, both of them knew Jiang Chen very well. There weren't many people who could be treated as life and death brothers by Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had said it, it proved that he had a life and death friendship with Jiang Chen. In the face of danger, he was worthy to be saved by Jiang Chen with his life. Little Chenzi, back then, we were unstoppable in the Saint Origin world. Who would have thought that one day, we would stand on the stage of the immortal world with the same attitude? We would still be unstoppable and fight against thousands of enemies. The corner of Tyrant's mouth rose. His expression became incomparably arrogant. His words had pulled the thoughts of all of them. That's right. The scene in the Saint Origin world had now moved to the immortal world, and it was even more lively than the one in the Saint Origin world. They might have imagined such a day, but they had never thought that it would come true. However, to them, fighting against the world was a small matter. The most important thing was that their brothers were growing. They could still stand together like before, never forsaking each other in life and death. This was the brotherhood that surpassed all sentiments in the heavens and earth. They cherished this brotherhood immensely. For ordinary people, they might not be able to enjoy such sentiments in their entire lives. In the cruel laws of the immortal world, they weren't fighting alone after all. This brotherhood was what they relied on the deepest part of their hearts. *Kuala*, at this moment, a commotion was heard from the top of the 100 Steps fiery stairs. The musical notes that were lingering around Wu Ningzhu shattered and returned to the Xiaoyaqin. Then, Wu Ningzhu began to walk towards the second step. Look, the musical notes have shattered. Sister Ning is still moving forward. She has passed the test and obtained the true approval of the Xiaoyaqin. Han Yan said happily. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy upon seeing this. Don't be happy too early. The 100 Steps fiery stairs is Sister Ning's next test. She needs to climb the fiery stairs step by step and reach the highest point to obtain the Xiaoyaqin. Only then would it be considered a success. If I'm not wrong, it won't be easy to reach the highest point of the fiery stairs. De Huang Dog said. His eyes were sharp and omniscient. He seemed to have a certain understanding of Empress Xiaoyao. Sure enough, when Wu Ningzhu reached the 5th step, her body began to sway, and it seemed like she was having a hard time. Upon seeing this, everyone's heart began to tighten. There were still 95 steps left. No one knew what kind of cruel test Wu Ningzhu would have to face. Look, that woman has just reached the 5th step and it's already incomparably difficult. It seems like this is the test of Empress Xiaoyao. There are still 95 steps left. I guess she won't be able to reach them. That's right. Her cultivation base is just too weak. She's merely a half-step immortal emperor. It will be incomparably difficult for her to reach the highest point of the fiery stairs. As long as she can't reach the highest point, all her previous efforts will be in vain. Haha. It seems like we still have hope. How can such a weak woman reach the highest point of the fiery stairs? It will only get harder and harder for her to reach the highest point. Everyone on the scene was a genius with sharp eyes. They could see that Wu Ningzhu was finding it harder and harder to walk. This was only the 5th step. How was she going to hold on to the remaining steps? The scene fell into silence once more. Only the buzzing sound of the fiery stairs could be heard. All eyes fell upon Wu Ningzhu, wanting to know what would happen next. One should know that the inheritance of a great sovereign wasn't that easy to obtain, especially the inheritance left behind by an ancient sovereign like Empress Xiaoyao. Smiles began to appear on many people's faces. If Wu Ningzhu failed, it would be the happiest thing that could happen to them. Under countless gazes, Wu Ningzhu climbed to the 20th step with difficulty, but when she reached this point, her body began to sway violently. The energy in her body was almost drained. Her face was pale, as though she would fall at any time, but Wu Ningzhu's eyes were still as firm as before. Her eyes were beautiful like the most beautiful stars in the heavens and earth. She looked at the Xiaoyaqin above her with unswerving determination. What should we do? Miss Wu looks like she can't hold on any longer. There are still 80 steps left. Hua Xiaoqian spoke worriedly. Naturally, they hoped that Wu Ningxu would succeed. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Hua Xiaoqian's worries were also what everyone was most worried about now. It wasn't easy for them to send Wu Ningxu to the fiery stairs, but now she was facing the most severe test. However, they were also very clear that Wu Ningxu could only rely on herself to pass such a test. The others couldn't help her at all. We can't intervene in the test of Empress Xiaoyao at all. We can only watch helplessly. De Huangdog shook his head and said. I believe that Sister Ning will succeed. Jiangchen said in an incomparably firm tone. His confidence in Wu Ningxu was well-founded. Wu Ningxu herself was a person with great perseverance. As the saintess of Profound River Palace, she wore a veil for the sake of her mother. Her lifelong goal was to reunite with her mother one day. How could such a person who had such a great ambition from a young age be weak? Furthermore, those who could ascend from the mortal world must have strong perseverance in mind. Otherwise, how could they become immortals? Moreover, Jiangchen believed in Empress Xiaoyao's vision. An ancient emperor wouldn't be casual in choosing an inheritor. Since Wu Ningxu was chosen by Empress Xiaoyao and passed the test, it meant that the Xiaoyao Qin had already acknowledged Wu Ningxu as its master. It also meant that in its subconscious, Wu Ningxu would definitely pass the test, ascend the fiery stairs, and pick herself up. Of course. How can anyone who Empress Xiaoyao fancies not succeed? But even if she succeeds in the end, it will be a very difficult process. As the saying goes, a phoenix will rise from the ashes. This is a great opportunity for Sister Ning, but also a great tribulation. De Huangdog said. His thoughts were the same as Jiang Chen's. He had no doubt that Wu Ningxu would eventually succeed in obtaining the inheritance of the great emperor, but the process would certainly not be easy. However, any successful person would have to go through hardships. If Wu Ningxu couldn't even ascend the fiery stairs, she would be destined to be ordinary for the rest of her life if she was abandoned by Empress Xiaoyao. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningxu gritted her teeth and lifted her foot towards the 21st step. Boom! However, just as Wu Ningxu stepped onto the 21st step, the fiery stairs immediately underwent an extremely intense change. The fire of the sun suddenly launched an attack on Wu Ningxu. Wu Ningxu's entire body was covered in flames. Even from afar, people could see that the fire of the sun was burning Wu Ningxu's body. Not good. Han Yan exclaimed. Everyone became nervous. At first, they thought that Wu Ningxu would be under some kind of invisible pressure on the fiery stairs, which was why she moved slowly. They did not expect that after reaching the 21st floor, the flames would start to attack her. Don't panic. This is the real test. As the saying goes, a phoenix rises from the ashes. Elder Sister Ning is going to be reborn in the fire of the sun. The fire of the sun will let her be reborn, allowing her to possess the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. Empress Xiaoyao is the supreme empress of the Golden Clan. In order to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and control the Xiaoyao Qin, one must possess the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. This is Elder Sister Ning's true fortune. None of us can help her. However, the tempering of the fire of the sun is extremely cruel. If she really can't bear it, she is likely to die on the fiery stairs. De Huangdog said solemnly. He was very clear about the situation in front of him. He knew that this was a great opportunity for Wu Ningxu. Not only was she going to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, she was also going to possess the bloodline of the Golden Crow. However, this process was undoubtedly extremely painful and dangerous. It was not that easy to successfully inherit the inheritance and obtain the body of the Golden Crow. De Huangdog's words made everyone nervous again. Under the burning of the fire of the sun and the pressure of the raging flames, she had to walk step by step to the top of the fiery stairs. There were still 80 steps left, which was by no means an easy task. However, in this situation, no one could help her. Even if Jiang Chen had extraordinary means, he could only watch helplessly and pray in his heart that Wu Ningxu could successfully merge with the Golden Crow bloodline. As the saying goes, a phoenix rises from the ashes, a butterfly breaks out of the cocoon. It was not as simple as it sounded. Perhaps only the person involved knew the process and pressure involved. Wu Ningxu gritted her teeth and continued to crawl forward. That's right, she was crawling at this moment. Every time she climbed a step, the fire of the sun would become fiercer. The essence of the flame constantly seeped into Wu Ningzhu's skin and rushed into her body, trying to refine Wu Ningzhu from the inside out and make her undergo a real earth-shaking change. By the time Wu Ningzhu reached the 25th step, the fire of the sun had turned into a sea of flames, completely submerging Wu Ningzhu. Looking from the outside, it was impossible to see Wu Ningzhu's figure clearly. She had completely turned into a flaming person. The expressions of countless people became solemn. Whether they hoped for Wu Ningzhu to fail or hoped for her to succeed, at this moment, they all had a trace of respect for Wu Ningzhu. They could all imagine the pain and suffering that Wu Ningzhu was enduring at this moment. However, Wu Ningzhu didn't say a word. She didn't even let out a scream. She just kept crawling forward. What a strong willpower. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even if it was the remains of the great sovereign, I would have given up. The burning of the fire of the sun is from the inside out. That kind of pain is unimaginable. I didn't expect this girl to have such great willpower. I have underestimated her. However, there are still 75 steps up. If this continues, I'm afraid that she won't be able to hold on until the end. She will die tragically on the fiery stairs. That's right. It seems like the remains of the great sovereign isn't that easy to obtain. Such a test isn't something that a half-step immortal emperor can resist. Many of them were shocked. No one dared to underestimate Wu Ningzhu anymore, but they all felt that Wu Ningzhu was going to die this time, because the situation wasn't optimistic. The fire of the sun was just too strong and there was still a long fiery stairs to climb. Finally, Wu Ningzhu climbed to the 30th step with great difficulty. She finally let out a scream. Her voice was hoarse and creepy, making people feel incomparably worried. The current Wu Ningzhu's legs had been completely incinerated. That kind of pain was simply incomprehensible and unimaginable to ordinary people. Sister Ning! Xianxia yelled. Despite his iron blood, he couldn't bear it any longer. His eyes were red. The scream of Wu Ningzhu almost tore Xianxia's heart apart. He really couldn't bear to watch such a scene anymore. Xianxia wanted to turn his head away, but he didn't dare to. He wanted to watch Wu Ningzhu climb up. How Xianxia wished that he was the one standing in the sea of fire at this moment, so that he could bear the pain of Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, the memories of him and Wu Ningzhu began to surface in Xianxia's mind. Each and every one of them was happy or unhappy. This was his woman. Now, he could only watch his beloved woman suffer endless torture, and he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything to help. This kind of feeling was incomprehensible to ordinary people. This was the first time in Xianxia's life that he felt so useless. De Huang Dog, Han Yan, Long San, and the others didn't say a word. Their eyes were red and their fists were clenched tightly. One could imagine the worry in their hearts. Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian, and the female disciples of the two major powers turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch such a scene any longer. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningzhu was still climbing up. After letting out a scream at the beginning, she became completely silent. On the 35th step, the lower half of Wu Ningzhu's body had been completely incinerated, as though she had disappeared from this heaven and earth. The fire of sun was getting stronger and stronger, as though it was going to incinerate everything in the heavens and earth. Wu Ningzhu's will was almost blurred, but the obsession in her heart didn't vanish, supporting her to continue climbing. I can do it, I can definitely do it. This pain is nothing. The obsession in Wu Ningzhu's heart kept surging. She wanted to become stronger. She didn't want to be a burden to Xianxia. Perhaps, Wu Ningzhu wasn't a strong woman. Her greatest desire was to accompany Xianxia all the way. Therefore, she had to become stronger. She wanted to become someone useful to Xianxia and not be a burden like a flower vase. The corner of Xianxia's eyes finally turned moist. It wasn't tears, but heartache. Xianxia felt that his heart was about to stop beating. Such a scene had almost suffocated him. Sister Ning. Xianxia called out Wu Ningzhu's name. His voice was hoarse as though something was stuck in his throat. He could feel the obsession in Wu Ningzhu. It was an obsession that couldn't even be incinerated by the raging fire. Even if her body was destroyed, the obsession wouldn't vanish. The sorrow of the heavens and earth, the unrequited love, the reincarnation of raging fire, the unquenchable love, all of a sudden, Xianxia understood the persistence of Venerable Wan Qing. Even if one wanted to forget their feelings, they would still have to return to their past. Xianxia wouldn't forget his feelings, and it was impossible for him to do so. There were some feelings that couldn't be forgotten. Even Xiao Wanqing couldn't do it, so he had to find his feelings again. Waves of fire surged. A figure completely submerged in flames was still crawling forward. Everyone was moved, and the entire scene was strangely quiet. People did not even dare to breathe too heavily, afraid that they would disturb this heavy determination. Wu Ningzhu's obsession seemed to have materialized, drifting and moving among the crowd. Lan Lingji grabbed Lan Shersan's hand and held it tightly. This was the first time in her life that she held a man's hand, and it was an initiative. She was moved by the affection between Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. She looked at Lan Shersan, wondering if Lan Shersan would shed tears of heartache like Jiang Chen if she was in the sea of fire. If a woman could fall in love once in her life, it would be worth it even if she had to die. The raging fire soon reached the 40th floor. Just as everyone had expected, Wu Ningzhu was completely incinerated, as if she had disappeared from this world. However, the sea of fire didn't vanish. Wu Ningzhu's figure couldn't be seen on the fiery stairs. It was as if she had never appeared. She just disappeared. Sister Ning! Jiangchen shouted. Although he had expected this situation, Jiangchen still couldn't accept it when it really happened. His mind buzzed, as if Wu Ningzhu had suddenly disappeared from his world. He was caught off guard. Is she dead? Unfortunately, she still failed in the end. Alas! I knew it wasn't that easy to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. Although this woman is admirable, she's still not strong enough. She was directly burned to nothingness on the 40th floor, not to mention the next 60 floors. It's a pity. Although she's dead, she's still worthy of respect. However, the inheritor of the great sovereign is dead. I'm afraid Empress Xiaoyao will choose a new inheritor. I don't know if we have the chance. But even if we do, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to step on the fiery stairs. It's too terrifying. It's like playing with one's life. Countless people were feeling sorry for Jiang Chen, but there were also many who were gloating, such as those major forces who were enemies with Jiang Chen. Each and every one of their faces was blooming with joy. This was exactly the result they wanted to see. Jiang Chen, seeing your beloved being burned into nothingness by the raging fire, leaving nothing behind. You must be feeling terrible, right? The northern and southern dynasties said in a sarcastic tone. Kong, as soon as his voice fell, Jiang Chen and Lan Shersan burst out with extremely strong murderous intent. The two were about to rush to the northern and southern dynasties. Don't make a move. Sister Ning isn't dead. If she dies, the fire of sun will disappear, Empress Xiaoyao will disappear, and the remains of the great sovereign will fall silent again. Do you really think that Empress Xiaoyao will immediately find another inheritor after Sister Ning dies? As long as the fire doesn't dissipate, Sister Ning's won't be depressed. Her body will soon be condensed again. At that time, she will have the complete Golden Crow's bloodline. De Huang Dog stopped Jiang Chen and Lan Shersan, motioning them not to be impulsive. Others might not know about Wu Ningzhu's situation, but De Huang Dog was very clear about it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen and Lan Shersan were shocked. They hurriedly looked at the fiery stairs and saw that the sea of fire was still burning, showing no signs of disappearing. If what De Huang Dog said was true, as long as the raging fire didn't disappear, Wu Ningzhu's would still be there. This was the most crucial step for her to be reborn from the fire. De Huang Dog's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope again. They stared at the sea of fire without blinking. Reborn from the fire? What a joke. Not every woman can become a phoenix. A free-range chicken will always be a free-range chicken. Even if she flies up to the branches, she can't become a phoenix. Jiang Chen, I guess your woman can't come back to life. If you're in pain, you might as well cry out loud. This young master will be very happy to see it. The northern and southern dynasties continued to speak coldly. Two flames shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Wu Ningzhu's safety, he would have rushed up even if he wasn't their opponent. Northern and Southern dynasties, didn't anyone tell you that you're really annoying? Jiangchen said Lung Lung. He silently swore that he would kill the Northern and Southern dynasties one day and eradicate this old enemy of his. Humph. The Northern and Southern dynasties harumphed coldly and looked at the fiery stairs. They also wanted to see if Wu Ningzhu could really be reborn. Seeing Jiangchen in pain, they felt the most comfortable. 5 minutes had passed, but there was still no movement on the fiery stairs. Everyone was burning with anxiety. If it wasn't for the fact that the sea of fire hadn't disappeared, they would have lost all hope. De Huang, do you think Sister Ning can be reborn? Asked Han Yan worriedly. Either she becomes a phoenix or she's doomed eternally. The sea of fire hasn't disappeared and the Xiaoyao Qin is still hovering there. There's still a big chance. Now, it all depends on Sister Ning's will. We can't help her at all. Whether she lives or dies, it all depends on her fate. Every word that Big Yellow said made everyone feel uncomfortable, but they knew that what Big Yellow said was right. There were only 2 possibilities in the current situation. One was to ascend into a phoenix from the ashes, the other was to be consigned to eternal damnation. All of this was related to luck and fortune. Life and death were only a fine line apart. Outsiders couldn't do anything to help or intervene in this matter. Ba. I believe that Sister Ning will be able to get through this calamity. Tyrant put his palms together, seemingly praying for Wu Ningzhu. Look, there's a shadow emerging in the sea of fire. Yang Bufan suddenly exclaimed. Countless eyes were alarmed. The sea of fire was surging and there was indeed a shadow flickering inside. It was the shadow of a woman that was gradually solidifying. It's Sister Ning. It's Sister Ning's shadow. Sister Ning isn't dead. Haha. That's great. Han Yan burst into laughter excitedly. Finally, a smile emerged on everyone's face. This was the result they had been looking forward to the most. She finally succeeded in becoming a phoenix. My God. She's not dead. Look, her shadow is beginning to solidify. I can feel a very powerful ancient bloodline emerging. This woman is about to succeed in becoming a phoenix from the fire. She really succeeded. This is too magical. She was clearly burned to ashes by the raging fire, but she was reborn at this moment. Could this be the legendary rebirth from the fire? What a powerful woman. She really succeeded. Not only did she obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, but she also obtained the bloodline of the Golden Crow. I know. Rumor has it that Empress Xiaoyao is the peerless ancient sovereign of the Golden Clan. The Golden Clan has disappeared for a long time, and so has the bloodline of the Golden Crow. It seems that Empress Xiaoyao has used the fiery stairs to condense the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. Now, this woman has succeeded. If she succeeds, she will be the last person of the Golden Clan with a complete bloodline. No one wasn't shocked. The perfect inheritance of a great sovereign, the standard example of a phoenix rising from the fire. Such a process required great perseverance, great fortune, and great luck. Without a doubt, Wu Ningzhu had all of these. In the sea of fire, Wu Ningzhu's figure gradually formed. In just a few minutes, she had completely materialized. The reborn Wu Ningzhu looked a lot different from before. Wu Ningzhu's black clothes had now been changed into a set of golden and fiery red tight-fitting armor. A pair of wings could be vaguely seen flashing on her back. Her eyes were sparkling and her beauty had reached the extreme. The fiery red hair of the armored goddess fluttered along with the flames. Her charm exuded a sense of divine valor. Just this Ji alone was enough to enchant people. So beautiful. Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian spoke at the same time. Both of them were peerless geniuses, but they couldn't deny the beauty of Wu Ningzhu. That was a different kind of beauty that carried a trace of wildness. Haha. Sure enough, Sister Ning has completely inherited the bloodline of the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow is the divine bird of the sun. Its bloodline is extremely noble. Given Sister Ning's appearance, if the Golden Clan is still around, she will surely be the model saintess. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. No one was unhappy to see the changes in Wu Ningzhu. Look, Sister Ning's chi has begun to change. Her cultivation base seems to be rising constantly. Tyrant spoke hastily. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu's qi had completely fused and was rising constantly, about to break through to the immortal emperor realm. After inheriting the bloodline of the Golden Crow, her cultivation base will naturally improve. The rebirth from the fire has brought great benefits to her. Her cultivation base will at least reach the intermediate immortal emperor realm. The bloodline of the ancient Golden Crow, the divine bird of the sun, was incomparably powerful. Putting aside how helpful it would be to her cultivation in the future, the benefits brought by the bloodline itself were enough for Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. The inheritance of a great sovereign is really enviable. Yang Lang's face was filled with envy. This is just the blessing brought by the fusion of the bloodline. Sister Ning hasn't obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao yet. The divine melody of Empress Xiaoyao has dominated the world. If Sister Ning learns it, she will be unparalleled in the world. De Huangdog spoke with a smile. He knew Empress Xiaoyao very well. Presently, he was incomparably happy, because Empress Xiaoyao had successfully found an inheritor, and the inheritor was one of his own. There was nothing better than this. Amazing. Emma Wuqing's face was filled with envy as well. Who wouldn't be moved when encountering such a heaven-defying opportunity and fortune? There was no one who wouldn't be envious. If such a thing happened to them, they wouldn't be able to resist it. Kong, all of a sudden, a powerful force burst out from Wu Ningzhu's body. Her cultivation base had advanced to the early immortal emperor realm. After her rebirth, the surrounding fire of sun was still incomparably intense, but this time, it seemed to have no effect on Wu Ningzhu. On the contrary, after Wu Ningzhu inherited the bloodline of the Golden Crow, the fire of sun behaved incomparably intimately towards Wu Ningzhu. It could be seen that the current relationship between Wu Ningzhu and the fire of sun was similar to the relationship between Jiang Chen and the true dragon fire. She had complete control over them and merged them into one. Damn it. She actually succeeded, and her cultivation base has improved tremendously. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly turned incomparably ugly. Such an ending was what they didn't want to see the most. Northern and southern dynasties, I really want to know how you are feeling right now. I know that you are feeling very unhappy. Why don't you tell us about it and make everyone happy? Haha, Lan Shan spoke to the northern and southern dynasties. How could he let go of such an opportunity to ridicule them? He would never be polite to the northern and southern dynasties. Humph. The outcome is still uncertain. So what if he inherits the great emperor's inheritance? This young master still doesn't care about it. The northern and southern dynasties snorted coldly, still arrogant and domineering. Northern and southern dynasties, if I were you, I would take this opportunity to slip away. Otherwise, once Sister Ning's cultivation improves, she will kill you on the spot. You won't be so lucky then. He had already learned from Jiang Chen that the northern and southern dynasties had their true bodies in the immortal world. Therefore, he was not too surprised to see them here. Boom, while they were talking, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base rose once more, breaking through the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Her powerful qi rushed all the way to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm before stopping. The current Wu Ningzhu had undergone earth-shattering changes from the inside out. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she had been reborn. What a golden crow goddess. She's so beautiful. Just by standing there, she gives off an unreachable feeling. She's a true goddess. She already has the demeanor of a mighty empress. Countless exclamations were heard. Everyone was moved. They had never seen such a beautiful woman before. The current Wu Ningzhu was not only beautiful, but also had the demeanor of a high and mighty goddess. That was the demeanor of a great emperor, inviolable and inviolable. On the 40th step, Wu Ningzhu turned around. She didn't speak. She glanced at the Xiaoyao Qin above and continued to stride forward. Her speed was extremely fast. Very soon, she had reached the 90th step, but the last 10 steps seemed to be a little difficult for her. That's the will of the great sovereign. In the last 10 steps, Empress Xiaoyao wants to instill the will of the great sovereign into Sister Ning. The difficulty is no less than the previous rebirth, but Sister Ning has already succeeded. Her life will no longer be in danger. As long as she carries the will of Empress Xiaoyao, she will be able to control the Xiaoyao Qin and enter the ancient palace to obtain the true inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. De Huangdog spoke. He knew everything incomparably well. He knew that Wu Ningzhu had already succeeded. After integrating the complete bloodline of Golden Crow, all that was left was the will of Empress Xiaoyao. As long as the will of Empress Xiaoyao was successful, it would be considered complete. Wing the pressure of the last 10 steps was incomparably great. It was no longer the pressure of the flame, but the invisible pressure of the great sovereign. These pressures were transmitted from the Xiaoyao Qin to instill the will of the great sovereign, the supreme will of the great sovereign to its future master. It's really the best decision to bring Sister Ning here this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Sister Ning will miss this great adventure for the rest of her life and miss the chance to meet Empress Xiaoyao. Jiangchen sighed. At the thought of this, he began to feel grateful to his master, Tianjizi. If it wasn't for Tianjizi who taught him the great divination art, he wouldn't have been able to calculate it. If it wasn't for the simple calculation, he wouldn't have brought Wu Ningzhu here for the sake of safety. If he hadn't brought Wu Ningzhu here, the inheritance of the Xiaoyao Qin might not have appeared and would have remained silent forever. Buddhism sect was particular about karma. If there was a cause, there would be an effect. These karma were all planted by Jiangchen. The following scene was just as De Huang Dog had expected. Although the pressure of the last 10 steps was great, it didn't stop the footsteps of Wu Ningzhu. In just 10 minutes, Wu Ningzhu had successfully reached the highest point. She stood in front of the Xiaoyao Qin, her eyes shooting out the fire of the sun. The current Wu Ningzhu had completely inherited the will of the great sovereign. She stood at the highest point, high and mighty, unreachable. That was the majesty of an unparalleled goddess that couldn't be violated. She has succeeded. She has succeeded in inheriting the will of Empress Xiaoyao and gained the recognition of the Xiaoyao Qin. She's truly amazing. This is a great fortune. How enviable. We'd better leave now. We have stopped her just now. Now that she has obtained the Xiaoyao Qin, who knows how terrifying she will become. If she comes to kill us, won't we die for sure? Don't be afraid. So what if she has the Xiaoyao Qin? She's merely an intermediate immortal emperor. She can't exert the power of a great sovereign weapon. Countless people were envious. Some began to feel afraid. Those who had stopped Wu Ningzhu began to worry. Wu Ningzhu would certainly become stronger. No one could predict how powerful an inheritor of a great sovereign would be. So many of them began to slip away quietly. Of course, most of them stayed behind. They wanted to see what the birth of an inheritor of a great sovereign looked like with their own eyes. Moreover, those late immortal emperors didn't seem to be afraid of Wu Ningzhu. After all, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base was still there. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningzhu reached out and stroked the ancient Qin. The Xiaoyao Qin immediately buzzed, showing its intimacy to Wu Ningzhu. The current Xiaoyao Qin had already recognized Wu Ningzhu as its master, allowing Wu Ningzhu's palm to touch its body. Wu Ningzhu's eyes revealed a look of surprise. She had been proficient in music since she was a child. Her weapon of choice was a zither. Now that she had obtained the Xiaoyao Qin, nothing could make her happier than this. Subsequently, Wu Ningzhu conjured a seal with both of her hands, drawing out a ball of flame from the Xiaoyao Qin. The ball of flame was only the size of a fist, but it was incomparably pure. Little Chenzi, this is the tinder of the fire of Sunday. As soon as the seed of sun fell into Jiangchen's hand, Jiangchen could immediately feel the blazing heat and vigorous energy coming from the seed of Sunday. Little Chenzi, this is the seed of sun extracted from the Xiaoyao Qin. It's incomparably precious. Hurry up and refine it. It won't be a problem for your cultivation to advance to the next level. In the future, when you fuse 4 types of flames together, your combat strength will be even more terrifying. De Huang Dog hurriedly said. One should know that not everyone could obtain the seed of Sunday. If it wasn't for Wu Ningzhu today, even if the Xiaoyao Qin appeared, Jiangchen wouldn't be able to obtain the seed of Sunday. Only Wu Ningzhu, who had fused with the Golden Crow's bloodline and inherited the will of Empress Xiaoyao Qin, could extract the seed of sun from the Xiaoyao Qin. Wu Ningzhu knew the importance of this seed of sun to Jiangchen. Jiangchen already had 3 types of flames in his body, the true dragon fire, the true thunder fire, and the Qilin sacred fire. If he could obtain the Golden Crow's fire of sun and fuse the 4 types of flames together, it would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiangchen. Any one of the 4 types of flames that Xianxia possessed would be a peerless treasure that people would scramble for, especially to those alchemists, who would never be able to obtain one in their lifetime. However, Xianxia had obtained 4 types of flames. This kind of fortune was simply heaven-defying. Moreover, if it was someone else, even if they obtained 4 types of flames, there was no way they could refine them. The supreme flames of the heaven and earth were already difficult to refine, let alone the complete fusion of 4 types of flames. In the entire world, perhaps only the dragon transformation skill could achieve such a great feat. All right. Xianxia nodded. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the fire seed of Sunday. For him, nothing was more important than improving his cultivation base. Today's battle had made him realize the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. There were too many monstrous geniuses in the immortal world, especially the northern and southern dynasties. They were his mortal enemies. Sooner or later, they would have a life-and-death battle. However, the current Xianxia was no match for the northern and southern dynasties. Therefore, he had to do everything he could to improve his cultivation base and combat strength. Only in this way could he close the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. The way Xianxia refined the fire of sun shocked the surrounding people with their mouths wide open. Han Yan, De Huang Dog, Tyrant, Yang Bufan and Long Shisan, who knew Xianxia a little better. After all, in their eyes, Xianxia was the symbol of an abnormal person. No matter how incredible the things that happened to him were, it was still normal in their eyes. However, Yang Lang, Mo Wuqing and Lan Lingji couldn't accept it. They were all geniuses. Naturally, they knew what kind of existence the fire of sun was. It was the mighty fire of heaven and earth. If this flame was given to them, they could only refine it bit by bit, absorb its energy bit by bit, and gradually integrate it with the flame. This process would take at least a month. Moreover, they had to cultivate the fire attribute cultivation method. They didn't even dare to think about how Xianxia devoured the fire of sun, let alone doing it. Kong, the instant the fire of sun was swallowed by Xianxia, a powerful flame energy surged out of his body. Xianxia had an abnormal physique. No matter how powerful the impact of the energy was, he could still withstand it. The dragon transformation skill was circulating rapidly. The essence of the fire of sun began to be absorbed by him continuously. The number of dragon marks in his qi began to rise. In the beginning, the fire of sun collided violently with the other 3 types of flames, but this situation was soon restored under the adjustment of the dragon transformation skill. Not only did the 4 types of flames stop colliding, but they began to rapidly integrate with each other. In his qi, the number of dragon marks continued to condense. The number of dragon marks in Xianxia's qi had already reached 1,240,000. He was only 10,000 dragon marks away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. With the blessing of the fire of sun, Xianxia's qi was able to condense 50,000 dragon marks in a short period of time, allowing Xianxia's cultivation base to advance to the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm. Bang. Very soon, a powerful force rushed out of Xianxia's body. Xianxia's qi began to rise continuously, advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. A large number of immortal metastones had been refined by him. Even this is possible? Yang Lang and Mo Wuqing rolled their eyes speechlessly. Today, they finally saw what a true freak was. Swallowing the fire of sun was already shocking enough, but this bastard had advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm not long after swallowing it. Wasn't this a little too fast? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. How can there be such a freak? Hua Xiaoqian was also speechless. They didn't pay much attention to Xianxia in the beginning, but from the battle just now, they had already experienced the terror and monstrousness of Xianxia. Now that they saw the scene of Xianxia advancing, they felt that they had lived their lives in vain. After advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm, Xianxia's qi didn't stop, but continued to rush towards the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm. Humph. Even if you advance, you are still no match for me. I will kill you sooner or later. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu had successfully obtained the inheritance of a great sovereign and Xianxia had successfully obtained the fire of sun, the northern and southern dynasties were extremely unhappy. Both of your clones have died in my hands. What's there to be proud of? If I can kill your clones, I can also eliminate your true self. Xianxia didn't give in. In front of the northern and southern dynasties, his arrogance must never be lower. In the sky above, Wu Ningzhu was holding the Xiaoyaqin in her arms. Then, the door of the ancient palace opened automatically for her. Wu Ningzhu then walked into the palace with the Xiaoyaqin in her arms. Kong Long, the sky trembled violently once more. The fiery stairs vanished. The ancient palace was about to enter the crack of the void and disappear along with it. Seeing this situation, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately became anxious. The ancient palace was about to disappear, but Wu Ningzhu was still inside. What's going on? Could it be that the ancient palace is going to fall silent again? Jiang Chen said while refining the fire of Sunday. Little Chen, don't worry about me. I'm going to inherit the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao here. I won't be able to leave this place in a short period of time. You have to be careful. The fire seed I gave you will be very helpful in the future. When the gateway of the Golden Clan opens, the effect of the fire seed will be revealed. They've disappeared. Gu Palace and the Xiaoyaqin have disappeared. Even Wu Ningzhu has disappeared. What's going on? Don't you understand? Empress Xiaoyao has already found an inheritor. Wu Ningzhu is going to enter Gu Palace to inherit the legacy of Empress Xiaoyao. I'm afraid that she won't be able to come out in a short period of time, but it's conceivable that when she comes out again, the immortal world will have one more wonderful and peerless monstrous genius. That's right. Wu Ningzhu will soar into the sky from then on. Not only did she obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, but she also obtained the Golden Crow bloodline. Such a figure is destined to be extraordinary. The disappearance of Gu Palace, the Xiaoyaqin and Wu Ningzhu at the same time had undoubtedly set off another wave of waves. After all, no one had expected such a situation. They thought that after Wu Ningzhu obtained the Xiaoyaqin, she would immediately display her invincible might and run amok in the Golden Horizon. Unexpectedly, she disappeared along with Gu Palace. Jiang Chen stared unblinkingly at the place where Wu Ningzhu disappeared. Although he knew that Wu Ningzhu wouldn't be in any danger and was going to obtain a great fortune, Jiang Chen still felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Wu Ningzhu leave him, because he had no idea how long Wu Ningzhu would disappear. It might be a year or a half, or maybe she would appear again just like Yan Qinyu. Little Chenzi, don't worry. Sister Ning will be fine. Han Yan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and comforted him. He could understand Jiang Chen's current mood. It must be very complicated. It's not that easy to digest the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. Putting everything else aside, the divine tune of Xiaoyao alone is more than enough for Sister Ning to digest. We should be happy for Sister Ning. After all, she has obtained her own fortune and her future achievements are limitless. It's not impossible for her to become a great emperor and reach the height of Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang Dog said. Although he was comforting Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog was also telling a fact. Wu Ningzhu had been reborn today. Her future path would be the path of a higher level. The heights she could reach in the future were unimaginable by ordinary people. There was no doubt about this. I know. You don't have to comfort me. I, Jiang Chen, am not that weak. Jiang Chen smiled. When he saw Wu Ningzhu disappear just now, he felt a little sad and lost, but it wasn't to the point where he needed someone to comfort him. After all, he knew Wu Ningzhu's situation very well. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 50,000, reaching 1,290,000. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm. After advancing to the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength was many times stronger than before. If he was to fight the 5 late Immortal Emperors in his dragon form, he wouldn't need to rely on speed to evade, because his current cultivation base was already at the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm. To put it bluntly, he already had the strength to kill late Immortal Emperor geniuses. Little Chenzi, your current combat strength is even more terrifying than before. Tyrant said with a smile. That's right. I have refined the fire of Sunday. Not only has my cultivation base improved, but the 4 types of flames in my body have also fused together, bringing a great boost to my combat strength. I plan to create a technique that uses the 4 types of supreme flames," Xianxia said. He was a grandmaster in his previous life. It was very difficult to create a technique, but Xianxia had enough confidence. He had the dragon transformation skill as his foundation and the 4 types of powerful flames in his hands. If he could create an earth-shattering combat technique, its power would certainly be incomparably terrifying, capable of burning everything in the heavens and earth. Speaking of flames, if Xianxia claimed to be the second strongest in the entire heavens and earth, absolutely no one would dare to claim to be the first. Even the unparalleled Reverend Flame couldn't possess the true dragon fire, true thunder fire, Qilin Saint fire, and fire of sun at the same time. Each of these 4 types of flames was a heaven-defying existence. When the 4 types of flames were fused together, the deterrent force that could erupt was simply unimaginable. However, creating an immortal technique wasn't something that could be done overnight. It required a certain amount of luck and coincidence. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he now possessed a powerful flame. He would certainly be able to create an earth-shattering immortal technique under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill. The inheritance of the great sovereign has disappeared. Everyone, please disperse. That's right. There are still more than 10 days before the end of the golden horizon. I'd better go to other places to search for some opportunities. Otherwise, this trip will be in vain. Even the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao has appeared. I wonder if the secret of the Golden Clan will be revealed in the end. I heard that this clan is incomparably terrifying. If it appears, there must be a lot of benefits. After the ancient palace disappeared, the experts began to disperse. There was no point in staying any longer. Many of them hadn't obtained any decent benefits after coming here for such a long time. So they were rather anxious and didn't want to waste any more time here. As for those hostile forces of Xianxia, although they had the intention to eliminate Xianxia, they had to give up after looking at the forces around Xianxia. They knew their limits. If they rushed forward now, they were afraid that not only would they fail to kill Xianxia, they would also invite trouble and lose their lives here. Previously, they still had a glimmer of hope by relying on the strength of a few hundred experts. Now that most of them had left, they were no match for Xianxia and his allies. Humph. I'll let him live for a few more days. After I find the inheritance of the ancient venerable and advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, I'll kill Xianxia. At that time I'll surely shred him into 1,000 pieces. A late immortal emperor of Huangquan Gate harumphed coldly, then flew away and vanished in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, most of the experts had left. There was still more than half of the time left in the golden horizon. It was impossible for them to be affected by the inheritance of a great sovereign. Moreover, the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao had gathered a large number of geniuses, especially when they saw Jiangchen, Longshan, the northern and southern dynasties, Zhang Yulang and other peerless geniuses. It had greatly widened their horizons and made them aware of the huge gap between them and these peerless geniuses. As such, they had to find their own opportunities as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would never be able to stand out in this era of geniuses. Eventually, they would be submerged in the long river of history and become a nobody. Jiangchen, I'll spare your life today. The next time I see you, I'll surely kill you. Not only you, but all of you will die. The experts of the northern and southern dynasties were condescending and arrogant to the extreme. They left a ruthless remark and turned to leave. Why wait for the next time? You won't be leaving today. Jiangchen's chi fluctuated, immediately transforming into his dragon form. Then, he yelled at the people around him, "Brothers, let's attack together. Even if we can't kill him, we must beat him up." Everything that happened today was caused by the northern and southern dynasties. If they let the northern and southern dynasties escape just like that, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Now that Jiangchen had advanced to the peak of half-step immortal emperor, although he couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, he had the strength to fight them. There were so many brothers on the scene. If they attacked together, even if they couldn't kill him, they must teach him a lesson, beating the high and mighty heads of the northern and southern dynasties into their heads. Beat him up. De Huang Dog laughed aloud. If they wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties, he would be the first to do so. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk swoosh, asterisk Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Longsher San, Tyrant, Han Yen, Yang Lang, Lan Lingji, Mo Wuqing, all of them rushed out with incredible speed, besieging the northern and southern dynasties. There was no need to mention Mo Wuqing. No one wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties more than him. That day at the Broken Edge Cliff, if it wasn't for his fast speed, he would have died in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. If he had to fight the northern and southern dynasties alone, he naturally wouldn't be a match for them, but now that everyone had joined forces, he wouldn't hesitate to beat them up to his heart's content. Asterisk who? Asterisk those who attacked were the experts of the experts. Each of them had unleashed their qi and killing intent. De Huang Dog even sealed the void, seemingly intending to trap the northern and southern dynasties to death. Seeing such a formation, the faces of the northern and southern dynasties finally changed a little. If these people fought one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of them, but when they joined forces, they couldn't be underestimated. Longsher San alone was enough to give him a hard time, let alone Jiang Chen and the others. Longsher San, Jiang Chen, don't you feel that it's a loss of face to fight me alone? Lung Lung of the northern and southern dynasties said. Face? You are a despicable and shameless guy. Why are you talking about face? If you kneel down, kowtow, and call me Grandpa Monkey, I will spare your life. How about it? Longsher San carried the iron staff on his shoulder and spoke in a strange tone. Asterisk Kong, asterisk an extremely intense anger instantly rushed out from the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had never felt such anger before. What kind of person was he? He had the life of an emperor, high and mighty. People had always knelt in front of him, but no one dared to ask him to kneel. Longsher San was the first person who had said such words. Just this sentence alone was enough to make the northern and southern dynasties want to kill him. Humph. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can defeat the northern and southern dynasties just because you joined forces? Ridiculous. The northern and southern dynasties snorted coldly, and the dense chi of the emperor spread out. Cut the crap. Beat him up. Jiang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. He immediately used the Qilin's divine arm. The Qilin's divine arm and the true dragon palm combined together. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the northern and southern dynasties and smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. Asterisk roar, asterisk at the same time, De Huang Dog let out an earth-shattering roar. His body became incomparably majestic. Mystical runes flickered on his glabella, forming an ancient pattern, and smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. Han Yen and Tyrant also attacked at the same time. One of them had the War Devil body, while the other had the Tao Light Buddha body. No one dared to be negligent in dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. They immediately used their strongest attacks. The northern and southern dynasties' facial expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation, they unleashed their monarch physique. Only now did they understand that they had indeed underestimated these people. These people were all abnormal geniuses among abnormal geniuses. Except for Jiang Chen, although the foundation of the others wasn't as good as him, they were still incomparable to ordinary geniuses. If they joined forces, they would definitely be able to cause a certain amount of damage to him. The one that surprised the northern and southern dynasties the most was Jiang Chen. In their point of view, Jiang Chen was the greatest threat to them, even more so than Longsher San. Although Longsher San was an immemorial battle spirit, he could still fight him with his monarch technique. As for Jiang Chen, although he could still suppress Jiang Chen's cultivation base was only at the half-step immortal emperor realm, which was 2 levels lower than them. The scariest thing about Jiang Chen was his speed of advancement. His growth was just too fast, and his combat strength that made people speechless. The northern and southern dynasties felt that if Jiang Chen advanced to the early immortal emperor realm in the near future, they wouldn't be a match for him at all and would be suppressed by him. Such a situation was undoubtedly unacceptable to the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had always been invincible at the same level. Even if they had to kill someone at a higher level, they wouldn't say anything. In the entire immortal world, except for Longsher San, he hadn't found anyone who could fight him at the same level. But now, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was inferior to him, yet he was able to turn defeat into victory. This indicated that Jiang Chen was stronger than him in terms of talent and luck. This made the northern and southern dynasties, who had always been arrogant and aloof, unable to accept it. Asterisk Kong, asterisk in the sky, Long Shersan's iron staff pressed down fiercely. The northern and southern dynasties felt an unprecedented pressure. They had to use more than half of their strength to fight against Long Shersan, and also to deal with Jiang Chen and the others. For a moment, they felt somewhat inferior. Rumble, finally, the infinite energies collided with each other. The entire sky was shattered in an instant, tearing countless huge holes in the void. The destructive energy was just too enormous. The Qilin Divine Arm, True Dragon Palm, Battle Devil Physique, Tao Light Buddha Physique plus the Supreme Dharma Seal of Buddha Sect, Long Shersan's Battle Saint Technique, De Huang Dog's innate ability, and the special abilities of Yang Lang, Mo Wuqing and Lan Lingji. When all of these attacks were combined together, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Even if the northern and southern dynasties had the ability to transcend the heavens, they would still be beaten like dogs. Wow, under such a violent and powerful attack, the northern and southern dynasties' emperors finally could not endure it anymore. They vomited a mouthful of blood, their golden hair disheveled, their golden robes about to be torn, and even their celestial armor was about to be summoned. Haha. To think that the northern and southern dynasties would have such a day. Look at yourself in the mirror and see your current appearance. Are you still so arrogant? De Huang Dog cackled. He was excited to see the bear-like appearance of the northern and southern dynasties. In the distance, there were still some people who hadn't left. When they saw the scene, they were petrified with their mouths wide open. My God! The legendary reincarnation of the great emperors? The northern and southern dynasties were beaten to such a state. This is way too powerful. This group of people is just too ferocious and heaven-defying, especially that Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. We'd better stay away from them in the future. Otherwise, we won't even know how we die. What a bunch of beasts. The northern and southern dynasties are really pitiful. Now that they are besieged by this group of experts, their lives may be in danger. Don't look down on the northern and southern dynasties. The means of the reincarnation of the great emperors are beyond our imagination. Even if they can't defeat them, they should have no problem escaping. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too explosive. However, while they were shocked by the terror of Jiang Chen and the others, they were also shocked by the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. If it was anyone else, they might have been beaten into meat paste. Jiang Chen, you dare to violate my prestige as an emperor? You're dead meat. The northern and southern dynasties shouted. Although he was in a sorry state, his arrogant aura of an emperor didn't weaken at all. This is the person with the strongest sense of superiority I've ever seen. Beat him until he's convinced. Han Yen stood up and an unparalleled demonic sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword moved, the demonic might rippled out for 1,000 miles, slashing towards the northern and southern dynasties. At the same time, Jiang Chen and the others also unleashed an even stronger attack than before. Everyone had already made up their minds. Even if they couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties today, they would teach them a lesson and beat them until they couldn't show any signs of superiority. Asterisk rumble, asterisk boundless merciless light flickered, filling the sky. Every ray of light contained destructive power, representing death. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure the people in the light would have to endure. The bodies of the northern and southern dynasties' emperors were bent, but they still didn't suffer any serious injuries. The armor of immortals on their bodies was an extremely powerful defensive immortal weapon. It could withstand a very powerful attack. If it wasn't for the armor of immortals, the northern and southern dynasties would most likely be seriously injured. However, to be able to force the northern and southern dynasties to use the armor of immortals, Jiang Chen and the others could be proud of themselves. Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties will remember what happened today. Next time, it will be the day you die. The enraged voices of the northern and southern dynasties rang out. He transformed into a beam of golden light and broke through the layers of defense, disappearing into the sky. Even though De Huang Dog had laid out an inescapable net, he still couldn't completely capture the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties fled, but there was no regret on the faces of the spectators. Instead, they were filled with excitement. They originally didn't intend to capture the northern and southern dynasties. For characters like the northern and southern dynasties, if they wanted to flee, they wouldn't be able to stop them. The reason why Xianxia acted was because he wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties up, venting his anger and thoroughly shattering the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties. Haha, little Xianxia, beating the northern and southern dynasties so badly that they fled in defeat. Today can be considered as truly satisfying. Han Yan laughed heartily, feeling extremely satisfied. This man is too terrifying. No matter what, he will be a great trouble in my heart. Sooner or later, I will have a life and death battle with him. Xianxia retracted his dragon form. He had never underestimated the northern and southern dynasties. Whether it was in Saint Origin world or the current immortal world, the northern and southern dynasties were the opponents that Xianxia valued the most. They were his mortal enemies. The matter of Empress Xiaoyao had come to an end, but the journey in the Golden Horizon was far from over. Therefore, everyone was ready to part ways again. After all, there were too many opportunities in the Golden Horizon. There were so many people who possessed great fortune. If they all gathered together, they would waste a lot of opportunities, and some of them wouldn't be able to display their fortune and fortune. Everyone, there are still plenty of treasures in the Golden Horizon. Now that the inheritance of a great sovereign has appeared, I believe that other treasures will also appear one after another. It's better for us to go our separate ways and search for our own opportunities to strive for greater progress. Xianxia spoke. Everyone nodded, feeling that Xianxia's words were very reasonable. There were too many geniuses in the world. Everyone was working hard to improve themselves. There was no reason for them to enjoy their time together. This time, the emergence of Empress Xiaoyao had brought along many powerful geniuses such as Nanbei Chao, Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian. They were all unparalleled geniuses. No one could be sure whether they would grow to an even more terrifying level the next time they met. If their opponents kept improving while they stagnated, the situation would be completely reversed. Before Sister Ning disappeared, she sent me a message saying that the gateway of the Golden Clan is about to open. When the gateway opens, the scene will certainly be much greater than the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. At that time, it will also be the time for us to gather again. Everyone, find your own way and disperse. Xianxia continued. When Wu Ningzhu gave him the Fire of Sun, she said that the Fire of Sun would bring great benefits to him when the gateway opens. Therefore, Xianxia concluded that the secret of the Golden Clan that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years would certainly appear this time. At that time, it would be the true pinnacle battle of the Golden Horizon. At that time, he was afraid that there would be mighty half-step immortal venerables, making the competition even stronger. The Golden Clan that has been hidden for tens of thousands of years is finally going to appear. I'm really looking forward to it. Yang Lang's eyes sparkled. They didn't doubt Xianxia's words at all. Besides, they had a strong premonition that the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao had appeared. This itself was a sign that the opening of the Golden Horizon was different from the past. The real secret was about to surface. Or rather, it could not be called a secret. After all, it had been tens of thousands of years. No one knew what had happened here tens of thousands of years ago, and no one could imagine how tragic that ancient war was. What they cared about was the treasures left behind by the Golden Clan. That was what truly moved their hearts. Subsequently, everyone left one after another, including Tyrant and Han Yan. It wasn't that the brothers didn't want to reunite, but now wasn't the time. The Golden Horizon was a great opportunity for them. If they missed it, there wouldn't be a next time. Long Shan also left. He went in a direction alone, and no one knew where he went. In the end, only Jiang Qian and De Huang Dog were left. De Huang, I'm going to enter the 33rd level of Zulong Tower and create my own immortal technique. Jiang Qian spoke out his thoughts. He felt that one couldn't always search for treasures on the path of cultivation. When the time comes, one must calm down and think about something. Sometimes, comprehension was more important. From the moment he obtained the Fire of Sun, he had the idea of creating his own technique. Plus, with Wu Ningzhu's instruction, only the Golden Clan could attract Jiangchen in this Golden Horizon. Apart from that, Xianxia didn't have much interest in anything else. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the time before the gate of the Golden Clan opened to complete what he wanted to do. Don't be in such a hurry. I can sense the existence of a treasure not far away. Let's go and have a look. It won't be too late for you to go into seclusion after obtaining it. Wouldn't it be too stupid to leave the treasure alone? De Huang Dog chuckled at Xianxia. After the disappearance of the remains of Empress Xiaoyao, De Huang Dog had sensed the fluctuation of a treasure not far away, but he didn't say it out loud. Now that only he and Xianxia were left, he naturally had to go and have a look. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He had never doubted De Huang Dog's treasure hunting ability. The treasure that could attract De Huang Dog's attention must be extraordinary. Let's go. Xianxia didn't hesitate. Under the lead of De Huang Dog, he flew towards the direction where the fluctuation of the treasure was. Just like what De Huang Dog said, if he didn't want the treasure that was clearly in front of him, wouldn't he be struck by lightning? Besides, the hidden treasure in the golden horizon might be a great harvest. Very soon, under the lead of De Huang Dog, a man and a dog came to the center of a dilapidated mountain range. The mountain range was really dilapidated. Not even a blade of grass grew here. There wasn't the slightest chi of spatial fluctuation in the surroundings, indicating that there wasn't any overlapping spatial zone here. Generally, such an ordinary place wouldn't attract anyone's attention. No one would come here. The absence of spatial fluctuation basically indicated that there wasn't any treasure here. There was a low hillside in front of them. Because it was too inconspicuous, it could only be called a sand dune. De Huang Dog stared unblinkingly at the sand dune, his thick tail wagging constantly. De Huang, don't tell me you're talking about this place? There doesn't seem to be anything special here. What kind of treasure could there be here? I thought there would be an immortal vault. A look of disappointment emerged on Xianxia's face. Idiot. Could it be that only the immortal vault has the real treasure? There's a treasure buried in this sand dune. Dig it up if you don't believe me. De Huang Dog glared at Xianxia with a contemptuous look. Are you serious? Xianxia was skeptical. He strode towards the sand dune, waved his hand, and struck out an energy ray, directly shattering the sand dune. Sure enough, he saw an ancient scroll underneath. There's really something here. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Immediately, he grabbed the scroll with his big hand. It was just that this scroll looked incomparably dilapidated. No one knew how long it had existed. It exuded an ancient aura and was covered with dust. There wasn't anything special about it. It was the kind of thing that no one would notice if it was thrown on the street. Burn it with flame. De Huang Dog's eyes also fell on the dilapidated scroll as he spoke. Are you sure? Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. This was such a dilapidated scroll, but De Huang Dog actually wanted him to burn it with flame. One should know that his flame was not an ordinary flame. Not to mention the fusion of 4 flames, even if it was just one of them, a scroll wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would most likely be burned to ashes immediately. After listening to Xianxia's words, De Huang Dog chuckled. Go ahead and burn it. If your flames can burn this old scroll, then you're awesome. Seeing how confident De Huang Dog was, Xianxia suddenly felt that the scroll in his hand must be a rare treasure. If it was an ordinary scroll, not to mention his raging flames, even ordinary flames would be able to burn it clean. Blazing flames sprayed out from Xianxia's hand and instantly covered the scroll completely. As De Huang Dog said, no matter how the flames in his hand burned, the scroll did not show any signs of being destroyed. However, as the flames burned, the scroll began to undergo great changes. Xianxia and De Huang Dog both widened their eyes and stared at the scroll without blinking. As the flames continued to burn, the originally tattered scroll actually emitted a golden light. Gradually, the previous tatters on the scroll faded and it became a brand new scroll. The golden light was dazzling, and an extremely powerful spatial aura was released from it. Alright, quickly open the scroll and see what's inside. De Huang Dog said hurriedly. His words were filled with anticipation. Xianxia put away the flames, and a thought shot out from between his eyebrows and landed on the golden scroll. The scroll opened with a bang, and countless golden lights began to fill the air. Mysterious phantoms of words appeared in front of him. Each word revealed a strong spatial aura, as if it was in the boundless void. Just a bit of brilliance was enough to create an illusory void. One could well imagine how miraculous it was. Almost without thinking, this scroll must be something good. Xianxia quickly looked at the scroll and saw that at the top of the scroll, there were 4 big words written in a sonorous and forceful manner: Great Void Technique. Below the Great Void Technique were rows of mnemonics. Each word carried an ancient aura, as if it was imprinted on it. Xianxia only took a glance and was completely attracted by the mnemonics on the scroll. The Great Void Technique is an ancient secret technique, Xianxia said in surprise. He would never have thought that there was a peerless divine technique hidden in this shabby hill. If it wasn't for Big Yellow, Xianxia wouldn't have taken a second glance at the bottom of the hill even if he walked past the top of it. Kid, you've made a fortune. This is the Great Void Technique left by the Void Emperor. I didn't expect it to be buried here. The Void Emperor is really ambitious. De Huang Dog was excited. The value of the Great Void Technique could not be measured by ordinary things. It was almost equivalent to the orthodoxy left by a great emperor. The Void Emperor? This was the first time Xianxia heard the name of the Void Emperor. However, from De Huang Dog's tone, it was not hard to tell that the Void Emperor must be an extremely powerful figure. The Void Emperor was in existence at the same level as the immortal Execution King and the Great Emperor Xianxia. They were also figures of the same era. The Void Emperor relied on the Great Void Technique to dominate the immortal world and made a name for himself. To put it bluntly, this Great Void Technique is the most precious thing left by the Void Emperor. I didn't expect this guy to bury such a treasure so casually. Now that you've obtained it, it's a heaven-defying fortune for you. De Huang Dog sighed. When mentioning the name of the Void Emperor, his words were filled with incomparable admiration. Upon hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel deep veneration. The figure of that era was called the Ancient Emperor. Naturally, the things left behind by the Void Emperor would be extraordinary. However, the way the Void Emperor did things was completely different from the other great emperors. For example, the orthodoxy left behind by Empress Xiaoyao was so huge that it could easily cause a turbulence in the entire Golden Horizon. However, the Great Void Technique that was left behind by the Void Emperor was buried in an inconspicuous place without any defensive formation. However, the more it was so, the more it showed the transcendent nature of the Void Emperor. He left his inheritance to the future generations, only to the Fated One. Anyone who obtained it would be considered to be the Fated One. Unfortunately, no one had paid attention to this sand dune for tens of thousands of years. Only Xianxia managed to obtain it. This was enough to show that Xianxia was the Fated One. Xianxia's eyes fell upon the chant of the Great Void Technique again. He couldn't listen to De Huang Dog's words anymore. His entire being was attracted by the mysterious and abstruse chant. Even with his eyesight, Xianxia had to admit that the Great Void Technique was powerful and magical. According to the introduction of the Great Void Technique, there were 2 parts to a powerful secret technique. One was used for escaping, and the other was used for attacking. Once the Great Void Technique was mastered, it meant that one had truly mastered the law of the void. There was no place in the world that one couldn't go. With this technique, one could travel thousands of miles and cross the void. Even if one was caught in an army of thousands, one could escape with ease, leaving the enemy at a loss. Once such a magical escape technique was mastered, it was equivalent to having the capital to protect one's life. One could go anywhere in the world. In addition, the Great Void Technique also had another terrifying method, which was the illusion. When facing an enemy, it could create an illusion of the void and make the enemy directly lose themselves in the vast void. It just so happened that Xianxia was proficient in the Great Illusion Heart Sutra. When the Great Illusion Realm and the Great Void Technique were combined, the influence it could cause to the enemy was really unimaginable. Ever since he ascended to the immortal world, Xianxia had rarely used the Great Illusion Realm. Although this Heart Sutra was ancient, its power was limited to the experts in the immortal world. Once it failed, it would cause great backlash and damage to the user. But now, it was different with the Great Void Technique. The illusion created by the Great Void Technique was already incomparably terrifying. One should know that this was a powerful secret technique left behind by the Void Sovereign. If it was combined with the Great Illusion Realm, the powerful influence on the enemy would be unimaginable. This Great Void technique is indeed broad and profound. It's unpredictable. It can be regarded as a rare treasure. I wouldn't exchange it for such a powerful secret technique even if I have to give you a whole treasure vault. Xianxia spoke. To put it bluntly, having obtained this ancient secret technique, Xianxia's trip to the Golden Horizon was absolutely not in vain. This secret technique could absolutely be regarded as the greatest benefit that Xianxia had obtained. It was even more precious than the tinder of the fire of Sunday. Xianxia had made too many enemies. He had offended 7 out of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu alone. If he didn't have any life-saving means, it would be really hard for him to survive in the future. I think you shouldn't think about creating your own flame technique for the time being. Spending some time cultivating the Great Void technique is the right choice. You have too many enemies, and all of them are very powerful. If you successfully cultivate the Great Void technique, it will be equivalent to obtaining a real life-saving means. At that time, you can go anywhere in the vast world. De Huang Dog said with a smile. Even without his words, Xianxia was very clear about the importance of the Great Void technique. Compared to creating his own flame technique, cultivating the Great Void technique was indeed the most important. Especially when the gate of the Golden Clan would open soon. At that time, the geniuses would gather. Who knows how intense the battle would be? He didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter in the mysterious remains of the Golden Clan. With the Great Void technique, he would have one more life-saving means. You're right. I'll go to the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower now and cultivate this Great Void technique in seclusion. I'll be able to enter the rudiments before the gate opens. Xianxia said. With the dragon transformation skill as his foundation, cultivating any technique would be incomparably easy for him. However, Xianxia also knew that it was very difficult to cultivate a powerful Great Sovereign secret technique like the Great Void technique. He didn't expect to fully comprehend it. Even if he could only enter the rudiments, it would already be incredible. At least, it would be enough for him in the Golden Horizon. It just so happens that I have absorbed 3 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. I need some time to digest it. After that, my cultivation base will advance again and reach the late Immortal Emperor realm. At that time, even ordinary half-step Immortal Venerables won't be a match for me. De Huang Dog spoke with incomparable confidence. The advancement of this dog's cultivation base had never been measured by common sense. His speed of improvement was just too fast. Even Xianxia couldn't catch up with him. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia and De Huang Dog entered the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower with a sway. Now that Xianxia had obtained the Great Void technique, he couldn't wait any longer. He wasn't interested in the other benefits of the Golden Horizon at all. After cultivating the Great Void technique, he would wait for the Golden Gate to open. One had to admit that the 33rd level was absolutely the most suitable place for cultivation. The 33rd level was simply a treasure land. It just so happened that Xianxia wouldn't be able to cultivate the Great Void technique overnight. This 33rd level was completely tailored for Xianxia. De Huang Dog found an empty space and lay on the ground, sleeping soundly. It was enviable. Xianxia sat cross-legged and began to scan the scroll with his divine sense. Void Sovereign didn't leave any imprint on the scroll, not even a trace of soul mark. In other words, this Great Void technique was completely ownerless. Anyone who obtained it could cultivate it directly without the approval of Void Sovereign. Of course, not everyone could cultivate such a heaven-defying Great Sovereign technique. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to understand it. Any of the mantra on it would take them 3 to 5 years to study it. In order to cultivate such a Great Sovereign technique, one needed opportunity, luck, fortune, talent and foundation. None of them could be lacking. Xianxia had been in seclusion for 5 months. However, 5 months in the Zulong Tower was only 5 days in the outside world. This was the power of the 30-fold time law. It could be said to be a true treasure land for cultivation. Xianxia's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period of time. He really needed to consolidate his cultivation base. In addition to studying the Great Void technique, he had also spent a great deal of effort to consolidate his cultivation base. De Huang Dog had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. As he felt bored staying in the Zulong Tower, he had left the Zulong Tower a day ago. No one knew where he went. On this day, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Both of his eyes were radiating light of nothingness. If one looked closely, they would see that there were two void maps flickering constantly in his eyes. Those were the illusory realms of the void, but they looked incomparably real. Subsequently, an extremely ancient spatial force rushed out of Xianxia's body. For a moment, the entire 33rd level had turned into a real void, like a real world of void, but Xianxia knew that this was just an illusory realm. Huala, with the thought of Xianxia, the illusory realm vanished with a huala sound. Like a tide, it was sucked into Xianxia's body. Only then did the 33rd level return to its original state. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Sure enough, the Great Void technique is mysterious and divine to the extreme. I have cultivated it for 5 months, but I've only grasped a little of it. If I cultivate it to the grand completion stage, I will be able to create an unimaginably huge illusory realm. Even a great sovereign would be lost in it. Xianxia murmured. Despite his foresight and arrogance, he couldn't help praising the Great Void technique. He had to admit that Void Sovereign was indeed an unprecedented genius. No wonder he was in existence that was on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia. However, if Void Sovereign were to hear Xianxia's words, he was afraid that he would faint on the spot. What did he mean by using 5 months to grasp the basics? You Kerr only used 5 months to grasp the basics of the technique. What more do you want from me? Void Sovereign was afraid that Xianxia would pass out on the spot. One should know that this was the Great Void technique, an ancient secret technique of a great sovereign. Even geniuses like Zhang Yulong and Xiao Tian would need at least 5 to 6 years to grasp the basics of the Great Void technique. Only when they reached the true immortal venerable realm would they be able to cultivate the Great Void technique. Xianxia, on the other hand, was merely a half-step immortal emperor. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be qualified to touch the Great Void technique, but not only did Xianxia touch it, but he was also able to exert the power of the Great Void technique in just 5 months. This couldn't just be described as heaven-defying, but super heaven-defying. He was simply inhuman. This was something to be very proud of, but it was also very normal for Xianxia to be able to achieve this. After all, he had the protection of the dragon transformation skill, which allowed him to cultivate everything at an incomparably fast speed. The dragon transformation skill itself could evolve the power of various combat techniques. Therefore, with the dragon transformation skill, any technique was a piece of cake to Xianxia. In the following time, Xianxia didn't continue to study the Great Void technique because he knew very well that with his current ability, it was already his limit to cultivate the Great Void technique to this level. It was almost impossible for him to fully control the Great Void technique. Xianxia didn't ask for quick progress. He knew that the most important thing in the path of cultivation was to proceed step by step. The power of the Great Void technique would certainly increase along with the continuous improvement of his cultivation base. Nothing could be forced. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to come out of seclusion. He chose to continue his seclusion. Because he had obtained the seed of Fire of Sun, his cultivation base had advanced to the terrifying peak of half-step Immortal Emperor, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm, but this step had become an insurmountable gap. In these 5 months, Xianxia had been trying to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm, but he found that his cultivation base seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Xianxia felt that his foundation wasn't solid enough, so he had to work hard to consolidate his foundation and strive to break through this barrier. Just like that, another 3 months had passed. Xianxia had been in seclusion in the 33rd level for a total of 8 months. During these 8 months, a lot of major events had happened in Golden Horizon. Various ancient tombs and ruins had emerged one after another. Many geniuses had gone crazy. The Golden Horizon only opened once every 5 years, but it had never been as crazy as this time. Too many immortal vaults had appeared, making countless geniuses unable to adapt to it. Especially after the remains of Empress Xiaoyao appeared, the entire Golden Horizon seemed to be in turmoil. All kinds of immortal vaults had surfaced. To put it bluntly, the opening of the Golden Horizon this time was absolutely the most powerful one in history, and also the one with the most benefits. Many geniuses had obtained great benefits. Countless geniuses had advanced their cultivation base. Compared to when they had just entered the Golden Horizon, it was a completely different concept. Although there were constant dangers and battles, and a lot of people had died, as long as they were still alive, almost all of them had advanced successfully. Currently, almost all the geniuses in the entire Golden Horizon were immortal emperors. There wasn't even a single half-step immortal emperor. Countless geniuses were advancing. Many of them had obtained the inheritance of an ancient immortal venerable and soared to the sky. I heard that Xianxia has obtained the inheritance of an ancient demon venerable, allowing his cultivation base to break through again, reaching the half-step immortal emperor realm. How terrifying. Xianxia's body contains the bloodline of an ancient life form. This time, he has become even more terrifying. No wonder he's a figure of the immortal court. Xiaoxiao has also broken through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. I heard that several half-step immortal venerables have emerged in just a few days. Yiqing Tian of Miluo Immortal Domain and Feng Yunzi of Radiance Immortal Domain are just too terrifying. This is an era overflowing with geniuses. Too many benefits have emerged in the opening of the Golden Horizon. Countless geniuses are about to soar to the sky. Many people said that the Golden Gate is about to open. Now that the expedition to the Golden Horizon is about to come to an end, I wonder if the Golden Gate will open. It's very possible. If it really does open, I wonder if the rumored Gold Feather Fan will appear. If it does, I wonder what kind of life and death battle will break out. I'm afraid that it will be much more brutal than the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared. Let's see. We have already obtained a lot of benefits. This trip to the Golden Horizon isn't in vain. When the Golden Gate opens, we will have to depend on our luck. If we can't, we shouldn't force it. The real treasures will be fought over by those peerless geniuses. It has nothing to do with us. Unless we don't want to live, we will have to compete with those half-step immortal venerables. The turbulence in the Golden Horizon was very severe, especially in the center of the Golden Horizon. Recently, there had been heavy movements constantly. Many people felt that the Golden Gate was about to open. This place carried the biggest secret of the Golden Clan. The gold feather fan that was even scarier than the Xiaoyao Qin was about to appear. No one wouldn't be moved by this. So, many of them had already begun to head towards the place where the movements were coming from. Longshan had left the Golden Horizon alone and broke into a Void Hurricane Grand Formation. He was trapped inside for 7 days. On the 8th day, he found the exit and entered an ancient land. This ancient land had its own space. The air was filled with vicissitudes and ancient qi. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were signs of devastation everywhere. Eventually, he found a piece of Saint Bone at the edge of an ancient tomb. Even though the Saint Bone had been decaying for tens of thousands of years, there wasn't the slightest trace left on it. It was an arm bone. When it was dug out, it emitted a dazzling golden light, making people feel incomparably heavy. Longshan knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the arm bone. His eyes were solemn because he could sense a familiar aura from this arm bone. This is the Saint Bone left behind by the ancestors of the Battle Saint tribe. I felt a trace of summoning before this. It seems like it's an instruction from the ancestors. Longshan was somewhat excited. He came to this world alone. Now that he had encountered the bloodline of the ancestors, there was no way he wouldn't be excited. In his point of view, it didn't matter if this arm bone was left behind by an immortal venerable or a great sovereign. It couldn't stop the reverence in his heart. Kong Longshan, unexpectedly, after Longshan kowtowed to the arm bone, a deafening roar was heard. A large bluestone suddenly rushed out of the ancient tomb. The bluestone was as tall as a human. Just like the arm bone, there wasn't a single mark left on it for tens of thousands of years. Longshan's eyes fell on the bluestone. There was a huge word engraved on the bluestone, life. That word seemed to have a certain magical power. It immediately attracted all of Longshan's attention. Then, mysterious traces began to float around the word. Those traces contained the heavenly Tao technique and incomparably profound Tao. All the traces formed a picture imprint that remained in Longshan's mind. Long Shersan's fiery golden eyes shot out. Instantly, he became incomparably excited. The life symbol art. It's actually the life symbol art of the battle saint technique. It was left here by the ancestors. Long Shersan couldn't help but be excited. Those mysterious traces were exactly the battle saint technique that Long Shersan was familiar with. The fighting symbol art and exterminating symbol art that Long Shersan had mastered were both powerful offensive techniques that had great lethality to the enemy. However, Long Shersan knew that the most powerful part of the battle saint technique was the life symbol art. The life symbol art existed in Dragon Shersan's memory, but he didn't get the complete inheritance. Therefore, the cultivation method of the life symbol art was a blank. The biggest advantage of the life symbol art was that it allowed one to seek a new life in the midst of death. In the midst of death, one could find a way out for oneself. Seeking life in the midst of death was the most difficult thing to do. The life symbol art of the battle saint technique was the life that one would have a narrow escape from death. The fighting symbol art and exterminating symbol art were enough to deal with the enemy, but the life symbol art was reserved for oneself. At this moment, the reason why Long Shersan was excited was not only because he had obtained such a secret art of survival, but also because of the importance of the life symbol art to the battle saint technique. As the backer of the battle clan, no one knew about Long Shersan's feelings towards the battle saint technique. This was his greatest pride. It could perfectly display the imposing manner of the battle saint technique. Without the life symbol art, the battle saint technique would ultimately be imperfect. Now that he had obtained the life symbol art here, Long Shersan couldn't help but be excited. The life symbol art could perfect his battle saint technique to the point of perfection. This was a symbol and a meaning. This was different from the feeling Jiang Chen had when he obtained the Great Void technique. Long Shersan sat cross-legged in front of the great green rock. His fiery golden eyes could see through everything. He carefully comprehended the profound meaning of the life symbol art. He wanted to brand all the traces of the life symbol art in his mind, making it a part of his body, an existence like the fighting symbol art and exterminating symbol art. This was the same as Jiang Chen's cultivation of the Great Void technique. It wasn't an easy thing. Long Shersan looked at the great green rock. His eyes gradually became obsessed, forgetting the time and everything around him. Another 2 months had passed in the Zulong Tower. Including the previous 8 months, Jiang Chen had been in seclusion here for a total of 10 months, which was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. By this time, the journey in the Golden Horizon had basically come to an end. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. During this period of time, he had been constantly trying to break through the barrier that was blocking him, but it still ended in failure in the end. The dragon transformation skill hasn't evolved in a long time. It seems like this barrier is not my foundation, but the dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. This was the biggest bottleneck he had encountered so far. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, it had been constantly evolving. Each evolution would bring great benefits to Jiang Chen. The True Dragon Palm, True Dragon Fire, Azure Dragon 5 Steps, 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal, Zulong Tower. These powerful skills were obtained during the evolution of the dragon transformation skill. Ever since he had ascended to the immortal world, the dragon transformation skill had never truly evolved. Now, the obstacle that was stopping him from advancing to the immortal emperor realm was the dragon transformation skill. In these 10 months of seclusion, Jiang Chen clearly felt that the dragon transformation skill was showing signs of evolution. And it was this sign that had hindered Jiang Chen's advancement. Jiang Chen was almost certain that no matter how many benefits were given to him, it would be useless unless the dragon transformation skill evolved. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance to the immortal emperor realm in his lifetime. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen was looking forward to such a situation. After all, each evolution of the dragon transformation skill would bring him great benefits. If he could rely on the evolution of the dragon transformation skill to break through to the immortal emperor realm, it would undoubtedly be the best. However, it absolutely wasn't an easy thing for the dragon transformation skill to evolve. Jiang Chen needed great enlightenment and a certain amount of opportunity. Today, Jiang Chen had been in seclusion for 10 months, but there was no sign of evolution of the dragon transformation skill. It could be seen that the opportunity hadn't arrived yet. Therefore, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was useless to be anxious. Unlike advancing his cultivation base, every evolution of the dragon transformation skill required opportunity. Xianxia was incomparably clear about this. After all, the few evolutions of the dragon transformation skill had given Xianxia a great deal of experience. I can't continue my seclusion anymore. I need to go out and find the opportunity to evolve the dragon transformation skill. I have been in seclusion for 10 months. 10 days have passed in the outside world. The trip to the Golden Horizon is coming to an end. I'm afraid that the Golden Gate will open soon. Xianxia tidied his clothes and walked out of the Zulong Tower in a flash. Let me test the Great Void technique. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. With a thought, the void energy around him began to vibrate. Xianxia's silhouette vanished with a swoosh. When he reappeared, he was already 100,000 miles away. 100,000 miles in an instant without the slightest spatial obstruction. Even if there are restrictions and formations in the surroundings, they still won't be able to stop the Great Void technique. How terrifying. With this technique, I'm afraid that not even an immortal venerable will be able to kill me. Xianxia's face was filled with excitement. Although he had only mastered the superficial knowledge of the Great Void technique, it was more than enough for him. Given his current ability, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to kill him. Even if a mighty immortal venerable came to kill him, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to escape from that person's hands. Undoubtedly, the Great Void technique had given Xianxia a great life-saving means, which was much more useful than the Zulong Tower. After all, the Zulong Tower could only be hidden inside. If he encountered a true expert, he might be able to detect a trace of the chi of the Zulong Tower. In that case, it wouldn't be very effective for him to escape. Just like in the northern and southern dynasties, his Eye of Heaven could see through everything. Even if he hid inside the Zulong Tower, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the detection of the Eye of Heaven. However, the Great Void technique was different. It could allow him to escape in an instant, leaving no trace of the enemy. When Xianxia was being chased by the northern and southern dynasties for hundreds of thousands of miles, if Xianxia had the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Kong, the place where Xianxia appeared was still a barren land. The Golden Horizon was just too vast. There were barren lands everywhere. Just as Xianxia was about to use the Great Void technique to leave, a huge movement was heard from a valley ahead. Haha! I've finally advanced to the late immortal Emperor realm. An incomparably excited voice sounded from the valley. Xianxia found the voice familiar. With a sway of his body, he flew towards the direction of the voice. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. Very soon, he reached the top of the valley and saw a man laughing excitedly below. When Xianxia saw the face of the man clearly, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Because this man was none other than King Ping. Ever since Xianxia entered the Golden Horizon, he had never met King Ping. Even when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared, Yang Buping didn't appear. Now, it seemed that King Ping must have obtained some benefits. He had been hiding in this desolate and uninhabited place to advance his cultivation base. Now that he had successfully advanced to the late immortal Emperor realm, he happened to bump into Xianxia. One had to admit that King Ping was really unlucky. Congratulations to King Ping for advancing to the late immortal Emperor realm. Xianxia spoke loudly. He stepped in the air and came to King Ping. Since they had met, there was no reason for Xianxia to miss this opportunity. Xianxia had reason to believe that the 2 times Yang Bufan was besieged was related to King Ping. Xianxia. King Ping was obviously surprised to see Xianxia, but immediately calmed down, because he had seen through Xianxia's cultivation base. Xianxia was merely a half-step immortal emperor. Now that he had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. Of course, this was because King Ping had been in seclusion all this time and didn't know what had happened in the inheritance of the Xiaoyao Qin. If he knew, he wouldn't be entangled with Xianxia. That's right. You should be surprised that I'm still alive, right? Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia, I don't understand what you mean. You and I are both people of great Qian Empire. In this Golden Horizon, we should be united against our enemy. don't you think so? King Ping said with a smile. King Ping, sure enough, you are very shrewd. You can still pretend that nothing has happened even at this time. In my opinion, you are just thick-skinned or shameless. You have killed King Fan and me twice with the help of others. I, Jiang Chen, will remember this debt in my heart. Jiang Chen Lungling said. Although he and King Ping were both people of great Qian Empire, a figure like King Ping was much scarier than an enemy in a hostile relationship. He was sinister and shrewd. You never knew when you would be attacked from behind. It wasn't a happy thing to be in the same force with such a person. Jiang Chen didn't like such a person. His way of dealing with those who schemed to take his life was very simple. Humph. Jiang Chen, it seems like you aren't stupid. That's right. I'm indeed surprised that you are still alive. Those people are a bunch of trash, but you really shouldn't have appeared in front of me today. You should continue to avoid me. That way, you can live longer. Now that I've advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, I've become a first-class genius in the immortal world. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you by appearing in front of you? Or are you so confident that you can fight me with your half-step immortal emperor cultivation base? King Ping harumphed coldly. Both of them were smart people. Since he had been exposed by Jiang Chen, there was no need for him to continue his disguise. Otherwise, he would look like a fool. Hee hee. Is a late immortal emperor very powerful? The matter between you and me will be settled today. In my eyes, there isn't much difference between your cultivation base and that of an intermediate or late immortal emperor. Jiang Chen chuckled. King Ping's arrogance was indeed a very funny thing. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, he was already strong enough to fight a late immortal emperor genius. King Ping had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, so his cultivation base wasn't very stable. Plus, Jiang Chen had just cultivated the Great Void technique, which gave him enough confidence to get rid of King Ping. Killing King Ping was equivalent to getting rid of a great threat. Even if he returned to Great Qian Empire in the future, he would feel at ease. If both the Crown Prince and King Ping were killed in this trip to Golden Horizon, none of the young kings of Great Qian Empire would be able to compete with Yang Bufan. Killing King Ping would be considered as removing an obstacle for Yang Bufan. Jiang Chen, you are still as arrogant as ever. Let me tell you, Great Qian Empire belongs to me, Yang Buping. What right does Yang Bufan have to have everything now? I will kill you today, and then I will kill Yang Bufan later. I won't give you a chance to walk out of Golden Horizon alive. Seeing that King Ping was going to have a life-and-death battle with him, Jiang Chen couldn't have asked for more. Today, he had no intention of letting King Ping go. Kong, an extremely powerful qi was unleashed from Jiang Chen's body. That was the power of desolation, like a vast ocean, vigorous and powerful to the extreme. Jiang Chen had already transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form in order to deal with a late immortal emperor genius like King Ping. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for him. Seeing Jiang Chen transforming into his dragon form, the corner of King Ping's mouth revealed a sneer. This technique again. Jiang Chen, I have to say that this technique of yours that can increase combat strength is indeed enviable, but if you think that you can fight me with this, you're really overestimating yourself. You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Chen shook his head. The current King Ping had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Compared to when he had just entered the Golden Horizon, he had advanced by 2 levels. This was the time when he was bursting with confidence. Naturally, he wouldn't put anyone in his eyes, let alone Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, die. King Ping moved. Both of his hands drew a mystical arc in the void. Countless rays of dazzling light rushed out all of a sudden. These rays of light were like sharp, indestructible swords. This was the latest immortal technique that King Ping had obtained. It was incomparably terrifying. Once cast, those rays of light would turn into a huge energy net, intertwining with each other and instantly locking on the opponent's qi, leaving the opponent with no way to evade. The huge energy net had sealed everything in all directions. If it was an ordinary person, there was no way for him to evade it. As a matter of fact, to Jiang Chen, King Ping's attack wasn't worthy for him to evade, because it couldn't pose any threat to him. However, Jiang Chen really didn't plan to face it head-on. Just when King Ping's powerful attack had almost formed a circle and was about to trap Jiang Chen, traces of void qi emerged from Jiang Chen's body. With a slight sway of his body, Jiang Chen vanished without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Rumble, King Ping's ocean-like violent attack landed on the spot where Jiang Chen was previously, creating a huge hole in the void. It was evident how terrifying its destructive power was. However, it was a pity that such a terrifying attack only hit an empty spot, and did not cause any damage to Jiang Chen. What? How is this possible? King Ping turned pale with fright. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had clearly locked onto Jiang Chen's aura just now, but at the moment when his attack was about to hit Jiang Chen, the aura that was locked onto disappeared in an instant, quietly getting rid of his lock-on. In other words, Jiang Chen had easily escaped at the most crucial moment, rendering his powerful attack useless. King Ping, you can't even hit my man. What makes you think you can fight me? I really have no idea where your confidence comes from. Jiang Chen's figure appeared behind King Ping silently. The reason why Jiang Chen chose to escape previously was to test the power of the Great Void technique. Now, it seemed that it didn't disappoint him. He was able to escape from any lock-on. Such a heaven-defying technique was just too abnormal. Swoosh. King Ping hastily turned around and saw Jiang Chen standing calmly behind him. His facial expression turned incomparably ugly. As a late Immortal Emperor expert, he would be able to accurately capture and detect even the slightest fluctuation in the surrounding space. However, he couldn't sense how Jiang Chen appeared behind him. It was as if Jiang Chen was a ghost, coming and going without a trace. Moreover, if Jiang Chen wanted to launch a sneak attack just now, King Ping was afraid that he would have been hit by it. This was just too terrifying. It made King Ping feel a chill that came from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Chen, how did you do it? King Ping asked. He couldn't imagine how a half-step Immortal Emperor could be so silent in front of him. This made the way he looked at Jiang Chen instantly changed. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. You don't need to know. Jiang Chen said. His qi suddenly erupted. Scorching airwaves erupted like a volcano. His first move was the Qilin Divine Arm. One of his arms turned into the head of a Qilin, carrying an incomparably intense flame, as though it was going to burn the void. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He appeared in front of King Ping in the blink of an eye. The Qilin Divine Arm locked everything, locked onto King Ping, and smashed at him. King Ping turned pale with fright, because Jiang Chen's movement was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. This was the horror of the Great Void technique. It had given Jiang Chen an incomparably terrifying boost to his speed. Under such a boost, it could directly disrupt the enemy's mind. Just like the current King Ping, he hadn't fully recovered from the shock of Jiang Chen's silent appearance behind him. Jiang Chen's powerful attack had already arrived in front of him. As a result, King Ping's mind was in a mess. Even if he wanted to fight back, he couldn't even display his perfect combat strength. In desperation, King Ping could only raise his palm to resist Jiang Chen's Qilin arm. However, the gap between the qi of both sides had widened. Plus, King Ping had just advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm and his cultivation base wasn't very stable. Plus, Jiang Chen's attack was extremely overbearing. King Ping might not be able to resist Jiang Chen's Qilin Divine Arm and True Dragon Palm even if he was in his peak condition, let alone now that his mind was in a mess. Bang. The powerful and violent attacks collided with each other. One of King Ping's arms was almost engulfed by the fire Qilin that had evolved from the Qilin Divine Arm. That was an earth-shattering energy that was enough to tear everything apart. It was so violent that it made one's soul tremble. Arg! King Ping let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the ferocious energy. One of his arms was completely twisted, dripping with blood, and his palm was completely torn apart. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast, like a shadow. Just as King Ping stabilized his body, Jiang Chen had already appeared in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably cold. That was an unimaginable coldness, like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. His tremendous qi shrouded King Ping. He was like a god of war that had descended to the world, forcing people to submit to him. No, this isn't possible. This is impossible. King Ping kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept such a reality at all. This was too much of a blow to him. He was incomparably confident that he had already advanced to the realm that he had been dreaming of in this golden horizon. He felt that he was already the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Even in the entire immortal world, he was already a well-known figure among the young generation, enough to dominate the young generation. King Ping felt that when he left the golden horizon and returned to Great Qian Empire, he would be the absolute ruler. After the crown prince was dead, he would be the next ruler. No one would be able to compete with him. King Fan was destined to be just a stepping stone for him, no threat at all. However, the reality was incomparably cruel. Just as he came out of seclusion in high spirits, he encountered Xianxia, a mere half-step immortal emperor, a guy that he thought he must kill, an ant that he could easily trample on after coming out of seclusion. But now, Xianxia had given him a heavy blow on his head. The first battle after advancing to the late immortal emperor realm after coming out of seclusion was such a crushing defeat. The glory that he had dreamed of didn't appear. All of his ambitions and revenge had been crushed by Xianxia. Even the dignity that he was proud of had been trampled on. How could King Ping accept such a cruel reality? The things that you think are impossible are the most normal things in Xianxia's eyes. Your pride, your nobility, your confidence, your shrewdness, and your conspiracy are nothing but a mirage in front of me. King Ping, do you have any last words? I will give you a chance to say them. Of course, what you said is useless because no one will help you complete it. King Ping said. King Ping, do you have any last words? I will give you the chance to say them. Of course, what you said is useless because no one will help you complete it. Xianxia said word by word. Every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into King Ping's heart. It was an insult. Xianxia was humiliating him unscrupulously, but he had no choice but to accept it. Xianxia, do you really think you can kill me? I admit that you are the most heaven-defying monstrous genius I have ever seen, but even if I can't defeat you, you don't have the ability to kill me. As soon as King Ping finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished into the end of the void in the blink of an eye. Not only was King Ping shrewd, but he was also a man who could let go of things easily. Since he couldn't defeat Xianxia, he could only choose to escape. Keeping his life was more important than anything else. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he was alive today, he would have the chance to take revenge in the future. Upon seeing this, Xianxia's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. If it was before, King Ping might have escaped, but now, Xianxia, who was proficient in the Great Void technique, could easily track King Ping's escape route. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk after casting the Great Void technique, Xianxia also vanished into the end of the void. When he reappeared, he was standing opposite King Ping. At this moment, King Ping's expression was really ugly because he was forced out from the void by Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia could accurately track his escape route, and he didn't even have the ability to escape from Xianxia. King Ping, you don't have a chance anymore. From the day you showed your hostility towards me on the day of the king conferring ceremony in King Fan's mansion, you should have known that this day would come. Even with all your schemes, you still couldn't do anything to me, Xianxia. In the end, you will die in the hands of me, Xianxia. The crown prince is like this, and so are you. I forgot to tell you that those who go against me, Xianxia, never have a good ending. Xianxia Lungling said. King Ping was in complete despair. His heart was filled with unwillingness. A person who had just advanced to the realm that he had been dreaming of was killed by someone else before he could even display his talent and strength. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand and experience that kind of feeling. Haha, King Ping burst into laughter. His laughter was very sad and stirring. Xianxia looked at him with an expressionless face. King Ping's laughter lasted for a full 3 minutes before it stopped. His expression began to turn gloomy. Xianxia, before I die, can you let me know the reason behind my death? King Ping asked. He didn't beg for mercy because he knew Xianxia very well. Xianxia was a person who was more ruthless than him. If Xianxia fell into his hands, he would never let go of Xianxia. Therefore, King Ping didn't beg for mercy. He knew that not only was it useless to beg for mercy, it would also make Xianxia look down on him. Since he was going to die, he would choose to die with dignity. Xianxia knew what King Ping wanted to know, so he said, King Ping, I, Xianxia, have to admit that you are indeed a person with deep shrewdness. However, I have never regarded you as an opponent because you are not worthy. You have schemed to get rid of me and King Fan. You didn't even hesitate to join forces with the hostile Crown Prince because you know that the threat of me and King Fan is far greater than the Crown Prince. As long as you get rid of me and King Fan, no one in Great Qian Empire will be able to compete with you. You will then be the absolute heir. Xianxia paused for a moment and continued, you made use of the few major powers of Corpsine sect that are hostile to me to besiege us when we first arrived in Golden Horizon. Unfortunately, before you made your move, we had already obtained the blood dragon fruit, improved our cultivation base and subdued a powerful blood demon king. The second time, you also made use of several major powers to besiege King Fan, trying to lure me out. Unfortunately, you didn't expect the appearance of Longsher San, a peerless monstrous genius, an immemorial battle spirit comparable to the northern and southern dynasties. Today, I, Xianxia, have completely grown to the point where you can't deal with me. I think what you want to know the most is what method I used to give you the ability to escape. There is a great void technique in this world. I don't know if you have heard of it. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Great void technique? Could it be a peerless secret technique left behind by the legendary Void Emperor? King Ping's eyes widened in an instant, looking at Xianxia in disbelief. As expected of King Ping. You know more than others. You're right. Not long ago, I obtained the inheritance of Void Emperor and cultivated the Great Void Technique. Therefore, it's not wrong that you can't escape. Xianxia said. So that's how it is. Xianxia, it seems that you are indeed a man of great luck. I really shouldn't have made you my enemy in the past. Besides, you're very smart. Everything that I have done can't be hidden from you. Today, I, Yang Buping, have no regrets to die in your hands. After saying that, King Ping closed his eyes directly. Even though he was still unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He finally understood the situation. Under the pursuit of the Great Void Technique, it was no surprise that he could not escape. At this moment, King Ping did not have too much resentment towards Xianxia. After all, they were enemies. The winner takes all, and the loser is the thief. Now, he was feeling somewhat regretful. He had seen through Xianxia's potential, but he didn't think that Xianxia's potential would be this terrifying. Although he was self-righteous, he still had self-awareness. What qualification did he have to fight against a monstrous genius who had obtained the inheritance of Void Sovereign? Just like what Xianxia had said in the beginning, Xianxia had never regarded him as an opponent, because he wasn't worthy. Xianxia didn't waste any more words. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at King Ping's glabella, taking his life. The Crown Prince and King Ping were dead. It looked very sad, but Xianxia's heart didn't fluctuate too much. He had killed too many people along the way. Countless sects, countless geniuses, and his enemies had fallen one by one, becoming the stepping stones on his way forward. Xianxia's heart was like a boulder. This was the world where the weak were prey to the strong. This was the rule, the law of survival. Xianxia couldn't change it. Therefore, he could only become an expert. I've been in seclusion for 10 months this time. 10 days have passed in the outside world. I'm afraid that the trip to the Golden Horizon will end soon. I wonder what has happened in the Golden Horizon in these 10 days, and where are De Huang and Monkey now? Xianxia thought. The Golden Horizon was ever-changing. Although it was only 10 days, too many things could happen. Although Xianxia had the Great Void Technique, he didn't dare to be careless in this Golden Horizon. Subsequently, Xianxia turned into a ray of light and flew towards the center of the Golden Horizon. But just as he flew thousands of miles away, the entire Golden Horizon suddenly trembled. The void around his ears buzzed. That was a great tremor, even greater than when the Xiaoyaqin appeared. The Golden Gate is about to open. Xianxia was startled. Then, he saw a dazzling golden passageway appearing not far away. Not only that, Xianxia also saw many other golden passageways appearing at the same time, in different directions and places. I heard from De Huang that there are 18 passageways in the Golden Clan. It seems that it's true. Now that all 18 passageways have opened at the same time, it's equivalent to opening the door to the Golden Clan. Any passageway can lead to the mountain gate of the Golden Clan. Xianxia sighed. The scene in front of him was too spectacular. The golden passageways that appeared in the void had almost covered every place and space in the entire golden horizon. Such a huge movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. At this time, many people were waiting for the opening of the Golden Gate. Therefore, the moment the 18 passageways appeared, everyone's attention was immediately locked on them. Look, the golden passageways have opened. They must be the passageways leading to the remains of the Golden Clan. I never thought that the legend of tens of thousands of years has finally surfaced. That's right. It must be related to the Golden Clan, an ancient clan that has been silent for tens of thousands of years. It's almost a legend. Rumor has it that the gold feather fan is in the Golden Clan. I wonder if it will appear this time. It's very likely. Since the Xiaoyaoqin has appeared, it won't be too surprising if the gold feather fan appears as well. The opening of the Golden Gate this time is different from the appearance of the Xiaoyaoqin. Now that the expedition to the Golden Horizon has come to an end, everyone has been waiting for the arrival of this moment. Therefore, there must be a lot of geniuses. I believe that as long as they are still alive, they will step into this passageway and enter the remains of the Golden Clan. Even the slightest benefit from such an ancient clan will bring them endless benefits. This will be a peak event. Countless monstrous geniuses will appear. If the gold feather fan appears, it will surely set off a reign of terror. Who will be the inheritor and who will control the gold feather fan will become a heaven-defying symbol of the young generation. It's said that many experts of the immortal court have advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Their terror is unimaginable. There's also the northern and southern dynasties, Longshan, and that Xianxia can't be underestimated. Let's not talk so much. Let's hurry up. If we're too slow, I'm afraid we won't even get a hair. Tens of thousands of people were shocked. Silhouettes began to scramble towards the golden passageways that were closest to them. Many of them were incomparably excited. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Some of them knew that they had already gained a lot of benefits in this expedition, so they were prepared to keep the peace, because they knew that they weren't going to participate in the upcoming war. Therefore, they were going there with the attitude of watching a show. If they could gain some benefits, they would. If they couldn't, they wouldn't feel regretful. To them, it was already an incomparable honor to be able to witness the legendary ancient clan with their own eyes. They would also have the capital to brag to others after they left this place. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk De Huang dog appeared out of nowhere and came to Xianxia's side. His eyes were looking at the golden passageways, exuding an extremely complicated feeling. The golden gates are about to open. Xianxia said. Yes. I've already expected the appearance of the Xiaoyaoqin. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Let's go and have a look. De Huang dog said and flew towards the golden passageway. Xianxia followed closely behind. A man and a dog soon vanished from sight. After entering the golden passageway, one could feel the blazing aura of the Golden Clan. They possessed the bloodline of the Golden Crow and were creatures of the heavens and earth. No one knew what had happened here tens of thousands of years ago, or why a clan was annihilated and eventually fell into silence. Xianxia couldn't figure it out. He looked at De Huang dog and guessed that De Huang might know the reason. Countless figures rushed into the golden passageway. The moment had finally arrived. No one wasn't excited. The appearance of the Xiaoyaoqin had already caused an unimaginable shock. Moreover, now that the gates of the Golden Clan had opened, everyone wanted to know what had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Han Yan, Tyrant, Yang Bufan, Lan Lingji, and Yang Lang all entered the golden passageway from different directions. Longshan was still sitting cross-legged beside the huge green rock, constantly comprehending the profound meaning of the life symbol art as though the golden passageway couldn't affect him at all. At this moment, Draconic Shursan's entire body was undergoing a tremendous change. His black hair had turned into a mix of black and white. that's right, black and white. That was the change caused by the profound meaning of the life symbol art. During this period of time, Longshan had been constantly comprehending life and death. His hair seemed to symbolize life and death. At this moment, every strand of Longshan's hair was like a sharp sword, piercing into the void as though it was going to pierce through the entire void. After Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stepped into the golden passageway, they were surrounded by blazing light. The fire of sun in Jiang Chen's body couldn't help pulsating, giving Jiang Chen a sense of familiarity with the environment here. There were countless people in every passageway. A large number of geniuses were constantly flying towards the passageway, heading towards the inheritance of the Golden Clan. No one knew what was going to happen next. De Huang didn't say a word. His entire body seemed very heavy. Jiang Chen originally had some questions to ask him, but after seeing his expression, he held it back. Very soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the end of the passageway. When they appeared, there were already over 10,000 people here. This showed how much importance these people attached to the inheritance of the Golden Clan. Over 10,000 people had already appeared at the beginning of the passageway, and there were still more people rushing towards them. However, no matter how fast they came in, they could only stand there. In front of them was a vast expanse of void. There was nothing under their feet, as though they were standing on an unreal land. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on a huge golden barrier in front of them. The golden barrier had a circumference of 100 miles. Looking up, the barrier seemed to be as tall as the sky. They couldn't see the edge of it. They knew that this should be the gateway to the Golden Clan. The gateway was behind this barrier. If they wanted to enter, they would have to open the barrier first. However, no one dared to touch the barrier. After learning the lesson from the Xiaoyaqin, no one dared to stand out. They were all smart people. They understood very well that the current situation indicated that the gateway of the Golden Clan hadn't opened yet. Once the gateway was opened, the golden barrier would vanish. So what they needed to do now was to wait for the barrier to vanish and for everything behind to appear in their eyes. The void was filled with a heavy ancient qi, causing them to feel a sense of oppression and indescribable discomfort. The temperature here was very high. The air was blazing hot. This might be the characteristic of the Golden Clan. After all, they had the descendants of the Sun Divine Bird. Although the temperature here was very high, it didn't affect the mighty immortal emperors much. They could easily endure it. As soon as the big yellow dog appeared, it fixed its gaze on the barrier and began to furrow its eyebrows. I see. So that's how it is? De Huang Dog muttered to himself, his gaze constantly sweeping across the barrier in front of him, as if he had seen through something. This is Golden Emperor's last resort. As expected of a grand move. De Huang, what did you see? What happened here tens of thousands of years ago? Jiang Chen asked. He was eager to know the secret, and he was almost sure that De Huang Dog knew something. However, De Huang Dog turned a deaf ear to Jiang Chen's words, as if he couldn't hear it at all. His entire mind was attracted by the golden barrier. Nothing else could be seen in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head and gave up. There were many things that De Huang Dog didn't tell him. Even the secret and origin of De Huang Dog was a mystery to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that it wasn't that De Huang Dog didn't want to tell him, but because Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still weak. It wasn't the right time for him to know about it. Today, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. With his dragon form combat strength, he was strong enough to kill a late Immortal Emperor. Even so, De Huang Dog still didn't tell him anything. The more it was like this, the more curious Jiang Chen was. What kind of great secret was it that even he wasn't qualified to know? Seeing that De Huang Dog was looking at it so intently, Jiang Chen's eyes also fell on the golden barrier, but he couldn't see anything. And, suddenly, Jiang Chen frowned. He could feel a faint stream of air drifting behind him. Immediately, he casted the Great Void technique. Pooh. Just as Jiang Chen casted the Great Void technique, a cold longsword suddenly rushed out of the void. The longsword carried strong murderous intent. Its speed was so fast that it pierced through Jiang Chen's body. The owner of the longsword was a young man. His face was wearing a hideous smile. The smile on his face grew wider when he saw that Xianxia was pierced by him. However, the next moment, his smile froze, because he was horrified to find that what he pierced was merely an afterimage of Xianxia. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. The young man turned around abruptly and saw Xianxia looking at him with great interest. The current Xianxia had already transformed into his dragon form. This was Xianxia's combat form. At this moment, everyone in the Golden Shark knew about it. It was no longer a secret. Impossible. How could he be so fast? The young man was shocked and couldn't accept the reality in front of him. He had always been the most confident in his sneak attack. He was sure that Xianxia would be gravely injured even if he didn't die under his sneak attack. However, he didn't expect that Xianxia was not only unscathed, but also perfectly evaded the attack in an instant and appeared behind him. Such a terrifying technique sent chills down his spine. Sure enough, the people of Nanbei family are all useless. They only know some sneak attacks. Xianxia said in a sarcastic tone. He knew this man. Back when the Xiaoyaoqin was in turmoil, Xianxia had killed many people of Nanbei family. This Nanbei Jing had always wanted to catch him, but failed to do so in the end. What happened that day had infuriated Nanbei Jing and left a great shadow in his heart. Someone brutally killed a genius disciple of his family in front of him, but he could only watch it happen. He couldn't even do anything to stop it. This made Nanbei Jing's heart feel as if it had been congealed into a knot. If Nanbei Jing had been thinking about killing Xianxia all the time, he knew very well that if he killed Xianxia, he would not be able to do so. Not only could he avenge the geniuses of Nanbei family, he could also raise his own prestige. Everyone knew of Xianxia's current fame. Whoever killed Xianxia would become a well-known figure. Therefore, when Nanbei Jing saw Xianxia as soon as he entered this place, he decisively chose to attack. He was very confident in his sneak attack, but he didn't expect that he would fail. The current Xianxia seemed to be more difficult to deal with than when the Xiaoyaoqin was born. A person's growth was so fast that it was really shocking. Xianxia, you've killed so many people of our Nanbei family. Nanbei family will definitely take your life. Nanbei Jingling said. I'm afraid my life has nothing to do with you, because you're going to be the next person of Nanbei family to die in my hands. I, Xianxia, will never be lenient when it comes to killing you. Xianxia's killing intent burst out. Haha, upon hearing Xianxia's words, Nanbei Jing burst into laughter on the spot, as if he had heard a very funny joke. He understood what Xianxia meant. Xianxia was going to kill him. Unfortunately, how could he be killed so easily? If he died in the hands of a half-step immortal emperor, what face would he have left? However, at the next moment, the smile on Nanbei Jing's face froze instantly. He sensed an extremely dangerous qi coming from his back. At this moment, his heart almost stopped beating. He didn't even think about who was the one who was going to attack him. Immediately, he executed a rapid evasion. Asterisk bang. Asterisk arg. Even though Nanbei Jing's movement and reaction were very fast, he still failed to evade the attack. The attacker was none other than De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had circulated all the strength in his body, instilling all of it into his head, and slammed at Nanbei Jing. De Huang Dog's speed was as fast as lightning. Furthermore, the current De Huang Dog was already a late immortal emperor expert. Even Nanbei Jing wasn't a match for him. Even if he faced De Huang Dog head-on, he wouldn't be able to defeat De Huang Dog. Moreover, De Huang Dog was launching a sneak attack from behind. Along with a shrill cry from Nanbei Jing, half of his body was smashed by De Huang Dog. The remaining half of his body dodged the attack. It looked extremely tragic. How dare you sneak attack in front of Master Dog? You really don't know how to write the word death. De Huang Dog spat at Nanbei Jing. One had to admit that Nanbei Jing was truly a tragedy. Although he was good at sneak attacks, he had chosen the wrong target. Xianxia, who had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, great divination art and great void technique, wasn't someone that could be dealt with by sneak attacks. Any slight fluctuation could be accurately sensed by Xianxia. What was more tragic was that there was a De Huang Dog behind him, who was the ancestor of sneak attacks. However, Nanbei Jing just ignored the existence of De Huang Dog. The fact proved that any opponent who looked down on De Huangdog would end up in a miserable situation. Nanbei Jing was an example, and there were many other examples in the past. Ah, damn dog. The screams of the northern and southern dynasties were heart-wrenching. At this time, a few geniuses of Nanbei family appeared and hastily protected Nanbei Jing. Among these geniuses, there was a late immortal emperor, the rest were intermediate immortal emperors, and only one was an early immortal emperor. This showed how strong the foundation of Nanbei family was. As for that young Master Chao who was the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he had yet to appear. No one knew where he had gone. The commotion here immediately alarmed everyone. Innumerable eyes looked over, but there wasn't any surprise in their eyes. The grudge between Nanbei family and Jiang Chen had long been known to everyone. It was perfectly normal for them to kill each other as soon as they met. However, Nanbei Jing's ending was truly a little miserable. Scary. That dog is even scarier than before. And there's also Jiang Chen. I have no idea what kind of heaven-defying technique he has cultivated to be able to dodge Nanbei Jing's sneak attack so easily. AI. It seems like as long as Jiang Chen is around, there's no peace. He's a troublemaker. He has offended too many people and powers. Wherever he appears, there will be killings and battles. But I really admire him. If it was someone else who had offended so many people and powers, I'm afraid that he would have been dead by now, but he's still alive and well. Many people have died in his hands. He's a man with great luck. So many experts have tried to kill him, but none of them could. Furthermore, he was allowed to grow continuously in the Golden Horizon. Now, he has grown to the point where it's very difficult to kill him. Let's wait and see. This time, there will be even more intense battles after the opening of the Golden Gate. There are too many people who want to kill Jiang Chen. Now that so many half-step venerable experts have appeared, I wonder if Jiang Chen can keep his life. Countless voices of discussion rang. Jiang Chen had already become a famous figure. Wherever he went was bound to set off a storm. Just like now, he had already started fighting with the geniuses of Nanbei family as soon as he appeared. Jiang Chen, you are courting death. Another late immortal emperor of Nanbei family gritted his teeth and spoke. His name was Nanbei Zhong, a figure as powerful as Nanbei Jing. It was imaginable how angry he was when he saw Nanbei Jing being injured like this. The other geniuses of Nanbei family were also glaring at Jiang Chen and De Huangdog viciously, without concealing their killing intent. We'll know who will die in a while. Since all of you have come, let's lock on and kill them all. Since your Nanbei family is still my enemy, it's only a matter of time before you are annihilated. Jiang Chen spoke plainly. In the entire immortal world, he was afraid that only he, Jiang Chen, would dare to say that he would annihilate an ancient family. De Huang, kill them all. Jiang Chen yelled at De Huangdog. One man and one dog turned into two rays of light, lunging at the geniuses of Nanbei family. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy when dealing with Nanbei family. De Huangdog cackled. He liked such a massacre the most. He had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, which made him almost invincible in this Golden Horizon. Even those half-step immortal venerables wouldn't be able to kill him, let alone these geniuses of Nanbei family. King. Jiang Chen too drew out the heavenly saint sword. After comprehending the Great Void technique, he could appear anywhere in a flash. In terms of sneak attack, Nanbei Jing was far inferior to Jiang Chen. The Great Void technique was much scarier than the 9 phantom wolves. Poo. Arg, along with a miserable whale, an intermediate immortal emperor genius was slashed in half by Jiang Chen's sword and died on the spot. He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. They weren't on the same level at all. On the other side, De Huangdog rushed over. Nanbei Zhong had no choice but to fight against De Huangdog. After all, De Huangdog was a late immortal emperor. If the others went up against him, they would die. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's means was also a disaster to the others. Miserable wails lingered. In just a few blinks, all the geniuses of Nanbei family had died under the sword of Jiang Chen. All of them were slashed in half by Jiang Chen. Their deaths were incomparably miserable. Nan Beijing, who only had half of his body left, looked at Jiang Chen with horror in his eyes, as though he was looking at the god of death. Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do? Nan Beijing, who only had half of his body left, looked at Jiang Chen walking towards him step by step. His voice began to tremble. His heart was now filled with infinite fear, especially after witnessing the killing methods of Jiang Chen. As a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he had never thought that he would die one day. He had never seen such a terrifying figure like Jiang Chen. What am I trying to do? What an incompetent question. Jiang Chen shook his head and didn't want to talk nonsense with Nan Beijing. He waved the long sword in his hand and beheaded Nan Beijing. Then, his identity brocade pouch automatically fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen had already obtained too many brocade pouches, but he didn't check the benefits inside them, because he knew very well that once the geniuses who came to Golden Horizon obtained a great benefit, they would find a deserted place to refine and absorb the benefits to improve their cultivation base and combat strength. No one would keep the benefits for themselves. Therefore, it was afraid that there wouldn't be any high-grade benefits in these brocade pouches. Plus, Jiang Chen didn't care about their treasures at all. After killing Nan Beijing, Jiang Chen continued to advance towards Nan Beizhong with the long sword in his hand. As long as he encountered the people of Nanbei family, Jiang Chen would never let them go. This Jiang Chen is truly a peerless monstrous genius. Isn't his rate of improvement a little too fast? His cultivation base seems to be the same as 10 days ago, still at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, but I have a feeling that he is much more powerful than 10 days ago. Could this be an illusion? It's not an illusion. Such a figure is improving all the time. We can't use common sense to estimate him. Nanbei family is really miserable. So many powerful geniuses have died in the beginning. The death of Nan Beijing is an incomparably huge loss to Nanbei family. Now, it seems that Nan Beizhong isn't any better. He can't defeat that dog at all. I'm afraid that he will be in danger if he's attacked from both sides. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The massacre has already begun even before the gate of the Golden Clan is opened. We'd better stay away from Jiang Chen in the future. This man isn't easy to deal with. Killing intermediate immortal emperors is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Although they knew that Jiang Chen was ferocious, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Many of them warned themselves that they must never make such a killing god their enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't end well for them. Nanbei family was one of the two ancient major families in East Xuanyu. They even had the reincarnation of a great sovereign in the northern and southern dynasties. But in the end, their geniuses still ended up dying tragically. Even the reincarnation of a great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties had to flee with their tails between their legs 10 days ago. Go! Nan Beizhong yelled all of a sudden. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Nan Beizhong wasn't a fool. After falling into the hands of De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen, he knew that he wouldn't be able to keep his life if he stayed here any longer. Nan Beijing would be his end. You can't run away. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen immediately locked onto Nan Beizhong's chi and escape route. The Heavenly Saint sword slashed out a heavenly river-like sword light, forcing Nan Beizhong out of the void. How is this possible? Nan Beizhong turned pale with fright. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen was able to lock onto his position so precisely. One should know that a late Immortal Emperor expert had a very precise control of spatial force. It could be said that it had reached the acme of perfection. It would be incomparably easy for him to escape if he wanted to. But now, Jiang Chen seemed to be able to find his position directly, leaving him no chance to escape. Nan Beizhong couldn't help but be astonished by this. This was the mystery of the Great Void Technique. How could an ordinary secret technique be compared to the inheritance left behind by the Void Sovereign? How difficult would it be to escape from the Great Void Technique? Jia Jia De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh. He rammed his indestructible head at Nan Beizhong. He could now see that Jiang Chen had already mastered the Great Void Technique, which was a very rare thing. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Nanbei Zhong was already in a daze. Adding on the fact that De Huang Dog's attack was too fierce and fast, he was sent flying. De Huang Dog's had hit Nanbei Zhong's chest, causing a huge dent on his chest, spurting out blood along the way. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. Like a shadow, he caught up with the injured Nanbei Zhong in an instant. The heavenly saint sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. While Nanbei Zhong was still in midair, he was slashed into two halves by Jiang Chen. Blood sprayed across the sky. It was an extremely miserable scene. Countless people were shocked. A late immortal emperor supreme genius was killed just like that. Such a scene was just too shocking. Amazing. I'm afraid Nanbei family is going to die of anger this time. So many geniuses have died. Such a loss is huge to any major power. Nanbei family is going to go crazy this time. I can see that there are still people of Nanbei family standing in the surroundings, but as long as they aren't fools, they won't choose to come out at this time. Jiang Chen has already matured. Plus, he isn't fighting alone. He has the help of a group of monstrous geniuses. These people can't be underestimated. No one wasn't shocked. As soon as the passageway opened, the geniuses of Nanbei family and Jiang Chen were all killed, including two late immortal emperor geniuses. At this moment, one of the golden passageways shook violently. An incomparably powerful qi rushed out of it. A young man like a peerless war god appeared in the sky. The qi that was radiating from his body made countless people feel tremendous pressure. That was the qi of a half-step immortal venerable. Just this realm alone had already surpassed everyone. They weren't on the same level at all. The incomer was none other than Zhang Yulong, the supreme expert of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. He had finally advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. His brows were filled with endless arrogance, looking down on everyone. It was the feeling of looking down on all living beings. As soon as Zhang Yulong appeared, he saw Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and the mangled corpses of Nanbei family. His eyes immediately shot out two flames. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are getting more and more excessive. Is it too much? I don't think so at all. Zhang Yulong, I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you will end up the same as them. The people of the immortal court are no different from anyone else in front of me. My enemies will all end up the same. If Nanbei family is my enemy, I will annihilate this ancient family. If the immortal court is my enemy, I will replace it. Jiang Chen completely ignored the strong killing intent radiating from Zhang Yulong's body. His tone was extremely arrogant. Even though the person standing in front of him was a half-step immortal venerable of the immortal court, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Such domineering and earth-shattering power seemed to be incomparable to Nanbei Chao. Jiang Chen's every movement exuded a strong superior qi, like a peerless monarch who would eventually become the strongest in the heavens and earth. Asterisk Hua. Asterisk Jiang Chen's words immediately set off a great uproar. It was already very impressive to say that he would annihilate an ancient family, but someone actually dared to say that he would replace the immortal court. How much courage did he need to say that? They had seen arrogant people before, but none of them were as arrogant as him. This bastard is truly lawless. No one has ever dared to go against the immortal court. Who dares to speak ill of the high and mighty immortal court? How dare he say that he wants to replace the immortal court? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. AI. He's too arrogant. How dare he say such disgraceful words? No one has ever dared to go against the immortal court. He must be tired of living. Awesome. I admire him. He's the first person who dares to say such domineering words. This alone is enough to earn my admiration. Countless sighs were heard. Jiang Chen's words had raised the eyebrows of everyone. He was clearly courting death. Could it be that he was going to publicly challenge the immortal court? Could it be that he was going to become the #1 expert in history? Jiang Chen, this sentence alone is enough for you to die 100 times. How dare you go against the immortal court? Who gave you such audacity? Zhang Yulong was infuriated. As a genius of the immortal court, this was his proudest achievement. He was respected wherever he went. But now, a nobody dared to challenge a genius in public. This was simply ridiculous. Haha. Cut the F** king crap. Kill me if you have the ability. If you don't bullshit here. Put away your nobility and don't use the immortal court to pressure me. In front of me, Xianxia, an enemy is an enemy. Xianxia burst into laughter. He was wild and unruly. He had reached a state of lawlessness. He didn't even put the immortal court in his eyes. I'll kill you right now. Zhang Yulong was infuriated. He unleashed the chi of a half-step immortal venerable all of a sudden. Just this powerful chi alone was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. Everyone's eyes were full of pity when they looked at Xianxia. They had no idea how Xianxia was able to withstand Zhang Yulong's attack. One should know that killing a late immortal emperor and fighting a half-step immortal venerable were two completely different concepts. Kid, can you do it? De Huang Dog looked over at Xianxia. Don't worry. It won't be a problem. Xianxia nodded. His eyes sparkled. He wanted to use Zhang Yulong's technique to test the true power of the Great Void technique. Alright. De Huang Dog was incomparably confident in Xianxia. In the face of Zhang Yulong's next attack, he immediately dodged and left. He also wanted to see to what extent Xianxia had cultivated the Great Void technique. He believed that given Xianxia's means, it wouldn't be a problem for him to dodge Zhang Yulong's attack once he mastered the Great Void technique. Zhang Yulong took a step forward. An incomparably dazzling palm sealed the void and pressed down on Xianxia. Countless people were shocked. The attack of a half-step immortal venerable was indeed extraordinary. It was hard to imagine that Xianxia could withstand such a terrifying attack. Kong Long, Xianxia didn't even see how he dodged it. The giant palm fell with a loud rumble. The void was completely torn apart, and Xianxia's entire body was enveloped in it. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Zhang Yulong had a cold smile on his face. He knew the power of this palm strike. Even a late immortal emperor would be crushed into powder, let alone a puny Xianxia. Overestimating yourself? In my opinion, the geniuses of the immortal court are just SOSO. A voice was heard from another direction. Everyone turned to the direction where the voice came from and saw Xianxia standing there calmly. It seemed like Zhang Yulong's destructive attack didn't cause any harm to him at all. What? Zhang Yulong's expression changed dramatically. Just like Nan Beijing, he couldn't believe what had just happened. My God! How did this bastard do it? This is heaven-defying. I saw it clearly just now. He was clearly covered by Zhang Yulong's palm. That palm had sealed the surrounding void. How did Xianxia escape? It seems like Zhang Yulong's fierce attack didn't cause any harm to him. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. I'm afraid that Zhang Yulong will be dumbfounded this time. Xianxia must have acquired a heaven-defying escape technique that allows him to travel through the void without any hindrance. That's just too scary. If he has really mastered such a heaven-defying technique, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Golden Horizon will be able to kill him. No one wasn't shocked. They had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Not only did Xianxia have terrifying combat strength, but he also had a heaven-defying escape technique. Not even Zhang Yulong could do anything to him. Who else in the entire Golden Horizon could kill Xianxia? Interesting, but it's just an insignificant skill in front of me. Xianxia, do you really think that you can save your life just because you have acquired some escape technique? You're too ignorant. After a brief moment of shock, killing intent burst out of Zhang Yulong's body once again. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Xianxia with his current ability. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Golden Horizon anymore. You disciples of major powers always talk too much nonsense. If I were you, I wouldn't say a word more. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Courting death. Zhang Yulong gritted his teeth. Overwhelming chi waves rushed out of his body like a tidal wave. This time, he used his powerful chi to completely seal all the space within 100 miles. Even the surrounding people were trapped in it. Under such pressure, countless people were frightened. If Zhang Yulong wanted to kill them, they would die without a doubt. They were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to resist. In the face of Zhang Yulong's powerful attack, Jiang Chen's expression began to turn grim. After all, he wasn't a match for Zhang Yulong in terms of cultivation base. The gap between them was still relatively large. Jiang Chen's biggest reliance in fighting Zhang Yulong was the Great Void technique. Currently, Zhang Yulong had completely gone mad. He had completely sealed off the entire void, forcing Jiang Chen to take it seriously. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. He believed that the Great Void technique would definitely be able to deal with it. Jiang Chen was incomparably confident in this ancient secret technique left behind by the Void Sovereign. Although the earth-shattering energy attack wasn't Zhang Yulong's strongest attack, its lethality was enough to shock the world. This was the powerful attack of a half-step venerable. Although Zhang Yulong was just a half-step immortal venerable, he was afraid that even an ordinary early immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him. Therefore, Zhang Yulong was infuriated. He would feel ashamed if he couldn't kill Jiang Chen given his cultivation base. Jiang Chen, let's see how you're going to dodge this. Zhang Yulong's voice shook the sky. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen in one blow to establish his prestige. At this time, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and cast the Great Soul Derivation technique and Great Void technique at the same time. He found that all the surrounding space had been firmly sealed by Zhang Yulong. There was no way out. Buzz, however, the Great Void technique was still very powerful. The spatial force outside Jiang Chen's body rippled and buzzed. He could feel a tremendous force pressing down on him from all directions. It was the destructive force of a mountain. Great Void technique, invisible escape. Jiang Chen murmured. With a sway of his body, he vanished once more. He had penetrated the spatial seal of Zhang Yulong and entered the deep spatial zone. It was an extremely dangerous act to walk in the spatial crevice. One should know that even a mighty venerable wouldn't dare to step into the spatial crevice. Once one was transported into the turbulence of the spatial zone, one would never be able to get out. However, Jiang Chen, who had cultivated the Great Void technique, dared to do so. His comprehension of the spatial crevice and spatial law was just too strong. He could precisely control the stability of the spatial crevice and find the exit. Kong Long, a large area of the spatial zone was destroyed. Even the golden barrier that shot up into the sky buzzed, seemingly in danger of being torn apart. This was absolute destruction. Any living being that was caught in it would die tragically. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They widened their eyes and stared ahead. Many of them felt that Jiang Chen was going to die for sure. I'm afraid he's going to die this time. Zhang Yulong has sealed everything. It's useless even if he has a heaven-defying means of escape. This is a destructive attack. All living beings will die tragically in it. I wonder if Jiang Chen can walk out of it alive. I don't think it's possible. It would be too heaven-defying if he could escape from such an attack. Ai! What a pity. A peerless monstrous genius has fallen just like that. Jiang Chen is too arrogant. He didn't even put a ruthless figure like Zhang Yulong in his eyes. He even dared to challenge the immortal court. He has overestimated himself. Many of them began to sigh. Most of them felt that Jiang Chen was dead for sure. There was almost no possibility of him surviving in such a situation. Jiang Chen was merely a half-step immortal emperor. If he could still survive in such a situation, it would be too heaven-defying. However, after Zhang Yulong made his move, he knitted his brows again. Others might not know, but he could clearly feel that his attack didn't seem to have killed Jiang Chen. This was his intuition. At his cultivation base, intuition was usually very accurate. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dead, a patch of the void was torn apart by a bare hand. A figure walked out leisurely. Who else could it be if it wasn't Jiang Chen? What? Innumerable exclamations were heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Jiang Chen as though they had seen a ghost. This was a miracle. No one knew how Jiang Chen did it. As a matter of fact, even Jiang Chen himself was somewhat surprised by the power of the Great Void technique. He was in a very good mood now. With the Great Void technique, it would be an absolute life-saving technique. Zhang Yulong, that's all you've got. Although you are powerful, you're still far from being able to kill me. Now, it seems like you can't even catch a strand of my hair if I want to leave. Xianxia spoke casually. After successfully escaping this time, he had become more confident in his means. He had no fear of Zhang Yulong anymore. How did you do it? Zhang Yulong didn't continue his attack, but asked curiously and in shock. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly, not bothering to answer Zhang Yulong's question. This scene happened to be witnessed by Han Yan, Yang Bufan, Tyrant, Grandmaster Hao Ran and the others. Each of them widened their eyes in shock. What kind of powerful technique did this kid use just now? His cultivation base hasn't advanced, but that technique is much more powerful than advancing his cultivation base. Grandmaster Hao Ran's eyes widened. He must have obtained some kind of ancient secret technique and succeeded in cultivating it in such a short period of time. Senior brother, Xianxia is full of miracles. You don't have to be too surprised no matter how heaven-defying things happen to him in the future. Tyrant said with a smile. That's right. We are already used to it. Han Yan walked up to the two of them and shrugged. Awesome. Grandmaster Hao Ran gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Yulong has already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Such an expert is still very terrifying. It seems like there's going to be another earth-shattering battle when the golden gates open, said Yang Bufan. He had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. If he went out now, he would immediately become the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Plus, Xianxia had already swept away the obstacles for him by getting rid of King Ping and the Crown Prince. From now on, King Fan Prefecture would be the biggest prefecture in Great Qian Empire. Xianxia, don't be complacent. I didn't use my full strength just now. If I want to kill you, no matter how powerful your escaping technique is, it's useless. Zhang Yulong continued to speak Leng. Is that so? Then try using your full strength and see if you can kill me. Xianxia had a cold smile on his face. He didn't put Zhang Yulong's threat in his eyes at all. Just you wait. When the golden gates open, I will kill you with my own hands. Zhang Yulong didn't cause any trouble for the time being. Naturally, Xianxia was happy to relax. After all, the golden gate hadn't truly opened yet. It wasn't the time for a direct conflict. With a sway, he came to the side of De Huang Dog and the others. He didn't retract his dragon form. This was his strongest combat form. There was no need to retract it as a life and death battle could break out at any time. King Fan, you have also advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Very good. By the way, King Ping has been eliminated by me. The Crown Prince is also dead. From now on, you will no longer have any obstacles in Great Qian Empire. Xianxia spoke. Naturally, he was incomparably happy to see King Fan's tremendous improvement. Not only him, Tyrant had also advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Xianxia didn't feel surprised about Tyrant's advancement. He had the Sarira of the ancient Buddha in his body. He had been constantly refining it, allowing him to improve all the time. He simply couldn't be judged by the standard of ordinary people. King Ping has been killed by you. Yang Bufan was somewhat surprised, but he didn't feel too much about the death of King Ping. Although they were brothers, there was no such thing as kinship in the imperial clan. As the evil lord, he had long understood this point. He wouldn't be soft-hearted. He knew very well that even if Xianxia didn't kill King Ping would still deal with them sooner or later. Little Xianxia, what kind of powerful secret technique have you cultivated? You can actually evade Zhang Yulong's attack at will. Han Yan asked curiously. To be honest, I have obtained the Great Void technique left by Void Sovereign under the guidance of De Huang. This secret technique is incomparably terrifying. That's why I can deal with Zhang Yulong so easily. Even if I can't defeat him, I can still keep up with him. It's almost impossible for Zhang Yulong to kill me. Xianxia said. He didn't need to hide anything from these brothers. They all knew each other very well. If he still hid it from his own people, he would lose the meaning of brotherhood. What? It's actually the legendary Void Emperor. Little Xianxia, you're really lucky. Your luck is really amazing. Yang Bufan was shocked once more. As the Prince of Great Qian Empire, he had read the legends and records of the immortal world since he was a child. Naturally, he knew more things and people than ordinary people. he naturally knew about a powerful figure like Void Sovereign. He was an existence that was on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia. In those years, he relied on the Great Void technique to move unhindered in the immortal world and was reputed as one of the most powerful immortal sovereigns in the immortal world. The secret art he left behind was naturally extraordinary. The fact that Jiang Chen could obtain the Great Void technique was enough to show that Jiang Chen had extraordinary fortune. Rumble. As soon as Zhang Yulong's voice faded, one of the golden passageways trembled once more. A powerful silhouette walked out of it. The commotion he created was even greater than Zhang Yulong. He was none other than the supreme genius of Radiant's immortal domain, Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but the qi radiating from his body was extremely overbearing. Currently, his cultivation base was the same as Zhang Yulong's, a mighty half-step immortal venerable. Incredible! The monstrous genius of the immortal court of Radiant's immortal domain. I heard that he's less than 20 years old. It's really unimaginable. Could it be that he had started cultivating when he was still in his mother's womb? He's too powerful. We can't use common sense to measure him. Xiaoxiao is known as the rare monstrous genius of Radiant's immortal domain. He has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age. Compared to him, we really can't be considered as geniuses. It's said that there are many monstrous geniuses who have advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm not long ago. Zhang Yulong and Xiaoxiao definitely aren't the only ones. It seems like things are going to get really lively. The emergence of Xiaoxiao immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. No one wasn't shocked by such a monstrous genius. Compared to such a genius, anyone would feel ashamed of their inferiority, feeling that they were an insult to the word genius. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk experts continued to emerge from the 18 golden passageways. The geniuses of countless major powers had gathered together. Many of them had made progress. This time, the number of immortal treasures unearthed in Golden Horizon was especially large. It could be said that the number was several times more than the previous times. Too many people had benefited from it. Late immortal emperors were emerging one after another, let alone those intermediate immortal emperors. Once these geniuses walked out of Golden Horizon, they would immediately alert the major powers where they were located. This was almost certain. Yang Lang, Shan Chong, Xian Zhong, Lan Lingji, Hua Xiaoqian, Mo Wuqing and a large number of people had appeared. When they saw Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan, they immediately approached them. Such a large group of people had gathered since the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. Now that the most critical moment of the opening of the Golden Gates had arrived, they naturally had to work together. In the face of such a situation, nothing was more important than an alliance. Not only them, many other major powers and geniuses were also secretly working together. No one knew what was going to happen next. Why isn't Brother Sher-san here? Lan Lingji looked around but couldn't find Long Sher-san, so she couldn't help but ask. Along the way, Long Sher-san's shadow had completely entered her heart. Although the aloof Lan Lingji was the saintess of exquisite paradise, she was still a woman after all. Such a woman usually wouldn't put any man in her eyes, but if a man really walked into her heart, everything would change. I don't know where that monkey has gone. Now that there is such a huge commotion in the Golden Passageway, he should be the first one to come, but he hasn't shown up yet. If I'm not mistaken, he must have obtained great benefits. I'm not sure where he is digesting them now. De Huang Dog spoke. One had to admit that his guess was incomparably accurate. Ever since Long Sher-san obtained the cultivation method of the life symbol art, he had been sitting motionlessly in front of the large green rock. Don't worry. He will definitely show up. If Long Sher-san isn't present in such a grand scene, wouldn't it be very imperfect? Jiang Chen smiled. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk another rumble was heard from one of the golden passageways. Needless to say, another mighty expert had appeared. Judging from his qi, he must be a mighty half-step immortal venerable genius. Sure enough, a young man in snow-white clothes walked out, carrying boundless qi. Feng Yunzi, be it potential or foundation, wasn't any weaker than Xiaoxiao or Zhang Yulong. Today, he had also appeared in front of everyone with his half-step immortal venerable cultivation base. No one would dare to look down on such a monstrous genius. It's Feng Yunzi from the Immortal Radiance realm. He's as famous as Xiaoxian. It's said that he was accompanied by countless lightning bolts when he was born. Furthermore, the lightning bolts only hovered above the place where he was born. For a person like him to have a phenomenon in the sky on the day of his birth, he's destined to be extraordinary. Reaching the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age. How enviable. I wonder when I can reach such a realm. You? Save it. You're not even on the same level. You're already blessed by the heavens to be able to reach the intermediate immortal emperor realm. How difficult will it be for you to step into the immortal venerable realm? The emergence of Feng Yunzi, just like Xiao Tian, caused a huge commotion. Both of them were powerful figures of the immortal court of radiance immortal domain. Both of them were extraordinary geniuses. Just the fact that they had reached the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age was enough to show disdain to the entire immortal world. They were the true elites of the young generation who could sweep across the world. No one could match them. After Feng Yunzi appeared, he glanced at the golden barrier, then found a place and closed his eyes to rest. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that the golden gate hadn't truly opened yet. It was covered by the barrier, but it didn't mean that the gate wouldn't open. It only meant that the time wasn't up yet. After Feng Yunzi's appearance, the golden passageway shook once more. Another powerful expert appeared. He was also a half-step immortal venerable. He was clad in linen clothes. He was tall and strong. His muscles were bulging like small hills, full of explosive energy. One look and anyone could tell that he was a strength-type expert. It's Yiqing Tian of Miluo Immortal Domain, also a figure of the Immortal Court. I heard that he has the bloodline of an ancient giant in his body. He can lift a towering mountain with his bare hands. His strength is astonishing and terrifying. It's very scary to be enemies with such a person. That's right. He's a very powerful figure with the bloodline of an ancient giant and the strength to move mountains. Ordinary people can't fight him. Too many geniuses have emerged in the golden horizon this time. I heard that apart from Zhang Yulong, Xiao Tian, Feng Yunzi, and Yiqing Tian, there are 2 more half-step immortal venerables. Yes. They have just advanced not long ago. I think they are young Master Yulong of Ethereal Immortal Domain and Lu Xing of Miluo Immortal Domain. I wonder what kind of battle will happen when 6 half-step immortal venerables appear at the same time. Powerful characters appeared one after another. Many people trembled in fear. They didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky to be able to live in the same era as these people. For those who no longer had any ambition, being able to see these legendary supreme geniuses was already a very honorable thing. It should be known that it was almost impossible to see these people on ordinary days. It was too difficult. For ordinary people, personally witnessing the methods of this group of experts would be able to obtain some benefits. They would be able to obtain some insights from their heaven-defying and terrifying methods. More and more people arrived. The scene was much larger compared to the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared. After the appearance of the 4 half-step immortal venerables, young Master Yulong and Lu Xing appeared one after another. The pressure radiating from the bodies of the 6 half-step immortal venerables made those with weaker cultivation base feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, it was a kind of pressure that came from the depths of one's heart. The 18 golden passageways were still open. It seemed like they would never close again. Everyone was waiting patiently. Some people were already impatient and wanted to attack the golden barrier in front of him. However, they were stopped by others. Brother, I advise you not to act rashly. Many people have already died when the Xiaoyaoqin appeared. Someone kindly reminded. Although the golden barrier seemed simple, it was afraid that it would be the same as when the Xiaoyaoqin appeared. Once anyone approached it, they would be attacked by the golden barrier and die a violent death. The things left behind by the mighty golden clan wouldn't be that simple. Unless one was tired of living, one would attack the golden barrier. Such a wait lasted for a full hour. During this hour, no one took the initiative to attack. With the lesson of the Xiaoyaoqin, no one was willing to be the first bird to stand out. The trip to the golden horizon was about to come to an end. They had already obtained tremendous benefits. It would be too worthless if they lost their lives because of greed at the last moment. During this hour, Jiang had been paying attention to De Huang Dog. All of De Huang Dog's attention was focused on the golden barrier. Jiang had no idea what he was looking at, but he was sure that De Huang Dog must have seen something, because Jiang had never seen De Huang Dog pay so much attention to something. Wing. Finally, the golden barrier began to tremble. The golden color on it began to dim, showing signs of disappearing. Look, the golden barrier is about to disappear. The golden gate is about to open. The legendary ancient golden clan is about to reveal what kind of secrets are hidden. It's said that the golden clan was incomparably terrifying during its heyday. They were known as the #1 clan in the immortal world. Even the immortal court didn't dare to touch them. Unfortunately, they were annihilated in the end. Rumor has it that the peerless sovereign weapon of the golden clan, the gold feather fan, is hidden here. I didn't believe it at first, but the appearance of the Xiaoyaoqin has made me believe it. According to the records, the gold feather fan is forged from the sun divine feather. It can shake the heavens and earth. If I have the chance to see such a peerless sovereign weapon in my life, it will be worth it. Seeing that the golden gate was about to open, everyone became excited. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. After all, there were too many legends about the golden clan. Not to mention the legendary gold feather fan, it would be enough to obtain any treasure from the clan. As the golden barrier trembled more and more violently, it eventually dimmed and disappeared. Countless rays of golden light sprinkled down, hovering above the entire golden clan, obscuring everything inside, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. A huge golden gate appeared in front of him. Behind it was the remains of the golden clan. It was a completely sealed alternate space. Haha! The golden gate is open. Everyone, go in quickly! Someone yelled. They had been waiting for a long time. Now that the gate was finally open, many of them couldn't wait any longer. Immediately, a dozen silhouettes flew towards the gate. Puchi, at this moment, dozens of golden-armored warriors suddenly appeared at the originally silent golden gate. Each of them held an ancient sword in their hands. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the dozen or so people who had rushed up were all killed by the swords of those golden-armored warriors. The scene immediately alarmed everyone, causing an uproar. Those who were about to continue rushing forward hastily halted their steps and stared at the golden warriors in shock. Dazzling light burst out from the battle armors of the golden warriors, but their expressions were dull and their eyes were dull. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality in their bodies. They're dead souls. These are the golden warriors of the golden clan. They should have died a long time ago. Now, they have become dead souls and are guarding the golden gate, not allowing outsiders to step into their territory. There's nothing to be afraid of. These dead souls are all around the late immortal emperor realm. It's impossible for them to stop us from entering. The dozen of them were too flustered and died unjustly. The golden clan is truly terrifying. Even the dead souls that they left behind are so terrifying. It seems like even though the golden gate has been opened, it's still full of danger inside. Innumerable eyes fell upon those golden warriors. In their point of view, these golden warriors were undead souls that had died tens of thousands of years ago. The undead souls of late immortal emperors wouldn't be able to cause too much of an impact to the geniuses on the scene. As long as these undead souls were eliminated, they would be able to enter the territory of the golden clan. It would be a very easy task to eliminate these undead souls. One should know that these undead creatures couldn't cast any powerful immortal technique. They could only rely on the mechanical combat swords in their hands to kill. As such, there was nothing to be afraid of. The geniuses who rushed forward were killed by these undead creatures because their cultivation base was too weak. If it was a late immortal emperor genius who attacked, the outcome would be completely different. Moreover, they had 6 powerful half-step immortal venerables on their side. It would be a piece of cake for them to take down these undead creatures. The appearance of these golden warriors caused the fire of the sun in Jiangchen's body to jump violently. It was a very familiar feeling. Jiangchen's heart was very shaken by the death of these golden warriors. He felt a trace of sadness in his heart. He couldn't bear to kill these golden warriors, even if they were just undead spirits. No, they are not undead. They are not dead. De Huang Dog suddenly said. De Huang, what did you say? Xianxia was shocked. They didn't die. This is a method left behind by the Golden Sovereign. I can smell the aura of the gold feather fan. Look at that golden light, it's emitted by the divine feather of the sun. The Golden Sovereign used the gold feather fan to seal this race, freezing time. After tens of thousands of years have passed, the golden race might appear again in this world. De Huang Dog spoke with incomparable astonishment. What did you say? The Golden Clan can reappear in this world? De Huang, what's going on? What happened here in the past? Why did Golden Sovereign seal a clan? Xianxia finally couldn't hold it in any longer. If he didn't get to the bottom of it, he wouldn't feel good. These golden warriors clearly had no vitality at all. They were completely undead spirits, but De Huang Dog said that they were not dead. This is the best way to preserve the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Too many people died in that war. The Golden Clan was almost wiped out. I don't know why the remains of the Golden Clan would appear at this time, but if I'm not wrong, this place will fall silent again soon. The next time it reappears will be when the Golden Clan revives. Little Xianxia, don't ask me what happened here in the past. It's not time for you to know yet. But I can tell you that without the Golden Clan, there would be no immortal world today. They are the heroes of the entire immortal world. The bloodline of the Golden Clan, which has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, must not be destroyed because of this. Today, you must defend this place at all costs. Don't allow anyone to enter the Golden Gate or kill a single golden warrior. De Huang Dog's tone was incomparably agitated. His words were resolute. He swore to defend this place with his life. Xianxia was moved. He had never seen De Huang Dog like this. What exactly happened in the past? The Golden Warriors didn't die. There must be the bloodline of the Golden Clan inside. This was the great work of Golden Sovereign who went against the heavens' will to preserve the bloodline of this clan. If these geniuses were allowed to rush in today, the tens of thousands of years of hard work of Golden Sovereign would be destroyed in a day. Xianxia didn't know what happened, but he would support De Huang Dog unconditionally no matter what he wanted to do. Now that he possessed the fire seed of Sun, it was equivalent to possessing the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu had even obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. He was inextricably linked to the Golden Clan and couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Therefore, Xianxia was willing to step forward bravely. He couldn't let Golden Sovereign's painstaking efforts be destroyed in a day. If the Golden Clan could really revive and return to the world in the future, it was unknown how big of a shock it would cause. But now, Xianxia didn't want to think about this because De Huang Dog had already rushed out and stood in front of the Golden Gate. His body had doubled in size, looking down on the crowd with disdain. He had the posture of a man who could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Xianxia no longer hesitated. He said, I swear to defend the Golden Clan with my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia turned into a ray of light and appeared beside De Huang Dog. Han Yan and the others were shocked, but they had heard the conversation between Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Han Yan and Tyrant looked at each other and walked out without any hesitation. The time for them to fight side by side had arrived. Even though their opponents were incomparably terrifying, they didn't flinch at all. This wasn't the first time they had experienced being surrounded by enemies. Xianxia, what are you guys doing? Why are you blocking the gate? Get out of the way, kill these undead spirits and break into the relic. Someone shouted when he saw Xianxia and the others appearing in front of the gate at this time. What a joke. There was actually someone who wanted to stop them from entering the relic of the Golden Clan at this time. Wasn't this person courting death? Everyone had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Anyone who tried to stop them would be making things difficult for everyone. That was a typical case of courting death. The remains of the Golden Clan haven't truly opened yet. It won't take long for it to fall silent again. If you enter, you will die inside. I'm trying to save you. I think it's better for everyone to give up on the Golden Clan and wait for the expedition to end. Xianxia spoke aloud. He really couldn't find a good excuse to stop the others, so he could only say so. However, Xianxia knew very well that the attraction of the Golden Clan was just too great. Even if he was telling the truth, it wouldn't be enough to stop these geniuses. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. It was impossible for them to stop them from entering the territory of the Golden Clan at all costs. At this moment, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Han Yen, Tyrant and Yang Buffon's faces were incomparably solemn, because they knew very well that the current situation was much more troublesome than the Xiaoya Qin. At that time, only a small number of them made a move to stop Wu Ningzhu from obtaining the inheritance. Most of them were just there to watch the show. However, it was different now. There was a huge camp of 20,000 people, and all of them had the same goal, to enter the territory of the Golden Clan. If anyone tried to stop them, they would become the enemy of 20,000 people. At that time, they were afraid that all of them would rush forward together. No matter how confident Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to fight against 20,000 people. Jiang Chen, are you kidding me? How can you stop us from entering at this time? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Look at how many people are here. A spit from each of them is enough to drown all of you. Zhang Yilong sneered. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would make such a stupid decision at this critical moment. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, he wouldn't do such a reckless thing. But now, Jiang Chen was standing in front of the Golden Warriors, blocking their way. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. Do you know what you're doing? Don't waste everyone's time. You're making the whole world your enemy. Jiang Chen, I advise you to get out of the way immediately. There is no enmity between us. I don't want to attack you. Jiang Chen, I really don't know what you're thinking. Entering the territory of the Golden Clan is beneficial to both of us. It's also beneficial to you. You're extremely lucky. You might be able to obtain treasures inside and your cultivation base might even improve by leaps and bounds. You should know very well that there are too many people who want to kill you. Everyone, let's not waste time talking to him. Let's attack and kill everyone who stands in our way. Kill Jiang Chen and the others, and those gold-tier warriors. The crowd was stirred up. Some people who weren't enemies with Jiang Chen began to gnash their teeth and reveal their killing intent. No one had expected that someone would do such a thing at the most critical moment. Blocking the path of 20,000 people? If you want to do something heaven-defying, why don't you check if you have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. The situation before him was the last thing he wanted to see. However, he had to support what De Huang Dog wanted to do. Moreover, he was almost certain that De Huang Dog knew exactly what happened back then. This dog cherished his life more than anyone else. Now, he was blocking 20,000 people at all costs just to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Since De Huang Dog felt that it was worth it, then Jiang Chen would definitely follow suit. If the bloodline of the Golden Clan really reappeared in the world, Jiang Chen believed that he would remember today's kindness. In the beginning, Jiang Chen had the same idea as everyone else. He wanted to enter the ruins of the Golden Clan and search for treasures. He even wanted to see what the legendary Gold Feather fan looked like. However, when he found out that these gold-tier warriors weren't real undead spirits and that the bloodline of the Golden Clan could reappear in the world, Jiang Chen changed his attitude just like De Huang Dog. He looked forward to the day when the terrifying ancient clan would descend again. Cut the crap. Whoever wants to enter this gate, I, Jiang Chen, will kill them. Jiang Chen's eyes turned blood red. The heavenly saint sword in his hand kept vibrating and buzzing. Jiang Chen's temper was like this. Since the opponent said that he was going to do something heaven-defying, he would do it today. Even if he had to make the whole world his enemy, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate and wasn't afraid at all. Haha. What an arrogant kid. You really don't know how the word death is written. In that case, I'll kill you right now to save time. The genius of ethereal immortal court, Lu Sheng, burst into laughter and unleashed his half-step immortal venerable qi, preparing to attack Jiang Chen. Junior brother Lu, let me do it. Zhang Yilong stretched out his hand to stop Lu Sheng, then took a step forward and said to Jiang Chen with a sneer, Jiang Chen, weren't you very good at dodging just now? Let's see if you still dare to dodge. If you do, I'll destroy those undead spirits and shatter the gate of the Golden Clan. As soon as Zhang Yilong finished speaking, an incomparably dazzling palm was thrust towards Jiang Chen. Damn it. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. He hated the fact that his current cultivation base was too weak. He wasn't a match for Zhang Yulong at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Just like what Zhang Yulong said, the Great Void technique was useless at this moment. The Great Void technique was used to help him escape, but what he needed to do now was to stop these people. If he escaped, it wouldn't make any difference. Given Zhang Yulong's powerful means, he was afraid that all of those golden warriors would be killed instantly. Roar, De Huang Dog was infuriated. He threw his head back and let out a roar. Terrifying waves of qi rolled out. His body began to change dramatically. Pieces of golden dragon scales appeared on his body, and dragon horns emerged on his head. In an instant, he had turned into a mighty dragon horse. After transforming into his dragon horse form, De Huang Dog rushed towards Zhang Yulong's palm. Kong Long, a part of the void was completely smashed. De Huang Dog unleashed his most powerful qi. Although he was only a late immortal emperor, ordinary half-step immortal venerables were no match for him. He wasn't even inferior to a peerless genius like Zhang Yulong. Under the impact of De Huang Dog's head, the palm that Zhang Yulong had conjured was destroyed. De Huang Dog was bounced back to his original spot, but due to his unfathomable strength, Zhang Yulong's attack didn't leave any injury on his body. Oh? What a powerful dog! It can actually fight against Zhang Yulong. Look carefully. How is this a dog? It's a real dragon horse, a powerful mutated breed with a super powerful bloodline. Not to mention leapfrogging, even leapfrogging and killing someone would be a piece of cake for it. Xianxia is already monstrous enough. Even the dog beside him is so heaven-defying. It seems like we must take this opportunity to kill them today. Otherwise, the immortal world will be plunged into chaos in the future. You're right. Either we get along well with such monstrous figures, or once we become enemies with them, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. We can't give them too many chances to grow. Otherwise, it will be our doomsday. Countless people were shocked, but the miraculous and powerful performance of Xianxia and De Huang Dog had strengthened their determination to eliminate them. Today, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were going to stop them from entering the territory of the Golden Clan, which meant that they were destined to be enemies. If they couldn't eliminate such heaven-defying enemies as soon as possible, they would surely become a huge threat in the future. That would be their doomsday. Tyrant, Yan, King Fan, today is destined to be a life-and-death battle. You don't have to participate in it. Xianxia said to the three of them in an incomparably solemn tone. Little Qinzi, what are you talking about? Do you still treat us as brothers? What kind of situation have we not seen before? Let's fight side by side. At worst, we'll just die together. As brothers, there's only this life and not the next. If we can fight side by side against the world, this life is enough. We won't have any regrets even if we die. The three of them looked at Xianxia with disdain. What Xianxia said made them unhappy. Although Xianxia was worried about their safety, compared to his own safety, his brothers were more important. What was a life and death brother? It meant that they had to face life and death together. If they couldn't live and die together, how could they call themselves brothers? If they just watched Xianxia and Big Yellow fight a bloody battle, how could they face their brothers in the future? Alright, let's fight side by side today. Xianxia's expression shook. He and De Huang Dog glanced at each other, and they both saw the gratification and happiness in each other's eyes. In this lifetime, they would not be lonely. As brothers, there was only this life, but no afterlife. If they could not live side by side in this life, how could they hope for an afterlife? You bunch of bastards, how can you leave my brother Shirsan out of this? Just as Xianxia's voice faded, a voice suddenly sounded out from one of the golden passageways. Countless pairs of eyes looked over and saw a young man in yellow robe walking out from the passageway, appearing in this spatial zone. As soon as the newcomer appeared, his body was filled with an indomitable aura. The chi of an immemorial battle spirit was simply the representation of power. The current Long Shirsan had changed a lot. His hair was black and white, but it didn't look out of place at all. The color seemed to conform to the heavenly Tao. Not only that, Long Shirsan's cultivation base had also improved tremendously, advancing to the late immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen and the others shifted their gaze to Long Shan and laughed. That's right. How could Brother Shan be absent at such an important moment? They knew very well that this monkey would definitely be the main force. The monkey seems to have obtained great benefits. His chi has changed. It's great that he can advance to the late immortal emperor realm. Given the power of his battle Saint Ape, he can sweep through everything with his late immortal emperor cultivation base. Not even Zhang Yulong is a match for him. De Huang Dog spoke, unconcealing his happiness and excitement when he saw Long Shan's progress. Brother Shan. Lan Lingji flew to the front of Long Shan. When she saw Long Shan again, her worries vanished completely. The sight of Long Shan's black and white hair fluttering in the wind, his masculine, angular face and the vigorous chi of a man couldn't help but captivate her. Lingji, you stand back. Don't make a move later. Long Shan spoke in an incomparably solemn tone. He had already known everything that had happened here. He also knew what Jiang Chen and the others were going to do. The reason why he stood out now was to support them without any hesitation. However, Lan Lingji was absolutely not allowed to participate in the battle. It was destined to be a fierce battle of life and death. Even though Lan Lingji was a late immortal emperor, once she joined the battle, she would only have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, it didn't matter much if Lan Lingji joined the battle. She wouldn't be of much help. One should know that compared to Han Yen, Lan Lingji wasn't considered to be too powerful. And, you have to be careful. Lan Lingji nodded and returned to her original position. She was a smart person. She could naturally see the current situation clearly. She didn't know why Jiang Chen and the others would do such a thing, but she knew that they must have their own reasons for doing so. She wanted to join them in the battle, but she knew that it was meaningless. Even if all the experts of Exquisite Paradise and Great Qian Empire were to join the battle, it would only increase the number of casualties, let alone Lan Lingji. Humph. Zhang Yulong harumphed coldly. All of a sudden, he struck out his palm at Jiang Chen once more. At this moment, an iron staff rushed out of the void and collided with Zhang Yulong's attack, destroying it. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Long Shan's silhouette appeared in front of Zhang Yulong, holding the iron staff. His fiery golden eyes could see through everything. He spoke in an incomparably domineering tone, "Do you think Master Monkey doesn't exist? Long Shan, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. It won't do you any good. Even if you have the strength to fight me, you have to see clearly that there are 6 half-step immortal venerables here. How are you going to fight them alone?" Zhang Yulong spoke with a frown. He was more or less afraid of this Long Shan. The scene of Long Shan fighting the northern and southern dynasties was still fresh in his mind. He was very clear about the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. If the northern and southern dynasties had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for them. Presently, Long Shan had already reached the late immortal emperor realm, and seemed to be a lot stronger than before. He didn't want to clash with such a troublesome guy before he obtained any benefits from entering the Golden Clan. Are 6 half-step immortal venerables very powerful? All of you can come at me together. Long Shan didn't have the slightest fear. His whole body was filled with the majestic chi of an immemorial battle spirit. He didn't put Zhang Yulong in his eyes at all. Just a puny late immortal emperor. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Lu Xing was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He was an incomparably arrogant person. The thing he couldn't stand the most was someone who was more arrogant than him, let alone someone whose cultivation base wasn't as strong as him. When the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared, Lu Xing wasn't there. Therefore, he didn't know who Long Shan was. In his point of view, no matter how powerful Long Shan was, he was merely an immortal emperor while he was already a half-step immortal venerable. The gap between them wasn't small. How could he allow a puny immortal emperor to act arrogant and domineering in front of him? Long Shan gave Lu Xing a casual glance, then turned his head away. Such an attitude undoubtedly stimulated Lu Xing's self-esteem. He could see contempt in Long Shan's eyes. Courting death. An incomparably powerful fury burst out from the top of Lu Xing's head. His killing intent soared to the sky as he lunged at Long Shan. Given his status, how could he allow a puny immortal emperor to look down on him? That would be a great humiliation to him. He had to kill the other party to defend his dignity. Seeing Lu Xing lunging at him, Long Shersan's hair fluttered in the wind. The iron staff in his hand radiated endless brilliance. His fiery golden eyes shot out two dazzling rays of light. His whole body was filled with combat intent. That was the strong fighting spirit of the battle clan. This clan was warlike by nature. They never knew what fear was. Kong Long, Long Shersan swung his iron staff horizontally, tearing the void into two halves on the spot. Under countless horrified gazes, the iron staff collided with Lu Xing's attack. Thousands of ripples were stirred up. Those were the waves of the void. The chi of destruction was everywhere. Dang dang, Dragon Shersan's whole body was full of primitive power and infinite strength. Not to mention Lu Xing, even Yi Qing Tian, who had the bloodline of the ancient giants, was no match for Dragon Shersan in terms of strength. Under this blow, Lu Xing was shaken back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. How dare you boast in front of Master Monkey with such little ability? You are not worthy. Long Shersan's iron staff buzzed. He stood in the air, looking down at the world. What? This time, Lu Xing was truly astounded. He stared at Long Shersan with incomparable horror in his eyes. He simply couldn't believe that this was true. He had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm not long ago and was supposed to be insufferably arrogant. But today, he was actually defeated by a monstrous late immortal emperor. This was a great humiliation. At this moment, Lu Xing wasn't the only one who was shocked. Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian were also shocked. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still surprised to see that Long Shersan was so powerful that not even a half-step immortal venerable was a match for him. Incredible. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter this guy had that allowed him to advance another level. What's more terrifying is that not even a half-step immortal venerable is a match for him. Isn't this a little too heaven-defying? I don't find it too surprising. He was able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties when he was just an intermediate immortal emperor. Now that he has advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, it isn't surprising for him to defeat a half-step immortal venerable. Humph. So what if he's powerful? Whoever blocks the path to the territory of the Golden Clan will die. Long Shersan is no exception. Although he's powerful, there are 6 half-step immortal venerables on his side. If the 6 of them join forces to deal with him, I'm afraid that he won't be able to deal with them even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. That's right. Long Shersan is indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to deal with the current situation. No one can stop the territory of the Golden Clan. Those 6 half-step immortal venerables are more than enough to kill Long Shersan. On the other hand, our army of 20,000 can drown Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. They will only end up with death if they become the enemy of the world. The crowd was agitated. Even though Long Shersan had displayed superhuman combat strength, it still couldn't stop the determination of the 20,000 experts to enter the territory of the Golden Clan. In their hearts, Long Shersan was powerful, but even 2 Long Shersan wouldn't be enough to deal with the current situation. Everyone, Jiang Chen and Long Shersan are trying to stop us from entering the territory of the Golden Clan. This means that they are going to destroy our future. I suggest that all the half-step immortal venerables join forces to eliminate Long Shersan. The rest of you will join forces to kill Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Kill those undead spirits and open the Golden Gate. Zhang Yulong yelled. As soon as these words were out, the people who had already been influenced by the benefits naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Yulong shouted. As soon as his words were out, those who had been influenced by benefits naturally couldn't stand it anymore. One by one, they began to unleash their killing intent, especially those major powers who had enmity with Jiang Chen. Each of their faces was filled with a hideous smile. To them, this was the best opportunity to eliminate Jiang Chen. They had always wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but they couldn't find a chance to do so. After all, Jiang Chen had already grown to the point where it would be extremely difficult to get rid of him. Now that Jiang Chen was courting death, they naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Alright. Let's attack together. In order to defend our own interests, we must not let a puny Jiang Chen ruin our future. Let's attack together. Killing Xianxia will be as easy as blowing off dust. Don't be afraid, everyone. Long Shan has a half-step immortal emperor to deal with him. Only De Huang Dog is powerful, but he won't be able to withstand the attack of so many of us. Kill Xianxia, rush into the territory of the Golden Clan and find the Gold Feather Fan. Many of them were shouting. Some of them had immortal weapons in their hands. A large number of them began to approach the gate of the Golden Clan. The people of Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise, Celestial Flower Valley and Profoundine Cult didn't make a move. After all, they had a good relationship with Xianxia. It was already embarrassing that they couldn't help him, let alone kick him when he was down. To these people, it wasn't that they didn't want to help Xianxia, but they knew very well that given the current situation, even if a few hundred of them joined the battle, it wouldn't help at all. The hundreds of major powers and countless experts of the three immortal domains seemed ready to take action. They weren't as bold as Xianxia and didn't have that heaven-defying domineering aura. They couldn't be the enemy of the world. Xianxia didn't belong to any sect, so he wasn't afraid of anything, but they had to consider for their own sections. Moreover, there were many experts of the immortal court involved in this battle. Once a life-and-death battle broke out, not to mention the number of casualties, offending the immortal court would only bring unnecessary trouble to their own sections. Therefore, Yang Lang and Lan Lingji could only watch on helplessly, becoming the most unwilling spectators. I'm afraid that Xianxia is in a very dangerous situation. Hua Xiaoqian spoke worriedly. If all 20,000 of them scatter, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm afraid that they won't be able to survive no matter how powerful they are. Yang Lang's expression was incomparably grim, but Xianxia's attitude was firm. It seemed like a battle was inevitable. Countless chi waves surged as countless auras fused together, interweaving into a grand energy net. Such might was sufficient to destroy everything. Xianxia and the others were still standing in front of the Golden Gate. Although their faces were solemn, their expressions were resolute. The pressure of 20,000 people couldn't affect them much. Just like what Xianxia said earlier, as long as someone took a step into the Golden Gate, he would kill that person without hesitation. Everyone, be careful. Today is a life-and-death battle. What we need to do is to do our best. Xianxia said. Brothers, don't worry. I have a feeling that things won't be that simple. We will help the Golden Clan by some time. I'm afraid there will be more changes later. It will be a great turning point for us. Everyone, do your best. No one is allowed to die. De Huang Dog's tone was incomparably solemn. Although he wanted to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan, he wouldn't let his brothers die for nothing. His intuition told him that it wouldn't be long before a greater change occurred. At that time, the change would absolutely be beneficial to them. I will set up the 5 elemental grand formation. The 5 of us will each defend one direction. Tyrant, you will take out the God-trembling monument to support the formation. Today, we will be fighting against 20,000 people. We must be heroic. It's enough to experience such a battle once in our lives. Xianxia's fighting spirit soared up to the sky. However, he wasn't reckless. He immediately activated the 5 elemental grand formation. He knew that in a large-scale battle like this, cooperation was the most important. Otherwise, they might not be able to hold on for long and their lives might be in danger. All right. Tyrant didn't hesitate. He immediately took out the God-trembling monument and fused it perfectly with the 5 elemental grand formation. This wasn't the first time he fused it with Xianxia's 5 elemental grand formation. Kill! Someone shouted with bloodshot eyes. He raised his immortal weapon and lunged at Xianxia and the others. There were more than 100 of them who attacked at the same time. Terrifying energy was like a vast ocean, bombarding Xianxia and the others, trying to drown them in this ocean of energy. Eternal immortal wind. Xianxia bellowed. While utilizing the 5 elements' great array to defend, he did not forget to unleash the eternal immortal wind to attack. The wild eternal immortal wind swept out, sweeping towards the people in front of him. Those who got too close were directly swept away by the eternal celestial wind. Naturally, their fates were extremely miserable and they died on the spot. This was destined to be a bloodbath. Although the enemy's camp was huge and had a lot of people, they couldn't coordinate well with each other. It could be said that there wasn't any tacit understanding between different forces, but Jiang Chen and the others had a tacit understanding with each other. Each of them was more abnormal than the other. All of them were peerless monstrous geniuses. Except for Jiang Chen, the others were all late immortal Emperor Supreme experts. On the other side, Zhang Yulong and the others couldn't help but reveal a cold smile on their faces. Although Jiang Chen and the others seemed to be very ferocious, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. What they needed to do now was to deal with Long San. 6 half-step immortal venerables approached Long San at the same time, besieging Long San from different directions. They seemed to have a tacit understanding of how to deal with Long San. Judging from the scene of Long San attacking Lu Xing, he was absolutely a monstrous genius. Since such a genius was blocking their way, they had to join forces to kill him. This could be considered as eliminating a great threat and danger. Long San, you have seen the scene today. You are doing something impossible. If you want to go against the heaven, you need to have the ability to do so. I advise you not to get involved in this. It's none of your business even if Jiang Chen and the others die. It won't be worth it if you lose your life because of this, Xiao Tian spoke. He hadn't shown himself all this while. This was the first time he was going to deal with Long San. Lose my life? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? You want to take the life of Master Monkey with just the 6 of you? Young man, don't you think it's ridiculous? Long San sneered. It was impossible for him, Long San, to ignore the lives of his brothers. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and comprehended the life symbol art. Fighting 6 half-step immortal venerables at the same time was an incomparably delightful thing. Long San, I am advising you out of goodwill, but you won't listen to me. Do you really think that you can deal with the 6 of us alone? Xiao Tian was infuriated. A person like him was naturally arrogant and looked down on all living beings. He rarely talked so much with others. Usually, he would kill those he disliked. He felt that he was saving Long San, but since the other party didn't appreciate his kindness, he couldn't blame him for being impolite. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Anyone who stands in the way of the Golden Gate must die. No one can stop me, Feng Yunzi, from obtaining the benefits of the Golden Clan. Feng Yunzi's hair fluttered. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out a palm at Long San, striking out a heaven-shaking divine seal. Just the chi alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, Long San wasn't afraid at all. He kept the iron staff in his hand and struck out with the battle symbol art of the battle saint technique, clashing with Feng Yunzi's palm. Kong Long San, the void was immediately shattered. The incomparably arrogant Feng Yunzi was pushed back by Long San's palm strike. The terrifying battle saint technique was inherited from the ancestors of the battle clan. It was a powerful weapon in battle. Feng Yunzi's strength was on par with Lu Xing. How could he be a match for Long San in a one-on-one fight? What? Feng Yunzi's expression changed. He initially thought that Lu Xing was pushed back because of his carelessness. As a prideful person, he wouldn't want to join hands with outsiders to deal with someone whose cultivation base was lower than his. But now, it seemed that the opponent's strength had exceeded his imagination. Haha, the geniuses of the immortal court are only SOSO. The 6 of you can come at me together. I, Long San, have nothing to fear. Long San laughed wildly. His black and white hair fluttered in the wind. Both of his hands kept conjuring powerful seals. The battle saint technique swept out. Facing the encirclement of the 6 geniuses, he chose to take the initiative. This man is too arrogant and incomparably powerful. Everyone, don't hold back and kill him. Zhang Yulong, Xiao Tian, Lu Xing, Feng Yunzi, Yiqing Tian, and young Master Yulong, 6 half-step immortal venerables from 3 different immortal courts had joined forces to deal with Long San, who was weaker than them. It wouldn't be a glorious thing for them if this news spread out. But now, the 6 of them couldn't care less. Their reputation was no longer important. What was more important was to kill the huge threat that was San and enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Long San stood in the encirclement of the 6 experts, which had formed a closed battlefield. Long Shan remained unmoved. In the face of the pressure from the 6 experts, his face was as calm as usual. There wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. It was a kind of natural confidence. Even though he was fighting against 6 experts alone, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His demeanor alone was enough to make people admire him. The more Long Shan behaved like this, the more determined they were to kill Long Shan, because this man was just too terrifying. They asked themselves if they were in Long Shan's shoes and were besieged by 6 half-step immortal venerables, they certainly wouldn't be as calm as Long Shan. This showed that they were inferior to Long Shan. Although they still put on a high and mighty posture in front of Long Shan, they were actually feeling inferior in their hearts. This made them jealous, and made them want to destroy Long Shan at all costs to establish their own nobility. Let me see how powerful he is. Xianxia moved. The bloodline of the primordial giant burst out. The terrifying power was like a mountain. His body doubled in size and he punched at Shan with a fist as big as a hill. Usually, Xianxia's punch was powerful enough to smash a mountain. Shan's punch was enough to smash a mountain. In the face of such a violent attack from Xianxia, the corner of Long Shan's mouth revealed a faint smile. The bloodline of the ancient giant was undoubtedly powerful, but the bloodline of the battle clan was even nobler. He would never fear anyone in a competition of strength. Shan didn't even cast the battle saint technique and punched out as well. The 2 fists collided with each other at the fastest speed. Bang. That part of the void was immediately torn apart by the impact, creating a large hole. Cold spatial airflow seeped out from the hole, appearing very gloomy. This was the most primitive collision, a confrontation of pure physical strength. Dang dang dang. Xianxia suffered an extremely strong recoil. His majestic body took 3 steps back. His arm was trembling, and a trace of blood appeared on his fist. Xianxia was really shocked at this moment. He couldn't believe this reality at all. If Long Shan had used a powerful immortal skill to repel him, he might have been able to accept it. But just now, he clearly felt that Long Shan had used pure physical strength like him. Xianxia, with the bloodline of the giant, was most proud of his strength. He had never been defeated in a confrontation of pure physical strength. Today, he finally had a taste of it in front of Long Shan. The bloodline of the giant, compared to the battle clan, is only worthy of carrying shoes. Long Shan was extremely arrogant. The faces of the 6 people changed at the same time. This Long Shan was too terrifying. Up until now, Zhang Yulong, Lu Sheng, Feng Yanzi, and Xianxia had all been defeated by Long Shan in a one-on-one fight. Especially Xianxia, who had failed to gain the upper hand in the field he was best at. This made them pay more attention to Long Shan. They now knew very well that it was absolutely impossible to defeat Long Shan alone. They had to join forces to have a chance to kill him. Don't hold back. Let's kill him together. Zhang Yulong shouted. Waves of qi surged all over his body. He pinched complicated seals in the void with both hands. Next, he was going to use all his skills to kill Long Shan. At the same time, the shadow of an ancient beast appeared above Xia Xiaoyan's head. The shadow was extremely ferocious and evolved into a vision, bursting out an incomparably terrifying aura. It was an ancient creature that appeared at this moment like a totem. It was rumored that Xia Xiaotian had the bloodline of an ancient creature flowing in his body. Now it seemed that it was true. Feng Yanzi also moved. The heavenly thunder above his head crackled like a thunder tribulation, and a thunder dragon hovered. Young Master Yulong, Lu Sheng, and Xianxia had also unleashed their most powerful attacks. The 6 of them locked onto Long Shan's qi, not giving him any chance to escape. Below them, Jiang Chen and the others were watching the battle, but they didn't seem worried at all, because they knew the terror of Long Shan better than Jiang Chen. Even though it was 1 against 6, he was still full of confidence in Long Shan. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he absolutely wouldn't be killed by them. Lan Lingji was incomparably nervous. Zhang Yulong and the others were peerless geniuses of the immortal court. Their cultivation base was higher than Long Shan's, and they were all mighty half-step immortal venerables. It was bound to be incomparably difficult for Long Shan to fight against the 6 of them. However, there was no use in being nervous. Lan Lingji couldn't be of any help at all. She wanted to rush forward and fight alongside Long San, but she knew that she would only be a burden if she did so. I must cultivate diligently. I mustn't be a burden in the future. Lan Lingji swore inwardly. She had already fallen in love with Long San. Besides, she could see that a figure like Long San was the same as Jiang Chen. It was only a matter of time before he became a big shot with limitless achievements. Naturally, the women around him mustn't be a burden. Now, she understood Wu Ningzhu's hard work very well. Even if a woman couldn't become a useful person to a man, she absolutely couldn't become a burden. On the battlefield, Long San's hair fluttered in the wind. He had executed the battle saint technique to the extreme. 2 vortexes appeared on both of his palms. One was black while the other was white. They represented the extermination symbol art and life symbol art respectively. These were the life and death techniques of the battle saint technique. When combined, one could see through life and death and unleash the origin energy of life. The extermination symbol art could attack the opponent while the life symbol art could protect the user from death. Kill! Feng Yunzi bellowed. The 6 of them lunged at Long San at the same time. Layers of terrifying destructive energy interweaved into a huge energy net, engulfing Long San. Such terrifying energy was unimaginable to ordinary people. Hot blood rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Long San cast the battle saint technique, fighting against 6 enemies alone, displaying the true majesty of the battle clan. His attacks were bold and unrestrained, circulating the life and death battle art to the extreme, fighting against the 6 half-step immortal venerables head-on. On the surface, it seemed that Long San was in a disadvantageous position, but if one took a closer look, they would find that every time he dealt with the opponent's attack, he was skillful and at ease. In the eyes of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, Long San was enjoying the process of the battle. Under great pressure, he was constantly perfecting his battle saint technique. This was more important than anything else. Moreover, the current situation of the battle was very clear. Even if Long San couldn't do anything to the 6 opponents, even if the 6 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to take Long San's life. What a powerful battle technique! Jiang Chen said in surprise in the 5 elements grand formation. This monkey's luck is off the charts. He has actually found the true essence of the battle saint technique. Now, he's using the pressure of the 6 experts to temper his combat technique. His entire being is improving constantly. I'm afraid that only Long San can fight 6 half-step immortal venerables alone with his late immortal emperor cultivation base. De Huang Dog sighed endlessly. Even with his arrogance, he couldn't help but praise Long San endlessly. There is still one person who can do it, the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen said. The war had already started, but the northern and southern dynasties had yet to appear. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the northern and southern dynasties had obtained great benefits. Even the movements of the 18 golden passageways did not attract his attention. Jiang Chen was almost certain that once the northern and southern dynasties appeared, they would definitely be as terrifying as Long San, and their cultivation base would advance even further. That bastard better not show up at this time. De Huang Dog said. He was sure that the remains of the Golden Clan would disappear soon, so all they needed to do was to stop these experts from entering the remains. Currently, Long San had restrained 6 half-step immortal venerables, relieving them of a great deal of pressure, but if the northern and southern dynasties appeared at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Nanbei Chao didn't show up, the current situation was still very unfavorable for Jiang Chen and the others. Almost everyone on the scene treated them as their enemies. When these people knew how to cooperate with each other, Jiang Chen and the others wouldn't be able to defend against them. Kill! Kill Jiang Chen! Someone yelled at the top of his lungs. The one who spoke was none other than Nanbei Tu. As the first genius of Nanbei family who clashed with Jiang Chen, Nanbei Tu felt incomparably aggrieved. He still remembered that when he first clashed with Jiang Chen was just a small shrimp that he could do anything he wanted. It was Yang Bufan who saved Jiang Chen's life at the critical moment. It had only been a short period of time, but Jiang Chen had already grown to a level that he could only look up to. Although he had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, He didn't even have the courage to stand up after witnessing the death of Nanbei Jing and Nanbei Zhong. Now that thousands of people were going to kill Jiang Chen, he was going to vent the anger in his heart. Kong Long, innumerable experts launched their attacks. 7 colored energy rays bombarded the 5 elemental grand formation from all directions. Jiang Chen and the others were completely immersed in the ocean of energy. Even the domain created by the eternal immortal wind was torn apart. Their faces turned somewhat unsightly, including De Huang Dog. They had no idea how long the 5 elemental grand formation could last. Judging from the current situation, it was almost impossible for it to last until the remains of the Golden Clan fell silent again. Go to hell. Grandpa Monk is here. Just at this moment, a loud yell was heard. Grandmaster Hao Ran turned into a stream of light and rushed into Jiang Chen's 5 elemental grand formation. I'm here to fight alongside you all. Grandmaster Hao Ran was also a hot-blooded man. He had long been stimulated by the heaven-defying actions of Jiang Chen and the others. Putting aside the fact that Tyrant was in the formation, the relationship between these two brothers was already very good. As for Jiang Chen, when Grandmaster Hao Ran fought with Jiang Chen, he had been deeply impressed by Jiang Chen's heroism and made up his mind to befriend Jiang Chen. Today, his friend and his junior brother were in danger, but he was just standing there and watching. This made Grandmaster Hao Ran feel incomparably uncomfortable. So, he rushed forward regardless of everything. Such an earth-shattering battle, such a passionate and heroic fight against the heroes of the world. How delightful was that? If he could participate in such a battle, his life wouldn't be in vain no matter what the outcome would be. Senior brother, why did you come in as well? Tyrant's face was filled with surprise. Grandmaster Hao Ran, it's not worthwhile for you to get involved in today's matter. If you lose your life in vain, what will I, Jiang Chen, do? Jiang Chen yelled. He didn't expect that Grandmaster Hao Ran would jump in at this moment. This was a situation of certain death. It was impossible for an intelligent man like Grandmaster Hao Ran to not see it, but he still appeared resolutely. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. There's also me, Emma Wuqing. I'm Yang Lang. I'm Shan Chong. For a moment, Emma Wuqing, Yang Lang and Shan Chong rushed into the 5 elemental grand formation, supporting it together. All of them were late Immortal Emperor experts. The addition of each of them would increase the strength of the grand formation. As a member of the devil religion, Emma Wuqing's temperament was already very violent. Now that their holy son had joined the battle, he naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Yang Lang and Shan Chong had joined the battle entirely for Jiang Chen. At the same time, they were shocked by Jiang Chen's boldness and insight. Sometimes, people's emotions were easily stimulated. Once they were stimulated, they wouldn't care about the consequences. Just like now, Yang Lang and the others had been infected by this fervor. They felt that if they didn't join the battle, they would have wasted their lives in this world. Haha. Good. Let's fight side by side today. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. With the addition of these experts, the 5 elemental grand formation became even more stable. Kong Long, another violent attack hit the 5 elemental grand formation. More and more experts joined the battle. The situation was the same as the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared, but the difference was just too great. Today's situation couldn't be compared to that time. What was better was that the cultivation base of the people who were supporting the grand formation was higher than before. Dong. At this moment, the golden warriors who were guarding the golden gate moved. They emitted a weak will and looked at Jiang Chen and the others with hollow eyes. Let them in. These golden warriors have sensed what we are doing. They want to join us and help us. De Huang Dog spoke. Now, Jiang Chen finally believed that these golden warriors weren't truly dead, because there was no will other than killing. Although these golden warriors had been sealed, they could still sense a weak will. They could sense what Jiang Chen was doing and the existence of the fire of sun in Jiang Chen's body. That was the origin fire of their clan. That was why they were willing to lend a hand. After all, Jiang Chen was helping their clan. Each of these golden warriors had the strength of a late immortal emperor. With their support, the 5 elemental grand formation would undoubtedly become more stable. Xianxia would even be able to free his hands to kill the enemies in the camp. Tyrant, just like before, you will use the God-trembling monument and control the Grand Formation with De Huang Dog. I will go out and destroy their camp, so that their forces won't be able to converge completely. Xianxia said to Tyrant and De Huang Dog. All right. Be careful. Tyrant nodded. Don't worry. Now that I have the Great Void technique, it won't be a problem for me to kill thousands of experts. Xianxia smiled. With the Great Void technique, it was undoubtedly a life-saving measure. Although the camp in front of them was incomparably huge, Xianxia wasn't afraid of it at all. The Great Void technique was enough for him to appear anywhere and evade the attacks of the enemies. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the dragon wings on Xianxia's back spread out, turning into a ray of light and rushed out of the 5-elemental Grand Formation. The combination of the Great Void technique and the 9 phantom wolves made his speed insanely fast. Clang, with the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, Xianxia was the first to appear in front of Nanbei II. Today, Xianxia's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm. As a matter of fact, Xianxia had been in seclusion for 10 months and had comprehended the Great Void technique. By right, he should have advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm long ago, but because the dragon transformation skill hadn't evolved, his cultivation base remained stagnant. Although his combat strength hadn't advanced, it was constantly improving. If it was before, a figure like Nanbei II might be able to fight Xianxia, but now, it wouldn't take much effort for Xianxia to kill Nanbei II. Plus, with the combination of the Great Void technique and the 9 phantom wolves, Xianxia could appear in any place at any time. Whether it was a head-on battle or a sneak attack, he could dazzle his opponent. Nanbei II, die. Xianxia's chi was unparalleled, locking onto Nanbei II. The terrifying Heavenly Saint sword slashed down at Nanbei II in a heaven-splitting manner. Nanbei II turned pale with fright. Xianxia's unreserved attack made him feel a great crisis from the bottom of his heart and a sense of isolation. It was a state of isolation and helplessness. There were clearly many people around him, but Nanbei II felt that he was the one facing Xianxia. No one could help him at all. This feeling made Nanbei II feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't believe that Xianxia's strength had reached such a level that he felt his life was threatened. As a matter of fact, Nanbei II had just advanced to the late immortal conversion realm. His cultivation base was extremely unstable. Due to the current situation of the battlefield, Xianxia's attack was a deadly strike, showing no mercy. This sword strike had combined his most violent combat strength and lethality. How could Nanbei II be a match for him? In desperation, Nanbei II had to raise the sword in his hand to block Xianxia's Heavenly Saint sword. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk the surrounding void was torn apart in an instant. This sword strike of Xianxia carried the power of the fusion of 4 kinds of supreme flames. Nanbei II's battle sword was sent flying away by Xianxia. Nanbei II let out a miserable cry, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and hastily hid in the crowd. Nanbei II, if I want to kill you, it's useless no matter where you hide. No matter how many people there are, they won't be able to save you. Xianxia's voice was as cold and emotionless as the king of hell. As soon as his voice faded, his body appeared behind Nanbei II like a ghost. The 5 late immortal emperors had joined forces to deal with Xianxia, but they couldn't even catch a trace of Xianxia. Xianxia was like a wandering soul, traceless and visible at any time. What? Nanbei II exclaimed once more. He felt the threat of death from Xianxia. He knew that Xianxia had already made up his mind to kill him. Moreover, the opponent's speed was just too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. It was impossible for him to catch a trace of Xianxia. Xianxia didn't give Nanbei II any chance. The terrifying sword thrust forward once more. Nanbei II dodged desperately, but even so, he was still stabbed by the Heavenly Saint sword. One of his arms was chopped off, spurting out blood. Save me! Save me quickly! Nanbei II was terrified. While fleeing for his life, he shouted for help. It was still the same feeling of isolation. There were clearly tens of thousands of people here, but Nanbei II felt that he was facing Xianxia and no one could help him. When the dozen late immortal emperors heard Nanbei II's cry for help, they began to besiege Xianxia. They had sealed the spatial zone, almost turning it into a death prison. Even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape. Unfortunately, Xianxia's body vanished in a flash. This death prison had no effect on Xianxia at all. The place where Xianxia appeared was right in front of Nanbeitu. This time, Nanbeitu was completely dumbfounded. He began to despair. He felt that even with his late immortal emperor cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of Xianxia's hand. The opponent's speed was just too fast. He had no idea how Xianxia did it. The joint siege of a dozen late immortal emperors had no effect on Xianxia at all. Without any superfluous words, Xianxia raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand and slashed at the injured Nanbeitu. Terrifying sword chi interweaved into a large net, enshrouding Nanbeitu completely. Along with a shrill scream, Nanbeitu's head was chopped off by Xianxia. He died on the spot. Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy to anyone of Nanbei family. After killing Nanbeitu, Xianxia didn't waste any time and rushed towards the army of tens of thousands of experts. Encircle Xianxia. He must be killed. This bastard is too terrifying. Someone yelled. A large number of late immortal emperors began to pay attention to Xianxia. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, pouncing at Xianxia. Everyone had seen the process of Xianxia killing Nanbeitu. They deeply felt the terror of Xianxia. Such a man was just too heaven-defying. If he couldn't be killed, he would be a real disaster. Kong Long, the scene was in chaos. The spatial zone where the Golden Clan was located had turned into a magnificent battlefield. Blood and flesh were splashing constantly. The heavens and earth rumbled. The spatial zone was broken layer by layer. Xianxia was like a homicidal maniac. He rushed into the crowd. Although he was alone at first, it was like a disaster to the 20,000-strong camp. The united camp was broken apart by Xianxia. Screams were heard constantly. Every time Xianxia attacked, there would be deaths. The Great Void technique is truly powerful. No wonder the Void Sovereign could dominate the world and fight against existences like the Immortal Execution King. Now, I'm relying on the Great Void technique to move unhindered in the camp of tens of thousands of people like the autumn wind. Xianxia was excited. The scariness of the Great Void technique had made him even more confident. Previously, 40 to 50 late immortal emperors had besieged him at the same time, but none of them could catch a trace of him. Xianxia, you have killed the people of my Yu family. My Yu family will never forgive you. Damn Xianxia. You have killed my brother. You are dead meat. From now on, the Invincibility School will surely eliminate you, Xianxia. Innumerable angry voices were heard. The people of various major powers were killed in Xianxia's hands. The experts of the ancient families and terrifying sects were gnashing their teeth. Xianxia's battle with the major sects of the immortal world had created an irreconcilable enmity between him and the major sects of the immortal world. It would be impossible to resolve it in the future. Haha. Xianxia laughed wildly, not putting these threats in his heart. He had offended too many major powers. He didn't mind offending a few more. Plus, he couldn't care less about protecting the bloodline of the Golden Clan. He couldn't just stand there and not fight back. Since he was fighting back, he was destined to face death. Xianxia laughed wildly, not putting these threats in his heart. He didn't put too much thought into it. However, the current situation was still very unfavorable for Xianxia, even though he was trying his best to destroy the enemy's camp. Although he was trying his best to destroy the enemy's formation, there were just too many of them. His strength alone wasn't enough. Although there were so many experts in the 5 elemental grand formation, Tyrant and the others couldn't cooperate well with the Golden Warriors. The Golden Warriors didn't have spiritual wisdom. Although they were useful to the grand formation, they weren't as useful as expected. Currently, the 5 elemental grand formation was in a precarious situation under the frenzied bombardment of thousands of experts. Cracks were constantly appearing on its surface. Although Tyrant and De Huan Dog were repairing these cracks, their speed was still slower than the speed of destruction. On the other side, Longsure San was fighting 6 half-step immortal venerables by himself. He was so excited that he couldn't care about anything else. Plus, it was already incredible that Xianxia was entangling 6 half-step immortal venerables alone. He had no time to help De Huang Dog and the others. Xianxia understood that Xianxia's role was the most important and useful in this battle. Without Xianxia, the 6 half-step immortal venerables alone were more than what they could resist. I wonder when the Golden Clan will fall silent again. This can't go on. We won't be able to hold on any longer. Xianxia sighed and shook his head helplessly. No matter what the outcome would be, it was fine as long as they had tried their best. As the saying went, do one's best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Sometimes, the outcome couldn't be controlled. Buzz. Buzz, just as the battle was reaching its climax, a loud rumble suddenly broke out from the interior of the Golden Clan. Countless rays of dazzling brilliance sprinkled down, filling almost every corner of the spatial zone. Any movement in the Golden Clan would affect everyone's heart. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. Even Xianxia and the others who were fighting the fiercest and most ferocious stopped their actions and looked up at the sky. The chaotic scene quietened down instantly. It was afraid that only the mutation in the Golden Clan could achieve such an effect. Hong Long, the sound of trembling was incomparably violent. A huge crack appeared in the sky above the Golden Clan. Then, an ancient mirror appeared. The mirror was 30 meters wide and was engraved with complicated dragon patterns. Ancient, noble, and grand. All the words that could describe it couldn't truly describe the chi that was being emitted by this mirror. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mirror. The golden surface of the mirror radiated a simple and unadorned brilliance. This mirror was really ancient. No one knew how long it had existed. What a mystical mirror. I wonder why it would appear in the Golden Clan. Someone was surprised. It's the Great Thousand Mirror. The Great Thousand Mirror didn't break. It's still intact. De Huang Dog exclaimed and shouted the name of the Great Thousand Mirror. What? It's the rumored Great Thousand Mirror. It's said that this mirror was created by dozens of great emperors in ancient times. It can project the image of a world and contain the universe inside it. It's said that the Great Thousand Mirror can illuminate the myriad of worlds and purify people's souls. It contains a huge world inside it. There aren't many legends about the Great Thousand Mirror. However, this mirror is definitely mystical. I didn't expect an ancient divine mirror to appear here. There are indeed treasures everywhere in the Golden Clan. First, it was the Xiaoya Qin. Now, even the Great Thousand Mirror has appeared. I believe the Gold Feather Fan is also here. Xianxia and the others are actually trying to stop us from entering and searching for treasures. They're simply courting death. Everyone was shocked. The legend of the Great Thousand Mirror began to spread. It was a divine mirror that could illuminate everything. Look, there seems to be an image in the Great Thousand Mirror. Someone suddenly yelled. Innumerable eyes looked over and saw that the image in the mirror was extremely blurry, but as immortal emperors, their eyesight was incomparably sharp. Even though the image was blurry, they could still roughly see what was happening. The images of the Kiliakosm mirror flickered back and forth, and it was clear that a world-shaking, earth-shattering battle was taking place. The entire world was being destroyed, and figures could be seen everywhere. Each and every one of them was incredibly powerful, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, capable of destroying heavens and extinguishing the earth. The entire interior of the Kiliakosm mirror had become an enormous battlefield. This is a projection, an image from tens of thousands of years ago. That's right. This is the image of the great battle that happened in the past. It has been imprinted in the Great Thousand Mirror for tens of thousands of years. That's why we can see it. What kind of tragic battle happened tens of thousands of years ago? I can see the shadow of a great sovereign. That's a peerless great sovereign who could cross a world with a single step. Every move of his has the demeanor of a great sovereign. The projection of tens of thousands of years ago had appeared. Everyone held their breath. Many of them had guessed that the image left by the Great Thousand Mirror was the unprecedented war that took place tens of thousands of years ago. What exactly happened here? Would the Kiliakosm mirror reveal the secrets involved in the destruction of such an ancient great clan? Jiangchen's expression was solemn. He stared unblinkingly at the image in the Great Thousand Mirror. The image was sometimes clear and sometimes blurred, but it was already very good that it could be preserved for tens of thousands of years. On a lofty mountain, a burly middle-aged man was holding a golden fan and waving it forward. The whole world seemed to be about to be fanned. A large number of experts were directly killed by this fan. This fan had killed at least tens of thousands of enemies. Unfortunately, the enemy could only be seen as a shadow. They couldn't see their form at all, and they didn't know why the war started. Golden feather fan, that's golden sovereign. My God, so domineering. Legend has it that the golden feather fan can move rivers. It's unimaginable. That's the projection of Golden Sovereign, the leader of the Golden Clan, an ancient great sovereign who could stand shoulder to shoulder with immortal Execution King and great sovereign Xianxia. What a fierce war. Golden Sovereign personally took action and displayed the golden feather fan. But why can't we see the enemy's face clearly? Could it be that the Great Thousand Mirror can't display the enemy's face clearly? The shadow of the Golden Great Emperor from tens of thousands of years ago. Even now, it was still enough to make one feel admiration. That was a bearing that surpassed everything. The scene changed. A woman dressed in red was hugging a zither in her arms. The zither was covered in raging flames, and the woman's peerless beauty was suffocating. She stood in the air and looked up at the dark tunnel in the sky. It was a huge hole in the void, and it was unknown how far it extended. It's Empress Xiaoyao. Look, she's holding the Xiaoyao zither in her arms. Someone shouted. They had never seen Empress Xiaoyao before, but they had seen the zither in her arms. Not long ago, the Xiaoyao zither appeared and was obtained by Wu Ningzhu. That zither was exactly the same as the one in front of him. It was the projection of tens of thousands of years ago. Who else could be holding the Xiaoyao zither other than Empress Xiaoyao? As expected of the peerless elegance of a generation. No wonder she was the all-powerful empress back then. What happened back then? Did the powerful empress really die? A person like that lived as long as heaven and earth. It's hard to believe that he really died. The Kiliakosm mirror left behind an afterimage, but no sound came out. Who knows what happened back then? Everyone was shocked by the peerless beauty of Empress Xiaoyao and the incomplete picture. Eventually, Empress Xiaoyao jumped into the dark tunnel with her zither in her arms. No one knew where it led to. The image changed to that of an old Taoist priest with a godly whip in his hand, shouting at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be transmitted through the Kiliakosm mirror, and yet, despite the tens of thousands of years that had passed, it was still possible to sense the grief in his voice. What happened? What was going on? Why were those ancient emperors, the omnipotent immortal emperors, so tragic? Xianxia couldn't keep his composure at all. In the projection of the Kiliakosm mirror, there were tragic scenes everywhere. Mountains and rivers were destroyed, blood was splattering, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Many shadows could be seen. An ancient war was going on. The only shortcoming was that he couldn't see the faces of the enemies. Xianxia looked at De Huangdog and saw that De Huangdog was dumbfounded. He stared at the scene in the Kiliakosm mirror in a daze, as if he was immersed in an ancient memory. Xianxia clearly saw that the corners of De Huangdog's eyes were moist. This dog's heartstrings were really touched. De Huang, tell me, what happened? You must know. Xianxia came to De Huangdog's side and transmitted his voice using divine sense. If De Huangdog still didn't tell him, he was afraid that he would go crazy. However, De Huangdog still shook his head and didn't say a word. After a long time, De Huangdog finally spoke. Little Chenzi, you saw it. Even a great emperor is about to fall. It's not time for you to know yet. Suddenly, the scene changed again. A young man in a cloak stood in the air. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but his cultivation had reached a heaven-defying level. This was actually a powerful ancient emperor. The young man was surrounded by countless enemies and was surrounded by death. A golden horn appeared on his head as he roared towards the sky. His body began to transform. Unfortunately, the scene in the Kiliakosm mirror disappeared. No one could see what happened after that. That's a young great emperor. No, it's a demon emperor. He seemed to be surrounded, but we can't see what happened after that. How tragic. Even a great emperor is about to die. How tragic was that battle? No one knows what happened back then. The things left behind by the Kiliakosm mirror are also incomplete. Many people sighed. That unprecedented battle wasn't something they could imagine or accept. However, at the last moment before the young great emperor disappeared, De Huang Dog suddenly became agitated. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. He saw something that others couldn't see from the Kiliakosm mirror. Jiang Chen and the others were shocked. They looked at De Huang Dog and suddenly felt their hearts aching. They saw tears streaming down De Huang Dog's face, and his roars were filled with endless sorrow. They had never seen De Huang Dog like this before, but they could guess that the scene in the Kiliakosm mirror must have stimulated De Huang Dog's heart. Very quickly, the Kiliakosm mirror continued to change images. After a few minutes, the Kiliakosm mirror started to buzz and shake violently. People realized that the Kiliakosm mirror was about to disappear. At this moment, De Huang Dog suddenly flew up. He flew past everything and headed towards the Kiliakosm mirror. De Huang! Jiang Chen and Han Yan shouted loudly, but De Huang Dog couldn't hear them at all. He seemed to have found his target and was rushing forward recklessly. What's De Huang doing? That's a mirror. Not good. The Kiliakosm mirror is a spatial world. De Huang is going to enter it. Tyrant and Han Yan were shocked. Their faces were filled with worry. In the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog rushed into the Kiliakosm mirror and vanished. Then, a divine light shot out from the Kiliakosm mirror. Its target was none other than Jiang Chen. These were the last words left behind by De Huang Dog. Then, De Huang Dog vanished along with the Great Thousand Mirror, as if he had never been there. De Huang! Jiang Chen roared at the place where the Great Thousand Mirror disappeared. At this moment, tears flowed down from Jiang Chen's eyes. His heart was about to stop beating. He could feel the sorrow buried in the depths of De Huang Dog's heart. In Jiang Chen's mind, every bit of time he spent with De Huang turned into images. You would never know how important something was to you until it was lost. Jiang Chen's heart was in pain and sorrow. Jiang Chen suddenly felt like he had completely lost De Huang. At this moment, he finally understood that De Huang had long become an indispensable part of his life. Without such a role, his life would become bleak. Jiang Chen lowered his head. Apart from the mystical feather, there was also a talisman in his hand. Jiang Chen knew that this talisman was the last thing De Huang left for him. It was the only thing he could rely on to find De Huang in the future. Jiang Chen carefully kept the talisman in Zulong Tower. Desolate ancient land, De Huang. I will definitely go there. Wait for me. Jiang Chen said with incomparable determination. Although he didn't know what kind of place the desolate ancient land was, it wasn't important. He would know it sooner or later. De Huang Dog didn't tell him many secrets because his cultivation was still too low. Yan Xingyu was missing, Wu Ningzhu had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, and now De Huang Dog had left him. Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably gloomy. Little Chenzi, where did De Huang go? Han Yan and Tyrant came to Jiang Chen's side and asked at the same time. Their relationship with De Huang Dog was like that of life and death brothers. Now that De Huang Dog had left, their hearts were naturally heavy. He has gone to a faraway place. Don't worry, we brothers will meet again. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the feather in his hand. The feather was golden in color and there were traces of flames on its surface. That was the fire of Sunday. This was the Sun Divine Feather, a feather that was peeled off from the gold feather fan. It was 3 meters long and weighed thousands of kilograms in Jiang Chen's hand. It's the Sun Divine Feather. The treasure in Jiang Chen's hand is the Sun Divine Feather. It came from the Great Thousand Mirror. That's right. It must be the Sun Divine Feather that was peeled off from the gold feather fan. A divine feather is priceless. If we can get it, this trip will be worthwhile. Kill Jiang Chen and snatch the Sun Divine Feather. He's just a half-step immortal emperor. He's not qualified to get the Sun Divine Feather. The Sun Divine Feather is a divine object, a part of a peerless sovereign weapon. Only those who are capable can have it. How did Jiang Chen get it? The quiet scene turned chaotic in an instant. No one knew what method De Huang Dog had used, but a divine feather was thrown out from the Great Thousand Mirror at the last moment. It immediately set off 1,000 ripples. That was a peerless divine object of the Golden Clan. It affected everyone's heart. Whoever could control the Sun Divine Feather would be able to dominate the world. Xianxia didn't care about such a threat. The Sun Divine Feather kept jumping in his hand, trying to break free. Xianxia hastily circulated the fire of sun to cover the Sun Divine Feather. The Sun Divine Feather seemed to have sensed the chi of the origin of the Sun Divine Feather. Immediately, the Sun Divine Feather stopped moving and established a subtle connection with him. However, Xianxia felt that even if he had gained the recognition of the Sun Divine Feather, it would still be very difficult for him to exert the power of this feather that weighed thousands of jin. Just at this moment, the immortal mark in the depths of Xianxia's chi throbbed again. Xianxia was startled. The Sun Divine Feather had actually activated the immortal mark. One should know that the immortal mark had never been activated ever since Xianxia ascended to the immortal world. Buzz, the immortal mark throbbed violently. Xianxia didn't know the origin of the immortal mark, but with the help of the immortal mark, the Sun Divine Feather and Xianxia actually had a close connection. Xianxia could clearly feel that the Sun Divine Feather was about to become a part of his body. Compared to the recognition just now, the fusion was more important. The recognition only meant that Xianxia could use the Sun Divine Feather, but with the help of the immortal mark, Xianxia could exert the greatest power of the Sun Divine Feather. This was the Sun Divine Feather that had been peeled off from a peerless sovereign weapon. Its destructive power was simply unimaginable. Xianxia, hand over the Sun Divine Feather and I'll spare your life today. Xiaotian shouted at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the Sun Divine Feather in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia, the Great Thousand Mirror and the Sun Divine Feather have appeared. There must be great treasures in the Golden Clan. Many great sovereigns have fallen in there tens of thousands of years ago. Now that the Golden Clan has appeared, there must be treasures everywhere. Do you really think you can stop us? Zhang Yulong said loudly. At this time, many people's eyes had turned red. Their minds were about to be corroded by greed and desire. Just as Zhang Yulong had said, they had seen the scene in the Great Thousand Mirror clearly. Many great sovereigns had fallen in there. Now that the relic had appeared, anyone who stood in their way would become the enemy of all. Xianxia, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to get out of the way. Otherwise, you'll die. Feng Yunzi's chi was unparalleled. At this time, they no longer cared about Longshan. The Sun Divine Feather had attracted all their attention. They were not stupid enough to fight a life-and-death battle with Longshan at this time. Upon seeing this, Dragon Shan began to feel somewhat worried. The current situation wasn't favorable to Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia was able to pin down the 6 great experts by himself because the 6 great experts had placed all their attention on him, treating him as their biggest threat and wanted to get rid of him. Now, the 6 experts had changed their target. They did not want to fight a life-and-death battle with him at all. Even if Longshan was very capable, he could only stop 2 of them. The remaining 4 would go to kill Xianxia. Longshan might not be able to stop them. Facing the pressure of 10,000 experts, Xianxia's black hair fluttered wildly. His chi soared to the sky. He was holding the Sun Divine Feather in his hand, looking down on the crowd. Before De Huang left, he told me to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan at all costs. Today, as long as I, Xianxia, am here, anyone who takes a step closer to the gate will die. Xianxia's tone was incomparably cold. At this moment, he had turned into a killing god. The Sun Divine Feather in his hand was blazing with flames. Many of them frowned, looking at the Sun Divine Feather in Xianxia's hand in fear. Don't tell me that this bastard has mastered the Sun Divine Feather? Someone said. Impossible. The Sun Divine Feather is a great sovereign weapon. He's just a puny little half-step immortal emperor. How could he possibly master it? The situation was already out of control. The temptation of the Sun Divine Feather was just too great. This was different from the Xiaoyaoqin. The Xiaoyaoqin was the weapon of a great sovereign. It had already locked onto Wu Ningzhu as its successor. They couldn't do anything even if they wanted to, but the Sun Divine Feather was different. After all, the Sun Divine Feather was a divine feather that was stripped from the gold feather fan. It had automatically rushed out from the Great Thousand Mirror and didn't lock onto anyone as its successor. In other words, the Sun Divine Feather was an ownerless object. Xianxia was just lucky enough to get it before everyone could react. There were too many experts and geniuses here. There were also too many people who thought that they had great luck. In their point of view, even if they couldn't get the Sun Divine Feather, it wouldn't fall to a puny little half-step immortal emperor. More importantly, Xianxia was now guarding the Golden Gateway, preventing them from entering. The situation was already very clear. There were treasures everywhere in the territory of the Golden Clan. Xianxia was blocking their way. That kind of enmity was greater than killing a wife and child. Another point was that Xianxia had killed plenty of geniuses of major powers in order to guard the Golden Gateway. The enmity between them and a heaven-defying figure like Xianxia had been established. If they didn't kill him now, it would be incomparably difficult to kill Xianxia after they left the Golden Horizon. Don't talk too much nonsense with him. Just kill him. Zhang Yulong was the first to attack. He believed that Xianxia wouldn't dare to evade now, because as long as Xianxia evaded, he was confident that he could break the 5-elemental grand formation and enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Seeing that Zhang Yulong was about to attack Xianxia, Xianxia also moved. The Battle Saint technique was about to stop Zhang Yulong. Let him come over. Xianxia shouted at Xianxia, indicating that Xianxia didn't need to stop him. He had already completely fused the fire of Sun and the immortal mark to control the Sun Divine Feather. Now that Zhang Yulong was about to rush over, Xianxia could test the power of the Sun Divine Feather. Shua, Xianxia made his move. The Sun Divine Feather swept towards Zhang Yulong. Rumble, this attack caused the world to tremble. The void space was directly torn in half. The Divine Feather of the Sun became the most terrifying killing weapon in the world. The fire of the sun filled the air, and even the void space seemed to be burning. Not good. Zhang Yulong knew that this wasn't good. An extremely cold feeling emerged from the depths of his heart. That was the taste of death. He didn't think that Xianxia could really cast out the power of the Sun Divine Feather, but now it seemed like he was gravely mistaken. Given his current strength, he would definitely die if he were to face the attack of the Sun Divine Feather. He wouldn't have any chance of survival. Zhang Yulong didn't have the mood to kill Xianxia anymore. What he needed to do now was to escape from the Sun Divine Feather. At this critical moment, Zhang Yulong exerted all his strength to escape into the void, but to his horror, he found that the entire void had been sealed by the Sun Divine Feather. This place had become a cage of death. Eventually, the Sun Divine Feather turned into a soaring sharp sword, carrying raging flames. It fell from the top of Zhang Yulong's head and cut his body in half. Arg, Zhang Yulong let out a miserable scream. His body that had been cut in half began to be burned by the raging flames. In the blink of an eye, it was completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. Zhang Yulong was dead. Nothing was left of him. A monstrous genius, a peerless figure of the immortal court had died just like that. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Hua, the entire scene was in an uproar. Countless eyes fell upon the Sun Divine Feather that was still burning in Xianxia's hand. Even Xianxia and the others were shocked speechless. Many of them felt that they were in a dream. Everything seemed unreal. My God! What did I just see? The mighty Zhang Yulong was killed just like that. Xianxia has really mastered the Sun Divine Feather. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even if he has obtained the approval of the Sun Divine Feather, given his cultivation base, how is it possible for him to display the true power of the Sun Divine Feather? This is going to be troublesome. He has the Sun Divine Feather. No one is a match for him. He can even kill a half-step immortal venerable with a single strike. If we are in his place, I'm afraid that we will also die. No one wasn't shocked. No one had thought that such a scene would happen. Originally, everyone was determined to kill Xianxia and the others, and then enter the territory of the Golden Clan to obtain endless benefits. Perhaps there was more than one golden feather falling from the gold feather fan. If they could get their hands on them, the benefits would be unimaginable. But now, Xianxia was like an invincible god of war standing in front of the golden door, and no one could take even half a step into it. Xianxia, how dare you kill the geniuses of the immortal court? No one in this world can save you now. Lu Xing was also frightened, but he still yelled at Xianxia while gritting his teeth. The background of the immortal court still gave him the feeling that no one would dare to touch him. As a matter of fact, no one in the entire ethereal immortal domain would dare to kill the geniuses of the immortal court. Xianxia raised his head and glanced at Lu Xing. Without saying a word, he dashed forward with the golden divine feather. Killing one was killing two was also killing. Facing such a powerful enemy, the best way to deal with them was to kill them to avoid future troubles. Lu Xing was startled. He didn't think that Xianxia had already gone mad to such an extent. As if killing Zhang Yulong wasn't enough, Xianxia was going to kill him as well. He finally understood that it was obviously impossible to use the immortal court to oppress Xianxia. Xianxia, how dare you? Arg, Lu Xing resisted with all his might, but how could he be a match for the Sun Divine Feather? His body was swept by the Sun Divine Feather, instantly turning into a sea of fire and burned into nothingness. In just a few blinks, 2 people had died. Both of them were half-step immortal venerables of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. Xianxia had completely offended the immortal court. For God's sake, isn't this 2F** King awesome? Grandmaster Haoran couldn't help but curse. His eyes were full of shock. I had never thought that the legendary Sun Divine Feather would be this powerful. What's even more shocking is that Xianxia can fully control the Sun Divine Feather. Not only that, he can also exert the power of the Sun Divine Feather. This is unbelievable. However, using the Sun Divine Feather consumes a lot of energy and strength. I wonder how many times Xianxia can use it. Yang Lang couldn't stay calm either, but he had never thought that Xianxia not only controlled the Sun Divine Feather, but had also fused with it. In other words, the Sun Divine Feather had become a part of Xianxia's body, and he could use it at any time without worrying about the exhaustion of energy. This was the truly heaven-defying part. In the opinion of Yang Lang and Mo Wuqing, the reason why Xianxia was able to display the power of the Sun Divine Feather was because he had the seed of fire of Sunday. That was how he was acknowledged by the Sun Divine Feather. However, they didn't know that even if Xianxia had the seed of fire of Sun, he would only be acknowledged by the Sun Divine Feather. It was impossible for him to display such power. Even if he used it, the energy consumption would be enormous. Given his current cultivation base, he could only use it once at most. This was the same as when De Huang Dog used the immortal execution sword. As a matter of fact, it wasn't only the fire of Sun that helped Xianxia, but also the immortal mark in his body. With the help of the immortal mark, Xianxia could use the Sun Divine Feather without limit. Zhang Yulong and Lu Xing were torn apart. The 2 great geniuses of ethereal immortal domain had fallen. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. The remaining 4 half-step immortal venerables looked at Xianxia with eyes full of fear. Or to put it in another way, they were afraid of the Sun Divine Feather in Xianxia's hand. Now, I'll give you all a chance. All of you withdraw from here and wait for the remains of the Golden Clan to return to silence. At that time, the gateway of the Golden Horizon will open once more. You all will return to your own sections. If anyone dares to lay their eyes on the Sun Divine Feather and the remains of the Golden Clan, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll kill you all without mercy. Xianxia stood in the sky, his body was covered in golden flames. He had turned into a peerless killing god, looking down at all living beings. Xianxia's thunderous voice was transmitted to everyone's ears like sound waves. He wanted everyone to know that he was absolutely not joking. He hoped that the deaths of Zhang Yulong and Lu Xing would be a wake-up call to the others. If these people still wanted to continue, this place was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the Sun Divine Feather in Xianxia's hand and the relic of the Golden Clan. Their eyes were filled with fear. They had clearly seen the scene of Xianxia killing Zhang Yulong and Lu Xing. It was impossible for them not to be afraid. But even so, it could not conceal the greed and desire in their eyes. This was a great opportunity, and no one wanted to miss it. Both the Great Thousand Mirror and the Sun Divine Feather have appeared. The territory of the Golden Clan is an absolute treasure. It only opens once every 5 years. The next time it opens, most of us won't be qualified to enter. Plus, the relic of the Golden Clan has been hidden for tens of thousands of years. It has never appeared before. Today is the first time it has appeared, and it is very likely to be the only time it will appear. If we don't cherish this opportunity, we won't get a second chance. Xianxia has already used the Sun Divine Feather twice in a row. I don't think he can use it a third time. Given his ferocious temperament, if he could use it again, he wouldn't have said those ruthless words. Instead, he would kill us. So I believe that he can no longer use the Sun Divine Feather. Everyone, let's go. We must enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Someone in the crowd yelled. The one who spoke was a late immortal emperor expert. Xianxia looked over. The man was radiating a gloomy and cold qi. Judging from his clothes, he knew that he was a disciple of Corpsine sect. Xianxia hated this sect to the extreme. As soon as the words were out, the scene became restless. Many of them began to unleash their killing intent and qi. They all felt that the man was right. He's right. Xianxia is so ferocious. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the Sun Divine Feather. How could he let go of the opportunity to kill his enemies? He must know that he can't continue to use the Sun Divine Feather, so he purposely came to scare us. He wanted to use the death of Zhang Yulong and Lucian to deter us. We almost fell into his trap. He's just a half-step immortal emperor. Even if his combat strength is strong, it's already shocking enough that he could use the Sun Divine Feather to kill 2 of them. It's impossible for him to use the Sun Divine Feather continuously. Not even an immortal venerable can do that. He's just threatening us. Don't be afraid, everyone. The inheritance of the Golden Clan has finally appeared. Once we miss it, we won't have another chance. Many of them had been blinded by desire and greed. Some of them had bloodshot eyes like wild beasts. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Once a man's will was controlled by desire, he would be no different from a wild beast. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a cold smile. Cold light began to radiate from his eyes. Icy killing intent kept overflowing from Xianxia's body. He would never forget the words that De Huang had left for him before he left. Control the Sun Divine Feather and protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan. It seemed like many people were going to die today. Kill, this was Xianxia's current will. He had no other choice but to kill. The Sun Divine Feather trembled violently. The killing intent in Xianxia's body was getting thicker and thicker. Asterisk wing wing, asterisk all of a sudden, a buzzing sound was heard from the depths of Xianxia's soul. Xianxia's heart quivered. He could feel the ancient killing intent from the depths of his soul. That's right. It was a substantial killing intent that came from the void and the ancient times. It's the dragon transformation skill. This is the sign of the dragon transformation skill evolving. Xianxia was overjoyed. The dragon transformation skill hadn't evolved for a very long time. The reason why he couldn't advance to the immortal emperor realm was because of the dragon transformation skill's inability to evolve. Now, the dragon transformation skill was reacting again. Xianxia was very familiar with this situation, because this wasn't the first time he had experienced it. Xianxia knew that it was his killing intent and indomitable will that had triggered the evolution of the dragon transformation skill. At this moment, the ancient killing intent transmitted from the dragon transformation skill had integrated into his body. Kill. Kill. Kill, the killing intent was boundless. Xianxia seemed to see an ancestral dragon of slaughter circling and dancing in the depths of his soul. The eyes of the enormous ancestral dragon were devoid of any emotion. The ancestral dragon seemed to represent a kind of will, a realm, the Tao of slaughter. That's right, it was the Tao of slaughter. The dragon transformation skill was unique and unparalleled in the heavens and earth. Those who cultivated the dragon transformation skill were destined to slaughter non-stop. Today, Xianxia had triggered the hidden Tao of slaughter in the dragon transformation skill because of the incident with the Golden Clan. Xianxia knew that this was the profound meaning of the next evolution of the dragon transformation skill. It was the essence of the great Tao. The void of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had been stimulated by him. Asterisk roar, asterisk Xianxia's eyes turned red. All of a sudden, he let out a roar towards the sky. The dragon transformation skill didn't evolve immediately. Xianxia needed to express himself with the determination of slaughter and stimulate the evolution of the dragon transformation skill bit by bit. At this moment, all of Xianxia's will was to slaughter. Dragons were the spirits of heaven and earth, the noblest of existences. There were benevolent dragons, ferocious dragons, bloodthirsty dragons, courageous dragons, loyal dragons, demon-subduing dragons, unyielding dragons, tenacious dragons, and slaughter dragons. In order for Xianxia to complete the dragon transformation art, he needed to fuse the wills of all dragons, combining benevolence, kindness, loyalty, unyielding, tenacious, bloodthirsty, and slaughter into one. Only then could he be called the ancestral dragon of heaven and earth, the strongest. In order to protect the Golden Clan, Xianxia fought against the world and was besieged by tens of thousands of people. This was the Tao of slaughter in the dragon transformation art. What was killing? Honoring evil and promoting kindness could be killed, enemies could be killed, and those who stood in the way could be killed. There were countless slaughters in the world, there was no such thing as good or evil. As long as one's heart remained unchanged, everything could be killed. What Xianxia wanted to kill were those who wanted to kill him. The nobility of dragons could not be blasphemed, looked down upon, slandered, or humiliated. Otherwise, they would be killed. Xianxia continued to comprehend the Tao of slaughter. He knew that this was a great opportunity for the dragon transformation skill to transform. Today, a storm of blood was going to happen, and a world-shaking massacre was going to happen. Come, let's kill. Xianxia's killing intent was extremely dense. He roared, his voice like thunder from the 9 heavens. His eyes were bloodshot, and a blood-colored dragon hovered above his head. It was completely condensed from killing intent. With the Sun Divine Feather in his hand, he was the first to attack Feng Yunzi. Xianxia was bloodthirsty, but he wouldn't kill indiscriminately. He knew that the path he walked was the Tao of slaughter. There was no doubt that Feng Yunzi and the others had to die. Since he had decided to kill, he would naturally start with them. Not good, this guy is crazy. Feng Yunzi's eyes were filled with shock, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he used the 9 heavens thunderclap to attack Xianxia. Like everyone else, he didn't believe that Xianxia could continue to use the Sun Divine Feather. Even if he could, it wouldn't be as powerful as before. Therefore, Feng Yunzi felt that if he attacked with all his strength, it wouldn't be a problem to stop Xianxia. He might even have a chance to snatch the Sun Divine Feather. As it turned out, Feng Yunzi was overthinking things. Rumble, the powerful attack that Feng Yunzi had unleashed could not even withstand a single blow from the Divine Sun Feather. It was instantly destroyed. Following that, the Divine Sun Feather slammed heavily onto Feng Yunzi's body like a mountain. Feng Yunzi let out a miserable cry as he was smashed into smithereens. He could not be more dead. Shua, after killing Feng Yunzi, Xianxia's eyes fell upon Xiaoxiaotian. The killing intent in his body was getting denser and denser. The roar of the ancestral dragon came out from the depths of his soul, urging him to continue his slaughter. Die, Xiaoxiaotian. Xianxia struck at Xiaoxiaotian like a shocking god of war. Xiaoxiaotian turned pale with fright. Upon seeing this, Xiaoxiaotian's face turned pale with fright. Everything had happened too fast. He had never dreamt of such a scene. A perfect victory had turned into this in the blink of an eye. Xianxia had killed 3 half-step immortal venerables in an instant. Now, it was finally his turn. He was willing to believe that Xianxia had already unleashed the Sun Divine Feather, but judging from Xianxia's overflowing killing intent, he didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion. Run! Xiaoxiaotian didn't have the courage to face the Sun Divine Feather head-on. It didn't matter whether Xianxia could continue to use the power of the Sun Divine Feather or not. In the face of death, all treasures were no longer important. Kacha. However, when Xiaoxiaotian tried to tear open the void and escape, he was shocked to find that the spatial barrier had been sealed and turned into raging flames. The flames were so strong that he couldn't break open the power of the Sun Divine Feather. Chi La. There was almost no chance of survival. The Sun Divine Feather carried Xianxia's unstoppable killing intent, slashing Xiaoxiaotian into 2 halves. Immediately, the sun fire burned him into nothingness. 4 out of the 6 half-step immortal venerables had died in the blink of an eye, leaving only young Master Yulong and Xianxia. Young Master Yulong didn't choose to escape after witnessing Xia Xiaoyan's tragic death. He was still very eager for the treasures in the Golden Clan. Plus, Jiangchen, a half-step immortal emperor, had already used the Sun Divine Feather 4 times. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiangchen could use it a 5th time. Xianxia, break into the gate of the Golden Clan. As long as we enter their territory, we won't have to be afraid of Jiangchen anymore. At that time, we will obtain powerful treasures and kill Jiangchen. Young Master Yulong yelled at Xianxia, then flew towards the Golden Gate. At the same time, he shouted at the crowd, Jiangchen is exhausted. Everyone, let's break the Golden Gate together. Kong Hong, following the provocation of young Master Yulong's words, countless people began to unleash their powerful qi, rushing towards the Golden Gate. The appearance of the Sun Divine Feather had driven many of them crazy. Even the death of 4 half-step immortal venerables couldn't awaken some of them from their greed. Once a man went crazy, he would disregard everything. Plus, they had the advantage in numbers. They believed that Jiangchen wouldn't be able to use the Sun Divine Feather unlimitedly. They believed that no matter how powerful Jiangchen's Sun Divine Feather was, it wouldn't be able to kill everyone. They were more willing to believe that they wouldn't be the one to be killed. This kind of thinking was no doubt very scary. Wing, the killing intent in the depths of Jiangchen's soul grew stronger. The crazy actions of these people made him go berserk. He carried the Sun Divine Feather and swept it towards young Master Yulong. At the same time, he shouted at Longshan, monkey, I'll leave Xianxia to you. Don't worry. I will definitely kill him. Longshan recovered from the shock. He didn't want to think about why Jiangchen could use the Sun Divine Feather unlimitedly, because it wasn't important anymore. What was important was that Jiangchen had become stronger, which reduced the pressure on him. Now that there was only Jiangchen left, Longshan was confident that he could kill him. It seemed like 5 of the 6 half-step immortal venerables were killed by Jiangchen. If he couldn't kill one of them, he wouldn't feel good. Longshan struck out with the Battle Saint technique and pressed towards Xianxia. On the other side, Jiangchen's Sun Divine Feather swept out. Screams were heard everywhere. At least dozens of people were killed by the Sun Divine Feather. In the face of such a situation, Jiangchen's face was expressionless. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. He had already become a god of slaughter. He had given these people a chance to leave quietly, but these people who had been blinded by greed and desire didn't care about such a chance. Arg! Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood splashed across the void. This was destined to be a bloodbath. Ah Yan, all of you retreat. Jiangchen shouted at Han Yan and the others. Han Yan, Tyrant, Yang Lang and the others immediately left the battlefield. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. They didn't know how Jiangchen was able to use the Sun Divine Feather so casually, but they were sure that they were no longer needed to guard the Golden Gateway. My goodness! Is he still a human? Grandmaster Hao Ran swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Little Xianxia might have completely fused with the Sun Divine Feather. That's why he can use it without limit. This is too terrifying. Little Xianxia's fury is like the end of the world to these people. Han Yan sighed. He knew Jiangchen too well. There was nothing in this world that Jiangchen wouldn't dare to do. No matter how earth-shattering it was nothing in front of Jiangchen. Little Xianxia seems to be breaking through some kind of great Tao. The killing intent on his body is getting thicker and thicker. His entire being is going through an earth-shattering change. These people are too unlucky. They are going to become Little Xianxia's stepping stones, said Tyrant. His eyes were sharp. He had seen through something. It's too tragic. They can only blame themselves for being reckless. They know that Jiangchen has mastered the Sun Divine Feather, but they still continue to rush forward. Yang Lang sighed. We can't blame them. The attraction of the Golden Clan is too great. This trip to the Golden Horizon is different from the past. From the Xiaoyao Qin to the Great Thousand Mirror, to the Sun Divine Feather in Jiangchen's hand, rare treasures kept appearing one after another. Everyone knows that there must be a great treasure in the Golden Clan, an unimaginable treasure. Under such circumstances, few people will stay calm. They will fight for even the slightest chance, said Xianchong. Xianchong said. He even began to suspect that if he had not stood on Jiang Chen's side today, would he have been like those people, fearlessly rushing forward? Temptation was sometimes a fatal thing. Lan Lingji, Hua Xiaoqian, and the others were already scared out of their wits. Despite being the saintesses of major powers, they had never experienced such a horrifying battle. In their eyes, Jiang Chen had completely turned into a bloodthirsty killing god, completely different from the handsome white-robed youth. Even though they were spectators, they were still frightened. They didn't know the outcome of this battle and how many people would die. But one thing was for sure, Jiang Chen was going to become completely famous. He was going to make a name for himself through this battle and shock the three immortal worlds. However, after he left this place, would there still be a place for Jiang Chen in the three immortal worlds? Jiang Chen was completely immersed in killing. The killing intent that the dragon transformation skill gave him was very simple. As long as there was an enemy, he must kill. These people in front of him wanted to break through the Golden Gate, so they were his enemies, and he must kill them. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Jiang Chen executed the Great Void technique and opened a path in the crowd, blocking young Master Yulong's way. His cold dragon eyes sent chills down young Master Yulong's spine. How can you use the Sun Divine Feather endlessly? Only now did young Master Yulong feel fear. You don't need to know. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he attacked mercilessly. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a huge fan and slapped at young Master Yulong. Arg, young Master Yulong couldn't dodge the attack of the Sun Divine Feather and died tragically in the end. Then, Jiang Chen, holding the Sun Divine Feather, locked on a group of people. They were the people of the Cultivation sect. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen directly killed them. Suddenly, screams rang out and people were thrown off their feet. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. The Cultivation sect, the Divine Line sect, the Huangquan Gate, the Nanbei family, the Wuji Immortal sect, the Great Yun Empire, the Heavenly Jade Dynasty, the Invincibility School, and the Huang family of the Radiance Immortal Realm, all of these big forces that had established a hostile relationship with him had become Jiang Chen's targets and important targets. On the other side, Longshan had exerted his battle saint technique to the extreme, forcing Yi Qingtian to retreat continuously. As a matter of fact, Yi Qingtian wasn't that weak, but because he had been seriously affected by Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather, his mind was in chaos and he couldn't concentrate on the battle. This was undoubtedly very dangerous for Yi Qingtian. He wasn't a match for Longshan in a one-on-one fight. Now that his mind was unstable, it was even more impossible for him to fight against Longshan. If this situation continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was killed by Longshan. After obtaining the life symbol art, Longshan's battle saint technique was as vigorous as the tide. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Now, he was determined to kill a half-step immortal venerable to establish the dignity of his battle clan. Yi Qingtian had undoubtedly become his final target. Blood flowed like a river. Those were the blood of immortal emperors. Those who were massacred were the geniuses of the geniuses. They were all peerless monstrous geniuses. At this moment, Longshan was chopping melons and vegetables. In the end, Jiang Chen stood alone in front of the Golden Gate, constantly waving the Sun Divine Feather. A large number of people fell and died tragically. This was the true meaning of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. Too many people had died. The onlooker's facial expression changed. So far, at least 2,000 people had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Among these 2,000 people, there were hundreds of members of major powers. Brutal. This is too brutal. Jiang Chen is going to cause a great disaster this time. Yang Lang kept shaking his head. It's indeed a great disaster. Killing so many people will surely shake the world. The three immortal domains won't be able to sit still. Countless major powers will hunt him down. Even the immortal court won't let him go. Xianchong sighed. I've never seen such a peerless madman. I, Mo Wuqing, am completely convinced. If one can witness such an earth-shattering event like Jiang Chen, even death is worth it. Emma Wuqing's eyes glowed with devilish light. He now worshipped Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. There were some things that couldn't be done just because one had the strength. It required absolute courage and resolution. Jiang Chen's courage was terrifying. But just like what everyone was worried about, Jiang Chen had killed too many people. He had offended almost all the major powers he could, including the 3 immortal courts. This was enough to be recorded in the history of the immortal world. Since the ancient times, there had never been such a domineering madman. Jiang Chen was the first. Even the immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia, who dominated the 9 immortal domains, hadn't done such an earth-shattering thing like Jiang Chen. The Sun Divine Feather continued to sweep across the battlefield. A large number of geniuses were killed by the Sun Divine Feather. Blood flowed like a river. A massacre was taking place on this ancient battlefield. Many who didn't participate in the battle and those who had already woken up were looking at the cruel scene in horror. Apart from their stiff expressions, they couldn't say a word. The slaughter chi was spreading unstoppably. As long as the enemy didn't stop, the killing intent in Jiang Chen's body wouldn't disappear. It would only grow stronger and stronger. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had already begun to materialize. Voila, the Sun Divine Feather swept across the area. Screams filled the sky. A large number of people died tragically. Not even their dregs were left. This was destined to be a brutal massacre. 20,000 people wanted to break the golden door, but none of them could get within 100 meters of the door. Jiang Chen was the tiger that blocked their way. As long as he stood there, it would be useless no matter how many people there were. Those who rushed at the front would only die faster. Gradually, the number of people began to decrease. Many of them finally understood the situation and chose to retreat. After waking up from their stupor, they stood in the distance and watched the tragic scene in front of them. They felt a chill running down their spines and their bodies were soaked with cold sweat. My God! What was I doing just now? This is a devil. He can use the Sun Divine Feather without limit. We are still rushing forward recklessly. How stupid. Although treasures are important, they are nothing compared to our lives. Jiang Chen is blocking the way with the Sun Divine Feather. Who can enter the territory of the Golden Clan? That's just wishful thinking. Those people are still rushing forward. I don't know how many people are going to die. This is a peerless god of slaughter, a mad devil. He kills without blinking an eye. He doesn't even put the immortal cord in his eyes. The major powers behind us don't even pose a threat to him. He's a fearless man who loves to kill everything. Whoever rushes forward will die. In his eyes, all living beings can be killed. It doesn't matter who rushes forward. The people who had retreated began to feel a lingering fear. Apart from the lingering fear, they were also a little lucky. They had been driven by greed and desire and were affected by the emotions of tens of thousands of people. They had no idea what kind of dangerous situation they had fallen into. Now that they had woken up, they realized what they had just done. They were simply playing with the Grim Reaper. Now that they could still stand here unscathed, it was their own fortune and luck. The slaughter continued. In just 1 minute, another 1,000 people had died under Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather. Up until now, in just this wave of attacks, 3,000 people had died at Jiang Chen's hands. This slaughter was simply unimaginable. More and more people recognized the reality. After they woke up, they immediately withdrew from the battlefield. Everyone was speechless. Such a scene made their scalps go numb. Stop. Everyone, stop. Stop attacking. Jiang Chen can use the Divine Sun Feather without any limit. If we keep attacking, we will all die. Someone suddenly shouted loudly. This shout was released with a powerful energy, shaking the minds of many people. Swoosh, many people's expressions changed. The blood-red light in their eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. They immediately became sober. I don't want to fight anymore. Someone rushed to the front. Although he was sober in time, he could not save his life. The Sun Divine Feather was already in front of him. Everything was too late. The battlefield collapsed instantly. The people who were originally rushing to kill turned around and ran. The pungent smell of blood made them completely sober. Tears flowed down their cheeks. They were scared out of their wits. They just wanted to leave this battlefield as soon as possible. The treasures in the Golden Clan were no longer important. Saving their lives was the most important. It was more important to get away from Xianxia, this devil, as soon as possible. Swoosh, Xianxia's murderous aura swept out again. The Sun Divine Feather swept out again, killing a large number of people. Tens of thousands of people scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, they were all far away from the Golden Gate. The noisy battlefield also quieted down in an instant. Xianxia returned to his original appearance. He held the Sun Divine Feather in his hand and stood outside the Golden Gate expressionlessly. His cold eyes swept across the people around him. His murderous aura did not weaken at all. The murderous intent in the depths of his soul began to recede gradually. On the other side, the fierce battle between Long Shan and Yiqing was still going on. Yiqing had already released his giant bloodline and turned into a giant. But he was still no match for Long Shan. His body was covered with countless wounds and blood. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Rumble, Long Shan took advantage of the situation to attack. The Battle Saint technique was like countless sharp blades. It surrounded Yiqing and hit off one of his arms. Ah, Yiqing screamed. His mind was already in chaos. Otherwise, he would not have been so weak and easily defeated by Long Shan. At this moment, his face was full of fear. He could no longer control his fear after the tragic death of Zhang Yulong and the other 4 people. Now, he was beaten like a dog by the fierce Long Shan. He was in despair. "Don't kill me!" Yiqing shouted loudly. He was begging for mercy. It was really difficult for a big shot like him to beg for mercy. However, Long Shan's murderous aura was soaring. He did not accept the other side's begging at all. He used the extermination symbol formula to kill Yiqing. Ah, Yiqing, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, could not withstand such a destructive attack. His whole body was submerged in the destructive energy sea. He screamed miserably and was beaten to death by Long Shan. At this point, all 6 masters were dead. Zhang Yulong and Xiao died under the divine feather of the sun, which was not unjust. Yiqing was killed by Long Shan with one move after another. Of course, it was not shameful for him to die under the Battle Saint technique. The whole space was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Xianxia stood there like a god of death. He did not say a word, but no one dared to come forward. Innumerable people's faces were filled with grief, because many of their sex geniuses had died in the chaotic battle just now. They died under the Sun Divine Feather. In this battle, at least 4,000 geniuses had died in Xianxia's hands. This was an unimaginably huge number. To the countless major powers of the 3 immortal domains, this was an unimaginable loss. My brother was killed by him. This crazy devil. I regret it so much. I can't wait to eat his flesh. Don't say it. We will be in trouble if he hears it. We can only blame ourselves for this. When Xianxia got the divine feather of the sun, he reminded us not to have any ideas about the Golden Clan. We were blinded by greed. So what? This guy has killed so many people. Does he want to let it go? He has offended the major forces of the 3 immortal realms. Let's see how he can survive after we get out of the Golden Horizon. 4,000 people had died in this battle. Xianxia had offended all the major powers of the 3 immortal domains, including the 3 immortal courts. Although the people present didn't dare to continue their attacks, their hatred for Xianxia didn't diminish at all. In the entire history of the immortal world, there had never been such a frenzied person. Xianxia was the first one. However, with so many people dead, the world would be in chaos after they left the Golden Horizon. There would be no place for Xianxia to stay. This was almost certain. Among these people who died, the major powers of Cultivation sect had the highest number of casualties. Some major powers had almost been wiped out by Xianxia, such as Cultivation sect, Nanbei family, Divine Line sect, Huangquan Gate, and other major powers that had deep hatred for Xianxia. When they entered the Golden Horizon, there would be less than 30 of them left. The rest had either died tragically while searching for treasures or died tragically in the hands of Xianxia. When these major powers saw that there were only a few of them left, they were afraid that the higher-ups of these major powers would spurt out blood on the spot. At this point, it was useless to say anything more, especially the people of these major powers. Each and every one of them was hiding in the crowd. Not to mention standing out, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They knew very well that if they came out at this time, Xianxia would immediately rush over and kill them all. Others might not dare to do such a cruel thing, but Xianxia would absolutely do it without any hesitation. The scene was silent. Now, they could only wait for the remains of the Golden Clan to fall silent again. Then, the portal of the Golden Horizon would open, and everyone would leave. This would be considered as the end of the journey. Kong Long, just at this time, one of the 18 golden passageways suddenly erupted with a loud rumble. Terrifying energy spread out from inside. It seemed like another powerful expert had appeared. The golden passageway hadn't closed since it was opened. The commotion caused by the golden passageway had long alarmed everyone in the Golden Horizon. It must be strange that someone only appeared at this time. Many gazes looked over and saw a golden-robed man with a head full of golden hair appearing in this space. The aura of this newcomer was too powerful, and his posture was extremely arrogant. His eyes flickered with light, as though he was looking down on the world. The northern and southern dynasties are here. Han Yan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the newcomer. The current Nanbei Chao was much stronger than the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared. Just like Dragon Shan, no one knew what kind of treasure he had obtained, but his cultivation base had already reached the late immortal emperor realm. Given his current cultivation base, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill half-step immortal venerables. This bastard has shown up at the wrong time. Tyrant put his palms together and chanted Amitabha, thinking that every time the northern and southern dynasties encountered Xianxia, it would be a tragedy. If it was in the past, they would certainly feel tremendous pressure from the emergence of a powerful enemy like the northern and southern dynasties. After all, this bastard was just too powerful. None of them were a match for him when they were at the same level as him. But now, they simply couldn't feel more relaxed. No matter how high-spirited the northern and southern dynasties were, the outcome was imaginable. They all knew the relationship between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties. Since they had encountered each other here, how could Xianxia let go of this opportunity? After the northern and southern dynasties appeared, they immediately frowned because they could smell the pungent smell of blood in the air. They knew that an extremely tragic battle had just taken place here. Then, their eyes fell on Xianxia. Xianxia was also looking at them. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face and his eyes were filled with ridicule. However, the northern and southern dynasties didn't know what had happened here. They didn't care about Xianxia's gaze. After all, Xianxia had never been nice to them. Then, the northern and southern dynasties' eyes began to fall on the sun divine feather in Xianxia's hand. Their eyes instantly lit up. Sun divine feather? It seems that the Golden Clan is really a treasure. This bastard has even obtained the sun divine feather. The northern and southern dynasties were shocked. They had the eye of heaven and could see through everything. Moreover, they were the reincarnation of the great emperor. Naturally, they could recognize the sun divine feather in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia, hand over the sun divine feather in your hand. The northern and southern dynasties bellowed at Xianxia. The attraction of the sun divine feather was just too great. It made the wise and far-sighted Xianxia forget to think about why it was so quiet and where the bloody smell in the air came from. He even forgot to look at the frightened expressions of the people around him. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties had always been self-centered. There was no one else in their eyes except themselves. He was just too arrogant. Even if he had appeared now, he wouldn't pay attention to others. He didn't even care why figures like Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian weren't here. At this moment, there were only two things that he cared about. One was Xianxia, and the other was the sun divine feather in Xianxia's hand. Now that he had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he had the determination to kill Xianxia. He would never forget the scene of him being beaten up by the others. That was a deep hatred. He must kill Xianxia with his own hands in order to defend his dignity. Northern and Southern dynasties, if you want the Sun Divine Feather, come and get it yourself. Xianxia spoke plainly. His words were full of provocation. The killing intent in his eyes shot out once more. He wouldn't let go of any chance to eliminate the Northern and Southern dynasties, just like how the Northern and Southern dynasties wanted to kill him. Humph. Young master must kill you today. The Northern and Southern dynasties harumphed coldly and were about to lunge at Xianxia. Just at this moment, a genius of Nanbei family rushed out from the crowd and stood beside the Northern and Southern dynasties. Young Master Chow, don't do it. The genius's face was still full of fear. He used his divine sense to tell everything that had happened to the Northern and Southern dynasties. After listening, the facial expression of the Northern and Southern dynasties changed dramatically. The way they looked at Xianxia had completely changed. If these words didn't come from the mouth of a genius of Nanbei family, he wouldn't believe it, but he knew that no one in Nanbei family would dare to deceive him. Haha. Northern and Southern dynasties, why don't you do it? Aren't you known as the monarch physique? Could it be that a dignified monarch will also feel fear? Han Yan laughed. How could he let go of such an opportunity to ridicule them? Humph. As a matter of fact, the Northern and Southern dynasties were very aggrieved. There was nothing in this world that could make them fear or give in. Today, they had advanced to the late immortal Emperor realm, which led to them entering the forbidden land of the Golden Clan a little late. Their original plan was to sweep across the Golden Clan and obtain all the treasures, but never had they thought that such a thing would happen. The person that the Northern and Southern dynasties hated the most in this world was undoubtedly Xianxia. He was the reincarnation of a great sovereign with extraordinary talent and was a peerless genius. He wouldn't put ordinary people in his eyes, but Xianxia was like his greatest nemesis. Every time he encountered Xianxia, he would be unlucky. No matter how strong he was, what status he had, as long as he encountered Xianxia, nothing good would come out of it. The first time he met Xianxia in Golden Horizon was at the Broken Edge Cliff. At that time, he displayed his divine might and annihilated countless enemies. Even the mighty Mo Wuching almost died in his hands. Later on, he chased Xianxia for hundreds of thousands of miles, leaving Xianxia with no way out. At this time, a Longshan appeared and destroyed his Eye of Heaven with his fiery golden eyes. The second time, the Xiaoyaqin appeared. He wanted to stop Wu Ningzhu and kill Xianxia with the help of the others, but he failed and was besieged by Xianxia and the others, forcing him to flee. This was the third time. Initially, he came here in high spirits and full of ambition, but who would have thought that Xianxia would obtain the Sun Divine Feather and annihilate 5 half-step immortal venerable geniuses in advance, causing the Northern and Southern dynasties to lose the courage to attack him. It was equivalent to him running away after showing his face. He didn't even have the time to look at the Golden Gate. Aggrieved, was there anything more aggrieved than this? The Northern and Southern dynasties cursed in their hearts, but no tears came out. Northern and Southern dynasties, since you've come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Xianxia shouted. He used the Great Void technique and arrived in front of the Northern and Southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. He used the Sun Divine Feather's aura to completely block the way of the Northern and Southern dynasties. He and the Northern and Southern dynasties were old enemies. The Northern and Southern dynasties were bent on getting rid of Xianxia. How could Xianxia not have the same idea? They would not miss any opportunity to get rid of each other. Now that Xianxia controlled the Sun Divine Feather, if he didn't kill the Northern and Southern dynasties, when would he? Originally, he felt it was a pity that the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't appear. Now that the Northern and Southern dynasties had come to him, how could Xianxia let them go? Xianxia, do you think you can kill me? Northern and Southern dynasties, Lingling said. We'll know after we try. Xianxia shrugged. His murderous aura filled the air and completely locked on the Northern and Southern dynasties. Xianxia, why are you so arrogant? Without the Sun Divine Feather in your hand, you are nothing in front of me. I can kill you with just a finger. Nanbei Chao was infuriated. He rarely got angry, but now, his anger was soaring to the heavens. It was completely stifling. His opponent's cultivation was obviously far inferior to his, but now, he was the biggest threat to him. He was swinging a feather in his hand and looking at Nanbei Chao as if he was looking at a prey. This made Nanbei Chao have the urge to spurt out blood. Unfortunately, I have the Sun Divine Feather, so I can be arrogant. If you are not convinced, then kill me, Xianxia said in a strange tone. Hearing these words, many people rolled their eyes. This was too shameless. Damn, I didn't expect Xianxia to be so shameless. If I was in the northern and southern dynasties, I would probably die from anger. Grandmaster Hao Ran couldn't help but say. He was at his wit's end when facing someone like Xianxia. Senior brother, you only know now that he is shameless. It seems like you haven't been in contact with him for long. Tyrant chuckled. He understood Xianxia much better than Grandmaster Hao Ran. Moreover, the ones standing in front of Xianxia were none other than the northern and southern dynasties. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to infuriate him. You are courting death. The northern and southern dynasties were furious. They waved their palms towards Xianxia. They couldn't take it anymore. Even if Xianxia had the Sun Divine Feather, they would still take the initiative to attack. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The Sun Divine Feather in his hand shook and a fiery light shot out, instantly destroying the attacks of the northern and southern dynasties. Then, the Sun Divine Feather turned into a golden sword and slashed at the northern and southern dynasties with lightning speed. What? Feeling the dangerous aura of the Sun Divine Feather, the northern and southern dynasties' expression changed dramatically. Even though they were mentally prepared, they didn't expect the Sun Divine Feather to be so powerful. It was so terrifying that they couldn't bear it. At this moment, they finally understood how Zhang Yulong, Xia Xiaotian, and the others died tragically. The armor of immortals appeared on their bodies instantly. The northern and southern dynasties used the Emperor Heaven art to the extreme and broke free from the Sun Divine Feather's shackles. Bang, unfortunately, they were still a bit too slow. The Sun Divine Feather slashed on their bodies. The armor of immortals instantly collapsed and was burned by the raging fire. Xianxia, you destroyed my armor of immortals. The northern and southern dynasties spurted out a mouthful of blood. Their words were filled with anger. As a matter of fact, this wasn't the first time Xianxia destroyed their armor of immortals. Back in Saint Origin World, the armor of immortals of his clone was also destroyed by Xianxia. After the armor of immortals was destroyed, the northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to be negligent. They continued to flee. The scene in front of them was truly astonishing. Countless people gave a thumbs up to the northern and southern dynasties because they were able to withstand the attack of the Sun Divine Feather without dying. Just this point alone showed that they were much stronger than Zhang Yulong and the others. It was a pity that such a peerless genius was going to fall today. Those who understood Xianxia's means and the relationship between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties were sure that Xianxia would never let the northern and southern dynasties go. Where do you think you're going? Sure enough, seeing the northern and southern dynasties continuing to flee, Xianxia executed the Great Void technique. His speed reached the extreme, catching up to the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The Sun Divine Feather descended from the sky like a matchless divine light, slicing the void in half and landing on the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Arg, the northern and southern dynasties finally let out a blood-curdling scream. Their bodies were sliced in half by the Sun Divine Feather. The scene was extremely horrifying. Every member of Nanbei family revealed a solemn expression. The death of the northern and southern dynasties was equivalent to the death of the backbone of Nanbei family. This was too great a loss for Nanbei family. Almost everyone thought that the northern and southern dynasties were dead after being sliced in half by the Sun Divine Feather. Only Xianxia knitted his brows, because the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties weren't incinerated by the fire of sun like what happened to Zhang Yulong and the others. Instead, they disappeared. The scene was dead silent. The atmosphere was too heavy. Everyone was speechless. Even their breathing had become extremely heavy. Too many people had died today. Countless geniuses had died tragically. It was imaginable that if these geniuses didn't die, they would surely become famous figures in the future. It wouldn't be a problem for them to become peerless immortal venerables. It wasn't impossible for them to break through to the legendary sovereign realm. But now, most of those outstanding geniuses had been buried in this golden horizon. The Golden Horizon only opened once every 5 years, and such a thing had never happened before. This was the first time since the creation of the heaven and earth. Speaking of benefits, this time was undoubtedly the first time these geniuses had obtained the most benefits, but also the heaviest loss. No matter how many benefits they had, what was the use of advancing their cultivation base? What was the use of becoming a half-step immortal venerable? In the end, they still died. Dead. All of them are dead. This is too brutal. The northern and southern dynasties are dead as well. The reincarnation of a great sovereign, an unprecedented genius, the pride and future of Nanbei family, has been killed just like that. Too many people have died. The northern and southern dynasties were the ones who had the hope of becoming sovereigns in the future, but unfortunately, they met Jiang Chen. Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian were also brilliant geniuses with a boundless future. Now that they are dead, there's no point talking about their future. There are also many people who shouldn't have died. If they didn't die, they would surely have a bright future. Unfortunately, there's no if in this world. Everyone was sighing. An unprecedented good situation had turned into an azure hell. Too many people had died. Many eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. The current Jiang Chen was clad in spotless white clothes. His face was handsome and delicate, but his eyes were incomparably cold and ruthless. Who would have thought that such a young man was actually a mad devil who had killed 4,000 geniuses? Long Shan and the others flew to Jiang Chen's side. Little Chenzi, you've killed the northern and southern dynasties today. You've finally gotten rid of a big threat. Han Yan said excitedly. He knew very well about the relationship between Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties. Ever since the Qi province of Saint Origin World, both of them had been clashing with each other. Now that the conflict had finally come to an end, Han Yan naturally felt very gratified. He's not dead. Jiang Chen shook his head. What? He's already been split in half, but he's still not dead? Yang Bufan was startled. This is the horror of him. Even though his body was split in half by the Sun Divine Feather, he could still escape silently. Even my Great Void technique couldn't lock onto his Qi because he didn't release any Qi when he left. However, the northern and southern dynasties have suffered a great loss in today's battle. Even if he's not dead, he won't be able to stir up any big waves. Even if he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign, it's basically impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Jiang Chen said. He rarely put his enemies in his heart, but the northern and southern dynasties had always been a thorn in Jiang Chen's heart. He had to get rid of them, but the northern and southern dynasties had always been like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Even with the Sun Divine Feather, he still couldn't kill them. Although the Sun Divine Feather had severely injured them, Jiang Chen still felt very uncomfortable, because he knew very well that if they couldn't be killed, they would make a comeback. The more they suffered, the stronger they would become. This bastard is really a cockroach that can't be killed. Tyrant said speechlessly. But it doesn't matter. If the northern and southern dynasties were to die like this, wouldn't my future path be less interesting? Jiang Chen smiled. Little Chenzi, what are your thoughts after the trip to the Golden Horizon is over? Yang Bufan asked all of a sudden. I'll take one step at a time. You don't have to worry about me. Jiang Chen patted Yang Bufan's shoulder. He knew what Yang Bufan was worried about. He had killed so many people today. After the Golden Horizon was over, the world would fall into chaos. Countless major powers would hunt him down. He was afraid that there would be no place for him in the 3 immortal domains anymore. He certainly couldn't return to Great Qian Empire. If he did, it would bring disaster to Great Qian Empire. Kong Long, at this moment, the ruins of the Golden Clan shook once more. The 20 to 30 golden warriors vanished in the golden brilliance in the blink of an eye. Under the reflection of the golden light, the ruins of the Golden Clan began to turn illusory. The ruins are about to disappear. The trip to the Golden Horizon has come to an end. The passageway will open automatically in a while, said Jiang Chen. He raised his head and looked at the disappearing ruins of the Golden Clan. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. In any case, the bloodline of the Golden Clan had been preserved. He had completed the task that De Huang had left for him. He was worthy of the sun divine feather in his hand. Look, the ruins are going to fall silent again. I don't know when it will appear again. It might never appear again. The trip to the golden horizon has finally come to an end. The passageway will reopen soon. Everyone, use your identity brocade pouch to sense it. Don't go the wrong way. We have suffered a heavy loss this time. The higher-ups of the sect will surely be furious when we return. Not only you, but the 3 immortal domains will also not have peace anymore. There will no longer be a place for Xianxia in the 3 immortal domains after what he has done. Look, he will die for sure. The immortal court won't let him go. And that monkey, he has killed Xianxia. He will also be wanted. At the mention of Xianxia, everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred. However, they were almost certain that as long as they walked out of the golden horizon, Xianxia and Longshan would die for sure. At that time, the higher-ups of the major powers would be infuriated. How could they survive? Kong Long. Very soon, the ruins of the Golden Clan vanished completely. Spatial passageways appeared in the void. These passageways were connected to different immortal domains, different regions, and even different sections. The appearance of these passageways indicated that the trip to the Golden Horizon had come to an end. Many of them had found the passageway they came from and flew straight towards it. Ah Yen, Tyrant, both of you will follow King Fan back to Great Qian Empire. Help King Fan eliminate the dissidents, ascend to the throne, and lay his foundation in Great Qian Empire. Jiangchen said to Han Yen and Tyrant. Little Qinzi, what about you? Yang Bufan asked worriedly. With a wave of the sun divine feather, Jiangchen tore a huge rift in the void and flashed into it. As the rift vanished, so did Jiangchen. Is he going to enter the turbulence of the spatial zone? That's too dangerous. Even a mighty immortal venerable wouldn't dare to do that. That's no different from courting death. Once he gets lost in the turbulence of the spatial zone, he won't be able to come out for the rest of his life. Don't worry. Little Qinzi has mastered the Great Void technique. Now that the spatial barrier between the Golden Horizon and the outside world has been opened, he can still find a way out even if he enters the spatial crevice. Otherwise, do you think the Great Void technique is a joke? That's the legacy of the Void Sovereign. Yang Lang said with a smile. His tone was full of envy. Everyone knew that the biggest winner in this expedition was undoubtedly Jiangchen. Putting other things aside, just the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique were enough to drive people crazy. Jiangchen had also obtained the Fire of Sun, which was something that could only be achieved by someone with heaven-defying luck and fortune. Lan Lingji came to Lan Shan and grabbed his hand. Brother Shan, what are you going to do next? Lan Lingji was worried about Lan Shan's safety. Lan Lingji was still very worried about Dragon Shan. After all, Dragon Shan had made a name for himself this time. He had killed a lot of people along the way and even killed Yi Qingtian in the end. If he was an expert from an ordinary major power, it would be difficult for him to take revenge on Yi Qingtian. However, Yi Qingtian was a figure from the Immortal Court. If the Immortal Court decided to pursue the matter, it would be useless no matter where he fled to. Not to mention the 3 great immortal worlds, even the 9 great immortal worlds wouldn't be able to find shelter for him. Don't worry. It's not that easy to take my life. You go back to Exquisite Paradise first. I'll find you later. Lan Shan said confidently. He didn't know what would happen next, but like Jiangchen, he would take one step at a time. It wouldn't be easy for anyone or any major power to take his life. Alright. I'll wait for you in Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji nodded firmly. She was now deeply in love with Lan Shan. She believed in Lan Shan's ability. Since he could speak the truth, he would definitely be able to do it. Subsequently, Lan Lingji led the group of people from Exquisite Paradise and left, disappearing into the spatial passage. In the end, only Yang Bufan and the others were left. Han Yen and Tyrant didn't return to Profounding Cult and White Dragon Temple. They were entrusted by Jiangchen to go to Great Qian Empire to help King Fan. Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran also didn't leave. After this trip to Golden Horizon, Mo Wuqing felt that only by following such a group of people would his life be more exciting. Let's go. The spatial tunnel is about to close. Let's leave. Yang Bufan said as he took the lead and flew into the spatial passage. Long Shan also entered the passage, but chose to leave when he reached the end of Genius Prefecture. Although what he did in Golden Horizon wasn't as bad as what Xianxia did, he was still a sensitive character. He was almost certain that if those opponents couldn't find Xianxia, they would definitely target him. In order to not bring unnecessary trouble to Great Qian Empire, Long Shan chose to leave directly. In Genius Prefecture, Yang Zanqing, Dong Fengyu and a group of higher-ups were standing on a spacious square. Their faces were filled with excitement and nervousness. They knew that those geniuses who went to Golden Horizon would return soon. This was a tense moment. They didn't know how much they would gain from this trip to Golden Horizon, nor how many of them would return. Brother Yu, how many of them do you think will come back this time? Yang Zanqing looked at Dong Fengyu. Based on past examples, it's already not bad if half of them can come back. What I'm concerned about now is to what extent have they achieved? Dong Fengyu said. Let's wait and see. I'm still very excited. Yang Zanqing was a half-step immortal venerable supreme expert. Although he was the master of Genius Prefecture, he rarely showed himself in public. Many disciples hadn't even seen what he looked like. He was as mysterious as the emperor. But now, he had personally come to the square, waiting for the triumphant return of the geniuses of Genius Prefecture. To an empire, the geniuses of the younger generation were the foundation, future and mainstays of the empire. Only when they became stronger would the empire become stronger. Otherwise, the empire wouldn't take such a huge risk to send more than 200 geniuses to the dangerous Golden Horizon. What level do you think that Xianxia will reach? Dong Fengyu looked at Yang Zanqing. At the mention of Xianxia's name, Dong Fengyu's eyes couldn't help but overflow with radiance. After being in charge of Dan Prefecture for so long, this was the most powerful disciple he had ever seen, and also the person he valued the most. Xianxia's talent was extraordinary. He was really looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise Xianxia would bring him. I also think highly of him. I hope he can bring us a surprise. Yang Zanqing smiled. Both of them were looking forward to the surprise Xianxia would bring them, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept it. Who? The spatial passageway in the sky continuously swallowed and spat out spatial energy. With a bang, one figure after another was ejected from the spatial passageway. However, Yang Zanqing had already arranged a gentle power around the square, so the people who were ejected from the spatial passageway were not in too bad of a state. They were able to land steadily. Very quickly, everyone was ejected from the passageway. A total of 150 geniuses of Great Qian Empire came out of the passageway. In other words, the loss of Great Qian Empire was far less than half of what Yang Zanqing and Dong Fengyu had expected. So many people. Many of the higher-ups of Genius Prefecture were astounded. In terms of the number of people, they had never had such a good result. After everyone came out, the spatial passageway was closed again. In other words, everyone had walked out of the passageway, except for a few important people. Where's Xianxia? Where's King Ping? Where's the Crown Prince? Yang Zanqing asked 3 names in a row. These 3 people were the ones he valued the most. But now, none of them had shown up. Only King Fan had shown up. As a matter of fact, the harvest of Great Qian Empire this time was definitely not small. Yang Lang, Shan Chong and Yang Bufan had all successfully advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. This was beyond their expectations, but Xianxia and the others didn't appear together. One should know that if they didn't come out of the Golden Horizon, it meant that they had died in the Golden Horizon. Impossible. Xianxia can't be dead. Dong Fengyu's facial expression changed slightly. He would be the first person to not believe that Xianxia would die in the Golden Horizon. Bufan, tell me quickly. Where are the 3 of them? Yang Zanqing looked at Yang Bufan. The atmosphere in the square seemed somewhat heavy. Reporting to Master of Golden Horizon. The Crown Prince and King Ping are both dead. They couldn't walk out of the Golden Horizon. Yang Bufan said. There was no way to hide such a thing. What? Both of them are dead? Yang Zanqing's expression changed dramatically. The Crown Prince and King Ping were the peerless geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Their deaths were considered a great loss to the empire. Naturally, Yang Zanqing couldn't accept it at the moment. What about Jiangchen? Dong Fengyu hastily asked. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he didn't care about the deaths of the Crown Prince and King Ping. He only cared about Jiangchen. Jiangchen was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen. He had once protected the dignity of Dan Prefecture and helped him advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. If Jiangchen was dead, Dong Fengyu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to accept it. Jiangchen isn't dead. I'm going to tell you about what happened in Golden Horizon. Yang Bufan said. Tell us quickly. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fengyu said in unison. They were somewhat relieved to hear that Jiangchen wasn't dead, but since Jiangchen wasn't dead, why didn't he come out with them? This made them very puzzled. Two masters, you have to be mentally prepared. Yang Bufan gave them a heads-up in advance, lest they faint from shock. Subsequently, Yang Bufan, Yang Lang and Shan Chong told them everything that happened in Golden Horizon. The focus was naturally on the emergence of the remains of the Golden Clan, the Great Thousand Mirror and the Sun Divine Feather. Kong, even though they were mentally prepared, the two mansion masters and the higher-ups of Genius Prefecture felt as though their heads were about to explode when they heard the whole story. Many of them felt dizzy. They couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be to kill thousands of people. Quickly inform the emperor. Genius Prefecture is to be on alert immediately. Yang Zanqing immediately issued the order. He was no longer in the mood to be surprised by the opening of the ruins of the Golden Clan or the appearance of the Great Thousand Mirror. What he needed to do now was to summon the emperor and the experts of the Great Qian Empire, because something big was about to happen. Yang Zanqing was almost certain that in less than an hour, those big powers would come to his door. According to Yang Bufan, the Nanbei family and the Corpsine sect had suffered heavy losses. Each of them had less than 30 people. Even the members of the northern and southern dynasties were killed. One could imagine how angry they were. Also, the people of the three immortal courts had died. Thinking about this, Yang Zanqing really wanted to faint. Mother *Ker, this guy really brought us a miracle. But this miracle is not something I can handle. Yang Zanqing almost jumped up. He and Dong Fengyu had been expecting Jiangchen to bring them a miracle. And sure enough, Jiangchen didn't disappoint them. It was just that this miracle was a little too big. They didn't know how to accept it. Haha. I really didn't misjudge him. This brat is indeed a person with great luck. He can even obtain the Divine Sun Feather and the inheritance of the Void Sovereign. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Why did he risk his life to prevent others from entering the territory of the Golden Clan? Dong Fengyu laughed. His performance was different from Yang Zanqing's. The more earth-shattering things Jiangchen did, the more he appreciated Jiangchen. But what he didn't understand was why Jiangchen wanted to protect the Golden Clan. However, he knew that Jiangchen must have his own reasons for doing so. I never thought that such a big thing would happen in this trip to the Golden Horizon. Jiangchen has made a huge mistake this time. I'm afraid that there is no place for him to hide in the three immortal domains. AI. How impulsive. I admire him very much. This brat is capable of doing earth-shattering things. He even dares to kill the people of the immortal court. There's nothing under the heavens that can stop him. Besides, Jiangchen is a righteous man. In order not to implicate our great Qian Empire, he chose not to come back. That's right. The fact that 150 people of our great Qian Empire could come back unscathed and have made such great progress is definitely related to Jiangchen. It's a pity that Jiangchen has made a huge mistake this time. He has offended too many major powers. Even if our great Qian Empire wants to protect him, we are powerless. If this brat isn't killed, Jiangchen will certainly become an overlord. The people of Genius Prefecture were discussing among themselves. They all admired Jiangchen. There was no way they wouldn't admire a person who could do earth-shattering things. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Zanqing also recovered. After all, he was a mighty half-step immortal venerable. He still had the ability to bear the shock. After a while, he noticed Han Yan and the others. He couldn't help but ask, who are these people? With Yang Zonqing's eyesight, he could naturally see how powerful these people were, especially Han Yan and Tyrant. Their luck was so exuberant that it was shocking. This is the holy son of Northern Xuanyu's profounding cult. His name is Han Yan. This is Emma Wuqing. Both of them are geniuses of profounding cult. These two grandmasters are the genius eminent monks of White Dragon Temple, Grandmaster Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran. They are all friends of Jiang Chen. Yang Bufan hastily introduced them to Yang Zonqing. After hearing the identities of these people, Yang Zonqing and Dong Fangyu couldn't help but be surprised. They weren't strangers to profounding cult and White Dragon Temple. One of them was a major power of Northern Xuanyu while the other was a sacred land of Buddhism in ethereal immortal domain. Both of them couldn't be underestimated, especially Han Yan, the holy son of profounding cult. Greetings, Master Yang. Han Yan and Mo Wuqing clasped their fists at Yang Zonqing. Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran also put their palms together. Since you are friends of Jiang Chen and King Fan, you are the distinguished guests of Great Qian Empire. Yang Zonqing said, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to Han Yan and the others. Apart from their identity, it was also because of their strength, especially Han Yan and Tyrant. Although they were both late immortal emperors, the qi they emitted was too strong. Yang Zonqing felt that even if he attacked them personally, it was hard to say if he could subdue them. He didn't have the slightest confidence. On top of the black sacrificial altar of Corpsine sect, the originally excited higher-ups of Corpsine sect couldn't help but feel infuriated when they saw more than 20 disciples in front of them. Jiang Chen and Lan Shisan actually dared to kill so many geniuses of Corpsine sect. Since the establishment of Corpsine sect, we have never suffered such a huge loss. We will never let this matter rest. The sect master of Corpsine sect roared with a ferocious expression. Flames were spurting out of his eyes. He, old man Corpsine, had been unhindered in the immortal world. No one had ever dared to provoke him. Today, almost all the geniuses of Corpsine sect were killed in Golden Horizon. This had undoubtedly aroused his anger and killing intent. Sect master, what should we do now? Asked one of the higher-ups of Corpsine sect. Go to Great Qian Empire and ask for those people. Meanwhile, in Nanbei family. Nanbei family had always been the most ancient family in East Xuanyu. Whether it was the elders or the disciples, all of them were high and mighty, thinking that they were incomparably noble existences. Similar to Great Qian Empire, the higher-ups of Nanbei family were already waiting in a spacious square of the family. Due to the participation of the northern and southern dynasties, the higher-ups of Nanbei family were incomparably confident about this trip to the Golden Horizon. The patriarch of Nanbei family, Nanbei Taixing, seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing a brocade robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, at this moment, Nanbei Taixing's expression changed drastically when he saw only 20 people walking out from the spatial passageway. Each and every one of them looked extremely miserable. When he saw that Nanbei Chao didn't come out with them, the entire Nanbei family immediately burst into an uproar. Speak. What happened? Where's young Master Chao? Nanbei Taixing's voice was almost torn apart. He had never dreamt of such a scene. When had the dignified Nanbei family ever fallen into such a sorry state? Patriarch, it's Jiang Chen. A disciple of Nanbei family spoke. When the name Jiang Chen was mentioned, his eyes couldn't help but glint of cold light. He gritted his teeth and had the urge to eat someone alive. What Jiang Chen? Who's Jiang Chen? Nanbei Taixing's face was grim. Subsequently, the disciple of Nanbei family told him everything that had happened in the Golden Horizon. Nanbei Taixing and the higher-ups of Nanbei family flew into a rage. Did you guys see it clearly? Young Master Chao was split into two by Jiang Chen's son Divine Feather? A higher-up of Nanbei family asked. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. A disciple answered. Young Master Chao's soul fire hasn't been extinguished, which means that he's still alive. Young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. How can he die so easily? A mere Jiang Chen won't be able to kill him. Even if he's split into two, he'll still be able to recover. As a mighty immortal venerable expert whose cultivation base had already stepped into the intermediate immortal venerable realm, Nanbei Taixing's temperament was usually extremely calm, but at this moment, he couldn't control his anger at all. He couldn't remember the last time he was so angry. A little brat who came out of nowhere has brought such a great loss to our Nanbei family. Many of our descendants have died. We must settle this score. Kill him. Even if he has to flee to the ends of the earth, we'll make sure he dies without a burial place. He is from the Great Qian Empire. He will definitely run to the Great Qian Empire to seek protection. Let's go to the Great Qian Empire now to get him. The few immortal venerable elders of Nanbei family were infuriated. One should know that many of those who were killed by Jiang Chen were their direct descendants. They were their hidden existences, their future and hope. Now that all of them had been killed, they simply couldn't accept it. The ancient family that had existed for a long time had never suffered such a huge loss. A large number of experts of Nanbei family soared into the sky and vanished. Just like Corpsine sect, they flew towards the direction of the Great Qian Empire. The same thing also happened in Divine Line sect, Huangquan Gate, Zhuge family, Great Cloud Empire, Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Limitless Immortal sect. For a time, the world was in chaos. A large number of experts were dispatched towards the same destination, Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. What's going on? What a powerful pressure. Could it be that the sky is going to change? That's the pressure of an immortal venerable. So many immortal venerables have appeared at the same time. Usually, it's very rare to see a powerful immortal venerable, but so many of them have appeared at the same time. I wonder what's going on. All the immortal venerables are heading towards the same direction. Could it be that the sky of East Xuanyu is going to change? In just an instant, the entire East Xuanyu was alarmed. Many people's facial expression changed drastically. They had never experienced such a thing before. Immortal venerables who usually didn't show up had all appeared, and in such a large number at once. Faced with such a situation, even a fool would know that the sky of East Xuanyu was going to change. At this moment, all the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire had gathered in Genius Prefecture. After receiving the news, Emperor Yang Yu rushed over with the higher-ups as soon as possible. The matter was just too serious. Even the emperor couldn't sit still. Father. Seeing Yang Yu, Yang Bufan hastily went forward. Don't say too much. I already know. Yang Yu's demeanor was extraordinary. He had an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base and was wearing a dragon robe. Every move he made exuded the dignity of a superior. He was the sovereign of the 9 and 5. Yang Yu raised his head and looked at the powerful pressure in the void. He couldn't help but frown. Given his cultivation base, he could already sense that the sky of East Xuanyu was going to change. The real chaos was coming. Jiang Chen, I've really underestimated you. Yang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Not only him, but everyone had also underestimated Jiang Chen. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would do such an earth-shattering thing in Golden Horizon. Not long after, the world would be in chaos because of him. Yang Yu admired a young man who could stir up chaos in the world from the bottom of his heart. Your Majesty, it seems like the experts of those major powers are coming soon. Yang Zhanqing said. What will come sooner or later. I hereby declare that from now on, Jiang Chen will be expelled from Genius Prefecture. From now on, he will have nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Yang Yu said loudly. Upon hearing such a decision, everyone nodded silently. They didn't think that Yang Yu had gone too far. Even Yang Bufan and the rest expressed their understanding. The current situation was that Great Qian Empire was going to face the oppression of the 8 major powers. At this time, it was best for them to sever their relationship with Jiang Chen. This was the reason why Jiang Chen didn't return with them from Golden Horizon. He didn't want to bring disaster to Great Qian Empire because of his relationship with Jiang Chen. Given the current situation, Great Qian Empire could only sever their relationship with Jiang Chen completely to ensure the safety of Great Qian Empire. In any case, Jiang Chen had already escaped. They were afraid that Jiang Chen, who was proficient in the Great Void technique and possessed the Sun Divine Feather, wouldn't be easy to hunt down. Once both sides perished, the losses of the 8 major powers would be even greater. Not long after Yang Yu expelled Jiang Chen from Genius Prefecture, the experts of the 8 major powers arrived at the periphery of Genius Prefecture from 8 different directions almost at the same time. Their qi soared into the sky. Qi waves tumbled everywhere. A large number of immortal venerables had appeared at the same time. Boundless pressure pervaded the sky above Genius Prefecture. Great Qian Empire had never experienced such great pressure before. Dark clouds loomed overhead. The experts of the 8 major powers had arrived at the mountain gate of Genius Prefecture at the same time. Each of them was brimming with qi and anger. The lowest cultivation base of these people was at least a half-step immortal venerable. All of them were elders of their respective major powers. The immortal venerables of the 8 major powers have come to Great Qian Empire. I wonder what's the matter? Xianxia spoke in a clear voice. He stood at the forefront of the crowd. His sovereign qi was extremely dense. His voice was like a great bell, reverberating in the void. He was a peerless sovereign, a superior who controlled an empire. His every move showed his domineering and majesty. His facial expression didn't change even in the face of such a large number of people. Xianxia, cut the crap. Hand over Jiang Chen and that Longsher San, Nanbei Taixing said loudly. Everyone came here for the same purpose. There was no need for pretense or politeness. That's right. Hand over Jiang Chen and Longsher San at once. Otherwise, I swear that I won't let this matter rest. These 2 bastards have killed so many genius disciples of Corpsine sect. We must settle this score with them. Old man Corpsian's tone was filled with a gloomy tone that made people's scalp tingle. The leaders of the other major powers didn't speak, but their attitude was obvious. Their purpose was the same. I have just expelled Jiang Chen from Genius Prefecture. From now on, he has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Plus, Jiang Chen hasn't returned from Golden Horizon. As for that Longsher San, I, Xianxia, have never seen him before. Don't you think it's too much for you to come here with such great fanfare? Could it be that you think my Great Qian Empire is a pushover? Xiangxia's qi was soaring. Even in the face of such a powerful enemy, he couldn't lose the bearing and dignity of Great Qian Empire. Xianxia, you said that Jiang Chen hasn't returned. Why should we believe you? Nanbei Taixing continued. As a matter of fact, the scene of Jiang Chen disappearing in the spatial crevice had been witnessed by many disciples of the major powers. However, as they were too angry and rushed here, they didn't have the time to inquire about Jiang Chen's whereabouts. They thought that Jiang Chen must have returned to Great Qian Empire. One should know that Jiang Chen had offended so many people and major powers. Any ordinary person would choose Great Qian Empire as their protector. Jiang Chen hasn't returned. It's true that Jiang Chen didn't come back. He disappeared into the spatial crevice. Your major powers have also seen it. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask. Plus, Jiang Chen had already expressed his intention to leave Great Qian Empire when he was in Golden Horizon. He has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. As for Dragon San, he isn't a person of Great Qian Empire. We just got to know each other in Golden Horizon. It doesn't make any sense for you to come to Great Qian Empire to demand for him. Yang Bufan stood beside Xianxia, unleashing the bearing of the evil lord. Both father and son stood side by side. One was more outstanding than the other. Looking at his son, Xianxia couldn't help nodding silently. Yang Bufan's future achievements were limitless because he dared to point fingers and shout in front of so many experts. If Great Qian Empire was handed over to such a person in the future, Xianxia would feel relieved. After listening to Yang Bufan's words, the experts of the 8 major powers couldn't help but frown. Indeed, they weren't sure if Jiang Chen was in Great Qian Empire. As for that Longsher San, he didn't seem to belong to Great Qian Empire. Even if they wanted to kill Longsher San, they wouldn't be able to pin the blame on Great Qian Empire. Besides, Xianxia had already expelled Jiang Chen from Genius Prefecture in the name of the Emperor. It seemed that Jiang Chen really wasn't in Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan, you said that Jiang Chen has entered the spatial crevice, but I don't believe it. Entering the spatial crevice will very likely send him into the turbulence of the spatial zone. Not to mention a puny Jiang Chen, even I wouldn't dare to do that, said Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring spoke. As the leader of Yellow Spring sect, he was also a ruthless character. Old ancestor Yellow Spring is right, but what if Xianxia has mastered the Great Void technique inherited by Void Sovereign? Yang Bufan said. It wasn't a secret that Xianxia could use the Great Void technique, so there was no need for him to conceal it. What? The Great Void technique? Hearing the words Great Void technique, everyone's expression instantly changed. The Great Void technique sounded like a secret technique, but this secret technique itself represented the Void Emperor. Who would dare to neglect it? In the past, the Void Emperor relied on the Great Void technique to dominate the world, and everyone feared him. This damned bastard has actually obtained the inheritance of Void Sovereign. Old ancestor Yellow Spring and the others were incomparably shocked, but just like what Yang Bufan said, if Xianxia had mastered the Great Void technique, he would be able to walk out of the turbulence of the spatial zone effortlessly. This man is too heaven-defying. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. This was the common thought of the 8 major powers. In a single trip to the Golden Horizon, Xianxia had obtained the Sun Divine Feather and the inheritance of Void Sovereign. Moreover, Xianxia had seized the luck of too many geniuses. He was a peerless madman who would become a disaster sooner or later. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Therefore, the grudge between you 8 major powers and Xianxia is your personal grudge. It has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. I advise you all to leave as soon as possible. Xianxia is unparalleled. He is the most heaven-defying monstrous genius I've ever seen in this world. His speed of growth is extremely fast, and he possesses the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique. I can't tell when he will grow to the point where your 8 major powers will be helpless against him, said Yan Yu loudly. His tone was full of complacency. Although they had lost the Crown Prince and King Ping in this trip to the Golden Horizon, compared to the 8 major powers, Great Qian Empire was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Yang Yu, even if Xianxia isn't in Great Qian Empire now, he was able to enter the Golden Horizon because of the quota he obtained from your empire. Now that our 8 major powers have suffered such a great loss, your empire must pay a certain price. The Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Tianzuan, gnashed his teeth. The 3 empires of Eastern Xuanyu had always been at odds with each other. This time, Great Cloud Empire had suffered a great loss. Even Yin Zhongxiao had died. This had infuriated the emperor. Pay a price? Yun Tianzuan, do you think a price is a price just because you say so? Do you think my Great Qian Empire is a pushover? I've already said that Xianxia isn't in Genius Prefecture, and that has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Why should I pay a price to you? Why don't you 8 major powers join forces and see if I, Yang Yu, am afraid of you? At worst, we'll have a life and death struggle. I'd like to see what kind of price you 8 major powers can make my Great Qian Empire pay. Yang Yu, do you think we won't dare to do so? The Golden Horizon has brought us such great losses. How can we leave just because of your words? Yun Tianzuan bellowed, releasing a powerful aura that wasn't any weaker than Yang Yu's. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, just do it. My Great Qian Empire has never been afraid of trouble. Let's fight to the death. A wave of air rose from the top of Yang Yu's head. It was a tyrannical chi. Upon seeing this, the leaders of the 8 major powers began to hesitate. They didn't expect Yang Yu's attitude to be so overbearing. As a matter of fact, even if they had the intention to attack the Great Qian Empire, they also had great concerns. After all, this was the territory of the Great Qian Empire. As one of the 11 major powers in Eastern Xuanyu, everyone knew how powerful the Great Qian Empire was. If they really fought to the death, even if the 8 major powers emerged victorious, they would still suffer great losses. It seems like Xianxia really isn't in the Great Qian Empire. If we attack the Great Qian Empire now, it won't do us any good. Our priority now is to hunt down Xianxia, find him, and kill him instead of fighting to the death with the Great Qian Empire. If that happens, Xianxia will reap the benefits. His luck is heaven-defying. If he's given enough time to grow, he will become a disaster for our 8 major powers. Don't forget that he has the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique in his hands. The patriarch of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qiong, spoke. He was dressed like a scholar and looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were constantly flickering with the light of wisdom. Chief Zhuge is right. The Great Qian Empire still has a patriarch who hasn't appeared. If we really fight, we might not gain any advantage. Furthermore, we don't need to start a war with the Great Qian Empire just because of Jiang Chen. Celestial Venerable Yun and the Great Qian Empire have never been on good terms. Now, he wants to use us to get rid of the Great Qian Empire. There's no need for us to be used by him. Our top priority now is to kill Jiang Chen. The threat of this person is much greater than the Great Qian Empire, the sect master of Limitless Immortal Sect said. Although they came here in anger, none of them were fools. It wasn't worthwhile to start a life-and-death struggle with the Great Qian Empire at this time. The 8 major powers had already suffered great losses in the Golden Horizon. Moreover, compared to the Great Qian Empire, the threat of Jiang Chen was undoubtedly the greatest. Let's go. There's no point in wasting our time here. We can't really start a war anyway. If Celestial Venerable Yun wants to fight, let him start a war with the Great Qian Empire. Now, we have to exert all our strength to kill Jiang Chen and Long San. I heard that Long San is the descendant of the Battle Saint Ape. His Battle Saint technique is incomparably terrifying. He's also a great threat. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring was also a shrewd person. How could he not weigh the pros and cons? No matter how one looked at it, starting a war with the Great Qian Empire was not worth it. It was obvious that Celestial Venerable Yun wanted to use them. Celestial Venerable Yun was a smart person, but they were not fools. How could they allow others to use them? Yang Yu, we're going after Jiang Chen now. I hope your Great Qian Empire won't get involved. Nanbei Taixing said to Yang Yu. Of course. Jiang Chen has nothing to do with my Great Qian Empire anymore, said Yang Yu, smiling bitterly in his heart. He really wanted to get involved and help Jiang Chen, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well how big the trouble Jiang Chen had caused this time was. The 8 major powers were probably just the beginning. There was still the Immortal Court and the other 2 major powers of the Immortal World and the Immortal Court. Even if Yang Yu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Chen. The only thing he could do now was to pray that Jiang Chen didn't die. As the emperor of an empire, he had the responsibility to plan for his people. He couldn't let them fall into an abyss of suffering. Therefore, even if Yang Yu wanted to help Jiang Chen, he could only stay out of it. He didn't have the ability to reach the heavens, and he couldn't afford to offend the Immortal Court. Farewell. As soon as Nanbei Taixing finished speaking, he left with the higher-ups of Nanbei family. At their level, they wouldn't waste their time. Since they couldn't start a war, they should hurry up and do something meaningful. After the departure of Nanbei family, the other major powers of the 8 major powers also left one after another, leaving only an enraged Yun Tianzuan. Yun Tianzuan, are you waiting for me to treat you to a cup of tea? Yang Yu's face was full of ridicule. Yang Yu, don't be arrogant. After I kill Jiang Chen, I'll declare war on your Great Qian Empire. Yun Tianzuan threatened. Anytime. Yang Yu didn't show the slightest fear. Let's go. Yun Tianzuan flicked his sleeve and left with the people of Great Cloud Empire. His plan of using the other major powers to declare war on Great Qian Empire had gone down the drain. Now that he was the only one left, there was no point in staying any longer. Father, it seems like a war with Great Cloud Empire is inevitable, said Yang Bufan. Yes, Bufan. Yes, Bufan. The war with Great Cloud Empire is your chance to establish your prestige. Yang Yu patted Yang Bufan's shoulder and turned to leave. Yang Bufan's eyes flickered with cold light. He understood the meaning of Yang Yu's words. If he wanted to rule the empire and become the emperor, he must have the means and achievements to make people submit to him. Waging war with Great Cloud Empire was his best chance. The huge crisis of Great Qian Empire was resolved by Yang Yu's domineering attitude. A true emperor must be able to shoulder the fate of an empire at the critical moment. Undoubtedly, Yang Yu was a qualified emperor. The crisis of Great Qian Empire had been resolved, but Jiang Chen's crisis had just begun. As soon as the 8 major powers returned, they immediately issued the ultimate kill order. Like a whirlwind, the news spread across the entire eastern Xuanyu at the fastest speed, including what had happened in Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen and Long San's reputation became known by everyone in just one day. They had become the most wanted criminals in the history of the immortal world. Currently, there were only 8 major powers involved. He was afraid that the immortal court would soon join in. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Xianxia and Dragon Xianxia had become the most wanted criminals. In the entire history of the immortal world, no one else had received such treatment other than these two. My God! This is the first time in the history of Eastern Xuanyu that the 8 major powers have issued a kill order at the same time. What exactly did this Jiangchen do to provoke the 8 major powers to hunt him down? You still don't know? Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the 8 major powers in Golden Horizon, causing them to suffer heavy losses. They have never suffered such a huge loss before. Naturally, they want to eliminate Jiang Chen. I heard that Jiang Chen has killed thousands of geniuses this time, including the geniuses of the 3 immortal courts. That's heaven-defying. Look, this is just the beginning. I'm afraid that the immortal courts will also get involved. Scary, scary. The world is in chaos. The entire Eastern Xuanyu, no, the entire ethereal immortal domain is going to change. The world was in chaos. Experts from various major powers had been dispatched to kill the same person. This was the first time in the history of Eastern Profound Domain. Jiang Chen and Dragon Xianxia had become famous. No one wasn't shocked by this. Among the major and minor powers, in the streets and alleys, the topic of discussion was Jiang Chen and Dragon Xianxia. The 2 most wanted criminals had almost become 2 legends that won people's praises. A single battle has made him famous. He has killed so many geniuses. If such a thing happens to me, my life will be worth it even if I'm captured and killed by the 8 major powers. While living in this world, everyone desires to do something spectacular. Either we live a spectacular life, or we die a spectacular death. Only someone like Jiang Chen wouldn't have come to this world in vain. Even if he dies, his name will be recorded in the annals of history, and the later generations will revere him. That's right. This is the miracle of the young generation. He's the idol of countless young men. As a man, he should be like Jiang Chen, doing what others can't and dare not do. Jiang Chen's name had become the idol of countless people. Which cultivator didn't have the slightest bit of courage? Sometimes, it would be stimulated. What they couldn't do didn't mean that they couldn't look forward to it, and what they yearned for didn't mean that they could achieve it. When what they yearned for was achieved by someone else, that person's figure would become incomparably tall and unreachable in their hearts. The experts of the 8 major powers had been dispatched, searching for Jiang Chen all over the world. Even half-step immortal venerables could only stay in their sections. Although the 8 major powers were bent on killing Jiang Chen, they knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was, or rather, how terrifying the Sun Divine Feather was. Even the half-step immortal venerable geniuses of the immortal court couldn't withstand a single attack from the Sun Divine Feather. Given Jiang Chen's ferocity, he wouldn't show any mercy once he encountered him. The next day, experts from the major powers of North Xuanyu, South Xuanyu, and West Xuanyu began to appear in East Xuanyu. As the number of experts increased, East Xuanyu became even more chaotic. This was a matter of the entire ethereal immortal domain. The immortal court hadn't even made a move yet, but it had already caused such a huge commotion. The vast East Xuanyu was hundreds of millions of miles wide. At this moment, the sky was filled with powerful pressure. Some people were hiding in their residences, not even daring to come out. There were too many experts and immortal venerables. Divine senses were crisscrossing in the void. It seemed like the experts of the major powers were going to turn the entire East Xuanyu upside down in order to find Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. However, it was as if Jiang Chen and Dragon Shisan had completely vanished from this world. The experts of various major powers were busy searching for them, but none of them could find them. Not even a strand of monkey hair could be found. In the depths of the void, a silhouette was shuttling back and forth like a dragon. It was none other than Jiang Chen. The spatial crevice was a place that even the divine sense of immortal venerables couldn't reach. Only Jiang Chen, who had mastered the Great Void technique, could walk in it as he pleased. Jiang Chen's face was full of sadness. He didn't think about what was happening outside, nor did he think about his own situation. This wasn't the first time he had experienced being surrounded by enemies. Jiang Chen's mood was very heavy. He looked at the sun-divine feather in his hand that was glowing with flames, and thought of De Huang's reckless departure. Yanqingyu was now in the immortal burying coffin. Wu Ningzhu had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and didn't come out of Golden Horizon. De Huang Dog had entered the legendary Great Thousand Mirror. Jiang Chen had suddenly become a loner. He was used to being alone, but he was afraid of being alone. It was a different feeling. Some people had never obtained something, so they were used to being alone. Some people once had something, but once they lost it, they would feel especially lonely. Jiang Chen belonged to the latter group. His heart was heavy. The once greatest saint, the once peerless old ancestor, was now entangled by countless questions. There were too many questions and too many secrets. Jiang Chen didn't know anything about them. Why is Xiaoyu in the immortal burying coffin? Is that person in the coffin really Xiaoyu? If not, where is she now? If she is, what's her relationship with immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia? That damn De Huang left just like that, leaving behind a pile of questions. Jiang Chen shook his head. In the past, De Huang was full of mystery when he was around him. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He felt that De Huang would tell him everything when the time came. But now that De Huang had left, Jiang Chen suddenly didn't know what to do next. It turned out that he had long developed a sense of dependence on that dog. It was a spiritual dependence. What happened to the Golden Clan in the past? Why can't I see the faces of the enemies in that great battle? What's the meaning of the images left by the Great Thousand Mirror? Is it to warn the future generations? Who is that young demon sovereign that appeared in the end? Why does he have such an impact on De Huang? Could it be De Huang himself? There were too many questions and doubts. Jiang Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. He, who was once omnipotent, suddenly felt that he was so insignificant. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In the end, Jiang Chen simply stopped thinking about it. His attention began to focus on the dragon transformation skill. When he was in the Golden Horizon, the dragon transformation skill had already shown signs of metamorphosis. The phantom of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had even appeared. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen still hadn't mastered the Tao of slaughter. The dragon transformation skill had fallen silent again, showing no signs of metamorphosis. Jiang Chen knew that it was because he hadn't killed enough to stimulate the metamorphosis of the dragon transformation skill. I've been in the spatial crevice for so long. I have no idea what's happening outside. Let's go out and have a look. Jiang Chen locked onto a direction and found an exit in the spatial crevice. With a sway of his body, he flew out. He concealed his qi and used the Zulong Tower to conceal his qi. Given his current condition, he would look like the most ordinary mortal among the crowd. It would be incomparably difficult for the experts of the major powers to find him. As soon as he walked out of the spatial crevice, Jiang Chen felt the powerful pressure in the void. His facial expression changed instantly. For God's sake! So many experts. East Xuanyu has brought so many immortal venerables. It seems like the experts of the other 3 major domains have also come. They really think highly of me. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Given his intelligence, he could naturally guess why so many immortal venerables had appeared in East Xuanyu. Obviously, they were coming for him. Subsequently, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance and murmured. After I settle a matter in my heart, I will come back and turn this heaven and earth upside down. Tianyun Pavilion. Ever since Jiang Chen killed Tian Muyun, Tianyun Pavilion had ruled the entire one-line sky, becoming the true overlord of one-line sky. Under the leadership of Daoist Yu Feng, Tianyun Pavilion also prospered day by day, causing the entire one-line sky to prosper. From this point alone, Daoist Yu Feng's contribution couldn't go unnoticed. Furthermore, Daoist Yu Feng was a person of virtue and prestige. He was a figure from the era of Ouyang He and was very popular. In addition, Jiang Chen personally appointed Daoist Yu Feng as the pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, no one in Tianyun Pavilion dared to disobey him. At this moment, as night fell, the sky above Tianyun Pavilion was cast with a layer of shadow. The entire mountain gate was filled with an oppressive aura, making it hard for people to breathe. Inside the meeting hall of Tianyun Pavilion, a group of higher-ups were sitting together. Everyone was frowning. The scene was silent and appeared particularly stressful. Two people were sitting in the main seat. One was naturally Taoist Yufeng and the other was Tianjizi. Tianjizi's meridians were broken, causing him to lose his cultivation base. All of this was caused by Tian Muyun. Although Jiangchen later helped him restore his vitality with the wood spiritual energy, he couldn't cultivate anymore and could only be a cripple for the rest of his life. However, no one in the entire Tianyun pavilion dared to say that Tianjizi was a cripple. Everyone's respect for him even surpassed that of Taoist Yufeng. Right now, he was like the overlord of Tianyun pavilion. He didn't speak on normal days, but as long as he spoke, everyone had to obey him. This was because Tianjizi was Jiangchen's master. Everything in Tianyun pavilion today was built by Jiangchen. Now, Tianjizi also had a worried look on his face. Sect Master, Elder Tianji, that old devil gave us 3 days. Tomorrow is the deadline. We can't just sit here and do nothing. An elder sighed. Are we really going to move away? Another elder said angrily. No, Tianyun Pavilion has stood tall in one-line sky for so many years. It was created by Brother Jiangchen. This is his painstaking effort. Moreover, when Jiangchen left, he handed over Tianyun Pavilion to me. If I just hand it over to others, how would I have the face to see Jiangchen? Even if I die, I would not have the face to see sect leader Ouyang. Taoist Yufeng spoke. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling incomparable rage. Right now, his cultivation base was still at the immortal king realm. When he thought of how terrifying that old devil was, he felt helpless. If we really can't do it, we can only move away. Where there's life, there's hope. We have to protect the thousands of lives in Tianyun Pavilion. Tianjizi spoke. It could be seen that Tianjizi was having a great struggle in his heart when he said this. 3 days ago, an old man suddenly appeared in Tianyun Pavilion. He was a mighty immortal emperor. He had taken a fancy to the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion and wanted to occupy it for himself. Hence, he gave Tianyun Pavilion 3 days to move away. Otherwise, he would massacre everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. After tonight, that would be the deadline. To Taoist Yufeng, this was an incomparably difficult thing. He would rather die here to protect the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion. To a major power, there was nothing more important than the mountain gate. How humiliating would it be if the mountain gate was taken away? Besides, this mountain gate was the biggest foundation of Tianyun Pavilion. It had existed for many years. It was built by Ouyang He and revived by Jiangchen. Now that Ouyang He was dead and Jiangchen was gone, everything was handed to Taoist Yufeng. How great was the pressure on Taoist Yufeng? If they moved away, Tianyun Pavilion would never be revived. If they didn't move away, thousands of people in Tianyun Pavilion would lose their lives. To a bloodthirsty devil, massacre was nothing. That was a mighty immortal emperor. Tianyun Pavilion would never be able to resist. Jia. As soon as Tianjizi's voice faded, a sinister laughter suddenly rang in the void of the main hall. Then, a black mist emerged and turned into a human figure. It was a black-robed old man. He seemed to be in his 60s. He was incomparably thin and weak, the kind that could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, the qi radiating from the old man was terrifying. His eyes were like a venomous snake, like a specter, representing the will of death. As soon as the old man appeared, everyone in the main hall stood up all of a sudden. Their faces began to turn incomparably unsightly. Old devil, it's not the deadline yet. What are you doing here? An elder spoke. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this in front of me? The old devil's body flickered and appeared in front of the elder. His speed was extremely fast. His palm grabbed the elder's chest, then he slowly dug out the elder's heart, threw it into his mouth and began to chew. His hand and mouth were full of blood, but his face was full of enjoyment. Delicious. Delicious. The old devil licked his lips. The scene was horrifying to the extreme. This scene was too eerie. Taoist Yufeng and the others felt their breathing getting heavy. In front of this old devil, they didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. I gave you 3 days, but you didn't do anything. Truly insincere. It just so happens that I don't want to wait any longer. It's too late for you to move away now. Tonight, I will start a massacre in this mountain gate and kill to my heart's content. I will kill all of you without leaving a single one alive. Kiki, the old devil laughed sinisterly. He took pleasure in killing. After hearing this, everyone's expression changed. There was only one thought in their mind: it's over. The end of Tianyun Pavilion has arrived. This old devil was their calamity. Master, can you give us another chance? We're willing to move out. We'll move out tonight. Tianjizi spoke, wanting to fight for the last chance for Tianyun Pavilion. No, I won't take back my words. I said that I will kill all of you, so I will definitely kill all of you. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? The old devil was bloodthirsty. In his eyes, these people in front of him were nothing but ants. They were just tools for him to vent his desires. Expert, I am the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. How about killing me and sparing thousands of disciples? Taoist Yufeng said helplessly. He could see that there was no reason to reason with such a person. If his life could be exchanged for the lives of thousands of disciples, he was willing. No, I want your life and the lives of the others. Now, I will start killing you all. I will stain this place with your blood, Kiki, the old devil laughed. He loved to see the despair on people's faces before death. It was a kind of enjoyment. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't be able to kill a single one today. This sudden voice immediately disrupted the bloody and tense atmosphere in the hall. Who is it? The old monster's face turned cold as he shouted at the void. There was actually someone who could appear in this hall without him noticing. He couldn't help but care about such a character. Taoist Yufeng and the others couldn't help but feel delighted because they vaguely felt that this voice was very familiar. The void rippled and a figure emerged, standing in front of the old monster. He was clad in white and had an extraordinary handsomeness. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Chen Sect Master. Seeing the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen, Tianjizi and the others immediately exclaimed. In their hearts, this young man was the real boss of Tianyun Pavilion. As long as he was here, even Taoist Yufeng would have to step aside. Several elders immediately burst into tears as they recovered from the despair just now. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. He had created too many miracles. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared, Tianyun Pavilion could be considered to be completely saved. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they didn't care. They believed that Jiang Chen would be able to deal with it. The name Jiang Chen was like an omnipotent god in everyone's heart. He was the soul of a sect, a kind of deified blind confidence. This was a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen, who had gone far away, would suddenly come back in the middle of the night, as if he had predicted the tribulation of Tianyun Pavilion? It turned out that Jiang Chen had not truly abandoned Tianyun Pavilion. Tianjizi came to Jiang Chen's side, watching Jiang Chen's continuous growth with a gratified expression on his face. Master, I've startled you. Jiang Chen bowed deeply to Tianjizi. Tianjizi was definitely one of the people that he respected. Back then, Tianjizi's cultivation base and meridians were destroyed because of him. When Jiang Chen left, he swore that he would find a way to heal Tianjizi within a year. After coming out of Golden Horizon, the first thing he did was to return to Tianyun Pavilion and help Tianjizi recover from his injuries. This was the most basic respect for one's master. This was Jiang Chen's promise. Jiang Chen was glad that he had returned in time. It turned out that Tianyun Pavilion was facing a calamity. It seemed that if he had returned half a step later, everything would have been too late. Master is fine. I'm very pleased that you were able to return at this time. Tianjizi smiled. The person he was most proud of in his life was this young man in front of him. Kid, who are you? Old Devil's cold eyes fell on Jiang Chen. When he found out that Jiang Chen was merely a half-step immortal emperor, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his heart. Jiang Chen didn't answer Old Devil's question. Instead, his eyes fell on the corpse of the elder whose heart had been dug out by Old Devil. Killing intent burst out from his body all of a sudden. I don't care who you are or where you come from. Today, you have come to the wrong place. Jiang Chen spoke Lung Lung. Haha, What an arrogant kid. A puny little half-step immortal emperor dares to speak like this in front of me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Old Devil laughed loudly, totally not putting Xianxia in his heart. He was just a little surprised that a young half-step immortal emperor could appear in such a small sect. One should know that such a figure was considered a rare genius even in a big place like East Xuanyu. Old man, you really shouldn't kill people here. Xianxia shook his head. This old man was just a puny intermediate immortal emperor. To Tianyun Pavilion, he was indeed an unreachable expert, but in front of Xianxia, an intermediate immortal emperor was just an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. Brat, you look very arrogant. I'm going to kill everyone here today. I'll start with you. Old Devil was infuriated. Whether it was his cultivation base or status, there had never been a kid who dared to talk to him like this. How could he stand it? Old Devil moved. His terrifying sharp claws lunged at Xianxia. His face was filled with a sinister smile. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. In his point of view, the heart of a genius was the most delicious thing. The appearance of Xianxia was just to deliver food to him. Be careful, sect master. Taoist Yufeng hastily warned. He had experienced the terror of this old devil, reminding Xianxia not to be careless. Pa. Before the sharp claws of the old devil could touch Xianxia's body, a tremor was heard in the void. Xianxia's palm had firmly grabbed the sharp claws of the old devil. What? The old devil was shocked. Immediately, he exerted a powerful force, but to his horror, no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't budge an inch under the control of his opponent. This old devil wasn't a fool. He knew that he had encountered a monstrous genius. He was afraid that he had kicked an iron plate today. Chi. Wisps of flames rushed out of Xianxia's palm like spiritual snakes. In just a blink of an eye, the old devil's arm was engulfed in flames. Arg! The old devil let out a shrill scream. The cultivation law that he cultivated was evil. This kind of flame was like a natural enemy to him, making him feel excruciating pain. What Xianxia casted was the fire of sun, which had fused with Xianxia's energy. It wasn't something that the old devil could deal with. His entire arm was instantly incinerated, turning into ashes. Swish, the eyes of Taoist Yufeng, Tianjizi, and the others immediately lit up. Xianxia's growth had always been beyond their imagination. Only now did Taoist Yufeng realize that his warning just now was completely superfluous. This old devil, who stood high above them, was as weak as a baby in front of Xianxia. Brat, this lord will fight you to the death. The old devil roared. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes appeared and surrounded Xianxia. Corpse puppets, Xianxia's eyes trembled. The thing that the old devil summoned was a corpse puppet. Xianxia couldn't be more familiar with this kind of thing. So it's the scum of Cultivation sect. Xianxia sneered. He didn't feel the slightest burden in killing the people of Cultivation sect. These 3 corpse puppets were only intermediate immortal emperors. Under the control of the old devil, they pounced at Xianxia, but these corpse puppets posed no threat to Xianxia. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of fire of sun rushed out. With a bang, the 3 corpse puppets turned into a sea of fire and were incinerated into ashes. Damn it! My corpse puppets! The old devil was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. The people of Cultivation sect cared about corpse puppets the most. They treated them as treasures. These 3 corpse puppets were refined by the old devil with great effort. Now, they were incinerated by Xianxia so easily. How could he bear it? But so what? This young man who came out of nowhere was just too powerful. He was no match for him. Brat, just you wait. Today's matter isn't over yet. Your sect will be razed to the ground sooner or later. The old devil left a ruthless remark, then tore the void and prepared to escape. In his point of view, even if he wasn't a match for Xianxia, it would still be easy to escape. Seeing that the old devil was about to escape, the corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If a puny intermediate immortal emperor escaped from his hands, it would be a humiliation to Xianxia. Xianxia would never allow such a humiliation to happen. Xianxia gently grasped the void. The body of the old devil, which had just entered the spatial zone, couldn't move anymore and was pulled out by Xianxia. The matter isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Xianxia said with a smile. Alright, I admit defeat today. Kid, how do you want to end this? The old devil spoke maliciously, but at this time, he had no choice but to yield. After all, he had to lower his head under the eaves. The young man in front of him was just too powerful. He was no match for him at all. Although there was a gap between their cultivation base, their combat strength wasn't on the same level. Ever since his debut, he had never suffered such a great humiliation and loss. Because of his identity, who wouldn't give him some face? Even if he had gone too far, the other party wouldn't dare to say anything. Today, he had undoubtedly failed miserably. He had already lost an arm in the hands of a kid. This made the old devil extremely depressed. Naturally, a debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Since you have killed someone, you should leave your life behind. Isn't that very reasonable? Xianxia said in a casual manner. What? The old devil was stunned for a moment. He suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. Then, he burst into laughter. Kid, did I hear it wrong? You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? A disciple of Cultivation sect. Xianxia looked at the old devil with great interest. He was a little curious about the identity of this old devil. Judging from the old devil's tone, it seemed like he really had a high status. The old devil's smile stopped abruptly. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. You know Cultivation sect? That's great. I might as well tell you that I'm the younger brother of Old Man Cultivation. If you dare to kill me, your entire Tianyun pavilion will be buried together with me. Old Man Cultivation's younger brother, looks like I really can't kill you. Xianxia's eyes trembled. He didn't expect to catch such a big fish today. If this guy had a different identity, he would have died immediately. But since he was the younger brother of Old Man Cultivation, he was really reluctant to kill him. Wouldn't it be a pity? Boy, you know what's good for you. If you kneel down and kowtow to me, bow your head to me, and offer this mountain gate to me, I may spare the thousands of lives in Tianyun Pavilion. The old devil was certain that Xianxia was afraid. After all, in East Xuanyu, his reputation was nothing, but Old Man Cultivation's reputation was enough to make people tremble in fear. Coupled with the terrifying methods and style of the Cultivation sect, who wouldn't be afraid? What I don't understand is how did Old Man Cultivation have such a useless younger brother? Xianxia shook his head. He was indeed puzzled about this. One should know that Old Man Cultivation was the sect master of Cultivation sect and had an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base. No matter how weak his younger brother was, he should at least be a half-step immortal venerable, but he was only an intermediate immortal emperor. Furthermore, this bastard didn't stay in East Xuanyu Pavilion, but came to One Line Sky to break the rules. It seemed like he didn't want to improve himself. What did you say? The old devil's face turned cold, but he didn't dare to make a move. He wasn't a fool. He knew that he was absolutely no match for this young man. It seems like you still don't know anything about the Golden Horizon. I won't kill you, but it doesn't mean that I'll let you go. I might make you wish you were dead instead. Xianxia said, then suddenly stretched out his palm and pressed it on the old devil's forehead. A wisp of sun fire entered his body through the old devil's forehead. Arg! Arg! The old devil let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt his whole body heating up, as though there was a fire dragon wreaking havoc in his body, wanting to incinerate everything. That wisp of sun fire had destroyed his meridians and qi. In just a minute, the old devil had become a cripple. You crippled me. You actually crippled me. Arg, the old devil's heart was torn apart. As an intermediate immortal emperor, he was used to flaunting his prowess and dignity. Once he was crippled, it was like falling from the top of the pyramid into the deep soil, never to climb out again. That kind of feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. It was truly worse than death. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. The old devil had gone mad. He felt that he no longer had the courage to continue living. What was the point of living in this state? Humph. It's hard for you to die now that you've fallen into the hands of me, Xianxia. Just wait to meet your brother. Xianxia struck out a few seals to seal the old devil, giving him no chance to commit suicide. After that, he threw the old devil into the Zulong Tower. Master is getting more and more terrifying. An elder spoke. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's growth was beyond their imagination. If it wasn't for Xianxia's return today, they were afraid that everyone in Tianyun Pavilion would have been killed by the old devil. Why did Xian'er come back all of a sudden? Could it be that he predicted that Tianyun Pavilion would be in trouble? Tianjizi said with a smile. Now that the crisis of Tianyun Pavilion had been resolved, everyone's mood had become incomparably relaxed. Master, I came back this time to treat your injuries. Coincidentally, this old devil was going to harm Tianyun Pavilion, so I dealt with him along the way. Xianxia said. He was relieved to see that Tianjizi was still as lively as ever even though he couldn't cultivate. What? Xian'er, why you're able to heal my injuries? Tianjizi didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, he was so excited that even his voice began to tremble. He was very clear about his injuries. In fact, he had long since given up hope that he would be able to recover to his original state. Today, Xianxia came back from thousands of miles away and said that he was going to treat his injuries. If these words didn't come out from Xianxia's mouth, he wouldn't believe it at all. Yes, master. I have a way to help you recover. Xianxia smiled. Good, good. Xian'er, even if I can't recover, your kindness is already a great comfort to me. Tianjizi seemed incomparably excited. His eyes were a little red. Compared to Ouyang he was the luckiest. His eyesight was better than Ouyang and Tian Muyun and Xianxia couldn't be compared at all. It's the great fortune of Tianyun Pavilion to respect the master and value friendship. Daoist Yu Feng, don't spread the news of my return. I don't want to cause any commotion. It won't be good for Tianyun Pavilion. I'll leave after master's injuries are healed. Xianxia said to Daoist Yu Feng. Yes, sect master. Daoist Yu Feng nodded. He didn't ask why. He knew that Xianxia must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. The main purpose of Xianxia's return this time was to heal Tianjizi's injuries. After that, he would leave. Daoist Yu Feng was very clear about this point. Subsequently, Xianxia brought Tianjizi into the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Tianjizi's injuries would probably take a lot of time to heal, so it was best to do so in the 33rd floor. As for the reason that Xianxia specially arranged for Daoist Yu Feng to conceal the news of his return, it was also for the sake of Tianyun Pavilion. Given his reputation and status in Tianyun Pavilion, once the disciples knew that he had returned, there would definitely be chaos. What Xianxia was worried about was that the news of his return would spread to East Xuanyu. Given his current situation, he was afraid that he would immediately bring disaster to Tianyun Pavilion. His enemies were much more terrifying than Old Devil. In the 33rd floor, Tianjizi was sitting cross-legged with an excited expression. His face was full of expectation. For a person who had lost all his cultivation base, nothing could make him more excited than the news of recovery. Xianxia took out a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk and handed it to Tianjizi. Master, this is Great Earth Immortal Milk. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It's enough to help you reconstruct your meridians. At that time, not only will you recover to your original state, but your cultivation base will also improve greatly. Your body will be improved, and you will be reborn. Xianxia said. A drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk was enough to help Tianjizi recover. What? The legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk. Tianjizi couldn't maintain his composure any longer. He had browsed through the ancient books and learned about a lot of magical heavenly and earthly treasures. He also knew about the Great Earth Immortal Milk, but this same item only existed in the books and legends. He had never seen it before. He didn't expect that Xianxia had even obtained the Great Earth Immortal Milk. How could this not make Tianjizi excited? He was very clear about the effect of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, so he couldn't control his emotions. Master, swallow the Great Earth Immortal Milk now. I will help you refine it. Xianxia said. Yes. After calming himself down, Tianjizi swallowed a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk according to Xianxia's instruction. Normally, he wouldn't have the guts to swallow the great earth immortal milk even when he was in his prime, let alone now that he had lost all his cultivation base. The energy contained in a drop of great earth immortal milk was unimaginable. Given his previous cultivation base, swallowing it was no different from courting death. But it was different now. Tianjizi trusted Xianxia too much. Kong, as soon as the great earth immortal milk entered his body, a terrifying energy immediately spread out. Tianjizi couldn't bear it and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Calm your qi and focus your mind. Xianxia yelled. Both of his hands grabbed Tianjizi's wrist. Strands of energy penetrated into Tianjizi's body. Under the guidance of this energy, the terrifying energy of the great earth immortal milk was quickly controlled. 3 days later, Tianjizi's broken meridians were completely repaired. The newly reconstructed meridians were emitting a milky white light. The qi of the great earth immortal milk was everywhere. His meridians were extremely tough. It was impossible to damage them any further. One had to admit that the great earth immortal milk was indeed a rare treasure. It could revive the dead, grow bones, and reconstruct meridians. Compared to Tianjizi's meridians before, it was countless times stronger. Powerful energy gushed out of Tianjizi's body. The moment his meridians were repaired, Tianjizi's cultivation base directly broke through to the immortal king realm. At this moment, Tianjizi was so excited that he wanted to scream. Ever since he was crippled, he had been suppressing himself for a period of time. Today, he could finally release his stress. Not only had his injuries been completely healed, his cultivation base had also reached the immortal king realm that he had been dreaming of. This made Tianjizi very excited. However, this was just the beginning. The energy of the great earth immortal milk was still enormous. Even though Tianjizi had reached the immortal king realm, he still couldn't control the remaining energy. He had to rely on Xianxia's rapid guidance. Just like that, another 7 days passed. Tianjizi's cultivation base had already reached the late immortal king realm. The energy of the great earth immortal milk had almost been consumed. The remaining energy was enough for Tianjizi to control. Xianxia retracted his palm. Looking at the lively Tianjizi, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Late immortal king. Xian'er, this realm is something that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tianjizi laughed heartily, unable to control his fluctuating emotions. Late immortal king. How great of an improvement was this? It was something that he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Given his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to find an opponent in the entire one-line sky. After all, the great earth immortal milk was very effective. Back when he obtained the great earth immortal milk in the immortal vault of ancient Buddha, it could even advance an immortal emperor, let alone someone like Tianjizi. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration for him to advance to the late immortal king realm. Master, I can rest assured now that you have recovered. Finally, one of my worries has been resolved. Xianxia smiled. Back when he left One Line Sky, he had vowed to cure Tianjizi. Today, his wish had finally been fulfilled. Xian'er, are you going to leave now? Tianjizi asked reluctantly, but he also knew that a figure like Xianxia wouldn't stay in One Line Sky. To Xianxia, One Line Sky wasn't a challenge at all. Yes, master. I still have a lot of things to do. I have to leave now. Xianxia led Tianjizi out of the Zulong Tower. Although 10 days had passed in the 33rd level, not a single day had passed in the outside world. The sky had just turned bright. Go ahead. Be careful. Tianjizi patted Xianxia's shoulder. He didn't ask about Xianxia's matter in East Xuanyu. There was no need to ask about what Xianxia was going to do. Xianxia left. Before he left, he set up layers of restrictions outside Tianyun Pavilion, left behind the Immortal Emperor weapon and some rare herbs for Tianjizi. He didn't know when he would return. Perhaps, Tianyun Pavilion would truly become one of his stops. Forging Tianyun Pavilion into an iron plate was the last thing that Xianxia could do. Xianxia didn't bring Tianjizi with him. East Xuanyu wasn't suitable for Tianjizi, let alone staying by his side. Tianjizi was now the strongest fugitive. He couldn't even protect himself. Being alone was the best choice, fighting against the major powers without any worries. Walking in the void was as easy as taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, like an ethereal immortal. The world was vast and there were thousands of worlds. He could go anywhere, including the spatial crevice, the void turbulence and the world barrier. There was nothing that could stop him. This was the Great Void Technique. Rumor had it that when the Great Void Technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could travel to different worlds. That level was beyond Xianxia's imagination. He had only learned a little bit of the Great Void Technique. If he could master the Great Void Technique as skillfully as Void Sovereign, he was afraid that even the world law of the immortal world wouldn't be able to suppress him. He would then be able to leave the immortal world and return to Saint Origin world at any time. Of course, this was based on the fact that he had cultivated the Great Void Technique to the extreme. Given Xianxia's current condition, he couldn't do it. When one was alone, one's thoughts would be in a mess. Just like now, Xianxia couldn't help but think of De Huang Dog, everything that happened in Golden Horizon, the scene in the Great Thousand Mirror, the secret of the Golden Clan and the desolate ancient land. Desolate ancient land, where is this place? Xianxia frowned. De Huang Dog had left a message for Xianxia, asking him to go to desolate ancient land to save him. One should know that De Huang Dog would rarely say the word save. Since he wanted Xianxia to save him, it meant that there must be something in desolate ancient land that De Huang Dog couldn't handle. I won't think about these unrealistic things for now. Putting aside the fact that I still don't know what kind of place desolate ancient land is, even if I know, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help De Huang with my current cultivation base. My top priority now is to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible. Xianxia's eyes glinted with determination. Instead of thinking too much, it was better to just do it. Nothing was more important than strength. Whether it was to save De Huang and Yan Chenyu, or to deal with the current situation, Xianxia needed to be strong. Right now, he was surrounded by enemies from all over the world, so he had to increase his cultivation as fast as possible. In order to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm, I have to transform the Dragon Transformation skill and comprehend the Tao of Slaughter. Now that the ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of my soul has fallen silent again, it seems like my killing intent isn't enough. In that case, I'll slaughter again, using the heart of slaughter to comprehend the Tao of slaughter and stimulate the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. As long as the dragon transformation skill evolves, I will be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. The killing intent that had disappeared reappeared on Xianxia's body once again. For the sake of the dragon transformation skill's transformation, he had to continue doing something. In East Xuanyu, immortal venerables were everywhere. Apart from the experts of the 8 major powers in East Xuanyu, the immortal venerables of the other 3 major domains had also appeared. The entire East Xuanyu was like a huge net. As long as Xianxia jumped into it, he would never be able to get out. In the sky above an empty mountain range, a mighty early immortal venerable was hovering in the sky with a solemn face. His body was surrounded by trembling whirlpools of air. His divine sense had covered tens of thousands of miles, trying to search every corner of this area for Xianxia's shadow. He was an elder of Nanbei family with a dignified face. He was a mighty immortal venerable who usually wouldn't show himself, but today, he had taken the initiative to show himself for the sake of a mere Xianxia. Just as the old man was using his divine sense to scan the area, a figure silently appeared not too far away. When this figure appeared, there wasn't even a trace of spatial fluctuation. It was so quiet that it was frightening. It was like a ghost, without a trace at all. "Are you looking for me?" The silhouette spoke. The elder's body quivered. He turned around abruptly and saw a white-robed young man standing leisurely not far away, holding a golden feather in his hand. "Sun Divine Feather? You are Xianxia?" the elder exclaimed. Putting aside the fact that he had already grasped the chi of Xianxia, the Sun Divine Feather alone was the greatest symbol of Xianxia. In the entire world, there was only one person who could control the Sun Divine Feather. But what shocked the elder the most was that Xianxia was able to appear so close to him without him noticing. This was undoubtedly a very scary thing. One should know that he was an immortal venerable with incredible senses. Almost nothing could escape his senses. Any ripples in the void would be sensed by him. Therefore, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Xianxia, you're right. It seems like the Great Void technique truly lives up to its name. It can actually escape my senses. The elder spoke gloomily. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Xianxia was proficient in the Great Void technique, which was why he was able to escape his senses. The appearance of Xianxia also made the elder understand that it was useless for so many immortal venerables to come to East Xuanyu to capture Xianxia. With the Great Void technique, he was afraid that Xianxia wouldn't be discovered even if he walked right in front of them. Apart from feeling shocked, the elder's face began to show excitement. After all, his purpose of coming here was to find Xianxia. Now that he had met Xianxia, he was naturally excited. Which major power do you belong to? I, Xianxia, don't want to kill a nameless person, especially an immortal venerable. It's better to know your identity. Xianxia spoke. This was his first time fighting an immortal venerable. In any case, he still had to show some respect to the other party. Given Xianxia's current cultivation base, he was afraid that he would turn and flee if he encountered an early immortal venerable. However, he now had the Sun Divine Feather, which could even kill a half-step immortal venerable genius like Xianxia with a single strike. Killing an early immortal venerable elder would be as easy as flipping his hand. After all, even if Xianxu's combat strength wasn't comparable to an early immortal venerable, it wouldn't be too far off. With the Sun Divine Feather in his hand, it was afraid that only an intermediate immortal venerable could fight against Xianxia. Haha. What an arrogant kid. Do you think you can ignore everything just because you have the Sun Divine Feather? It seems like you have no idea how terrifying an immortal venerable is. If you hand over the Sun Divine Feather and follow me to Nanbei family, perhaps I will let you die a quick death. The elder burst into laughter. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. A half-step immortal emperor kid had threatened to kill him in front of him. Wasn't this a joke? The elder looked at the Sun Divine Feather in Xianxia's hand. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of greed. He felt that it was his fortune to encounter Xianxia, a gift from the heavens. As long as he killed Xianxia, the Sun Divine Feather would belong to him. With the Sun Divine Feather, his status in the entire East Xuanyu would be supreme. So you're from Nanbei family. Great. Since you want the Sun Divine Feather, let's see if you can take it. Xianxia spoke. The Sun Divine Feather was already slashing at the elder. In order to kill the people of Nanbei family, Xianxia wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. What he needed now was slaughter. The higher the realm of the enemies he killed, the better it would be. Now that so many immortal venerables had appeared in Eastern Profound Domain, all of them were here to kill him. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't be merciful in his attacks. This was in line with the Tao of Slaughter of the Dragon Transformation skill. The Sun Divine Feather was too terrifying. Flames spread out, immediately sealing the void. The area within 100 miles was turned into a sea of fire. The void was torn into pieces. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a sharp sword and appeared above the elder's head in the blink of an eye. What? The elder of Nanbei family exclaimed. His facial expression changed dramatically. An extremely dangerous chi rose from the bottom of his heart. That was the taste of death. As a mighty immortal venerable, this was the first time in his life that he felt that death was so close to him. Clang. A terrifying combat saber immediately appeared in the elder's hand. In the face of the powerful Sun Divine Feather, he didn't dare to be negligent. He gathered all the energy in his body into the combat saber in his hand to resist the Sun Divine Feather. Kong Long, the combat saber and the Sun Divine Feather collided. Both sides seemed to be on completely different levels. The elder let out a miserable shriek. His entire body was sent flying away, and the combat saber in his hand flew away. Xianxia grabbed the combat saber. This was a powerful immortal weapon of a venerable. As a spoil of war, Xianxia naturally had to keep it. Barf, the elder was struck a few hundred meters away. His flesh was almost cracked. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. One had to admit that an immortal venerable was indeed an immortal venerable. He didn't even die from a single strike from the Sun Divine Feather. The elder of Nanbei family trembled in fear. He would never understand how terrifying the Sun Divine Feather was if he didn't face it head-on. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he found out. Xianxia never gave his enemies any chance. Almost as soon as the elder stabilized his body, Xianxia arrived before him like a shadow. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a sharp sword and slashed at him. No, the old man let out a miserable shriek. A dignified immortal venerable expert didn't even have the chance to escape. This in itself was a very sad thing. Pucci, the sun god feather cut off the old man's head. However, the moment before the old man died, he crushed a spirit talisman in his hand. A messenger talisman? Jiangchen's lips curled into a faint smile. He grabbed the old man's head and left. Jiangchen has appeared. Tens of thousands of miles away, there were immortal venerables who sensed the shattering of the talisman. Their chi immediately fluctuated and they flew over. At the same time, there were at least a dozen immortal venerables. Let alone tens of thousands of miles, even millions of miles could be crossed in an instant by powerful immortal venerables. Almost as soon as Jiangchen left, more than a dozen powerful experts appeared. Most of them were experts of Nanbei family. After all, the messenger talisman was made by Nanbei family. Unfortunately, despite their speed, they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, they saw a headless corpse lying at the bottom of the mountain. There was no trace of Jiangchen. Big brother! An elder burst into tears when he saw the headless corpse. His eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Jiangchen, I'm going to shred you into 1,000 pieces." Jiangchen can't have gone far. Everyone, hurry up and chase after him. Be careful. It seems that the Sun Divine Feather in Jiangchen's hand has the power to kill an early immortal venerable. Our messenger talismans have been connected. Once you find any trace of Jiangchen, don't fight him. Crush the talisman immediately. Someone spoke aloud. The sight of the headless corpse made everyone's heart heavy. They knew that they had underestimated Jiangchen's strength, or rather, the power and lethality of the Sun Divine Feather. In other words, Jiangchen now had the power to kill an early immortal venerable. Everyone had to be extra careful. The news of the death of an immortal venerable spread like wildfire, adding a sense of heaviness to the already tense atmosphere. No one had thought that Jiangchen would dare to take the initiative to attack at this time and kill an immortal venerable. This had caused a huge uproar in East Xuanyu. Jiangchen has appeared. This bastard is truly audacious. Now that so many experts are looking for him, he should be hiding, but he has taken the initiative to attack. I'm afraid there's no one else who has the courage to do this except for him, Jiangchen. This Jiangchen is too terrifying. He has actually killed an immortal venerable of Nanbei family. That's an immortal venerable we're talking about. Damn it. How could he kill him just like that? This is heaven-defying. It's not that Jiangchen is powerful, it's that the Sun Divine Feather is too powerful. The Divine Feather extracted from the gold feather fan is extraordinarily powerful. Not even an immortal venerable can withstand it. But what puzzles me is that Jiangchen, a half-step immortal emperor, is actually able to display the full power of the Sun Divine Feather. I wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen in real life. The sky is going to change. Even an immortal venerable is dead. I heard that Jiangchen has mastered the Great Void technique. He can come and go without a trace. So many immortal venerables couldn't find him. I guess Jiangchen will strike again. East Xuanyu is going to be plunged into chaos. No one wasn't shocked. No one had thought that Jiangchen would take the initiative to attack. In this way, the situation in East Xuanyu would be plunged into chaos. In the depths of the spatial zone, after killing an immortal venerable, the killing intent in Jiangchen's body intensified. The phantom of the ancestral dragon of slaughter emerged in the depths of his soul once again, urging Jiangchen to continue his slaughter. Kill. I can't stop. This time, I have to keep going until the dragon transformation skill evolves. Jiangchen gritted his teeth. He knew that he was in a very dangerous situation, but at the same time, it was incomparably exciting. Under this kind of stimulation, Jiangchen was ready to strike again. Haha, in the wilderness, for half-step immortal venerables were standing in the sky. They were experts from South Xuanyu. Their faces were incomparably solemn, looking in different directions. Everyone, be careful. That Jiangchen has the strength to kill an early immortal venerable. If we encounter him, we must not fight him. Just use the message talisman to summon the experts. Someone spoke. Voila. However, as soon as his voice faded, a dazzling golden light carrying steaming flames struck out from the void. The expert who spoke didn't even have the chance to react before his head was chopped off. Not good. Xianxia has appeared. Hurry up and send the message. Swoosh. Xianxia appeared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't use his dragon form, as it didn't make any difference to him now. The power of the Sun Divine Feather was the same. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. His whole body was filled with killing intent. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul was roaring unceasingly. The current Xianxia had undoubtedly become a peerless god of slaughter. Xianxia, you can't run away anymore. We have already crushed the signaling talisman. Powerful experts will be here soon. Just surrender. One of them yelled, but his voice was trembling. Clearly, he lacked confidence. Roar, Xianxia roared madly. The roar of a dragon shook the sky like an erupting beast. The Sun Divine Feather sprinkled out thousands of rays of divine light, shrouding the three experts. The three of them immediately fled in different directions. They didn't dare to confront Xianxia, thinking that it was no different from courting death. Arg. Even though their speed was fast, two of them still died under the Sun Divine Feather. Xianxia carried the two heads and did not chase after the third one. He cast the Great Void technique and fled far away. He didn't want to continue fighting, because he knew very well that these immortal venerables had signaling talismans in their hands. In the next moment, countless experts would arrive. Xianxia didn't bother to chase after the fourth person. Swoosh. Similarly, as soon as Xianxia left, a large number of experts arrived. There were many intermediate immortal venerables among them. Unfortunately, they only saw 3 headless corpses when they arrived. Bastard, he got away again. The sect master of the invincibility school flew into a rage. As a mighty immortal venerable, he had never felt so aggrieved before. He felt like he was being toyed with by a brat. Sect master, that brat has learned the Great Void technique. He can come and go without a trace. Now that he has the Sun Divine Feather, he's going to treat our people as his prey. One of them spoke in an incomparably tense tone. At this time, the half-step immortal venerable who had left earlier reappeared. He was the only one among the 4 of them who managed to escape. He felt lucky, but the thought of what happened earlier still made his heart palpitate. Too scary. The Sun Godly Feather is too scary. That kid is a homicidal maniac. This expert was still in a state of shock. This was the first time in his life that he felt fear. In the following period of time, Xianxia continued to appear in different places of East Xuanyu. Wherever the Sun Divine Feather passed, the heads of immortal venerables were chopped off. By this time, many immortal venerables began to tremble in fear. Some of them were looking forward to meeting Xianxia, but now, they were afraid of meeting Xianxia. They had set up an inescapable net in East Xuanyu just to find Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had made his move, they had become his prey. Because Xianxia's attack was too fast and disorderly, coupled with the unparalleled Great Void technique that allowed him to vanish without a trace, the experts of the major powers of ethereal immortal domain had to work together for the first time. Now that everyone was panicking, they couldn't come up with a perfect countermeasure. That night, Xianxia appeared again. He came to the top of the highest mountain in eastern profound domain, strung a dozen human heads into a string, and hung them high up in the sky. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was really scary. For a moment, the entire East Xuanyu was in chaos. This was a blatant provocation. Xianxia alone was challenging countless major powers. Those hideous heads showed the failure and loss of the major powers, casting a shadow over the hearts of the major powers. The major powers were no longer as imposing as before. To them, Xianxia and the Sun Divine Feather weren't scary. What was scary was that they couldn't find him. Xianxia was like a ghost. No one would ever know when he would appear or where he would appear. That kind of killing in the dark was the most frightening. My God! Those are all famous experts. The strongest among them is at least a half-step immortal venerable. Now, their heads have been chopped off and placed neatly on the ground. Xianxia is flaunting his prowess to all the major powers. This is only the first day and so many people have died. Xianxia will never stop. The grudge between him and those major powers can no longer be resolved. With the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void Technique, he isn't afraid of anything. Now, he's going to turn into a killing god and reap the lives of his enemies. Those high and mighty immortal venerables have become his prey. He's like a ferocious tiger hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at you at any time. There has never been such a peerless figure in the immortal world. This is truly heaven-defying. It will only get more and more lively. I'm afraid that today is just the beginning. Those major powers must be both angry and nervous now. Everyone was shocked. The world had fallen into chaos. Xianxia had appeared out of nowhere and started a massacre. In just a day, he had killed more than a dozen powerful experts. Their heads were hanging in the sky. He had gone mad. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture, Han Yan and Tyrant had a look of excitement on their faces. Little Qinzi has begun to attack. This is just the beginning. Those major powers are going to suffer. Han Yan smiled. He and Tyrant knew Xianxia too well. They knew that Xianxia wouldn't attack, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering. Xianxia had always been fearless. He had always been cruel to his enemies. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. When someone was determined to put you to death, what you had to do was to fight back ruthlessly. Enemies were meant to be killed. If Xianxia doesn't die, he will become the #1 sovereign in the world. Yang Zhanqing said solemnly. Yang Yu and Dong Fengyu who were beside him couldn't help but look at Yang Zhanqing. They knew how arrogant Yang Zhanqing was. They had never heard Yang Zhanqing evaluate someone like this. The #1 sovereign in the world. What kind of title was that? It was unprecedented. No one had ever dared to call themselves the #1 sovereign. He is walking on his own great sovereign path. The whole world is his enemy. He wants to trample all his enemies under his feet to pave the way for his own path, said Yang Yu. His evaluation of Xianxia was also very high. Now, he was very glad that Great Qian Empire didn't make Xianxia their enemy. It was an incomparably terrifying thing to make an enemy of such a person. For a figure like Xianxia, you had to either kill him in advance or give him a chance to grow. That would be the doomsday of the enemy. Even immortal venerables would have their doomsday. In the face of Xianxia's massacre, even immortal venerables would tremble in fear. The world was shocked. Not long after the dozen heads appeared, they were taken away by the experts of the major powers. They didn't say any harsh words. Their expressions were very miserable. At this time, none of the major powers would retreat. They had no way to retreat. A person like Xianxia must be killed no matter how great the loss was. They couldn't give him a chance to grow. This night, the world was stirred. Billions of people couldn't calm down. A name spread rapidly. The name of God of Slaughter was completely established tonight. This was the first person in the history of the immortal world. No one knew how many years had passed since the immortal world existed. Peerless figures had appeared one after another. Each of them had left their name in the records of history and had done many great things. However, none of them was like Xianxia, who dared to challenge the major powers of the immortal world and take the initiative to hang the head of an immortal venerable in the sky despite being the enemy of the whole world. That night, Xianxia didn't attack again, but the major powers didn't dare to be negligent. There were nearly 50 major powers in 4 major domains. Including the half-step immortal venerables, there were hundreds of experts who had almost controlled the entire East Xuanyu. This was a major event that had never happened in East Xuanyu before. There had never been so many immortal venerables. It was said that after the head incident, the old ancestor of Cultivation sect had appeared. He was a late immortal venerable supreme expert. Normally, he wouldn't show himself, but today, he had personally come to capture a half-step immortal Emperor Jr. To the old ancestor of Cultivation sect, this was an unimaginable matter. That's right. The old ancestors of the other major powers didn't show up. After all, experts of their level rarely showed themselves. They were all working hard to advance to the next level. How would they have the time to care about the matters below? Furthermore, given their status, it would be too embarrassing for them to hunt down a half-step immortal emperor personally. They couldn't afford to lose their face like this. Comparatively speaking, the style of Corpsine sect was different. They only cared about efficiency and results. Face was something they didn't care about. The matter is getting bigger and bigger. Now, even the old ancestor of Corpsine sect has appeared. If Xianxia attacks again, he will most likely be targeted by the old ancestor of Corpsine sect. At that time, it will be difficult for him to escape. It's hard to say. Xianxia has mastered the Great Void technique. That is the orthodoxy left behind by the Void Emperor. If he deliberately evades, I'm afraid the Corpsine sect ancestor won't be able to catch him. Xianxia's methods are too ruthless. Right now, he and the other major powers are as incompatible as fire and water. The grudges between them are impossible to resolve. They are destined to fight to the death. After today's matter, the other major powers will no longer dare to underestimate Xianxia. They will all be extra careful and work hard. Let's see, even if the Corpse sect ancestor appears, I guess Xianxia will definitely appear tomorrow. He is a fearless person who dares to provoke a tiger. On this night, no one was able to remain calm. Discussions were going on everywhere, and the air was filled with an intense pressure. Some of the weaker ones were trembling under this pressure. There had never been so many immortal venerables. Those who weren't involved were watching the show. Such an unprecedented show was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Many of them concluded that given Xianxia's style of action, he would attack again tomorrow. In Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu, Yang Zanqing and the others couldn't sleep either. They were constantly paying attention to the situation outside. Although they had severed their relationship with Xianxia, they still regarded Xianxia as one of their own, a part of Great Qian Empire. They had no choice but to sever their relationship with Xianxia just to protect Great Qian Empire. Late at night, in King Fan's prefecture, a beautiful figure was looking up at the night sky. Today's night sky was very dark. The pressure of immortal venerables had covered the moon and stars. Big brother Jiang will be fine. The woman murmured. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, but there was a trace of pitifulness in her eyes. Of course, the one who can kill your big brother Jiang hasn't appeared yet. Just at this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a white-robed man appeared beside the woman. Who else could it be if he wasn't Xianxia? The woman turned around abruptly. When she saw Xianxia, her face was instantly filled with ecstasy. She couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Xianxia's arms. Xianxia patted the woman's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. What an ill-fated relationship. Qingqing, aren't I fine now? Xianxia spoke softly. There were some feelings that couldn't be avoided. Some people were destined to face. He couldn't avoid Yan Qingqing's feelings for him. Since he couldn't avoid it, Xianxia didn't try to hide anymore. Big brother Jiang, those major powers are hunting you everywhere. You won't be discovered, right? After a brief moment of excitement, Yan Qingqing began to worry. She couldn't help but worry because she knew Xianxia's current situation. The entire immortal world was shaken. Countless immortal venerables were hunting Xianxia. To Yan Qingqing, an immortal venerable was an existence she never dared to imagine. Don't worry. Unless I show myself, no one will discover me. Xianxia spoke. With the Great Void technique, he could go wherever he wanted. Now that he had come to King Fan Prefecture stealthily, no one would be able to find him. Back then, he left Yan Qingqing alone in King Fan Prefecture and didn't take care of her. He felt somewhat indebted to her. Qingqing, the reason I came here this time is to help you improve your cultivation base and physique. This is East Xuanyu after all, the true immortal world. Improving your cultivation base is the most important thing. Xianxia spoke, then took out the Great Earth Immortal Milk. He didn't expect Yan Qingqing to encounter great opportunities like Wu Ningzhu and Yan Xinyu, but he still hoped that Yan Qingqing could become stronger bit by bit. All right. Yan Qingqing nodded. She didn't ask what the thing in Xianxia's hand was. In any case, it must be a rare treasure. Ever since she came to King Fan Prefecture, she had acknowledged Old Man Bai Wing as her master. She had been cultivating diligently day and night, but it was still difficult for her to improve. Yan Qingqing loved Jiang Chen, but she knew very well that Jiang Chen was destined to achieve great things. That was why she kept working hard and didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. Just like Wu Ningzhu, she wouldn't let go of any opportunity to improve herself. In order to become Jiang Chen's woman, she was destined to be extraordinary, and this extraordinary was destined to be very tiring. She was willing and satisfied with the tiredness. Jiang Chen used the great earth immortal milk and the wood spiritual qi to cleanse Yan Qingqing's meridians. Then, he left the rest to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing was different from Tianjizi. Her foundation was much stronger than Tianjizi. Therefore, she could absorb the great earth immortal milk by herself. When all of this happened last night, the sky had already turned bright. Qingqing, I'm leaving now. After you refine the great earth immortal milk, I'll ask King Fan to send you to Genius Prefecture to cultivate. Don't worry about me. I won't die. Jiang Chen said. Be careful. I heard that the old ancestor of Corpsine sect has appeared and is looking for you everywhere. He's a late immortal venerable expert. Yan Qingqing reminded. Humph. I already know that. Since old ghost Corpsine has left Corpsine sect, I'm going to attack him and make Corpsine sect disappear completely. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He had no good impression of this Corpsine sect. He had long vowed to get rid of this evil major power one day. Since Corpsine sect was so eager to kill him that even their old ancestor had appeared, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. Jiang Chen cast the Great Void technique. His target was the mountain gate of Corpsine sect. Now that the old ancestor of Corpsine sect had appeared, the current Corpsine sect must be empty. Jiang Chen was going to give this sect a fatal blow, a devastating blow. Corpsine sect was located in the Corpsine mountain range. Its mountain gate was built inside the mountain range. The entire mountain range was exuding cold and evil qi, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Jiang Chen came to the center of Corpsine mountain range. He stood in the sky, his black hair fluttering in the wind. The sun divine feather in his hand was emitting crackling sounds. The Corpsine qi in the surroundings was incinerated. Corpsine sect, today I'll destroy your mountain gate to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen arrived in the sky above Corpsine sect and raised the sun divine feather in his hand. Rumble, a huge hole was immediately created in the sky. The sun divine feather turned into a fire dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. A blood-red pillar of light soared into the sky. This was the intense fire of the sun. The fire dragon danced in the sky. Jiang Chen let out a roar and the huge fire dragon slashed towards the mountain range of Corpsine sect. It was a river of fire that fell from the sky. Before the people of Corpsine sect could react, it directly slashed down without any warning. Rumble, the earth shook and the sky changed color. This was an immeasurable and terrifying energy. Under the impact of the terrifying fire dragon, the entire Corpsine sect was directly split in half. Palaces, altars, and countless other buildings were smashed into pieces. Just this attack alone killed countless people. Soon after, the entire Corpse sect was engulfed in a monstrous calamity. This was the powerful sun fire, the Corpse sect's greatest nemesis. Ah! Countless screams echoed. Large numbers of Corpsine sect disciples were engulfed in flames. They were instantly turned into a sea of fire and burned to ashes. It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has appeared. Quickly inform the ancestor. Inform the sect master and ancestor to come back. Otherwise, our Corpsine sect will be destroyed. Damn it, this deranged guy actually destroyed our mountain gate. The Corpsine sect was in complete chaos. The blow that Jiang Chen dealt to the Corpsine sect was too great. It was an irrecoverable loss. Swoosh, two immortal venerables of the Corpsine sect appeared. They summoned their corpse puppets and attacked Jiang Chen. They wanted to delay Jiang Chen until the ancestor returned. Their eyes were red. Corpsine sect had never suffered such a huge loss before. Even their sect was split in half. Half of their disciples died tragically in the fire. Although they were very angry, their faces were also filled with fear. That was the fear of Jiang Chen. They already knew that Xianxia had killed an immortal venerable. So even if they wanted to delay Xianxia, they would use their corpse puppets to block the attack. Walla, Xianxia's sun divine feather swept out. All the corpse puppets were incinerated. Seeing this, the two immortal venerables were frightened to the extreme. As immortal venerables, each of them was incomparably confident in their own strength. However, they would never understand the terror of Xianxia before confronting Xianxia head-on. Just like now, when the corpse puppets were killed in an instant, they finally thought of the skulls that were floating in the sky last night. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before their skulls would be hung in the sky as well. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to delay any longer. They turned around and fled. In any case, they had already sent out the messenger talisman. Xianxia wasn't someone they could fight against. The flames of the sun divine feather had an extremely strong restraining effect on corpsing sect. Facing the sun divine feather in such a situation was almost certain death. Xianxia didn't chase after them. He swept out the sun divine feather once more. A large number of fireballs flew towards the mountain gate of corpsing sect. Each fireball was like a giant cannonball with earth-shattering destructive power. Kong long, innumerable fireballs landed in different places of corpsing sect. Looking at it from afar, the surrounding 10,000 miles had already been plunged into a sea of fire. Even if the two immortal venerables didn't send out the messenger talisman, Old Man Corpsine and the old ancestor of corpsing sect would still be able to sense such a huge commotion. Half of East Xuanyu would be alarmed. Miserable screams filled the sky. This fire was a devastating blow to the corpse sect. Corpse sect disciples who were covered in flames could be seen everywhere. Not only did these fireballs contain blazing flames, but they also had a very powerful attack power. Under this kind of attack, many people were seriously injured. How could they have the strength to resist the terrifying sun fire? The sun fire was the biggest nemesis and natural enemy of the corpse sect. Looking at the miserable state of corpsing sect, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Then, his body flickered and vanished. Not long after Xianxia disappeared, the experts of corpsing sect returned. Old Man Corpsine and the old ancestor of corpsing sect were the fastest. When they saw the miserable state of corpsing sect, they almost spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Old Man Corpsine was shivering with anger. It wasn't easy to anger a mighty immortal venerable to such an extent. Bastard! Old Man Corpsine roared. His body flickered and appeared above the sea of fire. Violent energy turned into a layer of dark cloud. Under the pressure of the cloud, the fire was extinguished very quickly, but there wasn't a single intact building left in corpsing sect. Not only had this fire destroyed all the buildings, but at least half of the disciples of corpsing sect had been killed. This was an immeasurable loss in the history of corpsing sect, and all of this was caused by Xianxia. As soon as the old ancestor of corpsing sect appeared, he immediately sealed the area, but he couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. He knew very well that Xianxia had already escaped if he was one step away. The Great Void technique has actually reached such a level. The old ancestor spoke coldly. He knew very well that the reason why Xianxia was able to escape so quickly was because of the Great Void technique. If it wasn't for the Great Void technique, Xianxia wouldn't have dared to come to the mountain gate of corpsing sect even if he was given 2 times more guts. We must tear this man into pieces. Corpsing sect will become the laughingstock of the entire world after today's incident. Old Man Corpsine's eyes turned red with anger. He gritted his teeth. If Xianxia was next to him at this moment, he would definitely eat Xianxia one bite at a time. The 2 immortal venerables who had escaped earlier appeared. They came to the side of Old Man Corpsine and the old ancestor, trembling. The thought of the power of the sun divine feather still lingered in their hearts. Sect Master, the sun divine feather is too terrifying. It's simply the bane of corpsing sect. The powerful corpse puppets we have cultivated are completely vulnerable in front of the sun divine feather. One of them spoke. Old ancestor, sect master, that Xianxia has cultivated the Great Void technique. With this technique, he can go anywhere in the world. It's simply impossible to guard against him. He ran over and killed us, then left without leaving a trace. Today, corpsing sect has suffered such a huge loss. It's unprecedented. The other man spoke. As a mighty immortal venerable, he had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Don't worry. Xianxia will die sooner or later. We will make that little beast pay the price for our loss. The loss of Cultivation's sect will sound the alarm to the other major powers. Can a puny little half-step immortal emperor really overturn the heavens? Old man Cultivation spoke viciously. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Xianxia looked at the old devil with interest. At this moment, the old devil was completely dumbfounded. He was still immersed in the cruel scene of Xianxia destroying Cultivation's sect, and couldn't get it out of his mind. That's right. Did you see that? This is the end of Cultivation's sect. Do you still think that being a disciple of Cultivation's sect is something to be proud of? In my hands, Cultivation's sect will be destroyed sooner or later. I will destroy it with my own hands. Your elder brother and your old ancestor will all die. Today is just a lesson. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. The old devil sat on the ground. He was in complete despair. His last bit of hope had been completely shattered. Now, his intestines were green with regret. He didn't know what was wrong with him. If he hadn't gone to One Line Sky, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Xianxia and he would still be free and unfettered in the heavens and earth. Originally, the old devil still had his last hope, and that was his elder brother. But after seeing Xianxia's actions today, he was in complete despair. He finally understood what kind of heaven-defying existence he had offended. Destroying Cultivation's sect was something he didn't even dare to think about, but Xianxia actually did it. When the sky brightened, East Xianxia was already in an uproar. The matter of Cultivation's sect caused a huge uproar. It was even more shocking than the head incident last night. It felt like the entire sky of East Xianxia was about to move. People guessed that Xianxia would make a move the next day, but no one thought that it would be this big. The entire Cultivation's sect has been destroyed. Not a single building is intact. I heard that half of their disciples were burned to death. It's too tragic. One of the 11 major forces in East Xianxia, the Cultivation sect that no one dares to provoke, actually suffered such a huge loss. Their sect was destroyed. Xianxia's methods are too ruthless. I've never seen such a terrifying bastard. It seems like there's nothing in this heavens and earth that Xianxia doesn't dare to do. He's just too ferocious. He actually destroyed Cultivation's sect. That's right. Chaos, complete chaos. A devil incarnate has appeared. Countless major forces have joined forces but still couldn't catch him. Every time he makes a move, it will cause an earth-shattering movement. The incident of Cultivation's sect was the biggest event in the history of East Xianxia. 11 major powers had fought against each other and dominated the entire East Xianxia. The other major powers had long wanted to get rid of a powerful force like Cultivation's sect, but none of them had caused the slightest loss to Cultivation's sect. Today, however, a puny Xianxia had almost annihilated Cultivation's sect. The destruction of their sect was like a slap to their face. Cultivation's sect was destined to become the laughingstock of countless people in the future. There was no doubt about it. Xianxia's fire had burned Cultivation's sect to the ground and killed nearly half of its disciples. Such a loss wouldn't be able to recover even if they were given 10 years. Just like what old man Cultivation said, the incident of Cultivation's sect had sounded the alarm bell for the other major powers. The old ancestors of the major powers didn't dare to show up. They could only guard their sects wholeheartedly. Otherwise, given Xianxia's character, he was afraid that he wouldn't fare any better than Cultivation's sect if he went to their sects and massacred them. Of course, Xianxia didn't plan to continue attacking the other major powers. He wasn't a fool. After dealing with Cultivation's sect, the major powers would increase their vigilance. The last person Xianxia wanted to encounter now was the old ancestors of the major powers. All of them were late immortal venerable supreme experts. Even if he went there with the sun divine feather, he wouldn't be a match for them. In the depths of the void, Xianxia's hair was disheveled. The killing intent all over his body had almost condensed into a substance. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had completely revealed itself. It was a blood-red dragon with emotionless eyes, full of bloodthirst. The body of the ancestral dragon was thousands of miles long. It was spiraling like a boundless mountain range. Finally, the time has come. After my continuous slaughter and the destruction of Corpsine sect today, the dragon transformation skill is finally going to make another breakthrough. The Tao of Slaughter has been integrated into my body. Once the dragon transformation skill advances, my cultivation base will advance to the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with surprise. He had been waiting for this day for too long, and it was finally here. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, the thing that excited him the most was every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a transformation. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk with a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flashed into the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. He was afraid that the transformation of the dragon transformation skill would take a long time, because it was different from the past. This time, he was comprehending the Tao of Slaughter. The Great Tao was the most illusory and elusive thing. Therefore, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, this seclusion would take at least 2 months. 2 months in the Zulong Tower was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. In the 33rd level, Jiang Chen kept the Sun Divine Feather and circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. The image of the ancestral dragon of slaughter continued to hover in the void. Jiang Chen's entire soul seemed to have integrated with the will of the ancestral dragon. He sat cross-legged there. Dragon scales began to emerge on the surface of his body. The outside world was still in chaos. Countless forces began to unite together. Even those who used to be hostile to each other chose to unite now. They really saw the threat of Jiang Chen. Such a person must be eliminated. They couldn't give him another chance to grow. Previously, because the forces didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes and acted separately, Jiang Chen was able to take advantage of the loophole. Not only did he kill so many experts, he ruthlessly slapped the faces of the forces. He also destroyed the powerful Yin Corp sect and used the reputation of the forces to establish Jiang Chen's name as the god of slaughter. The experts of the 4 domains had appeared and began to unite with each other to ensure that as long as Jiang Chen appeared, they would be able to besiege him. Furthermore, the distribution of their strength was balanced. Even if Jiang Chen had the Sun Divine Feather, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them silently. The experts of the major powers weren't fools. They could see that Jiang Chen could kill early immortal venerables with the Sun Divine Feather, but intermediate immortal venerables were more than enough to deal with Jiang Chen. This point could be deduced from the fact that Jiang Chen had never attacked intermediate immortal venerables. Eastern Xuanyu had fallen into a state of tension, but there were 3 major powers that remained very calm. They were Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise, and Celestial Flower Valley. Due to the appearance of Jiang Chen and Long Shan in the Golden Horizon, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley didn't suffer any great losses. Instead, they had gained a lot of benefits, especially Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian. These 2 saintesses had been saved by Long Shan. They were very grateful to Long Shan and Jiang Chen. Therefore, the 2 major powers were paying close attention to the situation. Like Great Qian Empire, they had the intention to help Jiang Chen, but they couldn't. The enemy was just too strong. Not only would they not be able to help Jiang Chen and Long Shan, they would also be involved in this storm. One should know that all the major powers were feeling depressed, especially the 8 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu. They had been facing losses because they couldn't catch Jiang Chen. If Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise were to act at this time, they would undoubtedly find a punching bag for them to vent their anger on. Yang Yu had been in a state of high tension for the past 2 days. Yang Zhanqing and Dong Fengyu were also paying attention to the situation outside. The incident of Corpsine sect had made them shudder. They simply couldn't predict how much trouble Jiang Chen would cause. This kid has completely exceeded my expectation. I can't help but admire him for being able to cause such a huge loss to Corpsine sect. Yang Yu wasn't stingy with his praise for Jiang Chen. Your Majesty, now that all the major powers have united, do you think Jiang Chen's life will be in danger if he acts again? Yang Zhanqing asked with some concern. Don't worry. Jiang Chen isn't a fool. Although he is decisive and ruthless, he is never impulsive. Everything he does is very wise. If it wasn't for the old ancestor of Corpsine sect, Jiang Chen wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of the loophole. But even I don't know what kind of trouble this guy will cause. Yang Yu's face was filled with anticipation. This was going to be a great show, a splendid show. No matter if they were involved in it or not, they were all paying close attention to it. Naturally, Yang Yu was the same. Jiang Chen was the genius that he valued the most. He didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen, but he also hoped that Jiang Chen could create another miracle. I'm also looking forward to it, but this crisis is really not going to be easy to overcome. The Immortal Court hasn't taken action yet. I hope they won't. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. Dong Fangyu sighed. Ever since the end of the trip to Golden Horizon, he hadn't been able to calm down. The next day, just when countless people thought that Jiang Chen would strike again, East Xuanyu had calmed down. All the major powers were ready, waiting for Jiang Chen to show up again. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen seemed to have vanished completely. Countless immortal venerables searched the void of East Xuanyu, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. However, these experts were already used to this. They all knew the scariness of the Great Void technique. They knew that Jiang Chen could hide in the spatial crevice or even the turbulence of the void. It was incomparably difficult to find him. The only thing they could do was to wait for Jiang Chen to show himself. Isn't Jiang Chen going to show up? Of course. Jiang Chen isn't a fool. If I were him, I wouldn't show up either. Now that all the major powers have joined forces, showing up is equivalent to courting death. Jiang Chen is very shrewd. That's true, but this matter certainly won't end here. If Jiang Chen isn't killed, those major powers won't be able to sleep peacefully. Jiang Chen has become a thorn in their eyes, or even their nightmare. That's true. Countless people were talking about Jiang Chen all the time. The temporary calm only represented the arrival of a more violent storm. Everyone was looking forward to something. In the Zulong Tower, a month had already passed. The dragon transformation skill had successfully advanced. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had vanished, forming a dragon seal in the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. The slaughter dragon seal is another powerful combat technique. Jiang Chen was delighted. Every time the dragon transformation skill transformed, he would receive great benefits. The slaughter dragon seal contained an endless amount of killing intent, and it carried the will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter. Once it was unleashed, it would be like a raging storm. Just the killing intent alone was enough to kill someone. Asterisk 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 the energy in Jiang Chen's body buzzed. His whole body trembled violently. This situation made Jiang Chen even more excited. The comprehension of the Tao of Slaughter and the advancement of the dragon transformation skill had brought great benefits to Jiang Chen. His cultivation base had begun to break through. He was already a peak half-step Immortal Emperor, and was about to advance to the true Immortal Emperor realm. Jiang Chen had been waiting for this moment for too long. New dragon marks began to condense, filling up Jiang Chen's Qi. The number of dragon marks reached 1.3 million in an instant. Jiang Chen's cultivation base had officially stepped into the Immortal Emperor realm. However, this wasn't the end. The advancement of the dragon transformation skill didn't stop there. The new dragon marks were still rising. Jiang Chen's accumulation was just too strong. Now that it had erupted, his cultivation base would surely advance to the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm. To Jiang Chen, advancement had always been a very fast process. Very soon, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1.34 million. As expected, his cultivation base had reached the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm. He only needed the last 10,000 dragon marks to advance to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Very good. I've finally advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. I have no idea how much my combat strength has improved, but it's still far from enough to fight those major powers. After losing the Sun Divine Feather, I'll only be slaughtered by them. I'm not in a hurry to go out now. I'll first stabilize my cultivation base in the 33rd level and carefully comprehend the Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He didn't plan to go out right away. He knew the situation outside very well. Even if he went out, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything great. He might as well stay in the 33rd level and comprehend the Slaughter Dragon Seal. Once he went out, it would be another powerful killing technique. At this moment, in the void of East Xuanyu, a faint qi was faintly discernible, but even so, it was still sensed by all the experts. These mighty immortal venerables had already laid out an inescapable net in the entire East Xuanyu. Even the slightest movement in the void would attract their attention. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk in the blink of an eye, a total of 20 to 30 immortal venerables had appeared here. 2 of them were intermediate immortal venerables. Such a force was just too terrifying. Xianxia, get out here. Stop hiding. Old man Corpsine gritted his teeth and spoke. His hatred for Xianxia was incomparable to anyone else. Therefore, any fluctuation in the void would immediately attract his attention. While speaking, old man Corpsine struck at the void. His huge palm tore the void apart. The other immortal venerables sealed the entire void, not giving the opponent any chance to escape. Under such a powerful spatial energy pressure, a silhouette was forced out of the void. It was a young man in a yellow robe with black and white hair. Damn it. What bad luck. The young man looked around and couldn't help but curse. He was none other than Xianxia. He had been hiding in the void using the powerful secret art of the Battle Clan, but he didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He had been in seclusion all this time, refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Due to the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Xianxia's cultivation base suddenly broke through to the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm. He was only a step away from stepping into the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. The impact of the powerful energy made him reveal a faint chi, which exposed his location. Xianxia wasn't a fool. When he saw so many immortal venerables besieging him, he could almost guess what had happened here. When he thought of the massacre in Golden Horizon, it was only natural for these immortal venerables to be infuriated. However, Xianxia was no longer in the mood to think about this. He only knew that he was going to be unlucky today. Although his cultivation base had improved and his combat strength had become more terrifying, he was afraid that Xianxia would be powerless in the face of so many immortal venerables. He isn't Xianxia. Someone said with a frown. There's a strong immemorial battle spiritual chi in his body. He's that Xianxia. An expert couldn't help but speak after sensing the chi on Xianxia. Kid, are you Xianxia? Old man Corpsine gritted his teeth. Although he couldn't find Xianxia, finding Xianxia was also a kind of harvest. He had long heard from his disciples that this Xianxia had killed many geniuses of Corpsine's sect in Golden Horizon, including He Lang. Grandpa is Xianxia. Xianxia spoke aloud. Given his noble status, how could he not dare to admit his identity? Besides, Xianxia wasn't a fool. He knew that it was useless even if he didn't admit it. These immortal venerables weren't idiots. It was too easy for them to determine his identity. He was afraid that those disciples of Golden Horizon had already described his appearance. Xianxia looked left and right and completely gave up the idea of escaping. It seemed unrealistic for him to escape from the encirclement of dozens of immortal venerables. He wasn't Xianxia. He didn't know how to use the Great Void technique. Although the secret technique of the Battle Clan could help him conceal himself, the situation was just too strong. Layers of spatial zones had been completely sealed. He had become a turtle in a jar. Xianxia, do you really think you can escape from the pursuit of all the major powers? You can't run away, and neither can Xianxia. An early immortal venerable yelled at Xianxia. These 2 days, they had been in a sullen mood due to the matter of Xianxia. As powerful immortal venerables, they were usually high and mighty existences, but they had lost all their face in the past 2 days. Everyone had a belly full of anger, but the appearance of Xianxia naturally made him their punching bag. Although Xianxia was still at large, capturing Dragonshire was still a gain for them. The gloominess in their hearts had been somewhat alleviated. Stop talking. Just kill him. Another early immortal venerable yelled while gritting his teeth. He was also a disciple of Corpsine's sect. He was one of the guards who was scared away by Xianxia yesterday. He felt that he had lost all his face and was filled with anger. Now that he saw Xianxia, he couldn't help but release his killing intent. Kill me? Then I'll kill you first. Xianxia darted a glance at the man, then lunged forward with extreme speed. The extermination symbol art of the battle saint technique was like a raging wave, rushing towards the elder of Corpsine's sect. What? The elder of the Corpsine sect exclaimed. He didn't expect Dragon Xianxia to dare to attack him in this situation. Dragon Xianxia was crazy to this extent. The mighty extermination symbol art was just too terrifying. Moreover, Dragon Xianxia had already unleashed his killer move. Despite being besieged by dozens of immortal venerables, Dragon Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He would never sit still and wait for death. When it was time to strike, he would never hesitate. Kong Long, the extermination symbol art struck the elder's body, crushing half of his body. The elder dragged the remaining half of his body and fled to the side. Logically speaking, a dignified immortal venerable shouldn't be so weak, but this elder thought that Long Xianxia had already become a turtle in a jar, so he didn't dare to make a move. As a result, he wasn't prepared at all. In addition, Long Xianxia's attack was too fast. At such a close distance, even an early immortal venerable didn't have a chance to react. More importantly, the current Long Xianxia was different from the previous Long Xianxia. After absorbing the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his cultivation base had reached the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm, which was many times stronger than when he was in Golden Horizon. Back then, he was already able to kill a half-step immortal venerable genius like Yiqing Tian, so killing an elder of Cultivation sect naturally wouldn't be a problem. If they were to fight one-on-one, the elder wouldn't have any chance to survive. Courting death. Old man Cultivation was infuriated. Immediately, he struck out a huge black palm at Long Xianxia. His palm turned into a cage, enveloping Long Xianxia completely. Everyone was horrified and infuriated. No one had thought that Long Xianxia would dare to kill under such circumstances. Therefore, they were caught off guard and didn't have the time to rescue him. Cultivation sect had already suffered a great loss in the hands of Xianxia. Now, Long Xianxia had killed another immortal venerable. This made old man Cultivation have the urge to spurt out blood. He couldn't wait to tear Long Xianxia into pieces. Even if the elder didn't die, he would be crippled. It was basically impossible for him to restore his cultivation base to the immortal venerable realm. Kong Long, being trapped by old man Cultivation, Dragon Xianxia's ferocious nature burst out. He faced the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. His body instantly expanded, turning into a golden violent ape. He executed the battle saint technique to the extreme and fiercely slammed towards old man Cultivation's palm. The earth-shattering attack actually caused cracks to appear on old man Cultivation's palm. At the same time, Long Xianxia used the life symbol art and found a trace of the profound meaning of life, allowing him to escape from the cracks on old man Cultivation's palm. However, Long Xianxia couldn't escape at all. He was firmly besieged by the other immortal venerables. In such an environment, even the life symbol art couldn't find a chance of survival. Damn it! Old man Cultivation was appalled. Not just him, everyone on the scene was appalled. Each of them turned to look at Long Xianxia. Even though they were immortal venerables, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. They had never seen such a heaven-defying bastard who almost killed an early immortal venerable with a single strike. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Haha. You all have to pay the price if you want to kill Master Monkey. Long Xianxia laughed wildly. His body was 30 meters tall like an iron tower. His fiery golden eyes shot out endless fiery light as he stared at one of the early immortal venerables. Arg! The immortal venerable was caught off guard. When his eyes met Long Xianxia's fiery golden eyes, his eyes exploded on the spot. Blood gushed out and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Even the eyes of heaven of the northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to look into Long Xianxia's fiery golden eyes, let alone the eyes of an ordinary person. It was simply courting death. Haha, Long Xianxia went mad. He casted a secret technique that increased his speed to the extreme. In a blink, he had reached the immortal venerable whose eyes had exploded. His giant palm grabbed the head of the immortal venerable and crushed it with a bang. It was too fast. The dozens of immortal venerables didn't have time to react. The main reason was that the fiery golden eyes was too terrifying. No one had thought that this monkey would still dare to attack again after being trapped like a turtle in a jar. My God! What's the origin of this Long Xianxia? How can he be so heaven-defying? Damn it! There's Xianxia and now Long Xianxia. How can there be so many monstrous geniuses? Compared to them, the geniuses of those major powers can't even be called geniuses. Ferocious. This is the ferocious nature of an immemorial battle spirit. Even in such a situation, he still dares to kill. 2 immortal venerables have already fallen in his hands. Kill him. Old Man Corpsine bellowed. The huge commotion had attracted the attention of over 100 immortal venerables, trapping Xianxia firmly. It was a situation of certain death. Even if Xianxia appeared in person, he wouldn't be able to escape. There were 7 to 8 intermediate immortal venerables. At least, all the sect masters of the 8 major powers of East Xuanyu had come. Each of them was gnashing their teeth in hatred for Xianxia. An incomparably ghastly sharp blade appeared in Old Man Corpsine's hand and slashed at Xianxia. The iron staff appeared in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia had transformed into a violent ape. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would still dare to fight back. The moment the iron staff and the sharp blade collided, the void was torn apart. Barf, Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. Old Man Corpsine was an intermediate immortal emperor after all. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia was, he was only a late immortal emperor, not even a half-step immortal venerable. He was absolutely no match for an expert like Old Man Corpsine. It was already a matter of pride for Xianxia to survive the furious strike of Old Man Corpsine. Old Man Corpsine, don't kill him. A voice sounded. It was none other than the patriarch of Nanbei family, Nanbei Taixing. Why? Old Man Corpsine glared at Nanbei Taixing. Using this man to lure Xianxia out is our chance. As long as we have him, Xianxia will definitely appear. Otherwise, we won't be able to find Xianxia once he cultivates the Great Void technique. Nanbei Taixing spoke. That's right. Patriarch Nanbei is right. Xianxia is the real calamity and a great threat to us. With this Xianxia, we won't have to worry that Xianxia won't appear. As long as he appears, we will kill Xianxia at all costs. The Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Tianzuan, said. He felt that Nanbei Taixing's words were very reasonable. Xianxia will die, and so will Xianxia. I'll kill Xianxia and use his corpse to attract Xianxia. Old Man Corpsine had already made up his mind to kill, and it seemed that he would not change his mind. While speaking, the sharp blade in his hand once again slashed toward Xianxia. That's right. Kill Xianxia and use his corpse to lure Xianxia. That monkey's body is stained with the blood of our geniuses. We can't let him live. Old Ancestor Yellowspring said fiercely. With a sway of his body, he and Old Man Corpsine lunged at Xianxia at the same time. How could the already injured Xianxia resist 2 intermediate immortal venerable experts? Puqi. The void was completely locked by countless immortal venerables. Xianxia had no strength to fight back. The sharp blade of Old Man Corpsine plunged into Xianxia's chest, piercing his heart. 2 of Old Ancestor Yellowspring's sharp fingers pierced Xianxia's eyes, destroying his fiery golden eyes. Old Man Corpsine's attack was incomparably fierce. The sharp blade in his hand exuded terrifying qi, shattering the internal organs of Xianxia and hanging him on the blade. Xianxia's body wriggled a few times, and then he lost all signs of life. The iron staff in his hand seemed to have a spirit of its own as it vanished. Is he dead? Ai! What a pity. A genius of a generation, an immemorial battle spirit, has died just like that. If Xianxia didn't die, he would certainly become an earth-shaking figure in the future. It's useless to say so much. He can only blame himself for offending powerful enemies, but Xianxia's death is worth it. He has dragged 2 immortal venerables with him before he died. Xianxia is dead, but this matter is far from over. I'm afraid that these major powers are going to use Xianxia's corpse to lure Xianxia out. They're really shameless. That's right. The major powers are really shameless to use such a despicable method. Many of them were lamenting the death of Xianxia. This peerless monstrous genius was destined to be just a flash in the pan. The act of those major powers using Xianxia's corpse to attract Xianxia had become a shameless act, but they were also feeling very aggrieved. They were all people who cared about their reputation. If there was a way, they wouldn't use such extreme means, but they couldn't care less about it now. Their reputation wasn't as important as killing Jiang Chen. Send out a message. Give Jiang Chen a day. If he doesn't show up after a day, destroy Long Shersan's corpse. Old man Corpsine spoke aloud, and then hung Long Shersan's corpse in the sky, completely imitating what Jiang Chen had done that day. Long Shersan was suspended high in the sky. His body was still bleeding. Both of his eyes had been completely destroyed. The fiery golden eyes could no longer produce the divine glow of the setting sun. There were mighty immortal venerables everywhere. They were waiting for Jiang Chen to appear. They believed that given the relationship between Jiang Chen and Long Shersan, he would certainly appear. As long as Jiang Chen appeared, he would die for sure. Exquisite paradise. Lan Lingji was agitated. She flew out of the mountain gate, but was stopped by Venerable Ling Long. Master, I'm going to save Brother Shersan. Lan Lingji was inconsolable. Long Shersan is already dead. It's useless for you to go. Venerable Ling Long spoke. She seemed to be in her 30s. She had an exquisite figure and wore a jade-colored robe. There was a sense of majesty in between her brows, giving people a feeling of valiance. Venerable Ling Long was very beautiful. Her impressive figure showed her maturity. A woman like her was destined to be looked up to. No, Brother Shersan won't die. He can't be killed. Tears flowed down from Lan Lingji's eyes. She didn't believe that Long Shersan would die. Even though it had become a fact, she still wasn't willing to accept it. Accept the reality. The enemy is too strong. There's nothing we can do. Venerable Ling Long's eyes were full of helplessness. She had the intention to help, but just like Yang Yu, she had many concerns. She felt very sorry for Long Shersan's death. After a long time, Lan Lingji recovered. She raised her head, looked at Venerable Ling Long, and said in a pleading tone, Master, let me go and see him. Regardless of life or death, Lan Lingji wanted to see Long Shersan for the last time, even if it was just from a distance. Aye. All right, I'll bring you there. Venerable Ling Long sighed and vanished with Lan Lingji. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture, Han Yan and Tyrant had also received the news that Old Man Corpsine and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had killed Long Shersan. Now, they were going to use Long Shersan's corpse to lure Jiang Chen out. The death of Long Shersan had made Han Yan and Tyrant fall into a state of rage. They couldn't stay calm anymore. What should we do now? We can't let the monkey's corpse hang there. Han Yan gritted his teeth and said. Ba. Ah Yan, wait for a while. Little Chenzi will definitely appear. He will definitely avenge the death of the monkey. These major powers are playing with fire. They are provoking Jiang Chen, provoking a terrifying beast. Tyrant couldn't maintain his mercy anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew it wouldn't help, he and Han Yan would have already rushed out. Everyone thought that Long Shersan was dead, but as a matter of fact, would Long Shersan, who cultivated the life symbol art, die so easily? The mighty battle Saint Ape, a rare immemorial battle spirit, might not be so easy to kill. In books, there was a saying about black clouds covering a city. Right now, black clouds were directly covering everyone's heads, as well as the entire world's heads. Black clouds filled the sky of the eastern Xian region. That was a pressure condensed from fury and killing intent. It gave the entire world an apocalyptic feeling, causing people's hearts to tremble. In the distant sky, Long Shersan was floating. His blood had already flowed out. He had turned into a monkey as tall as a human. The golden fur on his body had turned dim. There was no sign of vitality or qi in his body. Countless immortal venerables surrounded his corpse. The sky was filled with a desolate smell. Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji were standing at an extremely far distance, looking at each other. Brother Shersan. Lan Lingji screamed hoarsely. Her voice had turned hoarse. Tears were pouring down her face. She wanted to rush forward regardless of everything. Even if they couldn't live together, she wanted to die together. Lingji. Venerable Ling Long firmly controlled Lan Lingji, not allowing her to do anything stupid. Presently, all the major powers were in a state of rage, especially Old Man Corpsine and Nanbei Taixing. Anyone who had any intention of harming Lan Shisan would be regarded as an enemy by them. If Lan Lingji rushed forward, she would certainly die. No, don't. Lan Lingji's beautiful face was twisted by pain. She was the saintess of a generation, but at this moment, she was wailing loudly without caring about her image. Her cries were heart-wrenching and earth-shattering. Although Lan Lingji and Lan Shisan hadn't known each other for long, they had a deep affection for each other. Ever since Lan Shisan rescued her from the hands of He Lang, his shadow had been firmly imprinted in her heart. A proud woman might never look at her pursuers. They were cold and arrogant, thinking that no man in the heavens and earth was worthy of their nobility, but the more such a saintess was, once her psychological defense was broken, her feelings would get out of control. You said you would come to Exquisite Paradise to look for me. I've been waiting for you. Lan Shisan, how did you fall just like that? Aren't you known to be invincible? Lan Lingji squatted down in the void, hugging her shoulders, shivering and sobbing. Sigh, Venerable Ling Long heaved a sigh. She had watched Lan Lingji grow up and treated her like her own daughter. How could she feel good seeing Lan Lingji in such a painful state? At this time, two figures appeared beside them. They were Hua Gai and Hua Xiaoqian. Hua Xiaoqian's face was also filled with sorrow when she saw Lan Lingji. She raised her head to look at the lonely figure hovering in the sky, unable to calm her heart for a long time. She would never forget what happened in the ancient city. She would never forget who saved her and her sisters from Yan Yulong's hands. That godlike man, that invincible immemorial battle spirit, had died so miserably. Hua Xiaoqian was unable to accept this. I haven't even repaid young Master Dragon for saving my life, and now we're separated from each other. A tear rolled down Hua Xiaoqian's cheek. Hua Gai looked at Venerable Ling Long and said, I wonder if we can snatch Lan Shisan's corpse back if we join hands. Let's give it a try then. Two rays of cold light shot out from Venerable Ling Long's eyes. Both of them felt that they owed Lan Shisan a favor and couldn't bear to see Lan Shisan's corpse hanging there. Don't be impulsive. At this time a voice sounded. Yang Yu had appeared beside them out of nowhere. Yang Yu, Jiang Chen is a man of great Qian Empire. Shouldn't you do something? Venerable Ling Long spoke. Do you think I don't want to? Jiang Chen is my most valued genius disciple. He will certainly raise the prestige of my empire in the future. But what can we do even if the three of us join hands? What can the three of us do? Old Man Corpsine and the others are at the end of their fury, otherwise, they wouldn't have killed Dragon Shisan. If we make a move at this time, we will only give them an excuse to deal with us. I believe that many of them will be very happy to eliminate us. The 8 major powers are now full of anger and depression and have nowhere to vent their anger. If you go there now, you will only give them a place to vent their anger, a reason that they won't be able to find. At that time, it will be the doomsday of our 3 major powers. You don't have to think about yourselves, but you have to think about the lives of the thousands of disciples of your sections. Yang Yu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai halted their steps. What Yang Yu said was true. They wanted to take action, but it seemed that they were powerless. Just like what Yang Yu said, even if the 3 of them joined hands, they might not be able to snatch Lan Shisan's corpse. On the contrary, it would give the major forces an excuse to eliminate them. In that case, it would be a disaster for the 3 major forces. Are we just going to watch Lan Shisan's corpse being taken away? Venerable Ling Long frowned. Don't worry. There's still 1 day left. Jiang Chen will definitely appear. Yang Yu said. Are you so sure? Hua Gai asked. Of course. Jiang Chen is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Don't underestimate Jiang Chen. He's a ferocious tiger, a ferocious beast. Once a ferocious beast is enraged, it's very terrifying. The major forces have killed Lan Shisan and used his corpse as a hostage. This has touched Jiang Chen's bottom line. Just wait and see. Once a ferocious beast is enraged, the immortal world will no longer be peaceful. Yang Yu said. His evaluation of Jiang Chen was too high. But even if Jiang Chen appears, I'm afraid it won't help. He's just relying on the Great Void Technique and the Sun Divine Feather. But given the current situation, even if Jiang Chen comes with the Sun Divine Feather, I'm afraid he won't be able to save Lan Shisan. He might even get himself into trouble. If Xianxia isn't a fool, he won't show up. Huagai had never seen Xianxia before, so she didn't know Xianxia well. That was why she said such words. Xianxia will definitely show up. He won't just watch 13's corpse being destroyed here. A voice sounded from behind. It was Han Yan and the others. No one knew Xianxia better than him. Back then, in order to repair his broken arm, Xianxia didn't hesitate to obtain the regenerative lotus. What Yang Yu said was right. These major forces were enraging a ferocious beast. Once the ferocious beast made its move, they would be bitten all over. However, looking at the camp, Tyrant, Han Yan, and Yang Bufan couldn't help but worry. The current situation was too difficult. But if little Xianxia shows up, how will he deal with the current situation? Yang Bufan's face was full of worry. Don't worry. Little Xianxia has been through all kinds of storms and waves. I believe he will have a way to prevent them from destroying 13's corpse, said Han Yan. He and Xianxia had known each other for the longest time. They had met in Qi province, and later in Black Sect. Xianxia had created too many miracles. Both Han Yan and Tyrant had an inexplicable belief in Xianxia. Such miracles were something that ordinary people couldn't understand or believe. But now, looking at the floating corpse of Xianxia, the sorrow and anger in their hearts had reached an uncontrollable level. Their brother was being humiliated, but they could only watch from afar. That kind of depression was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. Han Yan and Tyrant wanted to rush forward and retrieve Xianxia's corpse, but it was useless. If Xianxia knew about it, he would surely scold them. They couldn't create trouble for Xianxia anymore. AI, do you think Xianxia will show up tomorrow? It's hard to say. Xianxia isn't a fool. If I was him, I definitely wouldn't show up. That's why you won't be Xianxia in this life. I heard that Xianxia is a man who values friendship and loyalty. He has a deep brotherhood with Xianxia. He will never leave Xianxia's corpse alone. I think he will definitely show up. But even if Xianxia shows up, it won't help anything. I'm afraid that there are still late immortal venerables hiding in the dark. Once Xianxia shows up, he will surely die. Although the Sun Divine Feather is strong, it's only a feather after all. It's not a complete gold feather fan. Besides, Xianxia's strength is limited. If he shows up, I'm afraid he won't be able to save Xianxia's corpse. Let's see. I think Xianxia will show up. He's a fearless man. Ever since the end of the Golden Horizon, East Xuanyu hadn't had a moment of peace. For the past 3 days, Xianxia had killed a dozen immortal venerables and hung their heads as a provocation. Then, he destroyed the mountain gate of Corpsing sect. Now, Xianxia's corpse was also hung there, waiting for Xianxia to show up. No one knew what would happen next. In the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower, time was passing rapidly. Xianxia was in a state of seclusion. Light was flickering on the surface of his body. Dragon roars could be heard from time to time. His black hair was fluttering even though there was no wind, making him look extremely divine. A month's time passed by quickly. Xianxia finally opened his eyes. His eyes were gleaming with sharp divine light. The dragon transformation skill had undergone a complete transformation. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. More importantly, due to the transformation, the ancestral dragon pagoda had also received tremendous benefits. It had condensed to the 42nd level. This was what made Xianxia the happiest. The pagoda had always been the treasure that Xianxia cherished the most. Every level that was condensed in the pagoda represented an increase in strength. The pagoda had always been Xianxia's most cherished treasure. This time, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill is really great. Not only has my cultivation base improved greatly, but the Zulong Tower has also been upgraded. I have also gained control of the Slaughter Dragon seal. Xianxia turned his palm. A blood-red dragon roar appeared in his palm, spiraling constantly. Then, the dragon seal turned into a slaughter blood dragon. Its eyes were cold, merciless and lifelike, like a real divine dragon. The stronger the killing intent of the slaughter dragon seal, the stronger the power it could radiate. This was the essence of the slaughter dragon seal. Xianxia was very clear about this. 2 days should have passed in the outside world. I wonder what the major powers are doing now. I might as well go out and have a look. Xianxia stood up and walked out of the Zulong Tower with a sway, but his chi was still shrouded by the Zulong Tower, perfectly concealed. Although his cultivation base had improved greatly, the current situation was still very dangerous. The Sun Divine Feather was the biggest reliance for Xianxia to fight against the immortal venerables of the major powers. Of course, his combat strength was enough to kill an immortal venerable in his dragon form. Of course, he could only kill an ordinary immortal venerable. However, as soon as Xianxia walked out of the Zulong Tower, his scalp tightened. A large dark cloud appeared above his head. A feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time instantly filled his body and struck his heart. Heavenly tribulation! Xianxia exclaimed. Then, his face was filled with excitement. This feeling was really nostalgic. Back in Saint Origin World, he would trigger a heavenly tribulation every time he advanced to the next realm. He hadn't experienced any heavenly tribulation in the immortal world. This time, he finally found the feeling of heavenly tribulation after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. Haha! Awesome! I've got another trump card. Xianxia laughed and quickly retracted his chi. He could now control the tribulation as he pleased. He could do it whenever he wanted. Haha. 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 Haha, a powerful heavenly tribulation was destructive. Any cultivator who underwent it would have a slim chance of survival. In the immortal world, a great sovereign tribulation would only be triggered when a cultivator advanced to the great sovereign realm. Anyone below the great sovereign realm wouldn't be able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. This indicated that the heavenly law of heaven and earth in the immortal world was relatively strong. It was very rare for a heaven-defying existence to appear. This was also the reason why Xianxia hadn't triggered a heavenly tribulation until now. Now that the dragon transformation skill had evolved, Xianxia had triggered another heavenly tribulation. Everyone feared the heavenly tribulation like a tiger. A guy like Xianxia who was so excited that he was about to jump up was really a weirdo. If someone saw Xianxia's attitude towards the heavenly tribulation, they would probably spurt out blood from depression. However, to Xianxia, the heavenly tribulation itself was a trump card. Judging from the current situation, the power of the heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than the Sun Divine Feather. Xianxia felt that if he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the sky above Nanbei family, it would certainly be very spectacular. Even the old ancestor of Nanbei family wouldn't dare to attack him. Walking in East Xuanyu, the heavenly tribulation was still as strong as before. This was within Xianxia's expectation. Walking in the sky, he saw many cultivators flying towards a certain direction in panic. Curious, Xianxia followed behind them. Let's go and have a look. The time is almost up. I heard that Xianxia hasn't appeared yet. Old man Corpsine is going to burn Long Shursan's corpse in public. Sigh, I knew that Xianxia wouldn't dare to appear. After all, compared to his brother's corpse, his own life is more important. Both of them spoke. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Just as they were about to curse, they saw the other party's eyes that were as cold as hell, causing their souls to tremble in fear. What are you two talking about? Long Shursan is dead? The two of them had never seen such a sharp gaze before. They had no idea where this young man came from, standing in front of them. Their hearts almost froze as their bodies trembled. For a time, they couldn't even speak. No matter what, the two of them were powerful immortal kings, but right now, they were truly afraid. Speak! Xianxia shouted loudly, causing the duo's ears to buzz and blood to seep out from their mouths. The two of them were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. How would they dare to be careless? They immediately bowed to Xianxia. This young master actually doesn't know? Yesterday, Long Shursan was imprisoned by Old Man Corpsine and the others, and Old Man Corpsine blinded Long Shursan. Old Man Corpsine directly killed Long Shursan and hung Long Shursan's corpse in the sky, saying that if Xianxia didn't appear in a day's time, he would destroy Long Shursan's corpse. Now, a day has almost passed, but Xianxia still hasn't appeared. We wanted to go and watch the show. Young master, we didn't do anything wrong. The two of them spoke in a trembling voice while wiping their cold sweat. Kong, a towering rage suddenly gushed out from Xianxia's body. The rage almost materialized, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like tidal waves. Even the void was about to be incinerated by the rage. The two immortal kings were directly sent flying hundreds of meters away by the impact of Xianxia's powerful aura. Blood flowed out from their 7 apertures, but how could they care about their injuries? They were so scared that they started crying. "Spare us, young master. We don't know what we did wrong." The two of them knelt there and kowtowed repeatedly, crying bitterly. They truly didn't know what they did to offend this young man. With a single glance, they could tell that this young man was a peerless genius from a major power. Such a character was the most terrifying. He wasn't someone they could deal with. "I'm Xianxian." After Xianxian finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light and flew forward. Everywhere he passed, the flames of anger formed a line, and the void shattered inch by inch. Longshan was dead. Xianxian only felt his head buzzing. He had no other thoughts. His eyes were bloodshot. The will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had filled his whole body. The intense killing intent couldn't be stopped at all. Xianxian was furious. He had never been so furious before. Longshan was dead. He couldn't accept this reality. The two people who were injured by Xianxian's aura looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Xianxian, he is Xianxian. Xianxian has appeared. Something big is going to happen." The two of them were too shocked. They had never thought that this white-robed youth was the legendary unparalleled Devil King, Xianxian. Now that Xianxian had appeared, there was bound to be another fierce battle. In the sky, the corpse of Longshan was still hovering there. This area was already filled with people. Everyone was paying attention to the scene. There were immortal venerables everywhere. It was afraid that there were quite a number of immortal venerables in the entire ethereal immortal domain. They were all figures who wouldn't show up during normal days. Today, all of them had come out for the sake of a single Xianxian. A day's time was up, but Xianxian still hadn't appeared. Lan Lingji had stopped crying. Her face looked a lot more haggard. She had been in despair for a day, unable to accept the fact that Longshan was dead. The time is almost up, but Xianxian still hasn't appeared. "It seems like he doesn't dare to come out," Huagui said. She looked very anxious. "Xianxian will definitely appear," said Han Yan firmly. No one knew Xianxian better than him. In the sky, Old Man Corpse Yin's face was incomparably gloomy. The reason why so many immortal venerables were guarding here was to wait for Xianxian to appear. If Xianxian didn't show up, their wait would be in vain. "I don't think Xianxian will show up. He isn't a fool." The master of Northern Xuanyu Invincibility School spoke. "What should we do if Xianxian doesn't show up? Are we really going to destroy Longshan's corpse?" Zhu Guqiang spoke with a frown. Obviously, although he really wanted to kill Xianxian, as a major power, he still had to consider his own face. Longshan was already dead. If they were to destroy Longshan's corpse, Zhu Guqiang admitted that he wouldn't be able to do it. "If Xianxian doesn't show up, I think we can forget about Longshan's corpse. After all, it's not a glorious thing. In any case, Longshan is already dead." The master of Limitless Immortal Sect spoke, feeling that Zhu Guqiang's words made sense. They were all people who wanted to save face. "You want face, but I don't. As long as Xianxian doesn't show up, I will personally destroy Longshan's corpse," Limitless Immortal Sect's master said coldly. Corpsine Sect didn't care about face at all. Not to mention, Corpsine Sect had suffered heavy losses because of Xianxian. Old Man Corpsine simply couldn't let go of such hatred. As long as Xianxian didn't show up, he would vent his anger and resentment on Longshan's corpse and destroy it. Many people frowned. All the major powers in Eastern Xuanyu were disgusted with Corpsine Sect. Normally, they wouldn't deal with them at all. If it wasn't for the fact that they had reached an agreement to kill Xianxian, they wouldn't have conspired with someone like Old Man Corpsine and lowered their status. Time passed bit by bit. The scene was extremely quiet. Many people were looking forward to something and were worried about something. If Xianxian would show up, then this was the calm before the storm. Asterisk rumble, asterisk just when everyone thought that Xianxia wouldn't show up, a big hole suddenly exploded in the distant sky. A half-human half-dragon dragon man appeared with endless anger. His whole body was covered in blazing flames and he was holding the Sun Divine Feather in his hand. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? Dragon transformation and Sun Divine Feather were the biggest symbols of Xianxia. It's Xianxia, he really showed up. My God, he really isn't afraid of death. Good, there's going to be a good show. Xianxia is the #1 genius among the younger generation. His appearance at this time is enough to show that he is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Even if the other party only threatened him with the corpse of his brother, he still showed up without hesitation. So domineering, worthy of being an unprecedented genius. If I can be as domineering as him one day, even if I die, it won't be in vain. Forget it, take a piss and look at yourself first. You still want to compare yourself with Xianxia? Stop talking, let's all stay away from here. This is bound to be an earth-shattering battle. I'm afraid Xianxia won't be able to escape today even with the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique. This is an inescapable net. The appearance of Xianxia immediately caused an uproar. No one could keep their calm. Han Yan and Tyrant's blood was boiling, but they couldn't make a move. Hua Gai's gaze fell on Xianxia. Her eyes were also filled with shock. This was her first time seeing Xianxia. Even with her eyesight, she had to admit that Xianxia was a dragon among men. It had been a long time since such a powerful figure had appeared in the immortal world. Venerable Ling Long was the same. Just like Hua Gai, she was deeply shocked by Xianxia's domineering aura when she saw him for the first time. Yang Yu looked at Xianxia with blazing eyes. This was his favorite disciple. He suddenly felt that Xianxia might create another miracle today. Asterisk Hua La, asterisk the instant Xianxia appeared, a large number of immortal venerables immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Xianxia in an instant. Even if Xianxia could cast the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be able to escape from such an encirclement. Xianxia, it seems that you are really courageous. You actually dared to show up. Nanbei Taixing yelled. Xianxia, you have destroyed my Corpsine sect. I'm going to tear you to pieces today. Old man Corpsine gnashed his teeth, his eyes glinting fiercely. Xianxia's attraction was too great. Everyone had besieged him, completely ignoring Long Shersan's corpse. After all, Long Shersan was already a dead man. His only use was to attract Xianxia's attention. Now that their goal had been achieved, who would care about the corpse? Apart from old man Corpsine, no one else would destroy a corpse. Facing the siege of so many immortal venerables and the wrath of an intermediate immortal venerable like old man Corpsine, Xianxia remained indifferent. His eyes were fixed on Long Shersan who was floating in the distance. He didn't say a word, but his anger was erupting like a volcano. His eyes were so red that blood was about to seep out. In an instant, he had turned into a killing maniac. His brother's corpse was right in front of him. Old man Corpsine's action had completely infuriated Xianxia. In Yang Yu's words, when a bloodthirsty beast was enraged, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Xianxia's eyes fell on old man Corpsine and old ancestor Yellow Spring, and said faintly, "It's the two of you who did it." Xianxia's voice was hoarse. The killing intent in his body was about to erupt at any time. That's right, Xianxia. You have destroyed my Corpsine sect, so I'll kill your brother and let you know what pain is. Since you have come, you'll accompany your brother on his way, but I won't let you die so easily. Old man Corpsine said viciously. Is that so? It seems like you haven't suffered enough. A cold smile was revealed at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. He clawed at the void and grabbed a person from the Zulong Tower. It was the old devil who had been crippled by Xianxia. Brother, save me, brother. The old devil was being held in Xianxia's hand like a dead chicken, struggling constantly. When he saw old man Corpsine and his big brother, he became incomparably excited, as though he had seen hope. He believed that if there was anyone in this heavens and earth who could save him, it would certainly be his big brother. No one knew how terrifying his big brother was better than him. Second brother. Old man Corpsine's expression changed greatly when he saw his brother falling into Xianxia's hands. He never thought that such a change would happen. Xianxia, let my second brother go. Old man Corpsine shouted. Although his younger brother was a good-for-nothing, Old man Corpsine had always doted on him and protected him in everything. Even if his brother ran amok outside, Old man Corpsine would let it go and support him in all aspects. He never thought that his brother would fall into the hands of Xianxia. Old man Corpsine wouldn't be worried if his brother fell into the hands of anyone else, but the other party was Xianxia, the devil who killed people more ferociously than him. Boom, Xianxia simply ignored Old man Corpsine's threat. With a fiendish grin on his face, a flame suddenly shot out from his hand and rushed into the old devil's body. In an instant, the old devil's body turned into a sea of fire. He issued an earth-shattering scream. That was the tyrannical sun fire, and the old devil simply couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, the old devil was burned to ashes, not even a speck of him was left. On the opposite side, Old man Corpsine was furious. He let out a roar. Watching his own brother being burned alive by the enemy in front of him, this kind of feeling was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. Xianxia, this seat will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Old man Corpsine crazily attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's battle prowess soared to the sky. The sun divine feather in his hand slashed towards Old man Corpsine. At the same time, Xianxia's momentum completely erupted, triggering the heavenly tribulation. Kong long, the heaven and earth shook. The heavenly tribulation came too quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. The intense heavenly might spread out, making many people feel as though their souls were about to be torn apart. This was the true heavenly tribulation, a tribulation that only great sovereigns could trigger. The unimaginable pressure of the heaven and earth wasn't something that those immortal venerables could compare to. What's that? It's the heavenly tribulation. Someone exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the sky, countless immortal venerables who were about to attack Xianxia had a drastic change of expression when they saw the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Even old man Corpsine's face turned pale. Damn it! How can there be a heavenly tribulation? This is the true heavenly tribulation. This heaven-defying bastard is the heavenly tribulation that Xianxia has triggered. This is a tribulation that only great sovereigns can trigger. No one can resist it. The heavenly tribulation has arrived. It's extremely fast. The heavenly might is inviolable. Damn it. Everyone, hurry up. Don't get close to Xianxia, or else you will be punished by the heavenly lightning and fire. Damn it. Run. Hurry up and run. Entering the range of the heavenly tribulation is equivalent to death. The powerful immortal venerables were instantly thrown into chaos. Each of their faces turned pale and unsightly. At this time, who would still have the mood to kill Xianxia? They couldn't wait to stay as far away from Xianxia as possible. After triggering the heavenly tribulation, Xianxia was like a hedgehog with thorns all over his body. Anyone who got close to him would be covered with cuts and bruises. Killing Xianxia was important, but their own lives were more important. My God! He actually triggered the heavenly tribulation. In the immortal world, only great sovereigns can trigger the tribulation, but rumor has it that when a heaven-defying existence appears, it will also arouse the jealousy of the heavens, causing the heavenly tribulation to descend. However, such monstrous geniuses are very rare. There hasn't been one since ancient times. Huagai couldn't keep her composure anymore. The appearance of Xianxia had given her too many surprises. He's that heaven-defying person. If he doesn't die, he will certainly become a great sovereign in the future. Venerable Ling Long sighed, unable to control her excitement. Tyrant and Han Yen were afraid that the only ones who could remain calm were Tyrant and Han Yen. They knew how heaven-defying and terrifying Xianxia was. Heavenly tribulation was as common as eating a meal to Xianxia. Back in Saint Origin World, Xianxia had often gone through all kinds of tribulations, but this was his first time in the immortal world. Good, very good. I never thought that this brat would be so heaven-defying. None of the major powers had ever thought that such a scene would happen. The inescapable net that they had set up has collapsed in an instant. One should know that what Xianxia has triggered now is his own tribulation. If the others were to fall into it, they would also trigger their own tribulation. Triggering a tribulation at a time when one shouldn't be transcending the tribulation is absolutely devastating. Not to mention the likes of Old Man Corpse Yin and Nanbei Taixing, even their old ancestors would die under the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that the world will be plunged into chaos today. Jiangchen will never calm down. Yang Yu's eyes sparkled. Previously, when the 8 major powers went to Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu felt incomparably sullen. Now, when he saw those peerless geniuses fleeing in front of Jiangchen, like mice that had seen a cat, the gloominess in his heart had finally been released. Now, he felt extremely happy. Jiangchen stood in the void, completely ignoring the rumbling thunder above. Transcending a tribulation was just like having a meal to him. His body had already developed an immunity to it. An ordinary heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. Jiangchen came to Long Shisan's side and hugged him. Kong Long, at this moment, a dazzling lightning descended from the sky and struck right on Jiangchen's head. The lightning instantly enveloped his and Long Shisan's corpses, forming a dense electric net that made one's scalp tingle. However, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation couldn't even shake Jiangchen's body. Jiangchen drew out a lightning and struck it into Long Shisan's body, trying to stimulate Long Shisan's vitality. At the same time, a large amount of wood spiritual qi entered Long Shisan. At first, Jiangchen was just trying his luck, but to find that Long Shisan's body was automatically absorbing the tears and wood spiritual qi. The monkey is not dead. This was no small matter. Jiangchen's face immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. If Long Shisan was dead, it would be impossible for him to automatically absorb the lightning and wood spiritual qi. Since he could still absorb them, it meant that Long Shisan was not dead. Oh, this guy has cultivated the life symbol art, which can allow him to narrowly escape death. He can also put himself in a dead end and come back to life. The secret skill of the Battle Clan is really terrifying. However, 13's injuries are too serious. His fiery golden eyes have been destroyed, and his internal organs are all shattered. It won't be easy for him to recover. Jiangchen frowned. In any case, Long Shisan was not completely dead. At the last moment, he used the life symbol art to preserve a glimmer of life. This was a great thing. Rumble, the heavenly thunder rumbled, and the second heavenly tribulation was formed in an instant. Above the sky, a red demonic dragon appeared. The demonic dragon was completely condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. It carried endless heavenly might and was extremely terrifying. Not only that, but the blood-red demonic dragon also carried endless killing intent. Jiangchen raised his head and found that behind the blood-red demonic dragon, there were 7 more blood-red lights constantly condensing. That was to say, after the first heavenly tribulation, there would be another 7. Including the previous one, there would be a total of 9. This is the legendary 9 tribulations of slaughter. Very good. It fits my slaughter dragon seal perfectly. If my slaughter dragon seal is tempered by the heavenly thunder and lightning, it will certainly become more terrifying after absorbing the powerful lightning energy. The slaughter dragon seal itself carries the killing intent of the ancestral dragon. After experiencing the 9 tribulations of slaughter, it will contain the killing intent of the heavenly might. Every time it strikes, it will carry the pressure of the heavens. Jiangchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a powerful heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that even the tribulation of a great sovereign can only be like this. Hua Gai's face turned pale. Such heavenly might made her feel very uncomfortable. I wonder if Jiangchen can successfully transcend the tribulation. Lan Lingji murmured. Far away, the grand immortal venerables who had fled stopped, staring unblinkingly at Jiangchen and the terrifying heavenly tribulation. This is a powerful tribulation. There are a total of 9 of them. It should be the legendary 9 tribulations of slaughter. The killing intent of this tribulation is too strong. Jiangchen surely won't be able to withstand it. He will surely die in the tribulation. That's right. If Jiangchen dies in the tribulation, we will have gotten rid of a great scourge. Even if Jiangchen doesn't die, he will fall into a weakened state after the tribulation. At that time, it will be a piece of cake for us to kill him. All the immortal venerables were certain that Xianxia would die under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. After all, such a heavenly tribulation wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. This was one of the most terrifying heavenly tribulations in the 9 tribulations of slaughter. Even if Xianxia was lucky enough to survive, he would still be at their mercy in his weakened state. Unfortunately, these immortal venerables had no idea about Xianxia's means. At this moment, fleeing was the best choice. If they didn't, they would soon bring an endless disaster to themselves. Xianxia looked at the murderous devil dragon that was about to swoop down, then at Xianxia in his arms. He found that the lightning energy and wood energy had activated Xianxia's life symbol art. Vitality began to appear in his body. Xianxia sent a drop of great earth immortal milk into Xianxia's mouth, then kept him in the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Monkey, watch this brother avenge you. The murderous intent in Xianxia's body and the 9 tribulations of slaughter had almost formed a tacit understanding. Although Xianxia didn't die, the injuries he had suffered would inevitably cause someone to pay a heavy price. Moreover, Xianxia knew very well that if it wasn't for Xianxia's life symbol art, he would have died for sure. Swish. Xianxia's dazzling eyes looked at Old Man Corpsine in the distance. Immediately, he cast the Great Void technique and rushed towards Old Man Corpsine at lightning speed. Seeing Xianxia moving, the heavenly tribulation in the sky also moved at the same speed as Xianxia. Wherever Xianxia went, the heavenly tribulation would follow. Son of AB *TCH. Seeing this, Old Man Corpsine's complexion instantly changed. He cursed in his heart. This damned guy, he's not focused on transcending the tribulation. He's thinking of killing people at this time. Even if he wants to take the lives of others, he shouldn't throw away his own life. It should be known that the heaven tribulation itself represents the might of the heavens. It is the most terrifying tribulation in the world. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to be careless when transcending the tribulation. It should be known that the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. This was also the reason why those immortal venerables didn't leave. After all, in their minds, the heavenly tribulation was sacred and terrifying. Even a great sovereign wouldn't dare to be distracted while transcending the heavenly tribulation. One should know that even if they were to single-mindedly resist the heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they would survive the heavenly tribulation. If they were distracted, they would die for sure. They wouldn't have thought that this wasn't the first time that Xianxia was transcending the heavenly tribulation. Transcending the heavenly tribulation had already become a habit for Xianxia. His body already had the attribute of transcending the heavenly tribulation. His ability to resist the heavenly tribulation wasn't something that an ordinary expert could compare to. At this moment, Old Man Corpsine had no time to think. Even though he hated Xianxia to the core, the fear of Xianxia's heavenly tribulation made his heart tremble. The fear of the heavenly tribulation was like seeing a plague. Old Man Corpsine's speed was extremely fast, but Xianxia, who was proficient in the Great Void technique, was able to pinpoint his location accurately. Adding on to the fact that Old Man Corpsine wasn't fully prepared, he didn't expect that Xianxia would rush towards him despite the heavenly tribulation. As a result, he was caught up by Xianxia in an instant. Kong Long, just at this moment, the second heavenly tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter poured down. The terrifying dragon of slaughter and lightning turned into a sea of lightning that instantly besieged Xianxia and Old Man Corpsine. Arg, a miserable wail sounded from the sea of lightning. It was the wail of Old Man Corpsine. He was an intermediate immortal venerable and the sect master of Corpsine sect. It was imaginable what kind of pain he was suffering at the moment. Some people saw that Old Man Corpsine was completely covered by the thunder and fire that filled the sky. He had triggered his own heavenly tribulation, and under the attack of the heavenly tribulation, he directly turned into ashes, leaving not a single residue behind. Looking at Xianxia again, that terrifying killing thunder dragon didn't cause any harm to him at all. Countless thunder lights filled the surface of his body, as if he was wearing a layer of thunder and lightning armor. He looked extremely mighty. Xianxia's true dragon body was too abnormal. The power of thunder and lightning didn't affect his body at all. Instead, it continued to refine his body. Those thunder lights also became his nourishment. Old man Corpsine died tragically under the heavenly tribulation. He died in the sea of lightning without leaving a single residue behind. The sect master of a generation, one of the famous overlords of Eastern Xuanyu, had died an incomparably miserable death. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. They had never seen such a scene before and they didn't dare to imagine it at all. They were afraid that Xianxia was the only one in the world who could use the heavenly tribulation to kill someone. My God! This Xianxia is too abnormal. How could he remain unscathed under such a powerful heavenly tribulation? He even diverted his attention to kill the sect master of Corpsine sect. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. How sad, too miserable. Old man Corpsine died just like that. It feels like a dream. He killed Longshan and successfully used Longshan to lure Xianxia out. Originally, he wanted to avenge Corpsine sect, but he didn't expect to bring such a huge disaster to himself. This is too cruel. I have never seen such a shocking scene before. A character like Xianxia is too heaven-defying. The entire immortal world is going to be shaken. Those immortal venerables are going to be in trouble. There's still a long time before the heavenly tribulation arrives. Xianxia has learned the Great Void technique. If he uses the heavenly tribulation to kill people, I don't know how many immortal venerables will die under the heavenly tribulation. My God! I can't even imagine it. Everyone was shocked. Not to mention those who didn't know Xianxia, even Yang Yu and Venerable Ling Long had their mouths wide open. Their understanding of Xianxia was already very high, but now it seemed that they had still underestimated Xianxia. This heaven-defying guy who could always create miracles had once again widened their horizons. When the heavenly tribulation descended, both of them were completely relieved. They wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised no matter how tragic the scene that would happen next. Because this wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. The heavenly tribulation was Xianxia's biggest trump card. He could go anywhere he wanted while enduring the heavenly tribulation. Even great sovereigns wouldn't dare to step into his heavenly tribulation. That's way too awesome. Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran rubbed their eyes, unable to believe this fact. This is just the beginning. Han Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest with a relaxed look. No one knew better than him how scary Xianxia was. There were too many immortal venerables in front of him. Xianxia would certainly kill them at all costs. Xianxia would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Roar, the heavenly lightning shook. The third heavenly tribulation was formed very quickly. A blood-red killing lightning dragon emerged. Its eyes were emotionless. The heavenly might and killing intent were strong, as though it was going to annihilate everything in the heavens and earth. Haha, Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. Then, his eyes shifted to a direction where at least 7 to 8 immortal venerables were gathered. All of them were from hostile forces. Not good. Seeing that Xianxia was looking at them, those immortal venerables immediately broke out in cold sweat. How would they dare to say a word? They immediately turned tail and ran, fearing that they would be too slow. The scene of Xianxia killing old man Corpsine had left an unerasable shadow in their hearts. When they saw Xianxia now, it was as though they had seen a ghost. It was a very shocking scene. They were afraid that only Xianxia could make these mighty immortal venerables flee in panic. Although these immortal venerables ran very fast, they couldn't outrun Xianxia's Great Void technique. In a blink, Xianxia appeared in front of an immortal venerable, opened his arms, and hugged the immortal venerable tightly. No, the immortal venerable let out a heart-wrenching scream. His tribulation was triggered. His entire body was instantly covered by lightning and fire, and was burned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, the third heavenly tribulation descended. The few immortal venerables who hadn't escaped in time were also caught in it. Ah, miserable wails resounded across the sky. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the 4 early immortal venerables were engulfed by the lightning and fire. Their bodies were instantly incinerated and turned into nothingness. Despite their strength, they couldn't put up the slightest bit of resistance against the mighty heavenly might. Once they were enveloped by it, only death awaited them. Insane. He's truly insane. He's a madman. This is too brutal. Those were mighty immortal venerables, but they died just like that. The heavenly might is just too powerful. It's impossible to violate it. I have no idea how Xianxia could be so heaven-defying. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. By relying on the Great Void technique, he continuously directed the heavenly tribulation towards those immortal venerables. This technique is just too brutal. No one wasn't shocked. This was an incomparably shocking scene that subverted everyone's imagination and cognition. In their hearts, immortal venerables were unreachable, mighty and omnipotent existences that stood at the top of the pyramid. But now, those immortal venerables who would never appear on normal days were dying tragically one after another. And the cause of all this was just an immortal emperor young man. Haha, after killing a few immortal venerables, Xianxia went completely mad. He rampaged through the group of immortal venerables. His speed was just too fast. By the time those immortal venerables recovered from their shock, it was already too late. Xianxia broke into the camp of 5 to 6 immortal venerables. He casted out the true dragon palm and grabbed each of them. Those immortal venerables didn't even have the chance to escape before they were struck to death by the heavenly lightning and fire. In just a few blinks, more than 10 immortal venerables had died in the hands of Xianxia, including Old Man Corpsine. This was just too terrifying. There were a few late immortal venerables who had attracted Xianxia this time. Their appearance was to prevent Xianxia from having the slightest chance to escape. They wanted to kill this huge threat once and for all. But at this moment, even those old ancestors were scared out of their wits. How would they dare to show themselves? If Xianxia charged at them recklessly, even a late immortal venerable would die. Run! Leave this place! This is a madman! Someone shouted loudly. Only then did those immortal venerables react to the situation. How would they dare to delay in the slightest? All of them fled like stray dogs. Haha, Xianxia let out a wild laugh. His laughter was incomparably carefree. Seeing this group of people fleeing in all directions and seeing him as if he had seen the plague of ghosts and gods, Xianxia's heart was indescribably comfortable. His depression could be said to have been completely vented. This scene was just too majestic. Countless immortal venerables ran away, causing many people to open their mouths wide. It would be great if this scene could be recorded. Even if it can't be recorded, Xianxia's tribulation today will be recorded in the history of the immortal world. In the entire history of the immortal world, no one has ever done something like this. All the immortal venerables of the immortal world fled like stray dogs. Countless people sighed. They simply couldn't believe the scene in front of them. It was just like a dream. Since these immortal venerables were fleeing, Xianxia naturally had to take advantage of the situation to chase after them. If he could kill one more, he would kill one more. These people would become a huge threat in the future. Since they were already enemies, Xianxia naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Moreover, this was in line with the meaning of the Tao of slaughter. Asterisk swish. Asterisk Xianxia's speed was simply too fast. Given his current strength and the Great Void technique, ordinary immortal venerables wouldn't be able to escape from his pursuit. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk the fourth lightning tribulation poured down, landing on Xianxia's body. It couldn't cause any damage to Xianxia, but the immortal venerable that Xianxia caught up with was unlucky. He died miserably in the sea of lightning, not even ashes were left behind. Asterisk howl. Asterisk a sky-shaking sword howl resounded. The heavenly saint sword turned into an azure dragon and appeared, shuttling back and forth in the sea of lightning. It had been a long time since the heavenly saint sword underwent tribulation. The baptism of heavenly tribulation was the best way to temper it. Very soon, all the immortal venerables disappeared without a trace from the spatial zone. Xianxia looked around with a kind of heroic spirit. He didn't continue to chase after those immortal venerables. Instead, he focused on the heavenly tribulation. This time, he had killed many immortal venerables and Old Man Corpsine. His only regret was that he didn't kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had destroyed Long Sherson's fiery golden eyes. This revenge must be taken. However, the life of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring would be his sooner or later. Initially, Xianxia could continue to chase after those immortal venerables, or even go to Nanbei family to undergo the tribulation, but Xianxia didn't have that many options. After all, it wasn't easy for him to obtain this heavenly tribulation. He had to consider his own benefits. He couldn't use it to increase his strength no matter how many immortal venerables he killed. Xianxia was very clear that even if he killed all the immortal venerables this time, he wouldn't be able to wipe out those major powers. Each major power had incomparably strong foundations. Even if he killed them, there would still be more powerful experts. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. There are still 5 heavenly tribulations left, which can bring me 2 benefits. One is that I can absorb the lightning energy and endure until the end of the heavenly tribulation. In that case, my cultivation base will break through to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, but the power of the 9 tribulations of slaughter will bring me a certain amount of damage and weaken me. At that time, those old ancestor-grade immortal venerables will attack me. I may not even have the chance to escape. It's not worth it. The other option is to let the Zulong Tower absorb the lightning energy. In that case, the Zulong Tower will be able to condense at least 3 more floors, reaching the 45th floor. Xianxia thought to himself. After a brief thought, he decided to refine the Zulong Tower. His cultivation base could be improved little by little. Furthermore, Xianxia's cultivation base had been improving too fast recently. He wanted to stop and stabilize it, but the advancement of the Zulong Tower was incomparably difficult. The condensation of each floor required too much energy. This was a rare opportunity that Xianxia didn't want to miss. Hong Long, as the speed of the heavenly tribulation was very fast, Xianxia couldn't afford to neglect it. Immediately, he opened the door of the Zulong Tower. Sensing the rolling heavenly lightning, the Zulong Tower immediately became excited. The door of the Zulong Tower was like the mouth of an ancient beast. When the 5th lightning struck down, the Zulong Tower absorbed all of them at once. The ancestral dragon pagoda was just too abnormal. Even though Xianxia had been controlling it for a long time, he was still shocked by it. It seemed like there wasn't any kind of energy that this pagoda couldn't absorb. It could even absorb the heavenly tribulation. The more abnormal the Zulong Tower was, the more Xianxia looked forward to it. He dared not imagine what would happen when the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower were condensed and reached its peak state. Xianxia had been looking forward to this day. Rumble, lightning flickered inside the Zulong Tower as if it was experiencing an unparalleled catastrophe. The rolling sea of lightning was absorbed by the Zulong Tower and transformed into terrifying energy. Half of the space on the 43rd floor was condensed in an instant. The energy absorbed by the heavenly lightning was incomparably pure. It was much more beneficial than absorbing the energy of those demonic devils. This was an incomparably mystical scene that left everyone dumbfounded. Xianxia just stood there motionlessly, letting the countless lightning strike his body and then disappear. It didn't cause any harm to Xianxia at all. Even Xianxia's body didn't move at all. How can this be? Even if Xianxia is heaven-defying, he shouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful energy. He actually absorbed all the energy into his body. How is this possible? Hua Gai was horrified. She couldn't believe such a scene. Although she had never experienced a heavenly tribulation before, she knew how terrifying it was. Even a great sovereign could only resist the heavenly tribulation and absorb a little of its energy to temper his body. Even the sect master had to survive the heavenly tribulation. She had never seen someone like Xianxia who was absorbing the lightning energy without any resistance. He was truly a weirdo in the heavenly tribulation boundary. Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. Such a person can't be judged by common sense. His existence has surpassed all the great sovereigns in the history of the immortal world. Even the valiant existences like Immortal Execution King and great sovereign Xianxia couldn't do what he did. Yang Yu sighed. Xianxia was always able to shock him, and the shock was getting more and more intense. Therefore, even though Xianxia was absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation unscrupulously, Yang Yu didn't find it strange at all. In other words, no matter what kind of miracle happened to Xianxia, he wouldn't be too surprised. Han Yan and Tyrant smiled without saying anything. Others might not know Xianxia's secret, but Han Yan and Tyrant knew it very well. Just like what Huagai said, no matter how heaven-defying Xianxia was, he wouldn't be able to absorb the energy of the heavenly tribulation unscrupulously because it was no different from courting death. The reason why Xianxia could do all this so easily was because of the Zulong Tower. The power of heaven shook. The 9 tribulations of slaughter was more terrifying than the previous one. The energy contained in each of them was like a vast ocean. However, this terrifying heaven's tribulation could not cause any harm to Xianxia. Xianxia stood under the heaven's tribulation like a peerless god of war. He was calm and composed to the extreme. He absorbed the energy of the heaven's tribulation as easily as drinking water. When the 7th heavenly tribulation fell, the 44th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda had been condensed. When the 8th heavenly tribulation fell, the 45th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda would be condensed. At this time, some fluctuations appeared in the void again. Some immortal venerables had returned. They were like hunters hiding in the dark, completely treating Xianxia as their prey. These immortal venerables were incomparably astute. They knew that Xianxia's heavenly tribulation was about to end. Now, Xianxia could rely on the heavenly tribulation to make them fear him, but as soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, Xianxia would once again become a turtle in a jar. No one would let go of such a great opportunity to kill Xianxia. Xianxia was just too terrifying and threatening. It wasn't easy for them to lure him out. If they let him escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be almost impossible to catch him again. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. His eyes fell upon a spot in the void with the most violent fluctuation. He discovered that it was a powerful late immortal venerable expert. Judging from the gloomy qi that was being emitted, he was from Corpsine sect. Xianxia could tell that this expert was from Corpsine sect. Needless to say, the late immortal venerable of Corpsine sect must be the old ancestor of Corpsine sect. Since you all want to kill me, I, Xianxia, won't be polite anymore. Today, I will completely destroy your Corpsine sect and make it disappear from the immortal world. Xianxia was infuriated. He was a courageous man. There was nothing in the heavens and earth that he didn't dare to do. Before the 8th tribulation descended, Xianxia closed the door of the Zulong Tower, then used the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Void Technique to locate the old ancestor of Corpsine sect. With a sway of his body, he vanished from the heavenly tribulation. The next moment, Xianxia appeared not far away from the old ancestor of Corpsine sect. Old ancestor Corpsine, where do you think you're going? Xianxia yelled. He grabbed the tail of the slaughter lightning dragon and hurled it at the old ancestor. This scene was too heaven-defying. Someone could actually control the heavenly tribulation while transcending the tribulation and grab the tail of the heavenly tribulation. This was too heaven-defying. As a matter of fact, the reason why Xianxia could borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation for a short period of time was entirely due to the slaughter dragon seal. The slaughter dragon seal contained the Tao of slaughter and carried the will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter, which coincided with the will of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. At this moment, the slaughter dragon seal that Xianxia used immediately resonated with the 8th slaughter lightning dragon. Damn it! Corpsine ancestor roared. His snake-like eyes instantly panicked. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately ran away. The old ancestor of Corpsine thought that he had hidden himself well and only appeared after Xianxia's heavenly tribulation. In his opinion, even if Xianxia had discovered him, Xianxia wouldn't continue to use the heavenly tribulation to deal with him. After all, the longer the heavenly tribulation was, the more terrifying it would be. Being distracted at this time was equivalent to throwing away one's life. Taking a step back, even if Xianxia attacked without any regard for his life, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape with his own ability. Unfortunately, without confronting Xianxia, he would never understand how terrifying Xianxia was. The Great Void Technique was unparalleled. Anyone who underestimated the Great Void Technique was questioning the power of the Void Emperor and was destined to have a bad end. Old man Corpsine was already dead. If he killed the old ancestor of Corpsine sect, then the Corpsine sect would be completely finished. A powerful sect would also be destroyed. Corpsine ancestor's escape speed was very fast, but he was still a bit too slow. The lightning dragon hit his shoulder, and half of his body was smashed to pieces. The remaining half of his body also triggered its own lightning tribulation, and endless lightning fire covered it. No, no. This was the terror of the heavenly tribulation. If it wasn't for the heavenly tribulation, even if Xianxia had advanced to the early immortal emperor realm, even if Xianxia had the sun divine feather, he would still have no choice but to flee when he encountered a powerful figure like old ancestor Corpsine. Now that he had killed old ancestor Corpsine, it could be said that he had gotten rid of a great threat. From now on, the entire Corpsine sect would no longer be a threat to him. The screams soon disappeared into the sea of lightning. The Corpsine ancestor had died again after old man Corpsine. From now on, the Corpsine sect had no leader and completely collapsed. The Corpsine sect was already riddled with holes, so what else could it rely on to survive in the eastern profound domain? Everyone was shocked. Each and every one of them found it difficult to breathe. The scene was just too shocking. They could still accept the death of those immortal venerables. After all, Xianxia had killed immortal venerables with the sun divine feather at the very beginning. For Xianxia, killing immortal venerables wasn't a rare thing, but the one he had just killed was a peerless figure of old ancestor. It's over. Corpsine sect is completely finished this time. Even the old ancestor is dead. How is it going to survive in the future? It's good that he's dead. This evil sect has even refined the corpse. It should have been destroyed long ago. It shouldn't exist in the immortal world. I hope that Xianxia can uproot this major power completely. Only then will it be satisfying. It can be said that old ancestor Corpsine's death was a tragedy. If he didn't appear, Xianxia wouldn't have the chance to kill him. He has underestimated Xianxia, which eventually led to his own death. How sad. It's mainly because Xianxia is too heaven-defying. He killed an old ancestor at the end of the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid only Xianxia is capable of such a feat. The world was shocked. The death of an old ancestor almost represented the downfall of a major power. No one knew how long it had been since the death of a late immortal venerable in East Xuanyu. Voila, seeing the death of old ancestor Corpsine, those immortal venerables who were eager to give it a try hastily fled as far as they could, fearing that Xianxia's attention would fall on them. Even though there was only one bolt of heavenly tribulation left, no one was willing to risk their lives. Xianxia raised his head. It was the last bolt of tribulation. Since the Zulong Tower had been put away, there was no need to open it again. The appearance of the Corpsine ancestor made him make a crazy decision. Today, he was going to do something earth-shattering. He was going to eradicate a major force and a major sect from this world. Xianxia didn't even bat an eyelid when it came to matters that countless major forces couldn't do, things that countless major forces wanted to do but didn't dare to. Xianxia's eyes shifted to the direction of Corpsine sect. The sun divine feather had already destroyed more than half of the mountain gate of Corpsine sect. Today, he was going to make this major power disappear completely, including those evil cultivators of Corpsine sect. Before leaving, Xianxia looked over at Yongyu and the others. His eyes fell upon Lan Lingji, who was in agony. He couldn't bear to see her like this, so he transmitted a message to them. Don't worry. Monkey isn't dead. He has cultivated the life symbol art, so he still has vitality. I'll find a way to bring him back to life. After saying that, Xianxia flew towards the direction of Corpsine sect. The last strand of heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Xianxia had no more time to waste. After the tribulation, he would have to flee again. So before that, he had to inform Lan Lingji and the others about the news of Long Shersan. What? Brother Shersan isn't dead? Lan Lingji, who was on the verge of losing her heart, was jolted all of a sudden. Her face revealed a look of ecstasy. This news was too important to her. It turned her tears into a smile. I always knew that he wouldn't die so easily. Lan Lingji said excitedly. How is this possible? Long Shersan was obviously killed by Old Man Corpsine and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. How could he still be alive? Hua Gai couldn't understand. Monkey is a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit. How can he die so easily? Besides, if little Chinzi said that he's still alive, then he must be alive. Han Yan said with a smile. He had never doubted Jiang Chen's words. Now that he knew that Longshan was still alive, his and tyrant's depressed mood was lifted. Look, what is Jiangchen going to see? Emma Wuqing shouted. That's the direction of Corpsine sect. That bastard is going there to face the last strand of heavenly tribulation. Yang Yu was horrified. Crazy. That madman. Venerable Ling Long was speechless. Corpsine sect is going to be finished. Hua Gai let out a sigh. Jiangchen left. Countless people could see through his intention. For a moment, the scene became restless once more. Countless silhouettes flew towards the direction of Corpsine sect. That's right. That's right. Something big was going to happen. The historical moment of East Xuanyu was about to come. He's insane. He's going to destroy a sect with a long history. I wonder how many people are going to die this time. The violent bloodthirsty devil. Jiangchen is going to do something that will shake the heavens and earth. He's going to destroy a big sect. I can't believe such a magnificent feat will be done by a single man, and not a big power. Quick, go and have a look. East Xuanyu is going to change completely. If Corpsine sect is really destroyed, the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu will be reduced to 10. Crazy. Everyone went crazy. Many young people were shouting. Their blood was boiling. They had a deep admiration for Jiangchen. They wanted to chase after him to witness this historic moment, to witness the true miracle in the history of East Xuanyu. Many people in the Corpsine sect were busy rebuilding the sect. It had to be said that the Corpsine sect was indeed worthy of being a big force. In just 2 days, half of the destroyed sect had been restored. This kind of speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. However, all their efforts were destined to be in vain. The biggest disaster of Corpsine sect had just arrived. Rumble, all of a sudden, dark clouds covered the city. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everyone in Corpsine sect was shocked. They raised their heads and saw a dragon man flying towards them. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Corpsine sect was completely covered by rolling thunder. Countless lightning bolts fell down like giant pythons. Rumble, the arrival of the heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the end of the world. Many disciples of Corpsine sect didn't even have time to react before they died in the sea of lightning. The buildings that had just been repaired were instantly destroyed. The last bolt of heavenly tribulation descended and didn't give the Corpse sect any chance to explain. This was like a punishment from the heavens. Under the might of the heavens, they were like ants. They didn't even have the ability to crawl and could only wait for death. Death was the only path left for them. Ah! Miserable screams came from the Corpse sect. The power of the lightning was too terrifying, and there was no way to resist it. Countless disciples of the Corpse sect were turned to ashes by the lightning. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. When the people who came later saw this scene, they were all shocked speechless. All of them were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They had never seen such a massacre before. Right now, they were going to witness the destruction of a major power with their own eyes. That kind of soul-stirring, that kind of ghastly sight, that kind of despair that filled the sea of lightning made their minds unable to calm down. It's over, the Corpse sect is completely finished. Even if they don't die out, they will only be a motley crew. In the future, they won't be able to cause any big waves in East Xuanyu. The destruction of the Corpse sect is a good thing for us. Such an evil force shouldn't exist in the first place. Over the years, the Corpse sect has been crazy, burning, killing, and looting. It can be said that there are many complaints, but because of their evil cultivation method, many people don't dare to say anything. Even the other great forces don't want to provoke the Corpse sect. Today, the Corpse sect has been destroyed by Jiangchen. Even if there are remnants left, they won't be worth mentioning. If they come out to do evil again, they can be directly eliminated. They will no longer have a backer. That's right, Jiangchen has done a great deed for East Xuanyu. He has eradicated an evil force. They don't even know how to respect corpses, they don't have the slightest bit of humanity to speak of. Although Jiangchen is decisive in killing, the people he killed were all his enemies. A man like Jiangchen is willing to sacrifice himself for his brothers. I admire him very much. I believe the other great forces will also be happy to see the corpse sect being eradicated. No one wasn't shocked. Looking at the rolling sea of lightning, no one could control their emotions. But one thing was certain, most people were happy about the destruction of the corpse sect. They thought that Xianxia had done a good deed for East Xuanyu. No one had a bad impression of Xianxia. Many people worshipped Xianxia, especially those young people. They simply regarded Xianxia as their idol. Young people all had a heroic dream. They wanted to dominate the world and fight against countless heroes. That kind of feeling was something that many people yearned for. Seeing Xianxia fighting like rain, killing his enemies so freely and domineeringly, who wouldn't be envious? To put it bluntly, Xianxia was their fantasy. Xianxia's shadow was lofty in their hearts. A person who could do earth-shattering things was destined to be passed down through the ages. As for the slaughter, the immortal world itself was a world of slaughter. For example, the immortal Slayer King, Great Emperor Xianxia, Golden Emperor, Void Emperor, Empress Xiaoyao. Which of these peerless figures didn't step on piles of bones to climb to the top? Although Xianxia was young, he already had the demeanor of a supreme figure. Some people predicted that sooner or later, Xianxia would become an existence like the immortal Slayer King or Great Emperor Xianxia. He might even surpass them and become the #1 emperor throughout the ages. The slaughter continued. The last tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter was too great. The corpse sect had been razed to the ground and completely lost its former glory. The powerful attack of the heavenly tribulation had even completely destroyed the spirit vein below the corpse sect. In the next few hundred years, this place was destined to be a barren land. At this moment, Xianxia wasn't feeling well either. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that he had underestimated the power of the last tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. Although he had destroyed the corpse sect, he had also withstood the tribulation by himself. The Zulong Tower didn't help at all. My current state might be a bit disadvantageous for my escape later. Xianxia frowned. The heavenly tribulation was about to end, but before that, he wouldn't be able to run away, because no matter where he went, the heavenly tribulation would follow him. At this moment, he had no idea how many pairs of eyes were watching him in the dark. They were all extremely powerful experts. Once he was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Xianxia couldn't care so much now. He had to overcome the heavenly tribulation eventually. For the time being, he had to take one step at a time. He used the wood spiritual qi to heal his injuries. The heavenly tribulation ended very quickly. The corpse sect had completely disappeared from this world. Countless people had died. Some of the survivors who managed to escape could only drag out an ignoble existence. The famous corpse sect was destined to become history, a thing of the past. The corpse sect was different from the other major powers. The other major powers might still have people in the immortal court, but the corpse sect couldn't. The immortal court wouldn't allow such an evil force to enter the immortal court. Therefore, the death of the old ancestor and old man corpse-ine meant the destruction of the corpse sect. The scene was silent. Everyone was looking at the billowing black smoke of the corpse sect. This place was destined to become a land of death. Rumble. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, a big hole was blasted in several places in the sky. Endless pressure spread out in an instant. Everyone could see several powerful figures emerging. Their chi was incomparably powerful, no weaker than the old ancestor of corpse-ine. They came from different directions and completely sealed the void the instant the heavenly tribulation ended. Upon seeing this, Xianxia's facial expression changed completely, because to his horror, he discovered that there were too many experts that had appeared at this moment. Apart from these late immortal venerables, there were even more experts that had appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 late immortal venerables appeared in the sky. Each of them was an old ancestor. They came from East Xuanyu, West Xuanyu, South Xuanyu, and North Xuanyu. They were the supreme experts of the entire ethereal immortal world. Their appearance had almost sealed the entire East Xuanyu. Even if Xianxia had the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, Xianxia had just experienced the heavenly tribulation, so his body was somewhat weak. Damn it! The heaven is going to change. There are so many old ancestors. Jiang Chen is finished this time. This is too ruthless. This has never happened in the immortal world before. All the old ancestors have appeared. It seems like they have seen the threat of Jiang Chen and no longer care about their face. If they don't kill Jiang Chen now, I'm afraid that they won't have the chance to do so in the future. Obviously, these old ancestors have been paying attention to the development of the situation for a long time. They didn't want to show themselves, but after this heavenly tribulation, they have seen the threat of Jiang Chen. They have no choice but to show themselves. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, all of them have appeared. This scene is much bigger than the previous one. What should we do now? Is Jiang Chen really going to die? Now that he has lost the heavenly tribulation, it seems like he can't escape with the Great Void technique. I'm afraid that the Sun Divine Feather alone won't be enough. These old ancestors are all late immortal venerables. Not good. I didn't expect so many old ancestors to appear. What should we do now? In the distance, Venerable Ling Long's face turned incomparably ugly. They were in the same camp as Jiang Chen. They didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen. Not only the 8 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu, but also the old ancestors of the other 3 domains. The entire Eastern Xuanyu has become a cage. Jiang Chen won't be able to escape even if he has the Great Void technique. Damn it! How could this happen? Yang Yu clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. However, he was powerless in the face of such a situation. Not to mention him, even the old ancestor of Great Qian Empire wouldn't be able to save Jiang Chen's life. I wonder if there will be any more miracles. Hua Gai looked incomparably nervous. What other miracles can there be? The Sun Divine Feather and Great Void technique are useless. The heavenly tribulation is also over. What else can there be? What should we do? Who can come out and save little Chenzi now? Yang Bufan was very anxious. He couldn't do anything when he saw his life and death brother being besieged by the enemy. Compared to the Longshan siege, this was a truly grand scene that had never happened before in the immortal world. With so many old ancestors besieging a young man at the same time, many of them felt that it was worth it even if Jiang Chen had to die. Han Yan and Tyrant couldn't help but worry. The scene in front of them could be said to be the most dangerous one that Jiang Chen had ever encountered in his life. Even though they were very interested in Jiang Chen, they really couldn't think of how Jiang Chen could break out of this deadlock. Let's wait and see. I believe that little Chenzi can still create miracles. He has always been creating miracles, said Han Yan. Although he looked nervous, his confidence in Jiang Chen came from his heart. He still believed that Jiang Chen could still create miracles until the last moment. In the void, pressure filled the air. The killing intent of those old ancestors soared to the sky, completely sealing off the space, trapping Jiang Chen like a bird in a cage. Jiang Chen, let's see where you can run to now. Nanbei Taixing flew over and said to Jiang Chen fiercely. Currently, the fate of the northern and southern dynasties was still unknown. They hadn't returned after leaving the Golden Horizon. They were the hope of Nanbei family. Additionally, the family had suffered a great loss this time. 2 of their immortal venerables had been killed by the heavenly tribulation. As a result, their hatred towards Jiang Chen had reached an irreconcilable level. Previously, Jiang Chen had relied on the heavenly tribulation to do whatever he wanted. Now that the heavenly tribulation was gone, he would like to see how Jiang Chen was going to fight against them. Humph. Nanbei Taixing, it seems you have forgotten how you were like a stray dog before. Let me tell you, sooner or later, your Nanbei family will end up like the Corpse sect. Just look at the Corpse sect. This is what happened to the Corpse sect. They went against me, Jiang Chen. Your Nanbei family is no exception. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. Even in the face of such a siege, he still didn't show the slightest sign of panic. His temperament alone was enough to make people admire him. This was the terrifying part of Jiang Chen. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he would be able to maintain his consciousness, because only by being clear-headed could he seize any opportunity to escape. Bastard! Jiang Chen, you have been arrogant for long enough. Corpsine sect has been annihilated by you. Even if you die, you can still smile in the netherworld. You have carried the blood debt of so many major powers. Even 100 lives won't be enough for you. Nanbei Taixing bellowed. He couldn't wait to bite Jiangchen to death. Let's talk about it again if you can kill me. Jiangchen glanced at Nanbei Taixing. Today's situation was too dangerous. He couldn't escape from the Great Void technique. The only thing Jiangchen could rely on now was Zulong Tower. He didn't know if Zulong Tower could save his life, but the continuous improvement of Zulong Tower gave Jiangchen some confidence. If it came to a critical moment, he could only fight. He couldn't just stand here and wait for death. Humph. Jiangchen, you will definitely die today. However, you alone can stir up chaos in the world and attract so many old ancestors. Even if you die, you can still be proud. Now, I will give you a chance. Hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void technique, and I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, our means are not something you can imagine. It is enough to make you beg for death. The old ancestor of the Promise Immortal sect coldly snorted. In his opinion, Jiangchen was definitely going to die, but before he died, it was best to hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void technique. These two treasures were too precious. The Sun Divine Feather was fine. After all, it was only a feather stripped from an emperor's weapon. Although it was precious, it was definitely not as precious as the Great Void technique. That was the inheritance of a Void Emperor, a heaven-defying method. If a major power could obtain the cultivation method of the Great Void technique, it would be hard for them not to rise. Haha, the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void technique? I can give it to you, but so many of you want it. Who should I give it to? Jiangchen laughed heartily and threw out a bait. Hearing that Jiangchen was really going to hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void technique, many old ancestors couldn't help but feel restless. There was no other way. The allure of the Great Void technique was too great. Since the disappearance of the Void Emperor, this mysterious secret technique had also disappeared. Until now, it was obtained by Jiangchen. And from Jiangchen's previous performance, it was enough to see the terror of this secret technique. If Jiangchen hadn't taken the initiative to appear, even if these old ancestors came out, they wouldn't be able to find traces of Jiangchen. Escaping into the void, invisible and formless. That was the pinnacle of the control of the space law. Just by relying on this secret technique, he had achieved the name of the Void Emperor. Everyone, don't panic. This kid is very cunning. He wants to use the Great Void technique as bait to make us panic first, then find an opportunity to escape. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Nanbei family shouted loudly. The old ancestors regained their senses after hearing what Jiangchen said. Each of them looked at Jiangchen with eyes filled with boundless killing intent. This kid was too cunning. Even in the face of death, he still didn't forget to play smart. He had almost fooled all of them. Jiangchen shook his head. It seemed that his plan was going to fail. His original intention was exactly as the old ancestor of the Nanbei family said. He wanted to use the temptation of the Great Void technique to find a way to make the other party panic and then escape. He had the Great Void technique. As long as he had the slightest gap, he could escape. In my opinion, we should directly cripple Jiangchen, then use the soul-absorbing technique to make him tell us the cultivation method of the Great Void technique. At that time, we can study it together. Intense killing intent burst out of the old ancestor of Nanbei family, but he didn't attack Jiangchen directly. He still needed to listen to the other old ancestors. Killing Jiangchen was no longer a matter of one person. Besides, if it was just to kill Jiangchen, it didn't matter who did it. But the key now was the Great Void technique. Since Jiangchen had already become a turtle in a jar, it was impossible for him to escape. As such, they had to find a way to obtain the Great Void technique. All the major powers had suffered heavy losses in the hands of Jiangchen. Obtaining the Great Void technique could be considered as some compensation. Otherwise, it would be too depressing for them. Alright, I agree with old ancestor Nanbei. Cripple this little beast first, then extract his memories using the soul assimilation technique. That way, we can obtain the Great Void technique. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate spoke sternly. He was the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate. His status was much higher than old ancestor Yellow Spring. He rarely appeared in public. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring was just the sect master of Huangquan Gate, which was completely different from being an old ancestor. Then let's not talk so much. Let me kill him. The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire spoke. He was ready to strike and kill Jiang Chen. Hold on. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. Soon after, a valiant figure appeared. It was also an old man who appeared to be in his 50s. His beard was half black and half white, but every movement he made exuded a noble aura. In a flash, he arrived in the sky. He was also a late immortal venerable expert, but he wasn't an old ancestor of any major power. Greetings, venerable tornado. Even the patriarchs had to bow when they saw the old man. Venerable Xian Feng was a famous immortal venerable in ethereal immortal domain. No ordinary late immortal venerable could compare to him. Even these old ancestors couldn't compare to him. Wang Xian Feng was as famous as venerable Wang Qing. Not only in ethereal immortal domain, but also in the 9 immortal domains. His cultivation base was infinitely close to a half-step sovereign. More importantly, Wang Xianfeng was a member of the Immortal Court. Although the major forces in East Xuanyu were incomparably powerful, they were not on the same level as the Immortal Court. The people of the Immortal Court have also come. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen's incident would cause such a sensation that even the Immortal Court would show up. You should know that the Immortal Court is the pinnacle existence in the immortal world. They would never care about the battle between the major powers, but today, they have come for a puny Jiang Chen. This is really unbelievable. Is that the legendary venerable Whirlwind King Whirlwind? One of the most powerful venerables in the heavens and earth, an existence infinitely close to a half-step sovereign. I have never thought that he would show up in person. Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the Immortal Court. It's only natural that the Immortal Court would show up. There's nothing we can't figure out. The appearance of Wang Xianfeng had set off a storm once more. The appearance of an expert of the Immortal Court had completely changed the meaning of the matter. Jiang Chen's fate was no longer determined by those old ancestors. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He could feel the terror of this Wang Xianfeng. He had only experienced such terror from one person, the old liar Xiao Wangqing. Now that the people of the Immortal Court had come, especially the powerful venerable Whirlwind, Jiang Chen's situation had become even more unsightly. Even if he hid in the Zulong Tower, he wouldn't be able to escape the detection of venerable Whirlwind. Venerable Whirlwind's eyes turned incomparably cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are the most insane person I have ever seen. You have killed too many people in Golden Horizon. Now, you have even destroyed Corpsine Sect. I can't help but admire you. There hasn't been such a figure in the immortal world for a very long time. I can ignore all these, but you won't dare to kill the geniuses of the Immortal Court. Wang Xianfeng spoke Leng. Can't I kill the geniuses of the Immortal Court? What kind of bullshit logic is this? In the eyes of Jiang Chen, I will kill whoever wants to kill me. It's only right and fair. If your Immortal Court can't afford to lose, then don't nurture geniuses. Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as ever. There was no trace of panic or fear on his face. What a good Jiang Chen. You can still remain so calm in the face of venerable Whirlwind and even contradict him. I admire your courage. That's right. Among the young geniuses of the immortal world, only Jiang Chen has such courage. What a pity. Even venerable Whirlwind has appeared. Jiang Chen's fate has been completely sealed. No one can change it. Many of them were moved by Jiang Chen's bearing and courage. They felt that he was a true figure, a role model for the young generation. No other genius could compare to his courage, not even the geniuses of the Immortal Court. Even venerable Whirlwind couldn't help but nod his head, feeling pity in his heart. If such a genius could serve the Immortal Court, his future achievements would certainly be limitless. Unfortunately, he had gone astray and became the enemy of the Immortal Court. What a good Jiang Chen. I've finally seen something new. Venerable Whirlwind nodded and said to those old ancestors, I've come under the order of the Immortal Court to bring Jiang Chen to the Immortal Court for trial. The Immortal Court has already known about your hatred. Once the Immortal Court has executed Jiang Chen, it will be considered as an explanation to you all. After hearing Wang Xuanfeng's words, the old ancestors revealed a wry smile. Of course, they wouldn't dare to disobey Venerable Whirlwind's words. However, the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void Technique were no match for the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court must have come for the Great Void Technique. No matter how confident the major powers were, they wouldn't dare to compete with the Immortal Court for the treasures. Although they didn't get the treasures, they were able to get rid of Xianxia. This was a great relief to them. Xianxia, follow me. Venerable Whirlwind looked at Xianxia. He didn't want to attack. He felt that Xianxia should be as obedient as a slave in front of him. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to his dignity. Wang Xianfeng, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to take Xianxia away just like that. At this moment, another powerful qi drifted over from afar, descending in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was wearing a lightning robe. He was about the same age as Wang Xianfeng. The qi radiating from his body was equally matched. Impressively, he was another terrifying immortal venerable. Venerable Thunder King, Lei Badian. What's wrong? Does this have anything to do with your Radiance Immortal Domain? This doesn't seem to be the territory of Radiance Immortal Domain. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to come here, right? Seeing the newcomer, Venerable Whirlwind frowned and his tone became unfriendly. Venerable Thunder King. Damn it. A powerful guy has appeared. All of them have been famous for a long time. They are the most promising existences to break through to the half-step sovereign realm in the near future. Lei Badian is from the Immortal Court of Radiance Immortal Domain. I didn't expect him to appear here. It seems like the attraction isn't Xianxia, but the Great Void Technique. Venerable Tornado Wang Xianfeng and Venerable Thunder King Lei Badian. Both Ethereal Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain had produced peerless venerables. Xianxia's incident had already attracted the attention of the Immortal Court. In the history of the immortal world, there was only one person who could receive such treatment. Just as the Venerable Thunder King appeared, a powerful aura filled the void again. Another powerful peerless venerable had appeared. Almost without thinking, everyone could already guess that it was an expert from the Miluo Immortal Court. Sure enough, a tall middle-aged man with a domineering aura appeared. His entire body was covered in intense blue flames. The man looked to be in his 40s, and his figure was extremely majestic. One look and anyone could tell that he was a domineering existence. Venerable Blue Flame, Lan Tingyan, has also come. I didn't expect it to be so lively today. Wang Xianfeng couldn't help but say. However, it seemed to be within his expectation. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised. Since the two of you have appeared, wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't join in the fun? Lan Tingyan said with a smile. Then, his eyes fell on Xianxia, flickering with a hint of coldness and greed. Xianxia could feel that this person's greed was different from the other two. The other two might only be coveting his Great Void Technique, but this Lan Tingyan didn't just want the Great Void Technique. In other words, it was the Immortal Court that wanted the Great Void Technique. After all, the reputation of the Void Sovereign was just too great. Even the Immortal Court coveted the technique. Apart from the Great Void Technique, Lan Tingyan was more concerned about the fire of sun in Xianxia's body. He cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. If he could obtain the fire of sun, it would very likely help him break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Lan Tingyan naturally wouldn't let go of such a temptation. The peerless venerables of the three immortal courts have appeared. Now, the major powers can no longer make decisions. They are all targeting Xianxia. It seems like Xianxia won't be able to escape today. AI. It's truly a pity. If a figure like Xianxia doesn't die, his future achievements will truly be limitless. But even if he dies, his name will definitely be recorded in history and become a highlight of the immortal world's history. In the next 10,000 years, there will definitely be people who will remember this name. It's obvious that the three immortal courts are here for Xianxia's Great Void Technique. You should know that the Void Sovereign is one of the most powerful great sovereigns, almost on par with the Immortal Slayer King. Even the immortal courts want to investigate the Great Void Technique. Xianxia is too ferocious. He even dared to kill the people of the immortal courts in the Golden Horizon. Naturally, the three immortal courts won't let him go. It seems that he's going to die for sure. I believe that there won't be any more miracles unless Xianxia is able to trigger the heavenly tribulation, but that's obviously impossible. Many of them were sighing, feeling sorry for Xianxia, but given the current situation, Xianxia had almost no chance of escaping. Putting aside the old ancestors of the major powers, just any one of the three peerless venerables was enough to overwhelm Xianxia. He was an existence that was infinitely close to the sovereign realm. Those late immortal venerable old ancestors weren't even on the same level as him. Yang Yu and the others looked nervous, but they didn't say a word. They knew very well that it was useless to say anything at this moment. In the face of such a situation, everyone was powerless. They could only wait and see if Xianxia could create another miracle. Xianxia, you're audacious enough to kill the genius disciple of the immortal court of Miluo immortal domain. So you'll follow me back now and accept the trial of the immortal court. Lan Tingyan spoke as soon as he arrived, wanting to take Xianxia away. Lan Tingyan, you don't have the right to speak here. Don't forget that this is ethereal immortal domain, not your Miluo immortal domain. Even if Xianxia wants to judge someone, it should be us, the immortal court. It's not your turn to judge him. Upon hearing that Lan Tingyan was going to take Xianxia away, Wang Xianfeng couldn't stand it anymore. This was no joke. He was ordered to come here. This was the territory of ethereal immortal domain. If Xianxia was taken away by someone else, where would his face be? How was he going to show his face in the immortal court in the future? Calm down, Brother Wang. Although this is ethereal immortal domain, it's a fact that Xianxia has killed the genius of our two immortal courts. Not only that, many disciples of the major powers of Radiance Immortal Domain and Miluo Immortal Domain have also died in his hands. He has committed a heinous crime. In my opinion, the three immortal courts should join forces to judge him. Lei Badian spoke. He was a smart man. He could already see that it was impossible to bring Xianxia away alone. Wang Xianfeng would never agree to it. Just like what Wang Xianfeng said, this was after all the territory of ethereal immortal domain, not their radiance immortal domain. In that case, the two of you can follow me to the immortal court to be judged. As for taking Xianxia away, don't even think about it. It's impossible. Wang Xuanfeng's attitude was firm and domineering. It seemed that he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to fight the two of them. After hearing this, Lei Badian and Lan Tingyan exchanged a glance and nodded. They knew very well that they had come here with the same purpose. It was obviously impossible to take Xianxia for themselves. Wang Xianfeng had already made the biggest concession by asking them to enter the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain to judge Xianxia together. It would be unwise for them to continue to be entangled with Wang Xianfeng, and they wouldn't get the result they wanted. It wouldn't be beneficial for them to have a conflict with Wang Xianfeng in ethereal immortal domain. Xianxia's face darkened. He didn't say a word. These three bastards were treating him as a prey, a cooked duck. This kind of feeling made Xianxia very uncomfortable. Xianxia, let's go. Wang Xianfeng looked at Xianxia and said in an indifferent tone. At this moment, the old ancestor of Nanbei family walked out, bowed to Wang Xianfeng and said, Venerable Tornado, this Xianxia has killed so many of our geniuses and caused such a great loss to us. We don't need any compensation. We just want to see Xianxia's punishment with our own eyes. Therefore, we suggest that Venerable Tornado cripple Xianxia in front of us, then go to the immortal court for the final judgment. In that case, we will be at ease. That's right, Venerable Tornado. Cripple Xianxia, then our hearts will be at ease. Only then will the immortal world be at peace. The old ancestor of Limitless Immortal Sect said. These old ancestors were smart people. They knew that the immortal court only intervened because of the Great Void technique. If it was only for Xianxia's life, they wouldn't even need to intervene. Therefore, their suggestion of crippling Xianxia wouldn't affect the immortal court at all. Xianxia was just too terrifying. They had witnessed it firsthand and tasted the bitterness of it. The complete annihilation of Corpsine sect was a living example. Although Xianxia would eventually die in the immortal court, they would only feel at ease when they saw Xianxia's cultivation being crippled in front of their eyes, in case of any more trouble. Not good. These old ancestors seem determined to put Xianxia to death. They want Wang Xianfeng to cripple Xianxia now. If there's no accident, Wang Xianfeng will definitely agree to it. Yang Yu cursed inwardly. Jiang Chen's crisis was about to come. Wang Xianfeng glanced at those old ancestors and nodded. Alright, I'll do as you wish. I'll cripple Jiang Chen myself. To Wang Xianfeng, it didn't matter if Jiang Chen was crippled or not. It was enough as long as Jiang Chen was alive. However, these old ancestors were the pinnacle figures of the major powers in the immortal world. As the immortal court, it was necessary for him to appease them. After all, the peace and tranquility of ethereal immortal domain still needed them. Thank you, Venerable Xianfeng. All the old ancestors spoke at the same time. Then, their gloomy eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. To them, nothing was more important than destroying Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you heard it. These old ancestors want me to cripple you. It's only natural for you to receive such a punishment. Wang Xianfeng came to the front of Jiang Chen and spoke. His eyes were high and mighty, looking at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at an ant. Cripple me? Do you have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen's eyes were as red as blood, staring straight at Wang Xianfeng. This gaze instantly aroused Wang Xuanfeng's anger. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. An immortal emperor was an absolute ant in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Chen should be kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. But now, Jiang Chen's performance made him feel very comfortable. He couldn't see the slightest nervousness or fear in Jiang Chen's eyes. Such attitude made Wang Xianfeng feel incomparably uncomfortable, as if his dignity had been severely challenged. He must cripple Jiang Chen with his own hands to let this arrogant kid know the consequences of offending his dignity. A gust of ice-cold killing intent drifted out of Venerable Xianfeng's body. Judging from his expression, if it wasn't for the immortal court wanting to bring Jiang Chen back, Wang Xianfeng would have already killed Jiang Chen on the spot. Jiang Chen was already prepared. As long as Wang Xianfeng attacked, he would instantly hide in the Zulong Tower. It didn't matter whether the Zulong Tower could escape the senses of a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng, but this was Jiang Chen's last move. He couldn't just stand here and wait for his death. Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and kowtow to me and beg for mercy now, I might not cripple you and give you a chance. Wang Xianfeng spoke all of a sudden. What he wanted now was his face and dignity. As long as Jiang Chen kowtowed to him, he would bring Jiang Chen away. In any case, Jiang Chen would die sooner or later. Haha, old fart, what are you thinking? Jiang Chen laughed aloud. Not to mention Wang Xianfeng, even the great sovereign of the immortal court wouldn't be able to force Jiang Chen to kneel down. Asterisk boom. Asterisk intense anger surged out of Wang Xuanfeng's body. He wanted to regain his face, but he had never thought that a single sentence from Jiang Chen would make him lose all his face. He was a famous peerless venerable. Not only in the ethereal immortal domain, but even in the entire immortal world, he would be respected wherever he went. But now, a brat actually dared to call him an old fart. How could he accept that? Brat, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Xianfeng said, and his big hand grabbed towards Jiang Chen. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk at this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly pierced through the air and collided with Wang Xuanfeng's palm. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the void exploded in an instant. Wang Xuanfeng's body was shaken. His facial expression changed slightly. He raised his head and shouted, "Who's there?" Wang Xianfeng, aren't you a little too arrogant? A voice rang out from the void. After that, a silhouette walked out. It was a dirty old man who didn't care about his appearance. However, his eyes were abnormally bright and the aura he exuded was enough to cause people to tremble in fear. Old liar. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chen's face lit up and his mood relaxed instantly. This fellow was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wangqing came to Jiang Chen. After looking at him from head to toe, he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're much more powerful than I imagined." The old liar rarely praised others, but he was full of praise for Jiang Chen. "Looks like I've troubled you again." Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Immediately, he withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. With Xiao Wangqing here, he didn't need to do anything. "Who are you?" Venerable Xianfeng looked at the old liar. He felt that the old liar's chi was somewhat familiar, but he knew almost all the famous venerables in the immortal world except for this old man. Wang Xianfeng, I've been gone for so long. Have you completely forgotten about me? The old liar turned to look at Wang Xianfeng with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help releasing his qi. Venerable Wang Qing, Xiao Wang Qing. Wang Xianfeng, Lei Badian and Lan Tingyan exclaimed almost at the same time, because they had seen through the old liar's true identity. A person's appearance could be changed, but his qi couldn't. Who didn't know the fame of Venerable Wang Qing? If there was an existence below half-step sovereign that they feared, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Wang Qing. What? Venerable Wang Qing, Xiao Wang Qing? I never thought that this old man is the legendary Venerable Wang Qing. My God! Venerable Wang Qing has been missing for so long. Many people thought that he was dead. I never thought that he would reappear in the immortal world today. Even such a figure has been attracted by Jiang Chen. The famous Venerable Wang Qing. It seems like he's going to protect Jiang Chen. When did this Jiang Chen become friends with Venerable Wang Qing? That's incredible. According to rumor, the exalted Wang Qing is extremely handsome, and he's a renowned handsome man in the immortal dimension. Why has he become an extremely filthy and dirty old man now? Isn't the difference too great? It really is disappointing. Even Venerable Wang Qing has appeared. But there are too many people who want to kill Jiang Chen now. All three immortal courts want Jiang Chen's life. I'm afraid that even Venerable Wang Qing won't be able to save Jiang Chen's life. Good. Sure enough, a miracle has happened. Jiang Chen is indeed a man of great fortune. He even befriended a peerless venerable like Xiao Wang Qing. As long as Xiao Wang Qing is determined to protect Jiang Chen will have a chance of survival. Yang Yu's face was filled with excitement. The appearance of Xiao Wang Qing was undoubtedly a miracle. The situation had changed rapidly. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Countless people were sighing. They didn't know what would happen next, but one thing was certain, they didn't watch the show in vain. Putting aside the fact that they couldn't see those old ancestor-level figures, those peerless venerables were legendary pinnacle existences. Now that Xiao Wang Qing had reappeared in the world, no one could keep their calm. Xiao Wang Qing, you're still alive? The Thunder King Venerable Lei Badian said. You old guys are still alive and well. I, Xiao Wang Qing, naturally can't die in front of you, said the old liar with a smile. His tone was filled with the bearing of a peerless venerable. He was incomparably arrogant, as though he didn't put the other party in his eyes. Xiao Wang Qing, this is the matter of the immortal court. I hope you won't interfere in it, said Wang Xianfeng with a frown. This Xiao Wang Qing wasn't easy to deal with. He wasn't a fool. Previously, when he attacked Jiang Chen, Xiao Wang Qing had also stopped him. His purpose was obvious, to save Jiang Chen. I naturally won't interfere in the matter of your immortal court, but I won't allow you to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is my man. No one is allowed to touch him, said Xiao Wang Qing casually. Xiao Wang Qing said casually, but the firmness in his words was evident. Xiao Wang Qing, I'm afraid you can't interfere in this matter. All three immortal courts want Jiang Chen's life. I'm afraid you're not qualified to do so, right? Said Lan Tingyan. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. You don't even have the right to speak in front of me. Xiao Wang Qing's expression was indifferent. He would stick his nose into this matter to the end. The arrogant Reverend Wang Qing? He's in existence on the same level as those three, a peerless reverend. And now, he's saying that they don't even have the right to speak before him? Isn't he being a little too confident? They are indeed a little arrogant. If the three of them join forces, I'm afraid Xiao Wang Qing won't be a match for them. Let's see. Jiang Chen now has a powerful backer. Maybe a miracle will happen. Jiang Chen has disappeared for so long. No one knows how terrifying his combat strength is now. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Wang Qing's domineering manner. The bearing of a peerless immortal venerable was evident in his body, but many of them were guessing how powerful he was to be able to ignore three peerless immortal venerables of the same level. Haha. Xiao Wang Qing, aren't you a little too arrogant? In that case, let me see if you're still as powerful as before after disappearing for so long. Wang Xianfeng suddenly burst into laughter. He had already lost his face because of Jiang Chen's matter. Now that Xiao Wangqing had appeared, who was even more arrogant than Jiang Chen and said that he didn't even have the right to speak, how could Wang Xianfeng bear it? This was a naked slap to his face. A powerful qi rushed out of Wang Xuanfeng's body. As a peerless venerable, who didn't have some courage and domineeringness? What they couldn't tolerate the most was having their dignity challenged. Wang Xianfeng moved, fully exerting the aura of a peerless venerable. A dazzling palm strike was launched at Xiao Wangqing. Countless eyes were fixed on the scene. It was a great honor for them to be able to witness a battle between peerless venerables. Incredible! No wonder he's Venerable Xianfeng, an existence that's infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. I'm sure I'll be killed if this palm strike is used against me. Yang Yu was appalled. Not just Yang Yu, even the eyes of those late immortal venerables lit up. They had seen the gap between them and these peerless venerables. Now, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Wangqing. They all wanted to see how powerful this legendary peerless venerable was. Was it really as he said, that not even someone like Wang Xianfeng was qualified to speak in front of him? The scene was silent. In the face of Wang Xuanfeng's destructive palm strike, there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in Xiao Wangqing's eyes. His body didn't even emit the slightest bit of qi. When Wang Xuanfeng's palm was about to reach Xiao Wangqing gently flicked out a finger. That's right, just a finger. Asterisk pu qi. Asterisk Xiao Wangqing's finger landed precisely on Wang Xuanfeng's palm. Under countless rays of light, Wang Xuanfeng's palm was pierced by Xiao Wangqing's finger. Blood spurted out crazily and all the energy in his body collapsed immediately. Arg, Wang Xianfeng exclaimed and retreated hastily. He felt that his entire arm had gone numb. Blood flowed uncontrollably. Wang Xianfeng looked at Xiao Wangqing with incomparable horror. The fear in his eyes began to spread. Why, you have stepped into the sovereign realm? As soon as the word sovereign realm came out of his mouth, an uproar broke out, especially Lei Badian and Lan Tingyan. The way they looked at Xiao Wangqing had completely changed. Others might not be able to see it, but they absolutely could feel that Xiao Wangqing had pierced through Wang Xuanfeng's palm effortlessly without emitting any qi. The only explanation was that Xiao Wangqing had already stepped into the sovereign realm. If that was the case, Xiao Wangqing's words weren't arrogant at all. They weren't qualified to speak in front of a half-step sovereign. My God! A sovereign realm expert. No wonder he's so arrogant now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Amazing! A half-step sovereign has appeared. I've actually witnessed the demeanor of a half-step sovereign today. This trip is worthwhile. Sure enough, Xiao Wangqing has the qualifications to be arrogant. He has actually advanced to the sovereign realm after disappearing for so long. Everyone was shocked. The shock brought by a peerless venerable and a half-step sovereign was completely different. They couldn't be compared at all. Looking at the back of the old liar, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It seemed that Xiao Wangqing had finally broken through to the sovereign realm. This was something worth celebrating. Xiao Wangqing's transformation was tremendous. In just a minute, he had transformed from a filthy old man into a green-clothed young man. He had a stalwart body, a handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and silky black hair. He seemed to be in his 30s. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His oppressive qi made people not dare to look at him directly. Jiang Chen gaped in shock. He couldn't believe that this handsome young man was actually the old liar. The huge contrast made Jiang Chen unable to accept it for a moment. However, Jiang Chen also understood that Xiao Wangqing had abandoned himself to become a filthy old man, an old liar who only knew how to eat and drink. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, it was only natural for him to regain his former glory and become even better than before. This is the real venerable Xiao Wangqing. No, he can no longer be called a venerable anymore. He has already become a mighty half-step sovereign. Everyone said that Xiao Wangqing is the most handsome man in the immortal world. Now, it seems like he's indeed extraordinarily handsome. Isn't this bastard a little too handsome? I'm afraid even women will be jealous of that face of his. This is Xiao Wangqing's original appearance. The filthy old man was just a disguise. Now that Xiao Wanqing has become a half-step sovereign expert, he has distanced himself from Wang Xianfeng and the others. Jiang Chen is finally saved. No wonder Xiao Wanqing said that Wang Xianfeng and the others aren't qualified to talk to him. Now, it seems like he really isn't qualified. No matter how powerful a peerless venerable is, he's still just an ant in front of a half-step sovereign. That's right. Although there's only a step between the late immortal venerable realm and half-step sovereign realm, no one knows how many people have been killed in this step. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. There's no comparison at all. Xiao Wanqing is a pinnacle existence among the peerless venerables. Now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, his strength is unfathomable. Who would dare to stop a half-step sovereign from protecting Jiang Chen? Xiao Wanqing's elegant demeanor had won the admiration of everyone. At this time, no one thought that Xiao Wanqing's words were arrogant at all. More importantly, Xiao Wanqing's appearance was another turning point. Jiang Chen's death was broken just like that. Each of the old ancestors of the major powers had an ugly expression. They knew that it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen. With Xiao Wanqing protecting Jiang Chen, who would dare to make a move? Now, they could only rely on the immortal court. Although Xiao Wanqing could deter them, he couldn't deter the immortal court. I've said it before. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to speak. Xiao Wanqing stared coldly at Wang Xianfeng, Lan Tingyan, and Lei Badian. These people who were once on the same level as him could only look up to him now. Boundless sovereign aura gushed out of Xiao Wanqing's body. An invisible pressure pervaded the air. Many people's facial expression changed. Even immortal venerables shivered under such pressure. They couldn't resist such a powerful pressure at all. Putong. Many people with low cultivation base immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies were trembling. They had never seen a great sovereign before. It was even the first time for them to see a half-step sovereign. In their hearts, great sovereigns were supreme beings. They were like gods that needed to be worshipped. Many of them knelt on the ground. The pressure of a half-step sovereign was just too great for them to bear. The faces of Wang Xianfeng and the other two turned ashen and unsightly to the extreme. They didn't dare to look at Xiao Wanqing's imposing aura. They knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between them and Xiao Wanqing. In front of Xiao Wanqing, they were like ants. Wang Xuanfeng's injuries were all thanks to Xiao Wanqing's mercy. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. One should know that the consequences of offending the dignity of a half-step sovereign were very serious. With a face full of arrogance, Xiao Wanqing retracted his great sovereign qi. Countless people heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as though a huge mountain had vanished from their shoulders. The scene was incomparably quiet. No one dared to speak. Who would dare to act rashly in front of a half-step sovereign? Wang Xianfeng, Lei Badian, Lan Tingyan, the three of you go back and ask your experts to come here. I'll be waiting for them in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire tomorrow to discuss the issue of Jiang Chen. Xiao Wanqing spoke to the three of them. The three of them exchanged a glance, then nodded at Xiao Wanqing at the same time. Yes. The attitude of the three peerless venerables towards Xiao Wanqing changed completely, because the person standing in front of them was no longer the familiar venerable Wanqing, but a mighty half-step sovereign, an existence that they couldn't possibly deal with. Go. Xiao Wanqing waved his hand at the three of them. The three of them immediately turned and left, not daring to stay any longer. The dignity of a half-step sovereign was inviolable. If they disobeyed Xiao Wanqing, they would die in vain. Subsequently, Xiao Wanqing's eyes swept around casually. The old ancestors and venerables of the major powers kept quiet out of fear, lowering their heads and not daring to say a word. Kid, come with me. Xiao Wanqing turned to Jiang Chen and spoke, then vanished with a sway of his body. Jiang Chen followed closely behind and vanished as well. Watching Jiang Chen disappear in front of them, the old ancestors had a look of helplessness. At this time, there was nothing they could do. Xiao Wanqing's appearance had made them completely helpless. Damn it. That kid has Xiao Wanqing as his backing. Are we going to let go of our hatred just like that? What can you do? Should he go against Xiao Wanqing? He's a half-step sovereign. If he's enraged, he can kill all of us with just a finger. This matter isn't that simple. The three immortal courts won't let this matter go. Xiao Wangqing didn't say that he would protect Jiang Chen, but asked the immortal courts to come out for a discussion. This shows that he's still very afraid of the immortal courts. Many geniuses of the three immortal courts have died in the hands of Jiang Chen. For the sake of their dignity, the immortal courts will certainly punish Jiang Chen. Let's wait and see. There will be an outcome in tomorrow's meeting. Did you hear it clearly just now? Where is Senior Xiao going to hold the conference? Yang Yu looked over at Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai. He seemed very excited. He had clearly heard it clearly, but he still wanted to confirm it again because he couldn't believe it. Yang Yu, stop pretending. Senior Xiao said that he's going to hold a conference in Genius Prefecture. Hurry up and go back to prepare it. Hua Gai glared at Yang Yu in annoyance. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. As soon as Hua Gai's voice faded, Yang Yu vanished from where he was, running faster than a rabbit. Upon seeing this, both Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai were speechless, but they could imagine Yang Yu's current mood. Xiao Wangqing had chosen Great Qian Empire of all places. This had already indicated to the world that he had a good impression of Great Qian Empire. To a major power, being favored by a half-step sovereign was already a supreme glory for Great Qian Empire. If Great Qian Empire could establish a relationship with a half-step sovereign, who would dare to provoke them in the future, this point alone was enough to make the other major powers jealous. I've told you that little Chenzi won't die so easily. Now, we can finally rest easy. Han Yan said with a smile. Not necessarily. It depends on the outcome of the conference tomorrow and Senior Zhao's attitude. Hua Gai said. Given Xiao Wangqing's ability, it's enough to intimidate him. Is there a need for him to hold a conference? Mo Wuqing asked in puzzlement. His thinking was very simple, solve everything with violence. In his mind, Jiang Chen was a half-step sovereign. It was enough for him to have a half-step sovereign protecting Jiang Chen. There was no need for a conference, which would lower the prestige of a half-step sovereign. Ignorant. Venerable Ling Long gave Mo Wuqing a glance. It seems that you can't see through Senior Zhao's good intentions at all and have underestimated the immortal court. Half-step sovereigns are indeed supreme, but they're nothing to the mighty immortal court. Besides, even if Xiao Wangqing can protect Jiang Chen, will Jiang Chen have to live under his protection in the future? Xiao Wangqing can protect him for a while, but not forever. Plus, a fledgling under his wings can't fly. What Xiao Wangqing needs to do is to help Jiang Chen resolve the biggest crisis. As for the rest, it still depends on Jiang Chen himself. This way, he can protect Jiang Chen and create a good environment for Jiang Chen. Venerable Ling Long is right. That's exactly what Senior Xiao is going to do. He's going to clean up little Chenzi's mess instead of confronting the three immortal courts for Jiang Chen's sake. In that case, both sides will suffer great losses. Tyrant nodded, knowing that what Venerable Ling Long said was true. This was also the reason why Xiao Wangqing wanted to hold the conference. Moreover, Senior Xiao has a purpose in holding the conference in Great Qian Empire. Firstly, it's to help Great Qian Empire become famous and strengthen the empire's prestige. Secondly, it's to give Jiang Chen a reasonable reason to return to Genius Prefecture. Previously, my father has announced to the world that he has expelled Jiang Chen from Genius Prefecture, so there's no reason to summon him back now. If Senior Xiao comes forward and allows little Chenzi to return, everything will be reasonable. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Currently, everyone was very happy. The gloomy atmosphere had been swept away. Things had begun to develop in a good direction. All of them now admired Jiang Chen very much. They admired Jiang Chen for being able to make friends with a peerless figure like Xiao Wangqing. Moreover, Xiao Wangqing was willing to confront the three immortal courts for him. This was very rare. I wonder how Brother Shursan is doing now. Lan Lingji was still worried about the safety of Long Shursan. She had already lost all hope, but after hearing that Long Shursan was still alive, she felt relieved. Then, when she saw that Jiang Chen was besieged by so many experts, she became even more nervous. It wasn't until Xiao Wangqing took Jiang Chen away that she felt relieved again. The ups and downs of this period of time were really not a good feeling. Don't worry. Since little Chenzi has said that monkey is fine, he will be fine, comforted Han Yen. He believed in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the person he trusted the most. Let's disperse, everyone. Tomorrow, Genius Prefecture will be open. We'll go there and have a look. I hope that Senior Xiao can get a good result. We shouldn't celebrate too early before the result is out, said Venerable Ling Long. Everyone nodded, knowing that what Venerable Ling Long said made sense. Everyone nodded, knowing that Venerable Ling Long's words made sense. The attitude of the Immortal Court was still unknown. They would certainly send out immortal emperors tomorrow. They didn't know what kind of attitude Xiao Wangqing would use to negotiate with them, but they could imagine that the Immortal Court wasn't an easy opponent. Therefore, it wasn't a good thing to celebrate too early before the outcome of the negotiation came out. The experts of the major powers had left in a bad mood. They thought that they would definitely kill Jiang Chen, but such a big incident had happened, involving a half-step sovereign. What would happen next wouldn't be up to them, and they could only rely on the Immortal Court. However, they would all go to Genius Prefecture tomorrow to put pressure on the Immortal Court. They must seek justice for them. East Xuanyu was destined to be turbulent. No one knew how many years it had been since such a big scene had appeared. Tomorrow's conference was the most crucial and the biggest climax of Jiang Chen's time. Almost everyone was looking forward to it. In the depths of the void, Xiao Wangqing was looking at Jiang Chen with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that, Senior? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. When he first came into contact with Xiao Wangqing, the latter was a filthy old liar. But now, he had turned into a handsome man. It was impossible for him not to feel uncomfortable. Kid, you're ruthless enough to create such an earth-shattering event. It seems like I've underestimated you. Xiao Wangqing chuckled. Don't make fun of me. If it wasn't for your appearance today, I would have been killed by those bastards. Jiang Chen shook his head. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do, but today, he had finally witnessed the terror of the immortal world. He knew that there was always someone better than him in this world. Given his current cultivation base, he was still far from reaching the immortal world. They won't be able to kill you as long as I'm here, but I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to break through to the sovereign realm in this lifetime. You must be joking, Senior. I'm just speaking my mind. It's all because of you that you can achieve what you have today. Jiang Chen smiled. He now had incomparable respect for Xiao Wangqing. Including the incident of the heaven-devouring devil ape, Xiao Wangqing had saved him twice, and both times were when he was in the most critical situation. Jiang Chen really didn't know when he would be able to repay this kindness. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you know why I'm holding this conference? Xiao Wangqing changed the topic. Senior is wiping my ass. It's impossible to go against the Immortal Court directly, and you can't protect me all the time. I, Jiang Chen, have to rely on myself after all. That's why you're holding this conference to resolve the grudge between me and the Immortal Court. Given how smart Jiang Chen was, he could naturally see through Xiao Wangqing's intention. Jiang Chen was touched by Xiao Wangqing's good intention. To be honest, Jiang Chen was flattered that Xiao Wangqing would appear at the most critical moment and not hesitate to go against the Immortal Court. Well, you're very smart, kid. Everything depends on tomorrow. Let's go to Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. Xiao Wangqing nodded. He liked smart people. He would never feel troubled when talking to smart people. He only needed to make a single move to make the other party understand what he wanted to do. At this moment, the entire Great Qian Empire was bustling with activity. Yang Yu had summoned all the immortal venerables to Genius Prefecture. Even the old emperor of Yang family had come out to welcome the arrival of a half-step sovereign. To Great Qian Empire, this was an absolutely major event. No one dared to neglect it. On the square of Genius Prefecture, there were more than 30 immortal venerables lined up neatly. Each and every one of them had a solemn and excited look on their faces. That's right, all of them were immortal venerables. There wasn't even a single half-step immortal venerable. Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang you could only stand at the back. Over 30 immortal venerables. This showed how strong the foundation of a major power like Great Qian Empire was. These immortal venerables were usually in seclusion and didn't have the time to come out, but today, Xianxia was here. The Great Qian Empire had more than 30 immortal venerables. From this, it could be seen that the other major powers wouldn't be much inferior to the Great Qian Empire. This time, the immortal venerables that the major powers had sent out to encircle Jiangchen were only a small portion. When is Senior Shao coming? The old emperor looked at Yang Yu with a somewhat excited expression. Although he was a late immortal venerable, he was no match for a peerless venerable like Wan Xianfeng, let alone a half-step sovereign like Xianxia. It should be soon. He has taken Jiangchen away, saying that he will hold a meeting with the bigwigs of the 3 immortal courts in Genius Prefecture tomorrow to settle the issue of Jiangchen. Yang Yu said. Great, our Great Qian Empire hasn't had a half-emperor before. This is our honor. That's right. If we can establish a relationship with Senior Shao, it will absolutely bring us endless benefits. Let's just stand here and welcome them. We have to pay attention to the situation. We cannot make Senior Shao unhappy. The immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire seemed incomparably excited. These old men who were usually high and mighty were now standing respectfully here. It was a beautiful scene. Countless disciples of Genius Prefecture were watching from afar, not daring to approach them. For many of them, this was their first time seeing so many immortal venerables and the first time knowing how strong the foundation of Great Qian Empire was. There are so many immortal venerables. I never thought that the foundation of Great Qian Empire would be so strong. Even the old emperor has appeared. This is my first time seeing the old emperor. Sure enough, he's a wise and mighty late immortal venerable. I wonder when we will be able to reach this realm. I heard that Xianxia is coming and is going to hold a meeting in Genius Prefecture. Otherwise, do you think we will have the chance to see so many immortal venerables? It's all thanks to Senior Brother Jiang. Senior Brother Jiang is just too heaven-defying. He's the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. He single-handedly stirred up the entire immortal world and annihilated a major power, Corpsine sect. I can't believe it. Now, Senior Brother Jiang has joined hands with Xianxia. I heard that Xianxia went against the 3 immortal courts for Senior Brother Jiang. It's a pity that he couldn't be there. If I can become as famous as Senior Brother Jiang one day, it will be worth it even if I die. You? Hurry up and take a piss and look at yourself. You're far from being comparable to Senior Brother Jiang. Nowadays, Jiangchen's name was resounding in the entire Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, Jiangchen's name was already resounding in the Golden Horizon. Those disciples who entered the Golden Horizon had witnessed the last brutal massacre of Jiangchen. Such a genius wouldn't appear in tens of thousands of years. In the hearts of countless genius disciples, Jiangchen had already become their idol. Many of them felt sad and regretful that Jiangchen was expelled from Genius Prefecture. The old emperor, Yang Yu, and the others seemed very excited. Just at this moment, 2 silhouettes flickered in the void and quickly descended on the square of Genius Prefecture. They were Xianxia and Jiangchen. Upon seeing Xianxia, the old emperor and the others hastily went forward and saluted him. Junior Yang can greet Senior Shao. The tone of the old emperor was incomparably respectful. He knew that this was a figure from the same era as the ancestor of Yang family, Yang Junlong. Get up. The descendants of Yang Junlong are not bad. Your Great Qian Empire didn't disgrace Yang Junlong, said Xianxia. Apart from Jiangchen, part of the reason why he chose to stay in Genius Prefecture this time was because of Yang Junlong. He had a good relationship with Yang Junlong. If he could take care of his friend's descendants, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. The entire Great Qian Empire is honored by your presence, Senior Shao. Yang Yu said. Senior Shao, I have already vacated the biggest conference hall of Genius Prefecture for tomorrow's conference, said the old emperor. There's no need for that. The people of the Immortal Court aren't that important. Tomorrow's conference will be held in this huge square. Tomorrow, Genius Prefecture will be fully open to the public. Let those who want to come in. Xianxia said. Yes, Senior Shao. The old emperor nodded and said to Yang Yu, remove the defensive grand formation outside Genius Prefecture and open it to the public. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to light up, there was already a sea of people outside Genius Prefecture. Today was a major event in East Xuanyu. Xiao Wangqing, the half-step sovereign, was convening a conference. The people who would attend the conference might be at the same level as Jiang Chen, and also the supreme experts of the immortal court. No one wanted to miss the opportunity to witness the demeanor of a half-step sovereign. Moreover, Jiang Chen's matter had already reached the point of no return. Today, there might be a complete result. Everyone was very concerned about this result, especially the experts of the 8 major powers. Their current mood was very complicated. They could have solved the problem themselves, but now, they could only watch. Given their foundation, they had never thought that they wouldn't be able to subdue a puny immortal emperor one day. Now, the only thing they could do was to wait for the experts of the immortal court to appear. According to the immortal court's practice, they would never compromise. Killing the people of the immortal court was equivalent to slapping the face of the immortal court. Jiang Chen would certainly die. Even with the protection of Jiang Chen, they were afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Jiang Chen's life. The disciples of Genius Prefecture had also come out. Their faces were filled with excitement. They had been in Genius Prefecture for so long, but they had never seen such a spectacular scene. There was a sea of people that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were just too many people. The Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire had never been the focus of attention like this. There are so many people. I have never seen such a grand scene in my life. All of them are here for Senior Xiao and Senior Brother Jiang. Among the young generation of the immortal world, I'm afraid only Senior Brother Jiang has such great ability. Look, even the old ancestors of the 8 major powers have appeared. There are so many immortal venerables. This camp is just too huge. If it was during normal times, I'm afraid that Genius Prefecture would be on high alert and nervous when facing such a camp. How would they dare to remove their defense like now? What's there to be afraid of? With a half-step sovereign in charge, no one will dare to act rashly, unless they don't want to live anymore. I wonder if there will be any half-step sovereigns in the 3 immortal courts and what the result of today's conference will be. I hope Senior Brother Jiang will be fine. It's a great loss for Genius Prefecture to lose Senior Brother Jiang. If Senior Brother Jiang can stay and serve Great Qian Empire, it will only be a matter of time before our empire rises again. For Genius Prefecture, today was a very significant day. All of them were very excited. They were very clear about the great things that Jiang Chen had done during this period of time. Each and every one of them worshipped Jiang Chen to the extreme. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen. At this time, even a fool could see the potential of Jiang Chen. As long as he continued to grow, he would certainly become a pillar of Great Qian Empire in the future. The entire empire would rise in his hands. An hour later, the sky was completely bright. More and more people had gathered outside the mountain gate of Genius Prefecture. No one knew how far the crowd had spread. Venerable Ling Long and Huagai had also arrived. They were directly invited into Genius Prefecture by Yang Yu. Yang Yu's action was to tell the world that his Great Qian Empire was going to establish a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. If it was in the past, although there was no conflict between Great Qian Empire and these 2 major sects, they didn't have much contact or friendship. But this time, because of the matter of Jiang Chen and Long Shan, the 3 major powers had directly joined forces. As for the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu, no, there were only 10 major powers left. Corpsine sect had completely disappeared from East Xuanyu. It was indeed a great benefit to have 3 major powers join forces. The old emperor of Great Qian Empire was very happy about the alliance with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. According to Xiao Wangqing's invitation, there was nothing in the center of the empty square, not even a chair. Not long after that, under countless expectant gazes, Xiao Wangqing led Jiang Chen to the center of the square. The old emperor and the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire were standing on both sides, waiting for the arrival of their opponents. Innumerable eyes fell upon Xiao Wangqing. He was clad in a green robe. His eyes were sharp. Every movement of his exuded the domineering and majestic aura of a half-step sovereign. His black hair was tied up in a bun on top of his head. He looked so young that it was unbelievable. His handsome face could even make women jealous. It's said that Venerable Wan Qing is known as the most handsome man in the immortal world, but I didn't have the chance to meet him. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. He's just too handsome. Xiao Wangqing can be considered a legendary figure. Jiang Chen is really lucky to have such a peerless figure personally come to help him. I wonder when the people of the Immortal Court will arrive. Do you think the Immortal Court won't show any respect to Xiao Wangqing? Impossible. Even if the Immortal Court doesn't show any respect to Jiang Chen, they will certainly come. After all, Jiang Chen is still alive and well. The Immortal Court will certainly come. Jiang Chen is their target. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The appearance of Xiao Wangqing meant that the important figures of the Immortal Court wouldn't be far away. It was almost needless to imagine that the Immortal Court would certainly send powerful experts. The weakest of them would be at least at the same level as Xiao Wangqing, because a figure like Wang Xianfeng had already appeared yesterday. They weren't qualified to negotiate with Xiao Wangqing. All of a sudden, 3 extremely tyrannical airflows vibrated from 3 different directions. Countless gazes looked over and saw that the 3 airflows were extremely fast, arriving at the Sky of Genius Prefecture almost at the same time with lightning speed. They're here. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with excitement. The ones who had come this time were all figures of the Immortal Court. To them, it was already a great fortune to be able to see the supreme experts of the Immortal Court once in their lifetime. The 3 airflows quickly turned into 6 figures, standing in pairs. 3 of them weren't unfamiliar to them. They were the 3 peerless venerables who appeared yesterday, Wang Xianfeng, Lei Badian and Lan Tingyan. Wang Xianfeng was injured by Xiao Wangqing yesterday, but his injury had already recovered. After all, Xiao Wangqing didn't kill him. It was very easy for a peerless venerable to recover from such an injury. However, the 3 peerless venerables from yesterday could only stand behind 3 other people today. Those 3 people were the real focus. The 3 middle-aged men seemed to be in their 40s, and each of them emitted an unparalleled aura. The overflowing aura made people tremble in fear, and they didn't dare to look at them directly. The 3 half-step sovereigns looked disdainfully at the world, their faces filled with arrogance. In their eyes, all living beings were like ants. Look at that black-robed man. He's called Li Wanya, a powerful figure of the Immortal Court of Ethereal Immortal Domain. He's a half-step sovereign of the older generation and has a high chance of breaking through to the great sovereign realm. I didn't expect him to come personally this time. As for the other 2 half-step sovereigns, they're from the Immortal Court of Radiance Immortal Domain and Miluo Immortal Domain. I don't know them either. Someone spoke, his eyes falling upon Li Wanya. He looked majestic with golden accessories hanging above his head and his hands clasped behind his back like a peerless monarch. Even Li Wanya has come. He's a half-step sovereign of the older generation. I'm afraid Xiao Wangqing is no match for him. After all, he has just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Yeah. I wonder what will happen next. Let's see how Xiao Wangqing is going to protect Jiang Chen. Li Wanya isn't someone easy to deal with. The situation became tense in an instant. The Immortal Court was indeed a high and mighty existence, sending out a half-step sovereign and a peerless venerable. They were afraid that only the Immortal Court was capable of such a feat. Prairie blazing fire Li Wanya, thousand-hand butcher Chou Qian Yun, word glacier Qin Xianbing. I've heard so much about you. I'm Xiao Wangqing. Xiao Wangqing clasped his fists at the 3 and spoke in a clear voice. Once upon a time, these 3 peerless figures were existences that he had to look up to. Today, he was able to stand at the same height as these figures. Xiao Wangqing couldn't help feeling lofty. Xiao Wangqing, I know you. I didn't expect that you have already broken through to the half-step sovereign realm, but don't think that you have the capital to challenge the Immortal Court. You injured Wang Xianfeng yesterday. We haven't settled the matter yet. Call Jiang Chen out now and I'll consider it as nothing has happened. Prairie blazing fire Li Wanya looked at Xiao Wangqing and spoke arrogantly. It seemed like he didn't put Xiao Wangqing in his eyes at all. Of course, this was normal. After all, Xiao Wangqing had just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. There was no way he could be compared to a half-step sovereign of the older generation. In his opinion, it was already a great honor for Xiao Wangqing to see him personally. All right. Prairie blazing fire Li Wanye is here. Let's see how Xiao Wangqing is going to deal with this. There's a gap even between half-step sovereigns. Xiao Wangqing thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. How can it be to protect Jiang Chen? The old ancestor of Nanbei clan sneered. If he was worried about today's meeting at the beginning, all his worries vanished after seeing Li Wanye, Qiu Qianyun, and Qin Xianbing. No matter how powerful Xiao Wangqing was, he would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Li Wanye and Qiu Qianyun since he had just reached the half-monarch realm. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell onto Xiao Wangqing. They wanted to see how Xiao Wangqing would deal with Li Wanye's group. Li Wanye, Xiao Wangqing, invited you all here today to discuss Jiang Chen's matter. You came up and asked for his life. How is this a negotiation? Xiao Wangqing's tone turned cold in an instant. His eyes flickered as he stared at Li Wanye with an oppressive aura. Xiao Wangqing's performance was out of everyone's expectation. No one thought that he would become so domineering in an instant. It seemed like he didn't even put Li Wanye in his eyes. However, Jiang Chen understood Xiao Wangqing's intention. He knew very well that in this world where strength reigned supreme, strength was the key to everything. Since Li Wanye looked down on Jiang Chen had to be domineering. He wanted to let Li Wanye know that he had the strength to negotiate with them so that the negotiation could continue. Xiao Wangqing, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? You're just a half-step sovereign. I don't put you in my eyes at all. I'm already giving you face by coming here today. Don't be so shameless. Li Wanye's aura fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. Haha. Li Wanye, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've become a half-step sovereign earlier. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Since you said that I'm not qualified to negotiate with you, then let's see if I, Xiao Wangqing, am qualified to do so. Xiao Wangqing burst into laughter. With a sway of his body, he flew up into the sky and waved his hand, directly opening up an extraterritorial battlefield. Powerful half-step sovereign aura was released like raging waves. Challenging Li Wanye. That's right, Xiao Wangqing was challenging Li Wanye. This action made countless people widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Li Wanye was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Xiao Wangqing would come up and challenge him. Xiao Wangqing, are you challenging me? Li Wanye's tone was cold. That's right. Li Wanye, come up and fight, then we'll negotiate. Xiao Wangqing's green robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the powerful Li Wanye. Very well, then I'll let you see how powerful I am. I'll let you know how arrogant and ignorant you are. Li Wanye was a high and mighty figure. How could he be afraid of Xiao Wangqing's challenge? As a powerful half-step sovereign, he couldn't stand such provocation. What the F***K? He's going to fight without a word? I'm not even prepared yet. Isn't this supposed to be a negotiation conference? Why are they fighting before it has even started? Are you kidding me? You guys don't understand. Xiao Wangqing has just become a half-step sovereign. Li Wanye and the others don't put him in their eyes at all. They think that Xiao Wangqing isn't qualified to negotiate with them. That's why Xiao Wangqing challenged Li Wanye to prove that he's qualified to negotiate. Otherwise, today's conference wouldn't be able to continue. That's right. But can Xiao Wangqing really fight Li Wanye? After all, he has just become a half-step sovereign while Li Wanye has been famous for a long time. The title of Blazing Prairie isn't for nothing. Look, don't underestimate Xiao Wangqing. I think he's very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to challenge Li Wanye. He knows very well that once he loses, he'll lose the qualification to negotiate. Then, there's no need for the conference to continue. The scene instantly became restless. Two half-step sovereigns started fighting because of a disagreement. However, this battle seemed to be inevitable. Otherwise, the conference wouldn't be able to continue. End of chapter 1721. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.